Senate Republicans have blocked another effort to stop President Trump's war against Iran. On Thursday, senators voted 47 to 50 to reject a war powers resolution that would have reined in Trump's ability to strike Iran until Congress authorizes further military action.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The vote
I'm sure that will
came ahead
do a
of
lot.
today's deadline under the 1973 War Powers Resolution, which gives the president 60 days to carry out military strikes in response to an imminent threat if Congress has not voted to authorize a war. On Thursday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told a Senate committee he believes the 60-day deadline, quote, pauses or stops in a ceasefire, unquote. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian condemned the U.S. naval blockade of Iran's ports as an intolerable extension of military operations and said it's doomed to fail. At the White House, President Trump on Thursday claimed Iran wanted to negotiate a deal so badly, adding, quote, nobody knows what the talks are except myself and a couple of other people, unquote. Lebanon's national news agency reports Israeli attacks have killed more than 30 people in a single day, in further violations of the U.S. brokered ceasefire signed by Israel and Lebanon last month. 2 children were among those killed in the attacks on southern Lebanon. They came as a Hezbollah drone injured 12 Israeli soldiers in northern Israel. On Thursday, Israel issued new forced evacuation orders for villages north of a strip of occupied territory along the border Israel is calling a yellow line. More than 1 million people have been displaced from their homes by Israel's attacks, about a fifth of Lebanon's population. Israel's military has issued new maps of the Gaza Strip showing it controls significantly more territory beyond what it agreed to in the U.S. brokered ceasefire last October. Reuters reports the restricted area marked on the maps with an orange line makes up some 11% of Gaza's territory beyond a so-called yellow line, meaning Israel now claims control over 2/3 of Gaza. This comes as Israeli attacks on Gaza killed at least 3 Palestinians and wounded 10 others Thursday and Friday in Israel's latest violations of the ceasefire. The Pulitzer Prize-winning Palestinian poet Mossab Abu Toha said he was heartbroken after Israel shot his 30-year-old aunt in the chest while she was sitting with her 3 young children in a school shelter in the Jabalia refugee camp. Abu Toha says the bullet pierced her chest and exited through her back, devastating her lungs and spleen, leaving her in critical condition. He writes, quote, at the moment she was hit, she was holding her 1-year-old son. He fell from her lap as she collapsed and was found bleeding from one of his ears, unquote. Mossab Abu Toha and his wife Maram have lost over 100 relatives to Israeli attacks since October 2023, including 31 members of his family killed in a single airstrike. On Thursday, the group Physicians for Human Rights Israel petitioned the Israeli Supreme Court demanding the release of 14 Palestinian doctors from Gaza who've been detained without charge for more than a year. Among them, Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, the detained head of Gaza's Kamel Adwan Hospital, who's reportedly been tortured and denied adequate food and medicine despite his deteriorating health. Joining the call for the doctor's release is Mohammed Abu Salmiya, the director of Gaza's Al-Shifa Hospital, who was imprisoned by Israel without charge for 7 months after his arrest in November 2023.
I was brutally arrested. I was handcuffed behind my back, blindfolded and stripped naked. I was subject to a humiliating search, and then the field interrogation began in the Netzarim area. This involves beatings, insults, with sand thrown on my head, putting dirt into my mouth, and severe beatings.
Palestinian journalist Ali al-Samoudi has been freed after a year in Israeli prisons. He'd been held without charge under Israel's so-called administrative detention policy after he was arrested at his home in Jenin in the occupied West Bank in April of 2025. Upon his release, al-Samoudi showed signs of torture and severe malnutrition and says he lost half his body weight due to systematic starvation. In 2022, Ali al-Samoudi was shot in the shoulder by the Israeli sniper that killed Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh in Jenin. Here in New York, students and alumni of Columbia University held a demonstration honoring the 2-year anniversary of campus protests demanding administrators divest from companies linked to Israel. The protest saw students take over a Columbia building and rename it Hinds Hall in honor of Hind Rajab, a 6-year-old girl murdered by Israeli soldiers in Gaza. This is Mariam Alwan, an alumna of Columbia, arrested 2 years ago in the police raid that ended the student occupation.
We wanted to do it on the anniversary of the occupation of Hinds Hall in order to show that the movement persists and that we retain the institutional memory of the violence that happened that day, of the way that the student body came together to demand divestment at that time. It still echoes today, even though there has been repression, there has been a massive crackdown on freedom of speech at Columbia. We are here to show that we won't be silenced and that we still remember everything that happened.
House lawmakers Thursday voted to reopen most of the Homeland Security Department, ending a record 76-day partial shutdown in the agency's longest in U.S. history. The approved budget bill signed into law by Trump excludes funding for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, but reopens key parts of DHS, including the Transportation Security Administration, the TSA. In Texas, Minu Batra, a longtime court interpreter and the only licensed Punjabi, Hindi, and Urdu interpreter in the state, has been released from an ICE jail after nearly 2 months in detention. A judge's order mandating Batra's release stated the Trump administration failed to explain why she'd been jailed in the first place and denied her due process. Batra has lived in the United States for over 35 years after leaving India. President Trump has withdrawn his nomination for Casey Means to become the next U.S. Surgeon General. Means is a wellness influencer, author, entrepreneur, and anti-vaccine activist who, along with her brother Callie Means, is a key figure in the Make America Healthy Again movement, that's MAHA, led by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. In her place, President Trump has nominated Nicole Saphier to become Surgeon General. She's a radiologist at Memorial Sloan Kettering in New Jersey and a frequent contributor to Fox News. Maine Governor Janet Mills has officially suspended her campaign for the U.S. Senate. Mills had been competing for the Democratic nomination in June's primary.
He's like, all right, no more podcasters. We can't be having all these podcasters in here. They're bums.
With the backing of Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and other top Democrats. But Governor Mills quit Thursday as a Senate candidate after several polls projected she was losing badly to Graham Plattner, a progressive populist who's backed by labor unions, and Senators Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. The winner of the Democratic primary will challenge incumbent Republican Senator Susan Collins in November's election, which will determine the balance of power in the Senate. This is Graham Plattner speaking with MS Now Thursday.
That video.
I also think
that video
up front, I don't
that I
believe
just sent
a
you?
single U.S.
Pull that up
Democratic
and have a look
senator
at what it is.
should vote for a nominee out of the Trump administration moving forward.
The guy
I
makes
think
good content,
we need to use
and it's
all
about the
of the
podcasters
power we have around
being
funding
CIA
and the power
plants.
of the purse to stop paying for these kinds of stupid wars, stop paying for agencies like ICE, stop paying for the things that the Trump administration is doing that are materially hurting our democracy and hurting working people.
The Congressional Progressive Caucus has unveiled its new affordability agenda to fight the skyrocketing cost of living crisis facing millions of people in the United States. The legislative package proposes policies for cheaper prescription medication, groceries, housing, utility bills, gas, and childcare. It would also ban companies from using personal data and AI to set prices, guarantee full-time workers paid vacation time, increase overtime wages, and abolish super PACs. This is Congressmember Greg Casar of Texas, chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus.
Donald Trump calls affordability a hoax, says surging gas prices are, quote, a small price to pay, and says we don't have the money for health care and child care because he needs it for war. Every single day, Republicans in the building behind us make their rich friends richer and richer by making it harder for working people to get by. And today we say with one voice, we do not have to live like this.
A new investigation by ProPublica has found the Trump administration's advancing a proposed rule change to SSI, the Supplemental Security Income Program that could slash or terminate benefits for an estimated 400,000 disabled adults, including people with Down syndrome and dementia. The proposal specifically targets people with disabilities living with their parents or family members who receive food assistance through SNAP. That's the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The efforts were initiated last year by top White House officials and the so-called and now defunct Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, led by billionaire Elon Musk. Here in New York, Mayor Zohran Mamdani refused to meet privately with King Charles on Wednesday as he joined the British monarch at a wreath-laying ceremony honoring 9/11 victims. Mamdani was asked by reporters what it would take for him to agree to a private meeting with the king.
If I was
Did you see
to
this?
the king separately from that, I would.
Did you see this?
The two kings post?
No. What he said, why he won't meet with the king?
No, I didn't.
If I was to speak to the king separately from that, I would probably encourage him to return the Kohinoor diamond.
The 105-carat diamond was taken by the British from India in the 19th century, is currently housed in the Tower of London, placed on the crown made for Queen Mother Elizabeth. Meanwhile, the White House posted a photo of President Trump and King Charles with the caption, "Two Kings," during the monarch's visit this week.
What an asshole.
Since Trump's return to office, protests have erupted nationwide under the slogan, "No Kings." And the anti-war and solidarity activist John Miller has died at the age of 70 from heart failure. In 1991, John co-founded the East Timor Action Network, ETAN, which worked to support self-determination for East Timor and an end to U.S. support for Indonesia's occupation. On Thursday, the government of Timor-Leste, that's East Timor, released a statement calling John Miller a longtime friend of the Timorese people, stating that his voice in defense of the Timorese people, as well as his warm friendship and continued support in their struggle, will never be forgotten. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
The CIA used to be a faceless organization. 3 letters that conjured images of redacted documents and men in suits who didn't exist on paper. The whole point of an intelligence agency was that you don't know what it's doing. Now, you can't scroll through YouTube without one of them candidly sharing dark secrets about how all of this works. You've probably seen clips of it yourself, like the grey-haired American man calmly
Yeah, this tab is already open on my feed.
Is that Kiriaku?
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Rogan is an interesting case because he actively deflects when people bring this up.
I have to get up, so you either have to talk or let the video play for like a minute or two.
Yeah, let the video play.
Okay. Just letting you know before you start a rant.
Explaining how the CIA told him to pretend to be gay to recruit a foreign spy. So we reached out and spoke to him for exclusive insights, as after seeing clips like this, it was hard to ignore something weird was going on.
Headquarters says, we want you to pretend that you're gay. I said, oh, come on, you guys. No, we really need the information. You got to pretend that you're gay. I said, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it for Uncle Sam.
Or how his boss ordered him to sleep with the ugliest woman he'd ever seen, for the good of the country.
Who was the ugliest woman I've ever seen in my life. Like, you want to avert your eyes. Like, she came off the side of Notre Dame. She was a stone gargoyle with a giant mole right here with a giant hair coming out of it. That kind of ugly. And my boss says, okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to fuck her. And I said, what? I said, have you ever seen her? And he said, I know, but we're the good guys, and you're gonna have to take one for the team.
Or how the agency dosed random strangers with LSD in San Francisco brothels.
They rented a safe house in San Francisco. They recruited a bunch of hookers and had them go out and pick up Johns, bring them back to the safe house where they thought they were gonna get laid, dose them with LSD.
This is...
That entire time, I was laughing at him. There's so much there that I already... there's so many things that I need to comment on. Okay? One, if you're CIA and they say, hey, for this op, we need you to... Your cover is going to be that you're gay. Are you, seriously, you're already in the intelligence agency and you're going to be like, whoa, what? Are we for real? No, that didn't fucking happen. They said, look, for this cover, we need you to be gay. And he said, okay, because it was his fucking job. Why is he acting like that was, such a fucking crazy ask and
increases
stuff?
The mystery.
They have you kill people and torture people, dog. Being gay for cover is, where you drew the line. Are we for real? Do you know what this guy did in Greece? By the way, the only successful CIA coup was Greece. The only one that was actually orchestrated beginning to end by the CIA.
What happened? When was this?
You'd have to look up the CIA ops in Greece. I'm pretty sure that's where he was Greece, but I think he was after the coup.
Okay.
Because the coup happened, I want to say the Greece coup happens before Iran.
Okay.
But you'd have to Google the year. But the point is I'm almost positive that he was a agent that was in Greece, right? So until 9/11, if you were a really top agent that they were training and stuff and getting experience under your belt, odds are Greece is where you would be coming from first. That's all the guys who were in Operation Cyclone came from Greece. I want to say I want to say Charlie Wilson and stuff, one of the guys, the agent he works with was one of the guys involved in Greece. And he also got burned, which is why he went to Charlie Wilson and started using because the agency didn't like his methods, so he started rubbing off on Charlie Wilson to get him to do funding for the Mujahideen as well.
Stupid camera.
What was his name? God, it's such a memorable name. It's Guy something. I swear to God.
Fieri?
Gus. I think it's Gus. His
Gus?
name is. Hang on.
Gus Bus.
Found him. Okay, I was close. It's not Gus. It's Gust with a T. What is chat saying?
Cal just says, "Is this satire?"
So here he is. Yeah. Became the main liaison point between the CIA and Greek government. It's 1967 coup d'etat.
The camera keeps.
Oh, what's this? He has resigned from the CIA in 1989 after being moved to Africa Division and authoring a memorandum opposing the CIA's involvement of the Iran-Contra affair. So he's the original guy who quit the CIA because he had moral obligations against what was going on there.
Kiriakou was.
No, this guy. Gust. He's like the original.
Yes, okay.
He's the original guy who clearly did all this shady shit.
You might want to take this city quickly.
Okay, I'm talking about the CIA.
Oh, you already took it.
My turn's already over. Anyway, like, being gay for cover. Like, if you were a CIA agent, would you blink? For real?
Oh, absolutely not. Why would that matter?
Also, like, the being used as a honeypot, like, did you not put that into the equation before you applied for the job? Like, that's another thing. Like, oh no, I had to have sex with an ugly woman. Oh my god, bro, you also had to fucking authorize killing people.
Yeah, that's the moral issue.
Do you know, John? Do you know what you did to Abu Zubaydah? Can we talk about it for a second? Because oh my god, if your grievance is they made me fuck an ugly chick, what is wrong with you? But the essence, there's certain phrases that he included in those stories every time where I was like, things that didn't happen. And I'll let you know each time he says something when I said things that didn't happen.
Out and spoke to him for exclusive insights, as after seeing clips like this, it was hard to ignore.
We were trying to get him before he was so popular.
Headquarters
too.
says,
Yeah.
we want you to
Because he was on
pretend that you're
Adam's
gay.
show.
I said, oh, come on, you guys. No, we really need the information. You got to pretend that you're gay. I said, okay.
That was the end of the conversation. Might be like, oh, really? Like, you get assigned a task at work, you're not really down to do it, and they're like, look, it's got to get done. And you say, okay, and you do it, because that's your job. This next part didn't fucking happen, okay? After he says okay...
No, we really need the information. You got to pretend that you're gay. I said, okay. I'll do it. I'll do it for Uncle Sam.
No, you didn't. No, you did not.
Gay for daddy.
No, nobody says, I'll do it for Uncle Sam. Literally nobody. There's not a human being on this earth that would say that unless they were fucking telling a joke. You know?
Yeah.
Like, complaining about being in the army, because that's what you do. Like, the whole point of being in the army is to complain and bitch the whole time, because it's an outlet for the stress that you are being put in. Right? That's when you make the Uncle Sam jokes, but you're never fucking serious about Uncle Sam. Just selling the story like, I'm a great patriot for this country, and that's why I helped overthrow democracies and commit war crimes. Station chief in fucking Pakistan during Operation Anaconda. You think, like, he's ever gonna tell all the shit that he actually did?
Oh, absolutely not.
No. No, no, no. I don't need loyalty. I don't need gold. I don't need any of this shit, honestly. I guess just a 15 production towards military units is fine.
I'm going to pick 2 arms as well because we're fighting.
Yeah, the Aztecs came to fuck with me literally at the worst time. But of course they did, because I was getting aggressive, so they said, alright, he's getting aggressive, gotta slow him down. But it was literally right when my Janissary rush was starting. Like, I was taking China specifically to produce Janissaries in China. Because they need to be produced in cities that I didn't found.
Leave my battering ram here.
How his boss ordered him to sleep with the ugliest woman he'd ever seen, for the good of the country.
Who was the ugliest woman I've ever seen in my life. Like, you want to avert your eyes. Like, she came off the side of Notre Dame. She was a stone gargoyle with a giant mole right here with a giant hair coming out of it. That kind of ugly. And my boss says, okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to fuck her. And I said, what? I said, have you ever seen her? And he said, I know, but we're the good guys, and you're gonna have...
They 100% would never have said, I know, but we're the good guys. Nobody in the fucking CIA uses terms like, we're the good guys. Like, the CIA is not an institution for spreading democracy. You could argue that the United States military is, because of like things like the Green Berets helping stabilize countries that need stabilization. There's at least an argument to be made, but like, could I take that argument to a debate stage and play devil's advocate and defend it? No. I'd be ripped apart by anyone who is opposing me there. The CIA knows what they're doing is not about freedom, it's about threats to America's agenda. And, like, quite literal, terrorist threats, things like that. You know? Like, the CIA in Europe during the time period when Greece was happening and stuff was the height of the fucking Cold War. You needed your agents in there. Pulling strings and stuff.
And Soviets were doing it too.
Like, the CIA also needed to be in Afghanistan and doing those covert ops in Waziristan. That doesn't mean that they went about it the right way. It's just like somebody giving Israel a pass on everything. Like, did they have a right to respond to October 7th even though they helped create the situation? Like, who's not going to respond? Just like how Iran is expected to respond and fucking give soldiers concussy wussies. But, like, no CIA guy is going, we're the good guys, while they're explaining why you need to fuck someone. I know it's bad, but we're the good guys, John. You know we're the good guys.
Have to take one for the team.
Or how the agency dosed random strangers with LSD in San Francisco brothels.
They rented a safe house in San Francisco. They recruited a bunch of hookers and had them go out and pick up Johns, bring them back to the safe house where they thought they were going to get laid, dose them with LSD, and then interrogate them.
Or how things that were once conspiracies are now just mainstream knowledge.
I believe very strongly that he was an Israeli access agent.
Did he work for the CIA?
No way. The CIA's job is to collect foreign intelligence. What foreign intelligence did he have? He's spying on Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and Prince Andrew. That's the Israelis.
And he's not alone. The intelligence community is flooding the podcast circuit right now. Gavin de Becker, not exactly a former intelligence officer, but the man who runs anti-assassination protection for the world's most famous, said this about Epstein.
What he was is a construct. He's a created construct. Money, wealth, private jet, private island, fun, not married, young girls, lots of things. $500 million of money came from Les Wexner, who's a wealthy guy who owns or owned, I don't know what he's doing now, Victoria's Secret, big donator to the state of Israel. And $500 million was transferred to Epstein along with power of attorney to use it and invest it in the ways he saw fit.
He even described a friend who narrowly avoided it.
He goes to meet with Epstein in New York to ask for money for a charity. And Epstein is in a robe. And Epstein says, hey, they're finishing the meeting. He says, hey, I'm going to get a massage, hence my robe. You want to get a massage? And through the hallway, my friend can see a massage table and a room and a very cute girl.
The Epstein situation is where John Kiriakou, a veteran ex-CIA operative, has gone mega viral with his bombshell disclosures. On the Diary of a CEO, he went further than he had before.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein was a spy?
I believe very strongly he was a spy, yes.
And who do you think he was working for?
The Israelis. I'm confident it was the Israelis.
Why?
Jeffrey Epstein is kind of the stereotypical example that they give you in training for what's called an access agent. If you're a foreign intelligence service and you want information, like close-in information from a former president, from the CEO of the biggest company in the world, from a member of the British royal family, you're not going to recruit these guys. You're not going to recruit Bill Clinton.
And he's made the same point on so many other podcasts with remarkable consistency.
I mean, what's the point of running the operation if it's not to collect compromat? It was about blackmail. It had to have been. I don't understand it otherwise.
They then take 10 minutes to look into it and they're like, oh my God, he's running a fucking pedo ring at the behest of the Victoria's Secret guy in fucking New York City. And oh my God, they got dirt on everyone, including the current president. This is a crisis, the likes of which if we outed this, everything could fall.
It's traumatic, cutting, and critical of the highest institutions of government. And some of his other disclosures, probably the ones that get less attention because they're harder to meme, are just as unsettling. This video is sponsored by Incogni. Most people assume their personal data, but Incogni helps remove it. He handles the process automatically. So if you want to take back your personal data today, use code MOONREAL at the link below and get 60% off the annual plan. That's go to incogni.com/moonreal to get started today. On the Danny Jones podcast, he described what came out of the Vault 7 leak. Tens of thousands of pages of classified CIA documents dumped to WikiLeaks in 2017 by an angry software engineer. The revelations feel like they're from a movie or a video game.
He revealed that the CIA has developed technologies to, for example, remotely take over your car by hacking into the chip, right? Why would the CIA want to take over your car? To make you drive off a bridge, maybe? To make you drive into a tree and kill yourself? To make you drive into an abutment and make sure that there's no way you can survive because they've got the thing going 140 miles an hour and you can't control it? They developed technology to reverse your smart TV to make the speaker into a microphone with the TV still appearing to be off.
I don't know if that's how it works. So you don't
know that it's broadcasting everything that's being said in your house to CIA headquarters?
And then this one, which is shocking though probably not surprising, yet he's somehow presenting it as a simple fact.
You would need to specifically,
other countries,
just like the
most
pagers,
sensitive
you would need to like
systems,
get in
and
with
to leave
manufacturers and stuff.
Scraps of code, but the scraps of code are written in Russian or in Persian, in Farsi. So people say, oh, the fucking Russians
hacked into us, or the Chinese, or the Iranians. And actually, no, it was us. But you'll never know it.
The way these stories are delivered makes you think they're putting their lives on the line to
Oh, so
tell
don't
us,
believe
like
any
a noble
Russian or
act for the good
Chinese
of us, the humble
or
public.
Iranian hacks. You
Access
hear
agents,
that?
compromise,
Those are all the
intelligence
CIA,
peddler. He
actually.
sounds like an insider decoding the story for civilians. And his career definitely backs this up. But if you look really carefully, you start to see a few deviations that make you wonder what's really going on here. His views evolve, but the timing is key. On his earlier appearances, he was strong on Epstein being a Mossad access agent. Then the latest tranche of Epstein files came out, and suddenly, his position moved.
I've always maintained that Epstein, to me, was obviously a Mossad access agent. And I said that right here on the show. Now, with the release of this latest tranche of documents, I think he was more than that, and that he was probably not exclusive to the Israelis. We know from these latest documents that he had some sort of association with MI5 and MI6, essentially the FBI and the CIA of the UK. We know that he made an approach to the German intelligence service. And we know that he tried hard to get a one-on-one meeting with Vladimir Putin.
When he says Epstein was an Israeli agent, that theory had been circulating for years based on Ghislaine Maxwell's father Robert Maxwell's documented Mossad ties. When he describes the hidden cameras on the island, the New York Times had already reported them long before he mentioned them. When he describes the sweetheart deal, that was one of the most covered aspects of the entire Epstein saga. On torture programs back around the 9/11 and Guantanamo Bay era, John got ahead of the official narrative and paid for it with his freedom. On Epstein, he doesn't take any real risk. On the safest possible question, did Epstein take his own life?
Zero risk to John Kiriakou. Hilarious.
I love this. Porta potty graffiti told the truth. FTA, fuck the world, you know? Fuck the army, fuck the world.
He goes with the consensus.
Did he commit suicide?
I believe he did.
You really believe he did?
People don't realize that in the Bureau of Prisons, everybody has his head up his ass. The cameras never work. The guards are always sound asleep. This happens all the time. These suicides, they happen like literally every day in American prisons.
That might be the single lowest risk position on the single most controversial question in the entire Epstein story. He even hinted at how he might not know too much at all.
I said that I was confident that Epstein was a Mossad access agent, and I believe that I've been proven correct.
So he was proven correct by information that became public, not by anything he independently knew. Which should tell you how much deeper the Epstein story really goes, when even serious CIA whistleblowers can't give you something extra. It makes you ask how absurdly dark it is when those who literally went to prison for whistleblowing only confirm the information drip-fed to us. But the aim is not to discredit John, as he's a rabbit hole in himself, and that tells you a lot about why the CIA is trying to make intelligence accessible to the public in the first place. He spent 14 years in the CIA. He led the raid that captured one of the first major Al-Qaeda figures taken after 9/11.
Wrong. Incorrect. Incorrect. The CIA is on record admitting that they were incorrect and Abu Zubaydah was not even affiliated with Al-Qaeda. So why is he still in Gitmo? They said he was like the number 3 guy in Al-Qaeda. How do you get that wrong? How does he go from like one of the chief top commanders of Al-Qaeda to you admitting that he's not even Al-Qaeda after you do what you do to him? How am I supposed to believe that you ever thought he was Al-Qaeda and not a guinea pig for you, you know? Like, who are we supposed to believe? If the CIA acknowledges that,
obviously.
if they acknowledge that he's not Al Qaeda, so did they know that he wasn't Al Qaeda ahead of time? Are they really that stupid? That's some pretty big incompetence if that's the case. But nobody wants to like start asking these questions. Nobody wants to get deep enough where these types of questions can get asked.
No, everyone is very hush-hush and, like, safe when talking about the CIA. It's very funny. And then you have the commies going,
no,
I think
specifically talking about Abu Zubaydah and them acknowledging that he wasn't Al-Qaeda.
Okay. When did he get released?
He's not. I literally just went on a whole rant about why he's still in Gitmo.
Isn't it shut down?
No.
What the fuck? I swear they shut down most of the fucking facilities.
No! That's why Abu Zubaydah is called the forever prisoner.
Is he the only one there?
No! Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is there too.
Yeah,
and Faraj al-Libi, both big Al-Qaeda guys.
Okay.
But Abu Zubaydah, they've literally said that he did not do what he was even accused of. But he's never been charged with a crime. None of them have.
So do you think that
what do you do?
They keep him there because they don't want to deal with the repercussions that'll come from this kind of thing? It would be billions of dollars. They would award this guy billions of dollars.
I mean, they fucking released Hassan al-Ghul after, and then got fucking Osama's courier name, and then drone striked that guy. I don't see why they wouldn't release Abu Zubaydah and then drone strike him if he was that big of a deal.
Yeah. Why keep him there? No.
Exactly. Why keep him there? Maybe because... not because of what he knows about Al-Qaeda, but maybe because of what people like John Kiriakou did to him.
Maybe.
You know, and it's not like we don't know, because he was allowed to have legal counsel. And he, like... We know what happened there, and also the Red Cross is also a source documenting what they did to him.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Why is he still there if he's never been Al-Qaeda? There's plenty of other terrorists who ended up not being affiliated with Al-Qaeda, who eventually got let out of Gitmo.
Why not him?
Yeah, why not him? Because, like, all of the fucking storm going into 9/11, he was the #1 guy they were talking about who they needed. And who they were tracking and targeting.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's just that they couldn't admit how wrong they were. Maybe he knows something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Because nobody cares enough to dig enough, so there's constant pressure about these things.
Mm-hmm.
He was the first US government official to confirm that the CIA was waterboarding prisoners. And then he went to prison for it.
No.
Not for torturing anyone, but just for talking about torture, where John would see 23 months inside of a prison.
Did any of the people who were torturing other people wind up in jail?
Not a single one. The torturers.
I'm sorry, it's so crazy.
It's nuts. It's nuts. The torturers didn't go to jail. The people who conceived of the torture, the people who funded the torture, appropriated taxpayer money for the torture, the people who implemented it, nobody went to prison but me.
He studied Middle Eastern studies, got a master's in legislative affairs, and as graduate professor, a CIA psychologist recruited him into the agency. And almost immediately, he found himself in the room where it all happens. He described being sent to the White House at 26 years old, the day after Iraq invaded Kuwait.
And we all sit down. The president tells us sit down. We sit down and the president says, well, now what do we do? And everybody turns and looks at me. I said, Mr. President, as you know, Iraqi troops crossed the border at 2 o'clock this morning. And I said, actually, he's the co-founder of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. The vice president shouts, Jesus Christ! And then the president says, gentlemen, thank you. We'll take it from here. And I remember saying to myself, My friends would never believe in 1,000 years what I was doing right now. They wouldn't even believe me if I told them. That's what an analyst does. When I switched to operations, again, the job was very straightforward. It was to recruit spies to steal secrets. But then if you're involved in counterterrorism operations, there are a lot of extras that you have to be trained in. So you go through the normal spy training. This is how you ingratiate yourself. It's something called the asset acquisition cycle. Spot, assess, develop, recruit.
After 9/11, they made him chief of counter-terrorist operations in Pakistan, and he was involved in some high-level raids. There's absolutely no doubt that he was in deep. At one of the sites, they found Abu Zubaydah, which is the guy he went to prison over building a bomb. He then tries to escape across the rooftops and was shot but kept alive. Then came the offer that would define the rest of John's life. CIA officials approached him and 13 other officers about being trained in enhanced interrogation techniques. On Carlos Watson's show, he explained how that panned out pretty much like the movie scene you can imagine it as.
Well, I was one of 14 people asked if I wanted to be trained in the use of what they called enhanced interrogation techniques. I was the only one of the 14 who said no. Besides being immoral and unethical, I thought it was illegal. It was illegal.
A colleague who happened to be a psychiatrist pulled him aside.
He said to me one day, buddy, you know they call you the human rights guy behind your back. And I said, yeah. I know. And he said, you know that's not a compliment, right? And I said, Steve, I'm right and they're wrong. And I'm comfortable with my position.
One of his more senior mentors was far more blunt.
I'm the hero of the story. That's why I joined the CIA.
First of all, let's call a spade a spade. He said, this is a torture program, and somebody's going to go to prison. Do you want to go to prison?
So you can imagine the stakes you're subjected to as a high-ranking CIA officer. It's simply not normal. You're in the thick of 9/11, the Iraq War, and now a notorious torture program. On the Joe Rogan Experience, John lays out what those techniques actually were.
They strip you naked, they chain you to an eye bolt in the ceiling so you can't lay or kneel or sit or anything. You can't get comfortable in any way. They chill the cell to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and then every hour somebody comes in and throws a bucket of ice water on you. But we killed people with that technique. His heart actually stopped.
It's not how he died. He did not die because of the water, nor was there water poured on him. I forgot his name. But
didn't he piss himself and he got hypothermia?
Yeah, he was in the salt pit, but he was short shackled to the ground.
Yeah.
Now, as I've said a lot, one of the quickest ways to die from exposure is sleeping on the ground and not in an elevated platform.
Mm-hmm.
So when Afghanistan drops below freezing and he's short shackled to the ground, he freezes to death.
Yes.
That was enough. We don't need to add more onto it.
Mm-hmm. You don't need to romanticize it.
During a waterboarding session, and the doctor revived him just so he could be tortured more.
Then in December 2007, his career was about to detonate.
Sounds like what
Brian
you
Ross
did
at
to Abu
ABC
Zubaydah.
News contacted him, where he discusses this moment with Joe Rogan.
Who should
So I
have
called
died.
Brian Ross. I said, I'll give you your interview.
And you made
and I
sure he was
decided
kept
that
alive.
whatever he was going to ask me, and he never told me in advance what he was going to ask me, I was just going to tell the truth. And I said 3 things in that interview that changed the course of the rest of my life. I said that the CIA was torturing its prisoners. I said that torture was official U.S. government policy. It was not the result of any rogue officer. And I said that the policy had been personally approved by the president himself. And then, as you can imagine, within 24 hours, the CIA files what's called a crimes report against me with the FBI.
Now, here's the twist in John's story. He says Abu Zubaydah's waterboarding lasted about 35 seconds, after which Abu cooperated. But this turned out to be completely wrong. Declassified documents later revealed he was waterboarded at least 83 times in a single month. It was much worse than John said. It was brutal, painful, horrific, not quick and easy. So, as a whistleblower from within the CIA, that's a bad look. As he says, waterboarding happened, but it wasn't that bad as far as waterboarding goes. His excuse was that the CIA fed him disinformation internally, which the CIA dismissed. So to some, it looked like he delivered a soft version of the torture program to the public before it fully leaked. And he barely mentions this at all. He said this on the Joe Rogan Experience.
That's the worst part of this. No, none of it was effective.
There are basically two outcomes. He was either an unwitting propagandist or a victim of a CIA internal deception. But the whole feud was real and escalated when he took on John Brennan, the CIA director at the time.
Brennan immediately sends a memo to Eric Holder, the new Attorney General, and says, talking about me, charge him with espionage.
He killed an Aztec spy trying to neutralize
And
my governor.
Holder writes back, we got these memos in Discovery when I went to trial. Holder writes back and says, my people don't think he committed espionage. And then Brennan writes back and says, charge him anyway and make him defend himself.
And when John talks about Brennan, he describes an apparatus of killing that functioned much like a weekly staff meeting.
John Brennan had the Tuesday morning kill list meetings because the tech got sophisticated enough that you could just write up a list of people that you want to kill that week. And you dish out the assignments. The teams go out, they kill everybody that's on the list, and then they meet next Tuesday and get that kill list.
On the Diary of a CEO, he put the human cost on this whole experience, which obviously tore him and his family apart.
So they arrested me, charged me with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage. Espionage can be a death penalty case.
Yes, it can.
Charged me with espionage. They waited until I went bankrupt
It
10
should be
months
illegal.
later with $2 million in legal fees. And then they dropped the espionage charges.
So that's why he went to prison, and he said that it was terrible for him.
You think you can step back into your life again, and you can't. Your life is never going to be the same.
Because?
Because you're not the same. You know, everybody comes out of prison with PTSD. Everybody.
It's a pretty dramatic whistleblower arc and one that gives him a lot of credit, despite one major blip in his credibility, which may be explainable if the agency duped him. And now he's gone viral on TikTok for his podcast appearances, which is either a beautiful irony or exactly the kind of thing that should make you pay very close attention. On the Diary of a CEO, Stephen Bartlett asked him directly whether the CIA has a podcasting strategy. Now you can probably imagine what the response might be here. I mean, the CIA's been influencing the media since Operation Mockingbird all the way back in the 50s. Most shocking was when the New York Times published a massive investigation that revealed the Pentagon had recruited over 75 retired military officers to appear on every major TV network.
Amazing.
All as quote-unquote independent military analysts. Internal Pentagon documents called them Message Force Multipliers. They were given classified free trips to Iraq. Many of them worked simultaneously for military contractors who profited from the wars they endorsed on air. That program ran from 2002 to 2008 across Fox, CNN, NBC, CBS, and ABC. It was called Psyops on Steroids by one of its own participants, and when it was exposed, not a single network covered this. In fact, there was a near total media blackout on a story about the media. So John,
there were 2 other stories I wanted to cover. The rape and murder of an indigenous girl in the Northern Territory. And Japan is having some pretty major social disruptions with major protests in Tokyo. So we should probably cover that too.
Just send links.
You couldn't deny this question.
Do you think the CIA have a strategy for podcasters and for podcasting?
I think yes, now they do. It took them a little while to get current, but just like they over time developed a strategy with Hollywood, sure, they're developing a strategy with podcasters. You know, it was only in the last 10 years that the CIA opened a branch within the Office of Public Affairs whose job it is solely to liaise with Hollywood studios.
Then he was asked about Andrew Bustamante, another ex-CIA officer who's become a media phenomenon, and gave another motive.
Andrew Bustamante has really made a handsome living out of selling his experience. Yeah. And he's on every podcast.
Yeah.
And that's true. Andrew is everywhere. but it's a bit of a slip if John thinks people aren't going to eventually file him into the same category. So we asked John to discuss why the CIA is clearly targeting the podcast circuit, and surprisingly he gave an honest response that is part of the agency's media strategy and a lucrative side hustle for retired spies. He said he's often asked to comment on Fox News and admits that podcasting has become a career outlet, where personal branding and delivery matter just as much in any other content creation niche.
But I think you are correct in your assumption that it's really about self-branding. We're in a new media world, a new media landscape, where it's all about podcasting. And there's significant money at stake here through advertising. And so there are a lot of CIA people. I'm thinking of, Andrew Bustamante being probably the leading one who's out there making money on his CIA career, Mike Baker, and there are others, myself included. And, sometimes it leads to something else. I'm on Fox News all the time. I used to be on CNN a lot, MSNBC occasionally, no more. It's almost strictly Fox. But that's kind of the goal of all of these guys. It's all about self-branding.
Bustamante is the first name to pop into John's head because he's been monetizing his ex-CIA role for decades. He built something called Everyday Spy, the first ever digital spy training platform where he teaches civilians the CIA's recruitment framework. On his first Diary of a CEO appearance, he described what the CIA looks for in its recruits.
Specifically when CIA recruits field operators. It's fairly transparent. They tell you that you were recruited because you are a little f***ed up. They tell you that you were recruited because of a certain psychological profile that makes it so that you pragmatically view things like secrets and lies.
He also admitted something that would be alarming coming from anyone else, but gets packaged as aspirational self-awareness that serves your career.
There is a tie between childhood trauma and high performance. It's a documented connection, but CIA has learned, as has MI6 and Mossad and all the other intelligence services of the world, they've learned that when you train someone who has just the right amount of childhood trauma high performance, when you get your hands on them at the right time in the right period of their life, they can be trained to become extremely loyal, highly productive field operators.
John agrees on this point and has said the same thing multiple times, that the CIA actively looks for broken, sociopathic yet intelligent people who are comfortable with the world you're absorbed into.
The CIA actively seeks to hire people who have sociopathic tendencies. People, not sociopaths. Sociopaths have no conscience. People with sociopathic tendencies do have a conscience. They do react in a polygraph exam. But because we believe we're the good guys, we're happy to work in legal, moral, and ethical gray areas.
So do you have sociopathic tendencies?
Absolutely.
And what are your sociopathic tendencies?
My sociopathic tendency was to operate in legal, moral, and ethical gray areas.
Andrew's credentials are generally viewed as overblown, and when he went head-to-head with John in a debate, you could pretty much see who was pulling the line and who had something more authentic on the table.
In 1945, 1946, we executed Japanese soldiers who had waterboarded American POWs. On January the 11th, 1968, the Washington Post ran a front-page photograph of an American soldier waterboarding a North Vietnamese prisoner. That soldier was arrested, convicted of torture, and sent to prison for 20 years. All of a sudden, in 2002, torture is legal because John Yoo and Jay Bybee say it is. But the law never changed.
People commented stuff like this. This interview shows exactly what went wrong in the last 20 years. We used to have a country run by Johns, and now we have a country run by Bustamentes. And quote, so what we have here is a guy willing to go to jail for his beliefs and a guy willing to change the rules to stay out of jail. Andrew, for his part, described the CIA's internal culture with the kind of delusionment that sounds like a confession but functions more like a sales pitch.
You will start to believe that you are not good enough if you stay inside, because you'll end up being gaslit by the system.
The culture convinces you that you can't do anything else.
Yeah.
Your skills are so unique, your training is so specific, you can't do anything else.
Yeah.
And that's just simply not true.
That's Andrew describing the CIA as a psychologically abusive institution.
No way.
But his entire brand is built on selling the skills that the institution produces. So maybe it's just personal opportunism, making a career after you leave the agency. There's actually a whole cottage industry surrounding the CIA. Andrew even wrote a book called Everyday Espionage, Winning the Workplace, subtitled Read the Room, Build Quiet Power, and Negotiate with Confidence, and Earn the Raise You Deserve. He's selling you the asset recruitment cycle repackaged as a career hack. CIA tactics sold as LinkedIn content. There are hundreds of books, TV shows, and courses tied to so-called top secret tactics. And if all this raises some skepticism, you haven't even seen Mike Baker yet. Baker has appeared on Joe Rogan at least 21 times. 21! His Twitter handle is MBCompanyman. His website is mbcompanyman.com. The company man is slang for a CIA officer. He passed off accusations of CIA interference in overseas politics.
Of course that's what we're doing, right? Of course we're trying to influence hearts and minds. Of course we're infiltrating organizations to try to influence the direction of a government.
Or this classic, where he confesses to stealing state secrets like it's too obvious to even bother thinking about.
It's like John Brennan, who was a director at the agency. He talked about the business of the CIA and says, we don't steal secrets. God damn it, of course we steal secrets. That's the point of the exercise, right?
It's called a limited hangout. You admit to something controversial, but you frame it as so obvious that the admission itself seems facile and normal. And on Epstein, even Baker followed what is now the CIA's official line.
You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras or wasn't taped and shit? Or what? I mean, come on.
100%. But Mossad, whoever it is that was involved in this intelligence gathering, I mean, I'm just guessing. I have no idea. But there's fucking pinhole cameras all over that house.
And the list of former intelligence operatives appearing across non-legacy media is practically endless beyond those we've talked about. Brian Dean Wright, another former CIA officer who worked at Baker's company Diligence, running a daily podcast literally called The President's Daily Brief, using the name of the CIA document given to the president every day. Then there's Mark, 26 years in CIA operations, co-hosting The Crisis Room, a show openly marketed as the journalist, the politician, and the spy. He recently said Havana Syndrome was a massive CIA cover-up. And you can see the contrast with the legacy media. You generally don't see these people doing long, unfiltered sit-downs on CNN or the BBC. They turn up for uninterrupted conversation with minimal pushback. You can also see how they pop up when there's something trending to discuss, an opportunity to step up and give answers. When UFOs become a serious congressional topic and everyone was fascinated in possible cover-ups, the intelligence community again flooded the podcast circuit. David Grush testified under oath about crash retrieval programs and non-human biology. He then popped up on Joe Rogan. Luis Elizondo claimed the government possesses exotic material not made by humans, while the Pentagon denied he ever ran the program he says he led. He also popped up on Joe Rogan. People have a word for the more obvious CIA voices mixing in with the public discourse. They call them glowies. The term comes from Terry Davis, a schizophrenic computer programmer who created an entire operating system he claimed was dictated to him by God. In a 2017 YouTube video, he said CIA agents glow in the dark.
CIA glow in the dark. You can see them if you're driving. You just run them over. That's what you do.
Do you know about this guy?
The go-to slang for any federal agent or intelligence officer who's obviously present in public spaces. The joke is that these people are too visible to be genuinely covert, but the joke only works if you assume the visibility is accidental. But what if it's not? What if it's just part of the same game? On Carlos Watson, when asked if he's a good liar, John said,
"Are you a good liar?"
I think I am a good liar, yeah.
Why?
Why am I a good liar? Because deep down, I believe we're the good guys. And lying in service of my country was something that I became good at.
You know, at the CIA, you're a trained liar. And this is why the divorce rate's so high. It's the highest divorce rate of any entity in the US government. It's upwards of 80%.
After prison, nobody would hire him. He was earning about $400 a week. The Russian state media outlet Sputnik approached him. He turned them down, and then 8 months later, with 5 children and no pension, he said yes.
Why are you working with Russian state media?
Oh, because I've got 5 kids, and nobody's beaten a path to my door to give me work. The only people who offered me a job were the Russians.
Which circles back to the question this whole video is really asking. Because there's a fact
why
about
he should
every
be
single
pardoned.
person we've discussed so far. John, Andrew, Mike, and every former CIA officer who's ever appeared on a podcast, written a book, or posted a tweet about their time at the agency. They all signed a lifetime secrecy agreement, and they all must submit
he can
everything
be
they
on
plan
all
to say
these
publicly
shows.
to the CIA's pre-publication classification review board, way before
If
this
he-
ever reaches
that's
the
the thing,
public.
is he
Books,
can't
speeches,
be a
blog
government
posts,
advisor
podcast talking points,
or anything something like
even
that
tattoos.
if he's
The
got
regulation
felonies.
says, quote, any
Yeah.
form or means of communication,
So-
including oral or electronic, which
He
mean
did his
podcasts
time.
are not a free.
Like, you're allowing him to work for Russian media, pardon him, and make him prove that he's not more loyal to Russia. and if he's not, fucking charge him again with espionage. I don't give a shit.
Pass.
He
The
should be Abu
obligation is also
Zubaydah's
lifelong.
celly.
As of 2015, the CIA was reviewing 184,000 pages of declarations per year. John told us this is 100% true, and that since many of his podcast talking points already appear in his books, they've already been vetted. But he also admits that if there was anything new, he would then have to go to the CIA to get it signed off.
What's the motivation of a lot of CIA officers, former CIA officers, going on podcasts? Yes, you are right that we are all subject to pre-publication review. I'm lucky in that I've written 8 books, 9 books, the 9th one's at the publishers now. And so I've told all these stories 1,000 million times. They've all gone through pre-publication review, so I can answer the questions and I can tell the stories. Now, if there's something new that I want to tell, and I've been out of the agency for 22 years now, so there's nothing new, I would have to, of course, resubmit to pre-publication review and have it cleared.
That means every podcast quote, every book, every viral clip from every person in this video was read and approved by the CIA before you ever heard it. That also means that, by deduction, the theory that Epstein was an intelligence asset is either true and the CIA signed off on it, or it's false and the CIA is comfortable letting the public think otherwise. And both scenarios are equally interesting. The world's most powerful intelligence agency is inherently complacent about everything its officers and ex-officers are revealing. But complacency does not make the revelations truthful by default. You could permit misdirection or false information
I don't know
same
if
as the
Glowy
truth.
comes from
All this
Temple
vetting
OS
process
guy.
is about is protecting classified information. That means every podcast quote, every book, every viral clip from every person in this video was read and approved by the CIA ever heard it. So at the top, you've got the official PR layer. The CIA launched its own podcast, The Langley Files, in 2022. Director Burns said the purpose was to, quote, demystify a little bit of what we do. Below that, you've got friendly formats. Mike Baker, Andrew, who normalize CIA activity, run limited hangouts, make intelligence work sound like a fascinating career rather than an instrument of state power that has overthrown governments, tortured prisoners, and surveilled its own citizens. Then you've got others who might be entirely sincere but create confusion and provide cover.
Was on no
and then there are
health,
those in a more
yet
genuine
killed both
liminal
of mine.
space who bring viral moments and charisma to some of the
Yeah, it
darkest,
probably has
most
the
awful
theological
crimes
combat
humans might be
upgrade.
involved in, and make them sound kind of expected. It's all very validating. A man with a classified career confirms what you've been called a conspiracy theorist for believing, and it just feels like winning. It creates a strange sense of trust that the public is being listened to. Maybe the normalization is the operation. When millions of people watch a man describe a Tuesday morning kill list with the same energy as an anecdote about your weekend, it has a profound impact. The CIA spent decades terrified of public scrutiny. Now it has an ecosystem where former officers get millions of views describing exactly how the machine works, and the audience responds not with outrage but with a like button. You can't say exactly what it is, but it isn't transparency. There's an old intelligence principle: the best way to hide a secret is to surround it with so much noise that no one can pick it out. Every empire in history controlled its narrative. Most of them did it by restricting information. This one might be the first to do it by flooding the zone with so much of it that nobody can tell what matters anymore, and every single word was pre-approved from the outset.
Interesting. I love that it was all about Kiriakou, and that was like the main point because he's so prolific around these podcasts. I sent you a bunch of the links for the Northern Territory thing. Couldn't find anything on Japan.
Huh?
Couldn't find anything about Japan. Hey, Tarneet's in Melbourne. That's in Melbourne.
What is it?
They have to be. Like, it's such an easy way for them to get messages out. Like, why would they not?
to perplexing, such as godly song artificial intelligence and belligerent anti-atheism theme.
Hang on, I'll watch the intro. This is about that Temple OS guy. He's so fascinating. I actually follow an Instagram where they just post his clips. He had a lot of mental health issues and said a lot of crazy things. And from my understanding, he ended his own life by putting himself in front of a train.
Oh.
So it's pretty sad in the end, but it's both funny and fascinating because he built an entire operating system, and like every now and then I'll see stuff like people who are pranking the scam callers by using Temple OS on their computer.
Oh, that's great.
But like, I think that's pretty fucking cool. Like being able to build your entire operating system because you believe that God told you to. It might be fucking crazy, but like, hey, good on ya. More than I am gonna do with my life, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Creator, usually referred to as Terry A. Davis, attracted even more interest than the project itself, with his nonsensical, narcissistic, and often offensive rhetoric, including casually inserted slurs. Even so, many people defend both him and his project, and feel a particular affection for both. So what is Temple OS, and how did it come to be?
This is a very long video, so I'm just going to click through and show some highlights. But, you know, like Down the Rabbit Hole, this channel. It's not actually called Down the Rabbit Hole, but you know this channel. Everyone,
I love this channel, yeah.
This is 7-year-old video, so...
In October of 2008, a Reddit account named Losethos was created and began posting frequently. Its posts consistently linked to different parts of the website losethos.com, but their titles varied from practical and straightforward, such as a free non-Unix 64-bit OS, to perplexing, such as godly song artificial intelligence and belligerent anti-atheism themed operating system. He would regularly post these to the programming subreddit, where they would either go largely ignored or downvoted, mostly the former. The website was dedicated to the eponymous custom operating system reminiscent of such from the 80s, offering a list of pages describing it, as well as demonstrative videos and images. Also available was the creator's name on his contact page, Terry A. Davis. The homepage describes the motive behind the project. Quote, Losethos is for programming as entertainment. It empowers programmers with kernel privilege because it's fun. It allows full access to everything because it's fun. It has no bureaucracy because it's fun. It's the way it is by choice because it's fun. Losethos is in no way a Windows or Linux wannabe. That would be pointless. Much of the rest of the text in the home section was jargon, but a few things stood out. First, the operating system was written in a customized version of the common programming language C. He admitted the limitations of his creation, saying, quote, Losethos was designed from scratch with a clean slate and has no compatibility with anything else. However, he attempted to spin this severe restriction.
I built an operating system. What can it do? Nothing! It has no compatibility with anything else.
Amazing.
As a positive thing, saying, I took every opportunity to improve things once I made a clean break with the past. That's another reason Losethos has value. It is innovative. Terry mentioned that Losethos output in 640 by 480 with 16 colors, an incredibly outdated format, but despite its appearance, he stated that the operating system was built to run on modern hardware. Due to the way the system was structured, it also was incredibly vulnerable to malware, but this was likely never a concern for Terry, as there was no networking on the OS whatsoever. This meant that any system running Losethos would be unable to communicate with another computer, ruling out internet and LAN functionality entirely. With no printing supported either, anything made on the system would be isolated to that system alone. To work around this, he recommended using Luzthos in conjunction with another, more common operating system, though the purpose for doing so was questionable at best. Terry also provided what he called songs from God, with lyrics appearing near the top of the screen as the operating system played them.
See this Aztec city over here?
Which one?
On this island.
Under a tab labeled History, Terry shared some of his experiences working as a computer engineer. It opened with, quote, "I find this very crass, but there are lots of chestnuts boasting about in open foyers and have to say this. I have a 1440 SAT and was a National Merit finalist. Fuck yourselves. When you're your own boss, you can do what you like the way you like it too. I happen to like to have fun when I program. I'm an expert in knowing what is fun about programming, and that's why Luzthos is so awesome. Designed to have fun programming. If you're so smart, tell me what's fun and not fun about programming." Along with photographs of himself and his work, he explained that he had been employed by Ticketmaster from 1990 to 1996, coding and designing hardware while simultaneously earning an undergraduate degree and a subsequent master's degree in electrical engineering. It was also during this time that he created the basic code that would eventually become Luzthos. After quitting Ticketmaster, he began his own business named Home Automation and Robotic Equipment, or HARE, in order to work on an early consumer-grade milling machine controlled by a PC, a sort of early home 3D printer. In 1997, having apparently halted work on his machine, he took engineering work again, but his personal history ends in 2003, 5 years prior to sharing Luzthos. As of 2008, it was unclear how he was making money. Users on Reddit seemed to regard Luzthos mostly as a curiosity and an odd personal project, and couldn't find any practical purpose for it. One person replied, quote, "Sorry, no network, wireless, etc. is just a..."
Okay.
On October 2nd, 2012, Terry released version 1.0 of Luzthos under a new name, Sparrow OS, creating a number of social media accounts under the same name and a subreddit dedicated to it, to little fanfare. Though the operating system wouldn't be known for long as Sparrow OS, it was under this name that Terry A. Davis's operating system became known to the Kiwi Farms, a forum born from the early group interested in Christian Weston Chandler, used to observe and discuss strange people online. On February 26, 2013, a post was made about him, and while the original post appears to be lost to an edit, the replies show the minor interest that people took. Beyond a few bits of ridicule, however, he was mostly ignored, and the thread died the following day. But it wouldn't stay this way for good. By March of 2013, Terry had changed the name again to that by which it would become more widely known, Temple OS. He would soon create a matching Twitter account and a new website, templeos.org, with resources to accompany it, as well as a new logo. Since the Twitter account is deleted and no archives of the first year and a half appear to exist, what he tweeted on this account during that time is lost. Of the video of his games, only one survives from this time, something he labeled After Egypt, Moses Game, a program he considered by far to be the most important in Temple OS.
Okay, so, there's camp. We break camp. The number of people gets randomly bigger or smaller. Anyway, oh, watch this. They'll do golden calf. They all run in a circle, and
Gilgamesh aid request.
The Bible story. Few clouds.
My friend. He needs
God
aid.
was a cloud. I was gonna have it lead him around or something, or make figures in the clouds.
A Canadian corsair down here.
A woman commits adultery to a child. Ooh.
Fuck is Canada doing?
Punish. Hold court. A child commits adultery to a child.
Canada only knows
really
us.
Punish. Hold court. A child commits idolatry. Really punish. Okay, so view map. They wandered 40 years in the desert. So this must be what they did. Okay. Make water. He struck a stone and it made water. Anyway, beg for meat. They got sick of the manna and they wanted meat, and God gave them meat, and they got sick and died. Anyway, so here's the cool thing. This really works. If you talk to God, he'll talk to you. So let's ask him. I guess they got seagulls from. Let's see, what can we?
Like, now remember, this was like on the modern internet. Like, Kiwi Farms was around at this point. This is not like like a thing that happened a long time ago. People were literally like, Windows XP was already dead by the time he was building this.
If you do an offering, he'll talk. How about did you make any babies today?
What the fuck?
Okay. 20% of the net profits you derive calculated. This is from the Bible, small print. God wants 20%. Anyway, God wants 20%. Let's go to, I do Moses comics. Why don't you make the sun stand still to show them? Oh, come on, would you settle for a wet blanket? That's a reference to this one story where on this one blanket. Anyway,
Over the months, this website would change in new and strange ways. The first major one was in either late June or early July, when the top of the front page was replaced with a video, now lost, and the words, "God's temple is finished. Now God kills CIA until it spreads. Nobody knows the Father but the Son. Do loving offerings. God will shine his love. Hell is the absence of God. Heaven is God's company." What followed was a list of questions that Davis had asked God.
So, wacky guy, huh?
Yeah. Very strange. And so it literally had no use. He just did it for the memes?
It was just schizo fucking OS that this guy built.
That's great.
He was just crazy. That's there's no other way to fucking put it, you know?
So demanding. Unreal.
But like, he's having a blast. He thinks his comics are funny, so like,
exactly.
Like, I may be laughing for a different reason than him. But
why don't you follow us first, and then I'll answer your question.
What kind of person is going to be like, no, you're not laughing at the jokes I'm making correctly?
A wanker. That's who. What does a free Palestine look like? Well, my answer has changed, to be honest. A free Palestine, for me, honestly, would probably be the dissolution of the Israeli state and the recreation of a new state. I would say use Lebanon as an example, but like, Lebanon's system has its fucking problems.
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
So, like, I would use the Lebanese system as an example of something that could be a viable solution, giving shared power between the Palestinians and the Israelis.
Lebanon might be politically a mess, but, like,
their system's powerful. It's strong.
I mean, it's not like a terrible country.
Yeah, so it's like...
The economy is bad right now, but...
Will I read a Quran verse? Sure.
Yeah, hang on. I got you. I'll read a Quran verse for you.
The shithole ran by Hezbollah. No. Hezbollah doesn't run Lebanon. It's a political party inside Lebanon, which is a surrogate for the Iranian regime. Like, it's not that complicated.
Okay, here we go. But once the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheist who violated their treaties, wherever you find them. Capture them, besiege them, and lie in wait for them on every way. But if they repent, perform prayers, and pay ALMS tax, I don't really know what that is, then set them free. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful. Okay, there's the Quran.
But yeah, so like realistically, like a Lebanese idea of a system is maybe a pretty viable solution. But again, I'm not an expert. I don't do the negotiations. At the end of the day, the Zionists inside Israel are not going to accept any shared power with the Palestinians. They literally will not accept any shared power. The only way forward for Israel and Palestine is for the Likud party and the Zionists to get purged from the Israeli state. That is the only way that you solve this. Because at this point, the Zionist entities within Israel are the equivalents of the modern Nazi party. They are...
It's not going to happen, though, so it's not a realistic
That's exactly
solution.
right. So this solution is
which is why I just say...
fantastical solution.
I continually just say, one person, one vote.
Yeah.
Let Palestinians elect their own representatives.
Okay. What is Zionism? Zionism is
It's a political ideology.
Yeah, it's a political ideology. Do you want the actual, like, our definition of Zionism? Like, is that what you're asking here? Is this like a what is fascism question from fascists when they get mad that you call them fascists? Is that the kind of thing that you want? Well, okay, so if we're going by
Zionism.
Hold on.
Nope.
You can do it. Just let me
Zionism
do my
is a
bit.
political ideology that derived from the era of when fascism and communism came about in Europe. This political ideology began as a nationalist movement in places like Russia, and basically they saw themselves as continually oppressed and wanted to found an ethno-state, specifically for Jews, run by Jews. And Lenin deeply opposed this because the ideology was nationalist. That would change by the time Stalin came around, who helped found the State of Israel, of course. Now, the Zionists existed long before Hitler came to power.
About 50 years predated him, I believe.
Yeah, so the original Zionist had more of like a socialist agenda and ideology, but this shouldn't be confused with like terms like Jewish Marxism, which was a conspiracy directed by Hitler and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was more of just we're a community coming together type of thing. It wasn't communistic or specifically influenced by Marx or anything like that.
It was more mutual
It was
aid.
more of collective farming, not actual
mutual aid sort of
socialism and stuff. Now,
collectivism.
Hitler would use this rhetoric directly in his rhetoric about Jewish Marxism and how the Bolsheviks are all actually Jews, and that's why the Russians deserve to get invaded. Now, after that, during World War I especially, so like 1916, the British black and tans are occupying on Ireland, and anyone who is protesting the British government is being basically put into press gangs and sent into the Battle of the Somme.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually Ireland pushes these British occupation forces out of their territory. And all of those British occupation forces that were in Ireland then go to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And
British
directly
mandate of
link
Palestine.
Israel to Britain and the Irish nationalist movement for a free Irish state.
Mm-hmm.
After that, Ben Gurion comes around post-Holocaust. He's the founder of what is modern Zionism, and he's very clear that what he's going to do is build this state, and that the Palestinians are going to be oppressed in order to build it. He's very clear on the foundation of the state of Israel that it is a state being founded to oppress Palestinians, and the Palestinians are going to resist it. It has always been a settler project to push out people from their land.
Mm-hmm. For the purpose of gaining the land for themselves. It is definitionally colonialism. Just because there is no state doesn't make it not colonialism. So it's very convenient that you say just the definition when the context of the definition, which is why you're asking, because you're trying to do a gotcha with it's just about Jews having a homeland, when it's far more than that, when it's far more aligned with something like neo-Nazi ideology, where Hitler just wanted a homeland for the whites. It's identical ethno-state politics. You've got the victimhood narratives, you've got the esotericism, you've got the dehumanization, you've got every single aspect of fascism, not just fascism, but Nazism, inside the Zionism.
It also is
within
created
Israel.
while fascism and communism split from what we saw in the Jacobin movement, and that Jacobin movement dominates the political movement in Europe. It is a European political ideology.
We should also mention that Vietnam offered them a government in exile, and they said, no, we're going to go to Palestine. That's the direct quote, I believe. Might have been slightly different. Let's say it's not verbatim.
Pretty much.
But on top of that, there are documentation from pre-48 where Jews have traveled to Palestine under protection, like refugee status, and then Zionism arrives after the first couple kibbutz fails, and then the United Nations establishes the State of Israel. And then ever since, there has been ethnic violence and tension sourced directly from the State of Israel. How many Jews are in Afghanistan? These are irrelevant questions.
I believe there's one again, because we thought there was one left, but then we found that he had like a somebody who was like a woman who was in his family or something.
Ah,
yeah,
interesting.
But nobody ever talks about how, like, Israel led the campaign to pull the Jews out of all those countries.
Mm-hmm.
See, that would be inconvenient.
Like, you say this question, right? You ask this question, but the wars were started by Israel and Europe, who completed Hitler's genocide by refusing to repatriate their citizens.
I can tell you that they didn't start at least the third Arab-Israeli war, third or fourth, depending on how you count them. Like,
I mean,
that's what I can tell you.
I mean, realistically, though, if we're really, really looking at history and we're including all context to this violence, right? People were getting displaced and killed by Israel and the UN project. Should they just lay down and die? Is that what the people in the West Bank should do when these fascist settlers come in and try and kill them? Just lay down and die? Or should they fight back? like you're saying that Israel should be able to, even though they're an imported population displacing people to be there.
Was the French resistance wrong?
So they have a right to self-defense, but the Palestinians having their land stolen by UN mandate don't have a right to
I
self-defense?
get paid from the U.S. government. Suck my dick. U.S. government pays me for my opinions.
We are literally
You're just a
answering your questions
in a chat. I get
like
paid
we are
by the
literally
government.
answering your questions, and you aren't answering ours. So answer the question: do the Palestinians having their lands taken by Israel and a UN project valid in their self-defense, or is it only Israel, the occupying force, who has the right to self-defense? Because they've been given a state at the behest of all the European countries who didn't want to take them back. Why didn't you answer that question, buddy?
It is a big achievement for us, eating in the outskirts of the hospital and...
Come on, Chief, answer the question. You wanted us to answer your questions, answer ours. I've also got a nice little timeline here of Israel that I can show you on my whiteboard that I've got here. Right? Looky. A whole timeline. Whoa. You know why I have to do this? Because of idiots like you. Okay? Pretty easy, pretty simple. Yeah? About 100 years. Right? Start with the kibbutz. Right? Rough creation of Zionism. Around 1910s-ish. Holocaust. Right? We know about that. Destruction of the British Mandate of Palestine. UN sanctioning of Israel. First Nakba. Right? PLO terror attacks from the 50s to the 80s to counter Israeli influence. Israeli... What does it say?
True. Tacitly approves them.
Tacitly, yes. Israel tacitly approves the movement of Hamas to disrupt secular nationalism after the PLO realigned to recognize Israel and move towards secularity, not Islam. Okay? PLO and Palestinian Authority lose control to Gaza, over Gaza to Hamas. An Israeli pushed, funded, and backed organization from Egypt. A foreign, Israeli-backed force importing Islam into Gaza.
And, you know, literally Muslim Brotherhood at this time.
Okay. Israel attacks Palestine while Israel continues displacement through illegal settlements in the West Bank. Also First Gaza War. October 7th.
I don't think I said anything about stolen land.
Okay. You did not. Alright. October 7th. Again, remember, Hamas is a foreign, Israeli-backed and fostered Islamist organization to get rid of secularity. Israel's main thing is dehumanizing Muslims. Why would they do this? Israel begins the genocide with the ground invasion. We have all the coverage of this. You can go and look at it. And then, you know, this is questionable because obviously people like you don't agree that it's genocide because you support it in favor of Zionism. That's what I've gathered from you, right? Israel driving rise in anti-Semitism, 100% correct. Netanyahu tying genocide and brutal
would you believe
violence
it?
to
The
Judaism.
Armenian population also increased.
It's almost like genocide isn't dependent on deaths; it's about intent. So Israel drives the raise in anti-Semitic sentiments. Bondi happens. Netanyahu instantly puts disinformation into the atmosphere and essentially continues the dehumanization of Muslims globally. What else? Stage 10 genocide, which is denialism, which is what you're doing. All right? There's your little timeline, right? Pretty easy, pretty simple to understand. You don't really need much more than that. There's more context and a bit more, like, specifics that you can get to, but for the most part, you don't really need anything more than that. You know, there's your little timeline. The main thing that you really need to understand is that Hamas was fostered by Israel. That's it. Any other questions? Uh-huh. And you're a fucking Nazi.
Just remember, the government calls me and asks me for my opinion about these things. And pays me for it. So, just saying. You know, even if I don't know what I'm talking about, they think I know enough that they're listening to me, so... Let me know when you can, like, dictate policy because your opinions are correct enough.
Mm-hmm. Buddy, genocide is dependent on fucking intent. Do you want me to quote Isaac Herzog?
It's like
Prime
it's like
Minister
the
of
difference
Israel?
between murder and killing.
Mm-hmm.
Like manslaughter kills people. You don't get 25 to life for it.
Yeah.
You know what gets you the 25 to life? The killing with intent. They're different crimes. It is not... Genocide is not defined... No, you clearly don't, because you think genocide is defined by casualties. When it's not. At all. Nor has it ever been.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So, I've got a couple of things here for you. Let's go with this one. Okay. Screen share. That one. Alright. Alright, Doof, it's time to learn. Alright. Can we say this? Great. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts. Any, that means 1, committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. As such, by killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mentally harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Now, Isaac Herzog, the Prime Minister of Israel, who personally went around whipping up genocidal fervor from the Zionists within Israel, who said, quote, "There are no innocents in Gaza." That is intent. And we know that Israel has been planning many, many times to continue, as they call it, mowing the grass, taking out Palestinians systematically as they reach adulthood. This is genocide. It's not even fucking debatable. They hit minimum 4 of these 5 categories under Article 2 of the UN Genocide Convention, created after the Holocaust to prevent it or punish it from ever happening again. You understand? And it's fucking happening again. Are kids being brainwashed in Gaza to murder Jews? No, they aren't. You know who is being brainwashed, though? Israelis. Who go into Gaza, rape, murder, and fucking torture Gazans, mostly women and kids, for 3 years. In response to a terror attack from a group that they support. After decades of dehumanizing Muslims. Now I wonder, why the fuck genocide is happening. It's almost like everything that builds to genocide has fucking happened. And then there's also this. These are the stages of genocide. You want to know where you are? Right here. In stage 10. That's where you are. Denial. The perpetrators or later generations deny the existence of any crime. Evidence is destroyed and witnesses are intimidated. There has been an increase of Holocaust denial online in years. And there was instantly genocide denial of Gaza because Israel's information warfare is prominent. Is there Jews... What? Oh, look, what else is there? Dehumanization. Crazy. Discrimination? Man, John, is there discrimination between Israelis and
Remember when I
Palestinians?
said that in the founding documents, they literally acknowledged that all of this was going to happen?
Did they actually?
Yeah, Ben Gurion's on
Israelis?
record saying all this shit. Yes. He's saying, he's literally talks about the Zionist project and how it's going to cause Palestinians to resist them. And that they will be justified in that resistance, but it's not going to stop the Zionist project.
Mm-hmm. Wait, no, I do remember that, actually. That does sound familiar. You say it was Ben Gurion?
Yeah, the founder of Israel.
Yeah. I think it was in an interview, wasn't it? We watched it, I think.
He said it multiple times.
But yeah. So ultimately, no, you don't know what genocide is. You also don't know clearly what fascism is or what Zionism actually is, because you are going with the Israeli information rhetoric of like, Zionism is just us wanting a homeland to be safe. But that's not what it is. It's never what it's been. There's a reason that Zionism has been opposed the entire time. And it's not because you're fucking Jewish. Let me... Paxton definition of...
We're moving
fascism.
on. Moving on.
One more thing.
Moving on.
Fine.
Strategic update on the current status of this investigation. And this is the worst possible outcome.
After nearly 5 days of searching, today Northern Territory Police discovered a body believed to be 5-year-old Kumanjai little baby.
The body was found about 5 kilometres south of the crime scene at Old Timers Camp. This is an incredibly distressing development.
This is Old Timers Town Camp, a small Aboriginal community on the outskirts of Alice Springs. Police allege it was from a mattress in this house. Kumanjai little baby was abducted and led into the night by a violent criminal. 47-year-old Jefferson Lewis was at the town camp on Saturday evening. These photos of him were taken by body-worn police cameras when they attended the camp for an unrelated welfare check at 6:45 p.m. Kumanjai little baby and her mother were also at the town camp that night, visiting the home of people they knew well to do some laundry. As the evening went on, there was a party at the house. Jefferson was there. Police say Kumanjai little baby disappeared sometime after being put to bed by her family. Witnesses have since told police they saw Kumanjai little baby holding hands with Jefferson Lewis.
We believe Jefferson Lewis has led the little girl away to that crime scene that we have taped off.
In the days after her disappearance, one of the biggest search operations in the Northern Territory's history. Members of the public joined together with police and local Aboriginal organisations. Jefferson Lewis was released from prison just days ago and has a long history of violence and jail time in the Territory. He has links to communities across the outback, in the NT and WA, where officers have been deployed.
We will follow up every single piece of information that we receive. The
Bro sounds
smallest
like
detail
Raka Raka.
could be the one that unlocks this investigation. As part of our ongoing inquiries, police are also working urgently to locate Jefferson Lewis.
7:30 spoke to Kumanjai little baby's grandfather yesterday.
Around crying around, yelling, and we couldn't even feel else. We couldn't even think straight. He was just a little baby.
Leanne Little from NT Police has been working closely with family during the investigation. Today she had this statement from them.
It is going to be so hard to live the rest of our lives without you. Ramziah wants to tell you that when he sees you in heaven, he is going to give you the biggest hug ever. Love from Mum and Ramziah.
Kumanjai little baby's family here at Old Timers Town Camp and the broader Alice Springs community has been left shattered and grieving by the news nobody wanted to hear. The police investigation now turns solely to finding Jefferson Lewis, who is still at large.
I say to the family of Jefferson Lewis that we believe he's murdered this child. Do not assist him. Get him to the police station and we'll look after him. And I say to Jefferson Lewis, we're coming for you.
See, this is the problem, and exactly what I was talking about when I'm talking about the dehumanization of Muslims, right? I don't give a fuck about Islam, you fucking repugnant cunt. Okay? I don't give a fuck. This is about genocide. I would defend the most repugnant people if they were victims of genocide. Shut the fuck up. You are a filthy fucking bottom-feeding scum piece of shit. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't care about your little cherry-picking of the fucking Quran. I bet you I could go through the Torah and find some fucking retarded
also,
shit
like,
too.
you're not
Shut
gonna
the fuck
fucking
up.
read a harder verse. Like
Than what you
the
read?
verse
Yeah,
I
exactly.
picked was the fucking verse that like
ISIS
is the
uses.
core principle of jihadism.
And he's reading something about them saying kill Jews. Like, the one you read is way worse.
Yeah. Like, 9/11 wouldn't exist without the verse I picked out right away.
Like, he's so fucking ignorant. It's so hilarious how fucking dumb you are. Like, there's a reason we're ignoring you now. What's this one?
Has long had a reputation for having the most powerful military in the world.
There's 5 videos there about this.
No, trust me. By a massive margin and maintains hundreds of bases spanning across the globe. To justify this bloated existence, the U.S. military is constantly searching for new enemies.
It's
Over
very
the past
funny.
20 years, that mission has increasingly centered on containing and countering.
I started watching it, and then I was like, oh, this is a Jack video. He's got to be here for this. And then one of the chatters was like, no, go back. I want to watch that. So I watched it.
During the rise of China. But the overwhelming reality is that the United States military is not built for the 21st century and would certainly lose in the event of a conflict with China. In today's video, we'll break down the 7 reasons why the United States would be defeated by China if it ever came down to a
congratulations
conventional
on
war.
being able
Now
to copy and paste from a
The first and most
website.
critical reason for why China would win any potential conflict is location. China has no interest in projecting its military across the world and has defined its international partnerships using trade instead. It only has one external military base in Djibouti, where 7 other nations have a base due to its
I want to refresh myself on this
shipping
guy's channel. Can you send me the channel? Because I'm pretty
This
sure
is
I know
the one
who
guy
this
who
is.
was just a regular S student, and then
It
all of
is
a sudden
him.
was just doing the
It is
fucking
him,
like
yep. Okay.
core CCP stuff.
So zero actual knowledge of military anything.
Yeah, he's just reading a script.
He's just reading a script. Got it. Probably given to him.
Yes.
in projecting its military across the world and has defined its international partnerships using trade instead. It only has one external military base in Djibouti, where 7 other nations have a base due to its critical shipping location. In contrast, the United States has 750 bases across the world. Even when its direct interests are threatened in conflicts like the war in Iran, China chooses to remain isolationist. As a result of their lack of a worldwide military presence and a committed...
China's isolationist. The only country that can get into North Korea.
Yeah, the country that's littered in Africa. Yeah, they don't own 80... sorry, I need to be specific here. They don't own or have majority investment in over 80% of mines in North Kivu. So true. They don't actively help Russia get fucking gold through Rwanda out of the Congo. So true, King.
Look, he even had to put corrections on screen.
Look.
The corrections on screen. It's saying non-interventionist. That's what he actually meant.
Mm-hmm. Even
to be clear,
Even
that's
then,
what it
they're
is.
giving weapons and tech and shit to Russia the whole fucking time.
It's not isolationist. It's non-interventionist. Get your script right, guy.
On intravenous foreign policy, any potential conflict between the two countries would be defensive.
Yeah, we
for China
ignored it
in
because
nature,
we covered
would
it
almost
already,
certainly
doofus.
take place off the coast of the Chinese mainland, whether it be in the South or East China Sea. China has no interest nor design their army to fight off the coast of San Francisco and would only have to focus on defeating the U.S. presence in East Asia. The Pacific
True,
Ocean
it's
takes
only
up 1/3
imperialist
of the world's
domestically.
surface. U.S. supply chains to rearm, repair, and restock would have to traverse nearly 2 weeks from U.S.
No,
to
they
reach
wouldn't.
Asia. Meanwhile,
They
China would be
literally
running
have
their naval
allies
and Air Force operations
in every single country around that
The
area.
U.S.
you
is going to
fucking
deploy a
doofus.
Burger King in Beijing, okay? Don't fucking talk to me about logistics.
Like this,
all right, buddy?
Because I'm so open for this discussion now, right? Before America did this Iran thing, I was so close to this discussion. I'm like, there's no fucking way China would have any chance. But after I've seen how they dealt with this, I'm not confident anymore.
Well, that's what I said. It's like a missile barrage from China would seriously, like, do a lot of damage if they did a missile barrage. They don't need nukes. Like, ships would get hit if that happened.
Yeah, for sure.
But that is so far up the escalation ladder.
Ooh,
China's
that's
not going to
like
just
full conflict.
out the gate do that. Just like how Russia didn't out the gate do certain things in Ukraine.
Yeah, they did it's a special military operation.
But this whole thing is just like ignoring the existence of an escalation ladder. Like China would immediately be going all out if the U.S. tried to fuck with them.
And honestly, it's going to start as a regional conflict anyway. Japan's not going to take it. Japan's going to be like, oh, okay, it's go time. Philippines, I don't know whether they're willing to step in. Vietnam, I don't know what their military is like. I don't think they even really have one.
They would contribute with their production, though.
Vietnamese.
That's the important thing, is the production of all these countries for the war effort.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Air Force. Okay. Border Guard, Coast Guard. There are ships. Modern deployment history ranks equipment.
I mean, Japan helped build their navy.
Yeah, Vietnam. Russia remains the largest arms supplier. Arms sales, India, Turkey, Israel, Japan, South Korea, and France. Barack Obama announced lifting lethal weapon embargoes on Vietnam. Increased Vietnamese military equipment choices from other countries such as the US and UK and other Western countries, which could enable faster modernization of the military. Since 2018, the US has begun to provide warships for Vietnamese Coast Guard as part of the military cooperation. Yes, because they increased their cooperation, didn't they? Maybe Vietnam won't even step in. Maybe Vietnam will try and be a mediator. That wouldn't surprise me, honestly. If Vietnamese was just like, stop it, please. Please stop. So I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know what the Filipinos would do. I don't know. Maybe they would do limited contingencies to try and take back Scarborough Shoal and Second Thomas, maybe. But outside of that, I don't know. They would mostly have a navy, being an archipelagic state. But like, China's been fucking with them a lot.
There's more than
Filipinos
just
don't like
assets.
China.
Like the sharing of intelligence and coordination of operations and things like that. Like there's
Yeah.
so much more than just who has weapons. Like
No,
war
no,
is
I know,
not
I know,
just
I'm just-
weapon, you know?
I know. I'm just
So,
trying
like,
to think of
look
like
at,
capabilities and like a
look at
collective force.
Iran now, you know?
Mm.
Like all these countries are contributing in the effort, but like it's a US
Yeah.
operation. That's how it's going to work.
Philippines has a military with expeditionary capability. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the
they have been
Philippines is
trained
huge,
by the
too.
US. Hmm?
Philippines is huge too.
They have been trained by the US as well.
And Australia is going to come with the US as well.
Potentially, we might
There's-
send some boats.
I mean, come on. The Australia loves participating in wars that have nothing to do with them.
The Australian population would be unhappy.
Oh, they're going to be unhappy? What war doesn't Australia participate in? Come on.
That is true, but there is a lot of
They're
fervor
going
against
to
the
whip
US
it
right
up
now.
and have people talking
of course
about
they are.
how great
Of course they
Australia is and the diggers
Mhm.
and all that. It won't take long for the people to be on board, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Watch how quickly the political divides disappear and everything becomes a bipartisan message about supporting those troops.
Ports and airfields very close to the actual fighting. This trans-Pacific supply chain reliance alone makes this conflict nearly impossible, but only more variables
What
stack
was
on
that?
from
This
here.
is my
When
argument,
people talk
mind
about a
you.
U.S.-China war, they might imagine it would
Don't
look
take
something
my
like
argument.
World War II, with U.S. and
We're
Chinese
so
ships in
far
the
away
Pacific
from
Ocean
everything.
having large naval battles in
Fuck
close
American
proximity
wars.
to one another. They might imagine the U.S. would be able to have a secure foothold on regional islands from which they could direct operations closer to the Chinese mainland.
True,
But that
I
can
forgot
be
to
further
send
from the truth. In reality,
aid to
American ships wouldn't
Gilgamesh.
be able to come close to the Chinese mainland. That brings us to
Take
the
my
second
money,
point
sir.
on why America would be defeated, and that's hypersonic missiles. Hypersonic missiles are one of the most important weapons of the 21st century. They are capable of traveling at speeds exceeding
here we
Mach
go.
5, which is 5 times the speed of sound, or over 3,800 miles per hour. These weapons are so devastating
God.
because they move so fast that they are
Yeah,
Hypersonic is faster than that.
Oh my god, look, a missile that's going really fast. Where is it going to go?
Straight.
You just intercept it, bro. You know where the missile is going and when it's gonna be there. It's not light speed, for fuck's sake, bro. Some of them will get through. They're harder to defend against. That's true. But to act like these are God missiles that can't be blocked is so fucking stupid. It's a fucking missile, bro. It exists in time and space. And it's gonna be time and space over here. You just fucking shoot it. That's how it works.
Fucking great. You're a rocket scientist. It might be.
I feel like it's easier said than done. That's what I'm saying. They're still hard to hit, but it's not fucking unblockable.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally the Pythagorean theorem, bro.
But
it's like
also-
day one algebra.
That is very true, but also you can, if you see it coming, like you know it's being launched, I feel like you could send an interceptor and a missile, like, front to front. Like, that's how you do it, no?
I mean, that's what it is. It's like throwing your shoe to knock another shoe out of the air.
Yeah.
If you
just
know
have to predict
where
it.
the shoe is gonna be, you
And you
like,
know how fast it
when
is.
you go and you ever shoot fucking clay pigeon,
Mm-hmm.
you don't aim at the pigeon. You aim where
No,
it's
you aim in
about
front
to
of
be.
it. You lead it.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's
Basic ballistics.
It's literally making a triangle. We're really good at it. Humans are really good at making triangles.
Sure, the shoe is really small. So is the missile.
Yeah. But it's also one missile. That's the
How
thing. Is
big
like
are
the counter battery is multiple systems and multiple types of counter batteries targeting, whether it be fucking C-rams if it's getting that close.
Okay,
to
so hypersonic
lasers to even tech jamming signals and
Yeah.
stuff like that, and then
Alright.
regular interceptors, flak. Like there's so many things. Like missiles would still get through. It would do a lot of damage, and if China actually did like a full salvo of like all the missiles they have currently loaded and then start reloading, how are they going to shoot the missiles that are responding to their missiles? Like they can't do a full salvo. They that's why the escalation ladder exists.
Yes.
The first missiles they're gonna send with the intent of them being intercepted, because it will be, because this is what China does this already. They
test
shoot
capabilities.
missiles near ships and stuff like that. Just to show
Test
that
their
they're
response
willing.
capabilities.
Yeah.
That's why they harass the Philippines. Is they're testing their response. Like that's what it always is. That's what all this South China Sea shit is. You remember the Isabel Young video you sent me where she's flying over it? That's not their fucking territory, but they're testing limits, and they fucked off. You know, they're essentially just handing them their authority over that area, which is very interesting. So I just did a quick Google search. Hypersonic glide vehicles are 1.5 to 5 meters long, kind of proving my point that they're about the size of a car. It's pretty small, right? Also, the THAAD, the missile interceptors exceed Mach 8.2. They're faster. So
yeah, because they only have to fly a short distance.
Yeah, so even further to John's point, it would be even easier to take down the hypersonic missiles with a THAAD than we originally were even thinking.
To fly that speed,
in theory,
to fly that speed at an extended intercontinental range, that's a different story.
Yes, it's a lot of fuel.
Yeah.
That would be so they approach
a lot of
10,000 kilometers.
You know, and it's
hour.
probably solid rocket fuel too.
Mm-hmm. So the THAAD missiles travel at 2.6 kilometers per second. That's insane. But yeah, so you know, hypersonic missiles are definitely overhyped. But they are definitely still dangerous. Like, they're definitely a step up in capability. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that they're not invincible.
They're just overhyped.
Mm. That one. Guess I'll pillage for faith. Oh, I can't repair your tiles. Sad. Guess my builder's going all the way back up to my territory.
Essentially impossible to defend against. With modern satellite imagery, these systems...
See, I immediately unpaused, and he says, impossible to defend against.
It's always funny when that happens. Really reinforcing our own bubbles. What do you mean? We were correct.
Can achieve accuracy within just a few meters. And Chinese missiles also have post-launch maneuverability that allows them to adjust to moving targets. There are also variants specifically designed to...
Can you believe it? The missile has a computer in it that helps it adjust its trajectory.
No way.
Remember when we first put the fins on the back of the bomb so it dropped on target more accurately. Whoa.
Incredible.
Like, oh my god, I can't believe a missile can fucking adjust itself in the air. I can't believe that. You're telling me
How
there's
is
like a
this
whole
even
computer
possible?
inside it?
This is impossible.
Like, no shit. We've been able to adjust missiles since missiles existed.
I mean, there are literally dumb bombs with their own, like, flight controls. They have control. What are they called? Control surfaces.
The glide kits.
Yeah, they have control surfaces that the bombs can be even more accurate. So, like,
yeah,
it's a
laser
dumb bomb.
laser designated. You know.
Yeah, like this is. This is about China.
You see these barbarians?
Yeah, have you seen them in my territory?
No, that's what I'm talking about. I have a skirmisher over here with you. And I'm like, oh, well, I can't do anything about this.
I have a single musketman. I'm building military at the moment.
Yeah,
I
one
don't
second.
have the production. I moved everything to military production.
I'll help in a second here.
Destroy naval ships called carrier killers. This means that anything within thousands of miles of the Chinese coast is well within the range of these missiles. As a result, the US Navy would not be able to come close to the Chinese mainland without effectively guaranteeing the sinking of its ships. US military power projection is almost completely reliant on aircraft carriers. But in a conflict with China, these would be rendered completely obsolete, as they are essentially slow-moving giant targets for hypersonic missiles. With aircraft carriers out of the picture, the United States would have to rely on
literally have 10 ships around them stocked with missiles to protect them. On
Like,
top of that, they
the
have
US
80
cannot
planes.
get close to the Chinese mainland without potentially losing ships. Like,
Oh, for sure.
Like, they would have to do a lot to be able to get that close. That's true. But to think that carriers would be useless
is laughable. Yeah, they're going to be useless. That's why China's desperately building them.
The carrier will launch planes to shoot down the missiles before the missiles can reach the carrier.
Yeah. On top of that, the missile destroyers, the submarines, the cruisers, all the carrier strike groups. Like,
honestly,
let me look this up for a second. Hold on. How many
this conversation
tons
is just
of
making me want to play
ammunition-
Battlefront.
How many tons of ammunition do carrier strike groups hold on deployment? Almost 2,500 tons. Hold on. Carrier generally carries between 1,500 and 2,500 tons of aviation ordnance for its air wing. Just its air wing. Carrier typically unloads more than 10,000 tons of total ammunition, including all types, before a major deployment. 10,000 tons of ammunition. Aviation ordnance. Magazines in the Nimitz-class carriers are designed to hold approximately 2,000 tons of aviation ordnance, such as bombs and missiles. Sortie rate. An intensive combat environment, aircraft can consume 1,400 bombs per day. That's a lot. Carrier strike group total payload. The carrier itself holds a primary supply for aircraft. Supporting ships in the strike group adds significantly to the total ammunition volume. Carrier air wing, 40 plus strike fighters. Okay, support ships. Arleigh Burke class destroyers. So, ammunition, ammo tonnage on Arleigh Burke destroyers. How much ammo do... carry on deployment. 600 to 680 rounds of ammunition for their 5-inch main gun. 90 to 96 missiles in their Mark 41 VLS cells. So that is potentially 200 to 500 missiles in their destroyers.
That's a lot of
cruisers. So let's check the cruisers now. Okay, holy shit. Okay, so the Ticonderoga class cruisers carry a mix of 122 missiles in their VLS cells. So that's another 120 missiles on top of the 200 to 500 there. And then there's a replenishment combat logistics ship, which is a supply ship. During a 9-month deployment in 2023 to 2024, the Dwight D. Eisenhower CSG expended 770 missiles and other munitions, including 155 standard series missiles and 135 Tomahawk cruise missiles. So, that's a lot of bullets. I think they'll be fine. Maybe not fine, but I think they'll
They certainly
put up a good
could
fight.
not just pull up to China. And anyone who thinks that's going to happen is a fucking idiot who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. Like,
there's
that's
a reason
never
why
gonna
in our
happen.
fucking thing where we talk about that entire quadrant, I'm talking about rings of control.
Yeah. And that's how it's going to push. It'll start with China having them over their artificial islands and their airports. But as soon as America gets there, it's going to be interesting. Like, if it actually does pop off, it's going to be so interesting to see how the US, one, adapts to the island hopping campaigns they haven't done for 70 years. It's going to have to be island hopping to temporary, permanent, like, land, like, created land. That'll be interesting. They're littered with military capabilities on these islands as well, so it'll be interesting on that aspect to see how many losses come from trying to take out these regional expansions of their power or projection of their power. It'll be very interesting. But this guy won't tell you that.
Proxy bases in Japan, Korea, and the Philippines. But these bases would look like the face of the moon within hours of a conflict starting after a massive barrage of hypersonic missiles. They would become completely inoperable, unable to launch any sort of missions within the first day of the war. It would be nearly impossible for the US to assemble any kind of naval or troop presence within hundreds of miles of China because of the threat posed by these missiles. Despite this reality, you can still see US war games about this conflict as if the US still has the ability to maneuver ships close to China like it would have been able to in the past. In reality, the United States would not even be able to show to the fight. Just look at how effective Iran has used hypersonic missiles against the United States. In the Middle East, US carriers have not dared to get even close to the Iranian mainland due to the threat posed by these missiles. Within the first
why? It's almost like and would you believe it? The planes from those carriers are still bombing Iran.
Crazy.
It's almost like they get to sit at their effective range and have a fucking layer of assets to defend the fucking carrier. Like, the carrier is not what's going to get hit with those missiles. Okay? This is what... So, look, bro. Battlefront, right? We got to play it. It's on sale. If you want it, I will buy it. It's $3. Okay? So, like, when you get into space fights, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 carriers, and we each have our own carrier, right? And then we each get 2 frigates as well. You don't need to kill those frigates, but if you do kill the frigates, they takes a lot of fucking damage that your fighters are constantly taking. Right? And so, like, you can not only Like, you can dogfight to take out fighters to continually protect bombers and stuff like that.
Okay.
You can be a bomber. You could be an interceptor to hit fighters.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can be capital ships. And the capital ships can have like 4 guys in it, and they'll be like gunners on the ship and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if you land that ship in the hangar of the enemy hangar, you can then just start stealing their ships so they can't launch them. Right?
That's
and
great.
then you can go and throw bombs on the systems on the inside and take out multiple systems inside the ship and force them to be fighting inside the ship while your bombers are hitting them from the outside.
Oh, interesting.
Right? It is great, but it definitely gets to a point where you're like, oh god, I want to avoid a space battle. Oh fuck, I don't want to do another space battle again. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you could potentially block something, and you're just gonna be like, I'd rather just do the ground fight here than risk a space fight right now.
No, it's fair.
Of the conflict, Iran, using drones and missiles that are far less sophisticated than what China possesses, was able to strike numerous bases across multiple countries in the Middle East.
So, I would have agreed. But I think the spheres of influence thing is a very second Trump term, bringing it back kind of thing. I think the multipolar issue for the last 20 years was literally that. It was multipolar. There was no single guy, and China was working towards that. They were doing well too. And then Trump comes in and destroys everything, and now they're doing it. Well, supposedly they should be doing even better, but I think they're in the same position as everyone else, which is why they're really trying to ramp up this Taiwan thing. And now that America's kind of shot themselves in the foot and outed themselves as incompetent, I think China's more bold than they've been for a while. I thought that Russia was going to be the thing that triggered China to do this, but I was very wrong. I was very, very wrong. This might be it. This might be... Because America never actually did it. It was always Ukraine. It was just weapons to Ukraine. But now we've seen the American military in action. And they be losing shit. They be getting shot down by allies. It's a mess. So, I don't know. Yes. And honestly, if Russia really fucks something up, like they get really fucked, and Ukraine's hitting their refineries and stuff, which is not great, but I'm not going to poo-poo Ukraine for doing that after America dropped sanctions and allowed Russia to make money on oil. I don't blame Ukraine for doing that. I don't blame them at all. I would say probably not a great idea, considering the environmental impact of blowing up fucking refineries. But, you know, this is what America did by allowing Russia to profit off their oil again because of their fucking stupidity. So, yeah, well, but this is the other thing is I kind of expect if China's going to do land grabs rather than Taiwan, Vladivostok and that area of Manchuria would be a much better option for them. They also get another port city. And I'm pretty sure... Chinese greater claims over Manchuria and Russia. China's territorial claims over Outer Manchuria, the region north of the Amur River and east of the Usari River, currently part of Russia's Far East, are rooted in historical grievances regarding unequal treaties signed by the Qing dynasty in the mid-19th century. While officially received through modern boundary agreements, the topic remains a point of interest among nationalist circles and historical discussions, especially as Russian power fluctuates, exactly as I said. Let me see what this actual
Gilgamesh
map...
be loving this Diplo favor.
Map of Outer Manchuria. Beautiful. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So, this is the area I think that Japan took too. Right? So you see here, this is Shenyang, North Korea here, obviously, and here's the border. So the claim is all of this area here, including Vladivostok. But, as you can see how close this is to Japan, and also the Kuril Islands up here on the right-hand side. See how it says occupied by the Soviet Union? This is still a sore point for Japan. So if Russia was to lose this area, they might lose control over their occupation of these islands too, which could bring Japan in conflict with China there as well. So there's a lot more here to consider, unfortunately. But this, I think, is a genuine thing that people need to be paying attention to. Because when they go for Taiwan, and if Russia is not down to help them, I feel like China just be like, well, this is a bit away from Russia's forces. This is ours now. And Russia's not going to be happy because that's where their Eastern Fleet is. So, that might be a bit interesting. But I'm pretty sure China would decimate Russia's navy. I don't even think there would be a contest. It would literally be like America taking out Iranian navy. It would not be a good situation. Nope. They will not. But yeah, so that's a thing that I think that people should be paying attention to, but it just depends how nationalistic they get and how much they drive the nationalism for the Taiwan thing. So we'll see. Play the video.
With near impunity. These strikes severely damaged or completely removed these bases' ability to carry out missions and took out key US assets. Destroyed multiple US radar systems across the region that were key installations in directing US operations and tracking Iranian launches, leaving the US essentially flying blind. Iran also destroyed US naval rearming centers, removing the ability for vessels to restock at these bases and forcing them to detour to much more distant naval facilities. In addition, Iran destroyed 4 of the 8 global THAAD missile interceptors. These THAAD batteries are incredibly difficult to replace and were one of the only defenses against these missiles. Even then, they had less than a 10% success rate against some of the more advanced Iranian rockets. Not only did Iran massively hurt US offensive capabilities in the region, they caused huge financial blows as these radars and THAAD launchers cost billions of dollars and were taken out by Iranian drones and missiles, costing a fraction of the price, at just tens of thousands of dollars or less. Iran has achieved all of this in just 1 week. Now just imagine what China can do with a far greater missile capacity in both technology and quantity. China also has an air force on par with the US, which would make it extremely difficult for US planes to run missions anywhere near the Chinese mainland, as they are currently able to do in Iran. US jets only have an effective range of a few
Chinese
hundred miles.
planes aren't tested.
Without aircraft carriers or secure landing strips in the region,
maybe
the missile threat also takes much of US air capacity out of the picture.
Will be the
third
only
reason
one
why
that
China
really
would win is naval
compares,
capacity.
but all the other
Even
ones
if US
are
naval
rip-offs.
ships were able to get within operational distance of the Chinese mainland, China has
They
huge
will.
naval advantages over the US. There are 2 metrics when gauging naval
Is the
strength.
original
The first is naval
F-35 or
tonnage,
the
which gauges the overall
F-35
weight of the
Temu
fleets,
version?
and the second is the number
Gonna
of
be
ships.
better.
The United States has the most powerful navy when measured by the tonnage metric, but this is largely a result of their 11 clunky supercarriers, which, as we have shown, would likely be more.
I love it. It's like, they're clunky. Like, they're, like, useless and fat.
Yeah, like they're not the biggest things and the best things that they have in the US military. Or the Navy, at least. Like, really?
That is until the Trump destroyer comes.
True.
What is this guy going to do then? How is he going to make a video about that?
Builder.
more of a liability than an asset. When measured by the number of vessels, China's navy leads the world by a large margin. China has the world's largest fleet of warships made up of ships that are specifically designed for the purpose of countering the US Navy. These ships focus on submarine hunting, digital warfare, and launching and destroying drones. On the other hand, US carriers and fleets are still designed for the 20th century and contain many vessels that are decades old. These ships might have been incredibly effective in operations like those in Iraq, but have not been tested in the 21st century against a peer adversary.
Pretty sure this was sabotaged by the sailors.
The biggest nail in the coffin of naval hopes is this visual here. Chinese shipbuilding capacity is over 200 times greater than that of the US. The US ability to repair and build ships does not even register versus China. The US Navy is lucky to build 3 to 4 ships per year. The Chinese can build 8 to 12 ships per month. This is during peacetime too. During an all-out war scenario, China could significantly ramp up production of ships at a far greater rate.
The US's ability to leverage fucking capital.
Oh yeah. It will instantly turn and the production will fucking go crazy.
Why are we talking like China's going to fight a war on US terms, where production is even going to be allowed to ramp up?
Yeah.
That's not how it's going to fucking work. It's not how you fight the US.
Like China will
conflict, US
probably
ships that
just
are damaged would have to limp over the entire Pacific Ocean back to San Diego.
Like China would most likely. Also, Japan is there. Japan's shipbuilding is better. Like they would just repair them there. What are you talking about? They would send them to Australia. Like in the event of something like that, they would fucking leverage Australia. They would leverage Japan. They would leverage India. They're making nuclear shit. There's no way that they wouldn't be like, hey, India, help us fix this. Like, you think India's going to be happy? Fucking China is setting up planes and shit on the Tibetan steppe to
one of the
threaten
US
India.
carriers is going to be in that India-Pakistan. Like, both India and Pakistan are major US allies, right?
Mm-hmm.
The missiles that are going to be targeting that carrier group would have to fly over their territory.
Yep.
You think they're going to allow that? No. They're going to shoot them down.
What's the title?
I don't know. What'd you put it as?
I forgot that's what the title I made. Speaking of, we've got to cover the Osama bin Laden anniversary.
I will.
Even when getting back to the US, the US simply does not have the capacity to repair or build ships in the needed timeline of a...
Look, man, we have so much content talking about bin Laden.
conflict likely taking months. Meanwhile, Chinese damaged ships would only have to travel a short distance back to port to get repaired. The fourth reason why China would decisively win this conflict is because of China's dominance over drone technology.
And
it
guess
is consensus among modern military analysts that drone warfare
guess what
has
makes them
completely
very
transformed the battlefield and is
vulnerable.
one of the most important aspects of modern militaries.
Try,
And
Doc.
Chinese drone technology is by far the best in the world. China has the world's top drone companies and largest talent pools. The country already has nearly 2/3 global market share for both consumer and commercial drones. Brands like DJI dominate the market because competitors
but how is
They
a
were
DJI drone going to reach the carrier?
It can't even fly in heavy wind.
Like, if it's a Ukraine-style trench war where, like, the U.S. is, like, on the ground invading and shit, yeah, drones are going to come into play there. If there's an island hopping that needs to take place,
maybe
there might be drones deployed in small force, you know.
Support drones.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you know, like China's manufacturing the drones being used in, like, Russia and Ukraine, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but, like, it's not something that you can, like, use against a carrier asset.
You can maybe use the sea drones, maybe, but
Well,
even
like,
then...
you can use, like, loitering munitions, which are not DJI drones.
No,
you
they're
know?
Predator
They're not
drones.
fucking quadcopters. They're loitering munitions. They're not even drones. They're loitering munition.
Also, like, are we ignoring the fact that America has the AC-130s? Like, these fucking islands are just going to get decimated. They just fly an AC-130 and pop a couple howitzers into the main fucking main buildings. What the fuck are they gonna do? Shoot them down? Shoot the fucking howitzers down? Those things are crazy. What's the range?
Well, hang on. So here's the thing. That would imply that U.S. has total air superiority, which wouldn't be the case.
True.
They're not going to fly an AC-130 in there if China is able to fly interceptors.
So okay, I'll qualify.
Like, what the fuck is an AC-130 going to do with like the J-20?
Yeah.
Like a J-20 is going to kill the AC-130.
Yeah, but I'm talking specifically in like an island hopping campaign. In theory, America's taking ground, hopping the island, and then moving on. So theoretically, they would have a sphere of influence around whatever group they have. Then they would land, right? That would be a logical military tactic. But then also we've got fucking Pete Hegseth. Also, you know how you sent me that thing from Vox? Talking about Hassan calling him campist? Which is fantastic. Go Vox. Vox posted a thing on YouTube, I believe it was. Give me a second. They posted another thing about something, and it was in my fucking... Pete Hegseth. They called it Hegseth's Holy War, and I love being vindicated because I literally called this a fucking holy war from the second day.
I think Fox's main issue about Hassan is that they're a capitalist company, and they're scared of him at the end of the day, which is why they wrote that angle.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting, though, because, like... Did the city
Great person.
Go on a war with us? Oh, it did. Oh, did you take suzerainty?
Of?
Why did that city-state stop warring with us? Weird.
Someone else might have taken it.
It says Basil.
Oh, so Basil
40.
I mean, sorry, Basil. I'm not giving up my pursuit of that fucking city-state. Sorry. Go ahead and have a problem with it. I dare you.
Ooh, 25 gold in host city, yes. Love that. Did they fucking pillage me, motherfucker?
Simply cannot meet the quality and price point. In the event of war, the production of these drones could easily be converted into military applications.
I'm so
Many
happy
models are already being
that people
converted
are
by
finally
both Ukrainian and
coming
Russian
on
forces
board with
en
this
masse.
holy war
China
thing.
has already
I've been
unveiled
so on
prototypes
this.
for drone motherships with the ability to autonomously fly and deploy hundreds of smaller attack drones.
Watch out! It's the thing from Ace Combat!
Look out, it's a 3D animation.
Have you played Ace Combat yet?
No, I haven't.
Dude, so the storyline is actually fucking sick in the 7th game. It's literally about drones.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
I forgot what the fucking drone carrier is. But basically, like, the autonomous drones go rogue in the game. At some point.
Oh, interesting.
Like, there's an escalation happening. So, like, also the background is so it takes place in a fictional reality called Strange Real.
Okay.
So, and that's why the army that you're a part of, the military that you're a part of, will have no problem flying the, like, Japanese Navy F-16 or F-35 or the whatchamacallit, what's the fast one that looks like a box, the Russian one, Foxbat?
Yes.
You know? So you get they have all the military units because it's not Earth. You know? It's Strange Real. So it's literally set in like a fictional reality. Like, it is a fantasy game, but the whole point is that you get to fly any basic fucking plane that you want. But like, my only grievance is the only real ground attack plane in Ace Combat 7 is the A-10.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certain missions where you need to do like just ground attack ops, and it's like you don't really have an option. You have to use the A-10 because there's not anything that can really do its role.
Yeah.
But there's this whole mission where like you're taking out naval assets, and you get to use you can use the Russian plane on this mission. I mean, you can use any plane on any mission, but like
there's one's better for
you're
the
gonna
mission.
use a fucking anti-naval plane for an anti-naval mission, right?
Yeah.
And like the missiles that the Russian plane has, the anti-ship missiles, are so fucking cool. They're so good. They're such a good weapon for this specific mission. But by the end of it, it's like the bosses, it's not just this drone carrier. The bosses are also actual autonomous drones that are like next-gen fighters. And the highest you can get is like the F-22, F-35, and like some experimental planes, and then like maybe a fictional plane, but you might have to beat the game to get the fictional plane. But they have like the, I think it's the 23. What was the prototype one that almost made it?
For which, what?
For,
the F-23.
Yeah. What was it called? It's like X something or what?
It's XF-23.
Yeah, I think you can get that.
Okay.
As well. So like, literally the drones are like, by the end of the game, it's like the next generation of like air superiority fighter that you're facing, and they are the hardest dogfight in the game for sure. But I guess maybe on higher difficulties they'd be tough. The issue is like when you play with the simulator controls, some of the missions are really hard because you have to fly through like canyons and stuff.
Yeah.
And then every game ends with like basically you doing a thing where you're flying through a tunnel.
Great. Sounds fun.
And what's the one maneuver? The stall? What is that called? Post-stall maneuver.
Cobra.
Post-stall maneuver.
It's a Cobra.
Yeah, but it's just... There's different types of post-stall maneuvers.
Sure. It's just
but you
lifting
can
the
actually
nose
do
up
that
to...
in Ace Combat with certain games.
Oh, that's cool.
So, like, there's a whole culture of, like, people who do, like, trick flying with post-stall maneuver and stuff. Like, because it's not a sim game.
No.
So, like, just like how, like, have you seen some of the helicopter pilots in Arma?
No, I haven't.
I always
What do
write
they do?
to them whenever someone pops up where they're flying a helicopter in Arma. I always go, I want to issue a personal challenge to see how good you can get with the helicopter in Earth Defense Force. Because, like, if they can fly that good in Arma...
They might have a talent in EDF.
Well, it's just very difficult to fly in EDF. It's not a simulator, you know?
No, it sucks. This is not available in my area. Maybe we can watch it on a Tuesday.
So you
but
know
yes.
that the helicopter is gonna be a good pilot in Arma if they have shoes on or not.
Okay.
This probably has like, I don't know if this will have music. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is a religious war.
You see this?
Like, after I saw the evangelicals...
Look at that.
Being like, I'm bringing the Armageddon.
Did you
what
see
the
that?
fuck? That was nuts. But yeah, after I saw the evangelicals posting about this being... bringing the Armageddon and creating God's place on Earth, or whatever the fuck the Dominionists think. I was like, this is a holy war. We've got Christians and Zionists representing Judaism and Christianity fighting the Islamic Republic representing Islam in a war where most of them will fight to the death for their religion because they're identical theocratic fascist countries. Like, there is only one term for this war. It is a holy war. And people weren't happy with me when I was fucking calling it this. They're like, what the fuck you mean? A holy war? No, it's to help the women of Iraq. Fuck off. You don't care. You only care about your little fucking religion and it being the only one. This is identical sects, like extremist sects of the main three Abrahamic religions reigniting a fucking holy war in 2026. Incredible. Just incredible. What a time to live.
Hey, check this out.
To all of you who have gathered here, regardless of your country, this is headquarters of the Ocean Army Southern Command. Wait, you can forget that designation. We are a coalition formed exclusively for the sole purpose of taking down the Arsenal Bird.
That was
We're ready to strike the Arsenal Bird.
Arsenal Bird, that's what it's called in Ace Combat. So, like, there's, like, different boss fights.
Uh-huh.
So, like, the Arsenal Bird is just one of the boss fights, and that one is, like, one of those classic, like, shoot-'em-up bosses where you're destroying different components of the ship to take it down.
Yes.
And, like, you can even, like, land on it and, like, just do tricks off of it and stuff. And then there's one who's, like, he's the mercenary pilot who's, like, supposed to be, like, one of the best pilots that you're fighting.
Okay.
And he has a ship that's also, like, experimental and stuff. Because, like, you know how the F-16 is purposely unstable?
And
that's why it's so nimble?
Yeah.
So, like, he has a really nimble ship. It has the wings that go like this. The ones that sweep forward, you know? So it's extra unstable and nimble.
Yeah. Like the Su-57.
Maybe.
Oh, no, not the 57. Hold on. Hold on. Reverse wing Russian jet. Su-47. Okay. Like this one.
Alright, this is like shitty quality, but check this out. This is 11 seconds.
Like that plane.
Yeah, it's like even more drastic than that, though, I think.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a super fictional plane.
Interesting. But this is the Russian one that they were thinking
At one
about
point in the story...
putting through.
So, like, at one point in this... Like, you start off as an actual, like, ace pilot, like, as a fighter. And then, basically, some crimes happen, and you take the fall for it. Yeah. And they put you on, like, a prison island, and they give you planes that don't even have bombs to distract, because it's like a false runway, and you're flying distraction missions.
Yeah.
To try and protect people, and then you, like, work your way out of, like, being a prisoner, like, back up to the top again. Very good story. Very anime. Anyway, look at this.
What the fuck?
Is that great?
Stupid game.
That's... You have to play it with the full... Because there's arcade controls, which it's very easy to beat the game on easy with just arcade controls. But if you turn on the actual sim mode, where you have to, like, turn your plane sideways and, like, adjust like that, it's incredibly difficult. Because there's multiple points in the game where you have to fly through tunnels like that.
Oh. Interesting. I am intrigued. I will play this. I will play. I have... It might not have been Ace Combat. It might have been Hawks.
Like, the second mission is awesome. I think the second mission is you can already get the Tomcat for. And also, depending on what type of ship you pick, you might... launch from a carrier, but then certain ones that can't launch from carriers,
Mm.
the launch phase is instead you refueling, and you refuel
Oh.
before the mission by lining it up to the plane and stuff.
This one.
Sometimes it's a runway,
You ever play
sometimes
this
it's
game?
a carrier that you take off from, and then sometimes if you're a carrier type jet, you have to end the mission by landing on the carrier as well.
Mhm. You ever play this game?
Yeah, it's not like this at all.
No, I know. I fucking love this game.
Another great game is Blazing Angels. It's a World War II
Okay. Oh, I think I played that one.
style
I think I played
game.
that one. Yeah.
But they also have like Ace Combat style bosses like Super Zeppelins and stuff.
These
It's
drones
funny-
are
it's
also
funny you
not
mentioned
just
the-
I'll finish my
air.
turn
They also
and
have
then
naval submersible
What, you have
drones.
something to say?
It's funny you mentioned the arcade to pro controls being so drastically different, because I kind of fuck with that. Because
And the arcade controls, it makes it control more like a first-person shooter than a playing game.
Oh. Yeah, see, I would like that. It's like with the MotoGP.
Yeah, you
game.
literally with the arcade controls, you literally can't tilt sideways and turn like this. It's just that when you turn sideways, it
does
like at
everything.
most it will tilt you this much, and turn into it.
Yeah, okay. Because it's like, it kind of reminds me of when I started playing the MotoGP game, and I was like, okay, this kind of feels weird, and I found out that they were the arcade controls. I'm like, I don't like this. It's too easy. It's not like because I was using the MotoGP bikes before I found out that I could downgrade them to the lower tier bikes, and I'm like, this is impossible. I can't do this with the pro controls. It was impossible, and it took me hours of gameplay to get used to it. Is it like that kind of sim controls? Like, do you have to play it to get used to it?
The thing is you either have to. It's very hard to switch to if you've played the game in the arcade mode. I can say that much.
Okay. Interesting.
Because I used to have the little, like, there was tons of computer games where they would just repackage them as shovelware, and it would be like, this one's F-16, this one's F-22.
And they're the same.
They're the same game. It's just that your plane is different, you know.
Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, I need to piss.
That have the capability to seek out submarines and other naval ships on their own. In this critical drone warfare theater, China has a production capacity, technological expertise, and price point that the US cannot come close to competing with. Before we get to the fifth reason, please take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please support me on Patreon. I just got laid off, and I would really like to keep this channel independent and not have to talk to sponsors. So please
Keep this channel independent, huh? What do you think he meant by that? That's an interesting thing to say. Buddy, that's an interesting thing you just said there.
Please, if you'd like my work, it would really mean a lot if you click the link below. I can only do this with your support. All right. Now back to
Okay,
the video.
don't support
Now
him
take
then.
a second to think where everything is made these days. Everything is made in China, which brings us to the
No,
fifth
it's
reason
not.
why the US would lose this war, and it's because it cannot come close to competing with Chinese manufacturing capability. This factor is the base of the pyramid for everything already mentioned. Any potential conflict between these two countries would require a full commitment from their societies to win. The United States simply does not have the industrial capacity to win this war. The US private for-profit system could never compete with the Chinese state-led approach. The US is dependent on private weapons contractors to deliver its weapons. It's far more profitable to sell the fanciest, most precision high-tech that takes years of development and billions of dollars than it is to mass-produce $50,000 drones or shells. As a result, the military-industrial complex in the US is a bloated, corrupt system where nothing is made on time or in the quantities needed. Meanwhile, the Chinese army is much more reactive to the actual needs of the battlefield. If a certain number of drones or missiles is needed,
How do you know?
They simply order manufacturers to produce it, regardless of cost or profitability.
How do you know?
Even if the US were to direct these companies to produce, the US can't come close to competing with Chinese industrial capacity.
How do
China
you know?
currently represents more than a third of the world's entire manufacturing production, and that number is expected to increase to nearly half of the world's total manufacturing by 2030 at 45%. If the conflict with Iran continues, the United States is expected to fully exhaust crucial missiles such as interceptor rockets as well as Tomahawk missiles in a matter of weeks. This conflict pales in comparison to what a war with China would look like, and demands for arms would be magnitudes greater. According to military experts from the United States, the US military would run out of missiles needed for a war with China within a week. They'd have to magically replenish them across the entire Pacific Ocean from non-existent factories.
How would they do
run by
that?
companies who have no capability or incentive to produce
That
them.
sounds
At the same time,
complicated.
China would never have to pause between deploying munitions and producing more. It could convert its entire productive capacity, representing nearly half of global manufacturing, towards the war effort. There would be no interruption in its ability to sustain this conflict, and it would only have to deploy munitions a few miles from its own coast. While manufacturing capacity may be the base of the pyramid of a potential conflict, there's actually a further base beneath the ground that underpins any country's ability to wage war. And that's our sixth reason why China would win, which is rare earth minerals. Let's say the US magically was able to catch up to Chinese industrial capacity. They still wouldn't have the raw materials needed to fuel those factories. All modern technologies, from batteries, electric vehicles, solar panels, to most importantly, all forms of modern weaponry, require large amounts of rare earth minerals. These minerals you may have never heard of and all have complicated names, but they are the backbone of all modern technology and weapons. Without them, you simply cannot produce weapons or even a modern economy. While they may be abundant across the globe, they are very difficult to refine into usable raw material for production. It's a long and environmentally destructive process that the US was happy to ship to China when the country wasn't viewed by the US as a threat. Now, however, China holds a near monopoly on both rare earth mineral extraction and mining. The most critical elements like gallium and tungsten, which are critical for US contractors to produce high-tech radars and weapons, are almost entirely controlled by China. Due to the US declaring a trade war on China and waging constant warfare around the globe, China has restricted companies from trading rare earth minerals with US companies, using them to make weapons. As a result, weapons contractors are delivering planes with empty nose tips where radars were supposed to be, and there are massive delays or outright halts in production of numerous US weapon systems. This exposed that US military supply chains are almost completely reliant on access to Chinese rare earth minerals at some point in their production, causing massive panic at the Pentagon. The crucial thing is that extracting and refining these materials in the West isn't something that can happen in a couple of months or even years. Many experts who are familiar with the industry believe that it could be well over a decade for the US to create supply chains for these resources. Western countries take years to even get the environmental permits to create mining operations. Even if extraction facilities and factories are built, they still don't have the expertise or people qualified to refine them.
And how do you know? How the fuck do you know that?
That's what I keep saying.
Metallurgical engineering, extractive metallurgy, or mineral processing.
Like, you're speaking in absolutes when you have zero fucking knowledge, zero sources shown. Shut the fuck up.
Dedicated to these specialties. For the foreseeable future,
keeping it independent. Who gave you this information?
Not just because they don't have the manufacturing capacity, but they lack the critical rare earth materials to fuel them, even if they did. The seventh and final major reason why China would decisively win this conflict is that the Chinese would have an infinitely larger will to fight this war than America. I'm going to show you two clips right now. I want you to tell me which group you believe is going to fight this.
Here we go, gay soldiers.
Scott, why'd you join the army? For my country.
Hey, Okolsky, why'd you join the army?
To shower with dudes.
But why'd you join the army?
Oh my god.
Why'd you join the army?
A sense of humor.
Why'd you join the Navy? Fuck, stop selling dope.
Why'd you join the army? I need my citizenship. I'm an illegal bitch.
Ramirez, why'd you join the army?
I was in Home Depot working, but...
So why'd you join the army?
Curiosity. That's it.
Hey, why'd you join the army?
I don't know, man. I thought that was a good idea at the time, bro.
Hey, why'd you join the Marine Corps?
My high school teacher said I could.
This great nation never bows to any enemy or any force. Those who dare to invade us are doomed to crash into the Iron Great Wall with bloodshed.
Are we really showing a military parade? This is the evidence? A weird fascist military parade? Really, bro? Are you gonna show the US military parade now? Like, oh, look at this?
You know they are.
To which the soldiers reply, "We serve the people."
Wow, okay. Indoctrination. Crazy.
Wow.
Bro really thinks
effectively,
this
we
is
have
an
US
argument.
soldiers who probably couldn't find China on a map, who are fighting for a
Oh my
Camaro or
God.
free college, which you could get without joining the military.
I can get a
in places like
Camaro?
China or Europe. Chinese people would be fighting a defensive war against a country that attacked them and they didn't initiate.
Brother in
US soldiers
Christ,
also wouldn't be
they
fighting for
are
any
going
values.
to be the
veneer that the
aggressors.
US actually fights for values has been completely shattered in the past few years. They clearly know now that they are effective mercenaries for the military-industrial complex and the Epstein class. China, on the other hand, is a
They love
civilization
this new
state
word
that has
they
carried on for
learned, the
5,000
Epstein
years.
class.
Also, Chinese officers and naval and military soldiers working on specialized ships or weapon systems all have master's degrees and are highly educated and specialized. There are also rigorous standards for fitness and preparedness, while the US has become bureaucratic and bloated.
Delivery drivers in China have fucking university degrees because they give them out like fucking paper.
Like candy.
They're useless.
Say
They're
like
literally
candy.
useless in China. Like, you
give 'em
go
out like
try get a job with a university
Gilgamesh,
degree
you still
from a
wanna be my friend?
university in China. Go on. Go try and do it. You won't be able to get a job in China. Mostly because it's nepotism coupled with the university thing. Like, this is glaring ignorance on full display. Not to mention
I send you an alliance.
Not to mention the blanket statements and speaking in absolutes like he actually fucking knows this when he clearly has no clue whatsoever. At least with like the GDF guy happy to watch his videos, he will always put sources. Second thought, barely ever put sources.
Accept my alliance, please.
The sources that he does use are like communist theory books, and he recommends them more than actual sources for the information that he's giving people. All of these people do not give information or the sources. They only give their opinion or their team's positions. It's pathetic. Like, it's genuinely pathetic.
Did you accept it?
Yes.
Thank you for letting me know.
Well, you gotta
Which was on
backlight it.
full display during Trump's military parade.
Hey! Called it. It's almost like this is a typical fucking propaganda narrative.
Sponsor, Lockheed Martin. Special thanks to our sponsor, Palantir.
Boo. Hey, buddy, do you know why they look like this? It's because this is all they do.
Trump wanted this so bad.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? We have a real military?
Wow, they can do things in unison.
That's just
what
America's
happens when
standing army.
bullets start flying.
What happens when you're getting shelled?
How does that work when that happens? You know what they say? The plan's great until the bullets land. Then what? Cal, you tell us. What happens when bullets start flying?
If the Chinese are this good at fighting, how are they doing in Ukraine where the mercenaries are? Are they doing well there?
Don't think they're doing very well.
Oh.
Did they get wiped out? Might have. I think the North Koreans got wiped out pretty quickly.
Oh, thanks. I'll
I
definitely
insist
go to
that
your
the mark-
website.
I insist that the mark of an effective military is that we march by walking normally. I always laugh when people point at military parades because it's like military parades
my
are...
favorite is the Kurds always breaking up the flaming hoops.
Because military parades...
What is the point?
Military parades almost always are for one of maybe two purposes.
It's because dictators love pageantry. And you know who else loves beauty pageants? And pageantry?
Donald Trump.
Oh.
But no, that's exactly it. That's exactly it, right? They're either pageantry for dictators or they are a response to threats from those dictators. You'll notice that Taiwan also does military parades. Russia does military parades. I'm pretty sure Ukraine did a small military parade at some point, if I'm not mistaken. I could be, though. But there's like, America did the military parade because he's desperate for something to show that he is big and strong. You know, look at this guy, literally drooling all over Xi Jinping because he's able to command an army of obedient.
I don't think he's drooling over anyone, to be honest.
But making this bullshit argument that, oh, look how in unison they are. Like, this is not an argument. Oh, look at all their missiles.
They step
look
good.
At them in the military parade.
They step good. I like in Korea when they make the pictures out of the paper.
Like, it's honestly such a stupid argument, and I don't understand how they don't see that it is.
I think he's only seeing the zeros in his bank account. Please support me. I lost my job.
We have step groups who dance in unison for that. Yeah. Like, it's crazy. Like, I do not care about military parades. Sure, the Chinese one looks impressive. It's a big country. It's a big army. Of course it looks impressive. Their dress uniforms. You're aware that that's not they're wearing into deployment, right? And that the U.S. Army was wearing their...
Wait, you mean there's no
fatigues?
dancing and pageantry in the battlefield?
No way. Have you seen the Chinese skateboards that they've been... Shit. They're like, look at our moving infantry. Like, this is just...
It's like Japan when they had the jetpack guy or the hover guy come out. The goblin glider.
Let me see if I can find the video. It's so funny. Chinese skateboard infantry. Did I break it? No. Hey, you know what this just reminds me of? This just reminds me of, you know how in COD there's the moving targets? That's all it is. It's just cardboard targets on a fucking moving platform. Like, if China isn't the most gimmicky country in the world, I don't even know who would be more gimmicky. Like, everything they do, their cars to their military is all gimmicks. It's like, oh, look at this thing that is completely ineffective in actual battle.
My favorite is...
Can you go next turn already? Fucking hell.
Well, I didn't know you were ready. It doesn't say waiting for next turn. Just ding me. I'm just doing that to waste time so I can at least be making gold. You gotta let me ding. You gotta ding me. Sometimes it doesn't alert me.
Be sufficient alone to fight such a war. Any potential conflict would face massive domestic backlash, and it would be impossible to draft the required amount of troops to take on this conflict. China would have no problem in morale or recruiting and would be infinitely more committed to winning this war than your average American soldier. US military officials frequently talk about how China has no experience in fighting wars, while the US does, giving it a huge advantage. First of all this goes to show is how China rose from being one of the poorest countries in the world in the 1970s to the largest economy in the world peacefully. But even the claim that the US war experience gives it a large edge over China is dubious at best. As we covered in this video, the weapon systems of the 21st century will completely change the battlefield, and the US military built around aircraft carriers is obsolete. The US bragging about having more experience from
military
wars in the last
expert
couple decades
understander here.
is like bragging before World War One
Yeah.
that their army marches towards enemy lines in the best formation and has the best cavalry charges. They are completely outdated and will be irrelevant in a modern battlefield. Also, if we are keeping score with recent US military experience, it has been massive military failures and defeats in places like Iraq and Afghanistan from far less powerful forces. The Iran war is the closest thing we have to representing China's capabilities. Even if the war ended today, 2 weeks after it started during the time of filming this, what we have seen so far from Iran is already enough to confirm China's likely military strategy. Okay, let's say that after all this information I presented in this video so far, you still think I'm wrong. America is still number one, you're an expert on the US Army, and you know they would win. Well, you don't have to take it from me. You can take it from the literal head of the US Armed Forces, who at least on paper should know much better than anyone else how the US stacks up against China in a potential conflict.
China's navy is astronomically bigger than what
A
we
podcast?
have now at this point.
Really?
China's building an army specifically
Oh my
dedicated
God.
to defeating the United States of America. That is their strategic outset. Take
Wow.
hypersonic missiles.
Wow,
Our
it's
whole
almost
power
like
projection
it's almost like
platform
the U.S. is amplifying a threat in order to justify.
He's so
something.
stupid. He's
It's
so
almost like
dumb.
it benefits them to say that we need to spend more money on military because China's a threat.
He's so stupid.
aircraft carriers and the ability to project power that way strategically around the globe. And if 15 hypersonic missiles can take out our 10 aircraft carriers in the first 20 minutes of a conflict, what does that look like?
Oh my God.
In the past X
We've
number of
literally
years, 10,
based
12,
his
15,
entire script
the
off
Pentagon
just
has a perfect record
Pete
in all
headset.
of its war games.
That's insane.
Against China. We lose every time.
So there you have it. Straight from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth,
Oh my God.
Pentagon
He
war
said
games
Secretary of War
consistently show a
Hegseth
decisive defeat
is
for the U.S. Army in
unqualified.
any war against China. Military channels on YouTube, think tanks in Washington, D.C., and military analysts love to discuss the arms race between the two countries on pound-for-pound military capabilities in terms of things like tanks, standard-issue rifles, or gear. But honestly, these discussions are completely irrelevant. It doesn't take a military
You're
expert to
irrelevant.
tell that from the location of the possible conflict, manufacturing capacity, access to rare earth minerals, and will
I
to
like
fight
how he's
alone are
not
more than enough
talked
to
about
put this
the
edge
allies.
far in favor of China. These war hawks
Well,
because
yeah.
think
That
tanks
is
are so dangerous because
always
they
the
don't understand the
defining
first thing about China. They don't speak the language, they've never been to the
resulting
country,
factor.
and think of China as some Marvel villain or something. These think tanks are constantly pushing towards war with China and are actively putting us at risk of a pointless world-ending war. Once the United States would be defeated in any potential
Who's
conventional
gonna invade
conflict,
Taiwan,
the whole
buddy?
fate of the world would rest in the hands of U.S. military generals
Me?
who terrifyingly could end the world in the face of
me?
defeat by launching a nuclear weapon. The U.S. in the past was even extremely close to doing this in the Korean War. China has a no-brainer and rational policy in their government of simply saying that they will never be the first country to use a nuclear weapon. They would only ever
Okay.
use it in retaliation
we
as a
believe
tool
the
of
states
assurance.
now?
The U.S. does not have this policy. Based on the illegal, pointless
Okay.
war of choice in Iran and the countless destruction caused by the U.S. and its greatest ally in the Middle East, it is clear that these entities in
What are
their
you gonna
current
do
state
about
are the
it?
greatest threats to world peace. If you are wondering why I didn't talk much about Taiwan specifically in this video, it's because I just made a video about the only realistic resolution to solve the Taiwan conflict that you should watch after this
Jesus
video.
fucking Christ.
But in regards to the island specifically, the mainland has made it very clear that war is an absolute last
That
resort
video
and
is gonna
avoidable
be
at all costs.
complete
But in
dog
the
shit.
event of war, it is evident that U.S. war planners really think that the Chinese are so stupid that they just land on the island like it's D-Day, and that all of the conventional ideas about warfare are going to apply like it's World
That's
War II.
exactly
It doesn't take a
how they're
genius to
gonna
put
do
two
it.
and two together with
You
the information
dickhead.
I stated in this video as to what China's capabilities are and what would likely happen.
Here you go, dumbass. They're not gonna land like on D-Day, which is why they're building literal landing ships to make bridges so they can unload tanks and military. You're so true, Queen. Are you fucking moron? Are you a dumbass? Are you fucked in the head? How,
Did your
like,
city
did
kill
you do
all those
no
barbarians?
research? Huh?
Did your city kill all the barbarians?
Not yet.
You shoot them? They're gone.
No,
I
they
don't see 'em.
ran away.
Oh, okay.
Like, This guy must have done zero fucking research.
He's just reading a script. What
So
research?
he didn't write the script.
So, yeah. No, yeah. True. Yes, he did do zero research. You're right.
Like these ships are quite literally being produced by China to specifically land troops and equipment on Taiwanese shores. You literally spoke about the Chinese Navy. This is the Chinese Navy. You are incorrect. They're not gonna land on Taiwan like a state. Yes, they are. It's a 2-kilometer strait. Yes, the fuck they are. If they even land on the main Taiwanese island. For all we know, they could take Kinmen Island and just call it there. And do a little power projection and just be like, yeah, we took back a piece of Taiwan. Maybe. I'm hoping that that's the extent of it. So, I don't know. This guy's a dickhead. Okay.
Regardless of what happens, the US should not be involved in this whatsoever. The government on Taiwan represents the losing side of the Chinese Civil War that is only recognized by 11 countries in the world. It is essentially as if the Confederacy went to Hawaii and declared themselves a country while the entire world still supported the Union government in the US. And China was thinking of military intervening on behalf of the Confederacy. The US has no right to interfere in any other country in the world. After taking 2 million lives in Vietnam, 1 million in Iraq, 400,000 in Afghanistan, and currently thousands in Iran while bombing hospitals, desalinization plants, schoolgirls, and volleyball teams, you have to be psychotic to support another intervention. If you support the US intervening in Taiwan and think that this would have anything to do with the ideas of freedom or liberation, you are a schoolgirl.
Okay. Do you want me to remake, or do you want me to wait for you to rejoin?
You'll have to remake it.
Okay, I'll do that for you too.
Alright, go back another 10
and
seconds.
volleyball teams, you have to be psychotic to support. The US has no right to interfere in any other country in the world. After taking 2 million lives in Vietnam, 1 million in Iraq, 400,000 in Afghanistan, and currently thousands in Iran while bombing hospitals, desalinization plants, schoolgirls, and volleyball teams, you have to be psychotic to support another intervention. If you support the US intervening in Taiwan and think that this would have anything to...
Okay. The Chinese Civil War ended in 1949. You fucking head-ass moron. It's over. What you are doing is justifying imperialism with romantic nationalist sentiments from the CCP. Also known as fascist rhetoric. You stupid cunt. Like...
You think we could get him to do an interview?
No, I don't want to talk to this guy.
No, but it would be funny to see how much he could say on his own.
If you want to get him on stream, sure.
I just think it would be... I don't even necessarily want to post anything with him. I just want to talk to him and just see how much he can cite on his own about things.
Mm-hmm. The Chinese Civil War was fought between the Kuomintang and the
But
Republican
then there's
and the
there's
Chinese
that one
Communist
interview
Party.
when Jackson Hinkle was doing early interviews, right? It was clearly he was glancing over at a screen, getting instructions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember me showing you
Yeah.
that? I want to say Sam even points it out or something.
Yeah, long and short is that China can only expand to Taiwan and has been building expeditionary capabilities for that goal. Yeah. No, 100%. And that is the entire goal. I think...
Okay, I made it.
It's just like... I don't know, it's just like... just here, armed conflict continued intermittently between 1927 to December 1949. The Civil War is over. This is not a civil war. Taiwan is an independent country. The People's Republic of China is an independent country. They both projected ownership of mainland China. Taiwan dropped this when Nixon opened China for capitalism. They still claim the same territory of the South China Sea, or at least the KMT does. They, outside of that, 90 to 95% of Taiwanese residents want it to stay exactly where it is, or complete and utter autonomy recognized by diplomats and the international community. Because at the end of the day, not only is China threatening an imperialist military invasion, they're using their position on the United Nations Security Council to continue to diplomatically isolate Taiwan to make it much easier for them to do this. Okay? That is what you are fucking justifying here. Using fascist rhetoric and romantic fucking nationalism to talk about the Chinese Civil War, which has been over for 80 fucking years. You idiot. There is zero justification to support China, just like there's zero justification to support the United States in their invasion of Iraq, or their invasion of Afghanistan, or their invasion of fucking Iran. You are morally inconsistent because you are a campist bitch. You are beholden to states outside of the United States. And it's purely because you are so anti-American that you would rather believe foreign propaganda than criticize your own country for valid reasons. You are a pathetic weasel. You are an agent and a surrogate of fucking foreign power. You are a cuck. I'm done with this video.
I think he's just a white monkey. It's almost over.
Do with the ideas of freedom or liberation, you are a clown. It would be purely your choice.
That was never why.
Hang on.
The goal is to stop Chinese expansion. Just like
let's
an
listen to him
opposition
call us
to
clowns.
Russian
In Iran, while
expansion
bombing
is
hospitals,
valid.
Desalinization plants, schoolgirls, and volleyball teams, you have to be psychotic to support another intervention. If you support the US intervening in Taiwan and think that this would have anything to do with the ideas of freedom or liberation, you are a clown. It would be purely a war of choice to take down China and maintain US hegemony. That's it. There's no way you can support intervention there or anywhere else.
You have. It's like a scaling meme. It's like whoever edited this didn't understand memes and just searched clown.
In the world. We need to completely demilitarize US policy. War is a terrible thing and completely avoidable. We should never even
China can do it.
War with China. Hopefully this video has shown
No,
you that it's a
they've never
completely
declared
stupid
a war.
idea,
They're
not
good.
only morally, but practically. If you want to learn more about the Taiwan
They
conflict,
invaded
you should watch my
Vietnam
video after this.
after putting $1 billion into the Cambodian genocide.
Nope. Okay.
They're actively harassing 4 different nations' fishermen in their waters for expansion of their own territory. Oh, but they've never declared a war, though. Doofus.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world. The United States has conducted an operation that killed...
See, you don't understand this yet. And I guess if you really wanted to go out on a fucking limb, you could be like, oh, you said something racist here. But I've always thought Obama looks a lot like Andros. But nothing compared to Bibi. Bibi Netanyahu looks fucking identical to Andros. And the reason why it might be racist because technically Andros is a fucking ape. But guess what? So are we. We're literally monkeys.
Andros from Star Fox?
Yeah.
The original Andros doesn't look like a monkey.
Well, it was Super Nintendo.
Yeah, it's all pixelated. He almost looks like a
It's-
goblin.
Still, the Super Nintendo looks fucking great. Actually, I think the Slippy design in the Super Nintendo is far superior to the Slippy design in all the other games.
Yeah, I think Netanyahu definitely takes the cake. He's got the big jowls.
Yeah.
Obama's a bit more slender.
But it's the slappy dummy lines, you know? Because Andros,
Yes.
when you fight him, he's literally got a mouth that kind of like hinges.
Yeah, it's it's the mouth lines. Yeah, I still think fucking Netanyahu takes the cake.
No, for sure. Netanyahu is identical to Andros.
Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda.
Who?
And a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national
Now that's
memory.
real privilege. I mean, it was a pretty extraordinary attack regardless, but like the worst attack in our history is killing 3,000 people.
Legends of flying men's sword.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
And today, you are on the brink
That's
of
privilege.
transforming those
You know what I
legends
mean?
into a reality.
9/11 is
with
still
flight
crazy though.
and
Like
reinforcement
It is
it's
a
not
crazy
really
nation.
about the death
You
toll.
can create a small
Yeah,
and intimate
just
world.
the entire event is insane.
Cost. Our competing
Ow.
ideas of how to govern and how to live threaten to bring conflict on a global scale. You must choose your own path.
Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky. The Twin
praise
Towers
to you,
collapsing to the ground.
Sayman the lawgiver,
Black smoke
rightly
billowing
called
up from the Pentagon.
magnificent, master
The wreckage
of the
of
sublime
Flight
House
93
of Osman.
in
The
Shanksville,
Jews dancing.
Pennsylvania,
Stand ready
where
to
the
carry
actions
your
of heroic
commands to the
citizens saved
farthest corner of your
even
mighty
more
land.
heartbreak.
Okay,
While
hang
your
on.
foes
Sean Bean's
tremble at
talking.
the sight of
Obama,
your
you have to be
armies.
quiet. He's more
Sultan
important
of
than
sultans and Khan of khans, lead your people to greatness.
Destruction. And yet we
win?
know that the worst images are those
Almost.
that were unseen to the world. The empty seat at the dinner table, children who were forced to grow up without their mother or their father, parents who would never know the feeling of their child's embrace, nearly 3,000 citizens taken from us.
This whole we didn't think it could happen to us. Well, like I think nobody plans for airplanes being hijacked and crashed into buildings. You know? Like you plan for missiles and fighters and those types of things and truck bombs. I mean, there's, you know, they tried to bomb the World Trade Center with a truck bomb before. I mean, Oklahoma City bombing was the worst thing before this, you know?
Bro, car bombing in Ireland.
Not even that. What about the car bombing in Spain that put that car on the roof?
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's the joke about the fascist flight program. It's in our episode where we talk about European culture, I think, or maybe just talking about Greek anarchist.
No, this was Popular Front posted it last week. West Belfast, car bomb. Crazy.
So the joke is like Spain's first astronaut, Spain's space program. But there's literally one here. It's a Reddit meme where the car is in the clouds.
Yep.
Look at that. See how high the car is? Here's the crater.
Wild. When was this?
1973. Francoist.
Ah. Intriguing.
It's like there was a Ukraine meme because the turret tossing, you know?
Mm.
So there was a meme where it's like it was like real pictures from the Artemis, and it was a fucking Russian tank turret on the moon. You in?
Uh-huh.
Oh no, Tokugawa denounced me.
leaving a gaping hole in our hearts.
That's what's up. Gape it.
On September 11th, 2001, in our time of grief, the American people came together. We offered our neighbors a hand, and we offered the wounded our blood. We reaffirmed our ties to each other,
literally donating blood.
community
I was about to
and
say,
country.
what? Don't do the blood and treasure thing right now.
On that day,
Literal
no matter where we came
donations of
from,
blood. Got ya.
what God we prayed to, or what race or ethnicity we were united as one American family. We were also united in our resolve to protect our nation and to bring those who committed this vicious attack to justice. We quickly learned that the 9/11 attacks were carried
How do you
out
fuck
by
up the
Al-Qaeda,
most important
an
speech of all
organization
time,
headed
bro?
by Osama
You're the
bin Laden,
talky
which
guy.
had openly
Your president
declared war
talks a
on
lot.
the United States and was committed to killing innocents in our country and around the globe.
The globby.
So we went to war against Al-Qaeda to protect our citizens,
What about
our friends,
Saddam?
and our allies. Over the last 10 years,
The
thanks to the
globby.
tireless and heroic work of our military and our counterterrorism professionals, we've made great strides in that effort. We've disrupted terrorist attacks and strengthened our homeland defense. In Afghanistan, we removed the Taliban government, which had given bin Laden and al-Qaeda safe haven and support. And around the globe, we worked with our friends and allies to capture or kill scores of al-Qaeda terrorists, including several who were a part of the 9/11 plot. Yet, Osama bin Laden avoided capture and escaped across the Afghan border into Pakistan. Meanwhile, al-Qaeda continued to operate from along that border and operate through its affiliates across the world. And so shortly after taking office, I directed Leon Panetta, the director of the CIA, to make the killing or capture of bin Laden the top priority of our war against al-Qaeda, even as we continued our broader efforts to disrupt, dismantle, and defeat his network. Then, last August, after years of painstaking work by our intelligence community, I was briefed on a possible lead to bin Laden. It was far from certain, and it took many months to run this thread to ground. I met repeatedly with my national security team as we developed more information about the possibility that we had located bin Laden hiding within a compound deep inside Pakistan. And finally, last week, I determined that we had enough intelligence to take action and authorized an operation to get Osama bin Laden and bring him to justice. Today, at my direction, the United States launched a targeted operation against that compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. A small team of Americans carried out the operation with extraordinary courage and capability. No Americans were harmed. They took care to avoid civilian casualties. After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body. For over 2 decades, bin Laden has been al-Qaeda's leader and symbol.
Then they
And has
proceeded
continued to
to
plot attacks against our country
quote,
and our friends and
skull
allies.
fuck him.
The death of bin Laden marks the most significant achievement to date in our nation's effort to
President
defeat
just say
al-Qaeda.
they skull fucked to the body.
Yet his death does not mark the end of our effort. There's no doubt that al-Qaeda will continue to pursue attacks against us.
It is al-Qaeda.
We must, and we will, remain vigilant at home and abroad. As we do, we must also reaffirm that the United States is not and never will be at war with Islam. I've made clear, just as President Bush did shortly after 9/11, that our war is not against Islam. Bin Laden was not a Muslim leader. He was a mass murderer of Muslims. Indeed, al-Qaeda has slaughtered scores of Muslims in many countries, including our own. So his demise should be welcomed by all who believe in peace and human dignity. Over the years, I've repeatedly made clear that we would take action within Pakistan if we knew where bin Laden was. That is what we've done. But it's important to note that our counterterrorism cooperation with Pakistan helped lead us to bin Laden and the compound where he was hiding. Indeed, bin Laden had declared war against Pakistan as well and ordered attacks against the Pakistani people. Tonight, I called President Zardari, and my team has also spoken with their Pakistani counterparts. They agree that this is a good and historic day for both of our nations. And going forward, it is essential that Pakistan continue to join us in the fight against al-Qaeda and its affiliates. The American people did not choose this fight. It came to our shores and started with the senseless slaughter of our citizens.
True.
After nearly 10 years of service, struggle, and sacrifice, we know well the costs of war. These efforts weigh on me every time I, as Commander-in-Chief, have to sign a letter to a family that has lost a loved one.
It's so funny that, like,
service member
so many
been gravely
Al-Qaeda
wounded.
affiliates are now much
So
more
Americans
within our
understand the
interest
costs of
than
war.
Iranians.
Yet, as a country, we will never tolerate our security being threatened, nor stand idly by when our people have been killed. We will be relentless in defense of our citizens and our friends and allies. We will be true to the values that make us who we are. And on nights like this one, we can say to those families who have lost loved ones to al-Qaeda's terror, justice has been done. Tonight, we give thanks to the countless intelligence and counterterrorism professionals who've worked tirelessly to achieve this outcome. The American people do not see their work nor know their names, but tonight they feel the satisfaction of their work and the result of their pursuit of justice. We give thanks for the men who carried out this operation, for they exemplify the professionalism, patriotism, and unparalleled courage of those who serve our country. And they are part of a generation that has borne the heaviest share of the burden since that September day. Finally, let me say to the families who lost loved ones on 9/11 that we have never forgotten your loss, nor wavered in our commitment to see that we do whatever it takes to prevent another attack on our shores. And tonight, let us think back to the sense of unity that prevailed on 9/11. I know that it has at times frayed, yet today's achievement is a testament to the greatness of our country and the determination of the American people. The cause of securing our country is not complete, but tonight we are once again reminded that America can do whatever we set our mind to. That is the story of our history. Whether it's the pursuit of prosperity for our people or the struggle for equality for all our citizens, our commitment to stand up for our values abroad, and our sacrifices to make the world a safer place. Let us remember that we can do these things not just because of wealth or power, but because of who we are. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Who is that? Okay, I just have a quick one to contrast. I wanted to actually interview this guy.
Okay.
Did not get a response from him, unfortunately. But I do have his social media, and he's on social media. Maybe we can maybe we should email him. Because I think it would be fascinating to interview this guy. So this is Kenya's reaction to bin Laden dying. As many may know, this kind of started in Kenya. The first, major Al-Qaeda attack was a car bombing, maybe a truck bombing in Kenya. And one of the issues with this bombing is that The guy had grenades and an IED, a vehicle-borne IED. The grenades went off first, and people went to the windows to see what the sound was. So a lot of people were standing at windows when the vehicle-borne IED exploded, which led to catastrophic bleeding fatalities with not enough blood to treat people.
Yeah.
And so this is a guy, his entire family was killed, I believe.
Okay.
He survived, and he's at the memorial for the people who died in Kenya during that attack. And every interview I've seen with this guy, because he's done a few about being a survivor of an Al-Qaeda attack, because how many are there, you know?
Well, that's the question. Is it, have all the attacks? Like this is the
like
one thing
not
about,
just
like,
somebody
the
who
terror
was
attacks.
in the World Trade Center, somebody who was like injured, nearly died in the World Trade Center, you know, because like it hit a residential, you know, house, and collapsed a residential. Not just it was a residential complex that collapsed in
Okay.
Kenya, but the target was the embassy. The embassy, I think, was basically fine because the bomb didn't get close enough to it.
And now Al Qaeda's back in Africa. Well, I guess they never left.
See, entire building collapsed.
Insane.
You can see the building behind it. All the windows are busted out of that building too.
How big was this explosion?
It's so that's the issue is that like it was close enough to the foundations of a building that was probably not constructed very well. Like it didn't get into the embassy. It basically exploded right next to this housing complex.
It's a day of great relief to us victims and survivors to see that bin Laden has been killed. I know it would have been better if he was captured so that he could confess and repent his sins and evil deeds to the world. I would rather he was captured so that he could share the information about his network to the world.
Right? Like, so I think that's so interesting. This is basically one of the first survivors and victims of Al-Qaeda. And the first thing he says is, I wish they didn't kill him.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
Now, of course, from what I've seen from the guy on social media, which isn't surprising, very Christian. So
yeah, okay.
There might be that type of Christian morality that comes into play, like how Erica Kirk forgave the shooter, you know?
Yes.
Gilgamesh loves the Diplo favor.
I lost my mother, Mary Wanjiru Muriuki, and I'm happy. When I heard the news, I felt excited, and justice has been served. It has been long, 12 years, but final justice has been served.
See, that's the building that was in the background without any glass. No, look, he's posing in front of the memorial, taking a aura shot. Okay, now I'm going to play something silly before we get back into more depressing stuff.
Yes. We're going to cover the rest of that Northern Territory one because it's pretty rough.
Yeah, we can dive more into it.
Yeah. I'm fucking... When Wendy sent me this...
cereal.
I was,
You start a race
Hang on, I'm trying to
between
pause.
I was watching...
cinnamon and the bad apple. And because
Hang on.
Apple Jacks taste like cinnamon and not apple.
Struggling.
Okay, go ahead.
So, have you seen a movie, A Time to Kill?
Gilgamesh loves the Diplo favor.
Hmm?
A View to Kill.
A Time to Kill.
A View to Kill.
I think it's A Time to Kill. Let me check.
Mayday.
It's A Time to Kill.
Didn't Mayday... I don't know the actress. What's the actress who plays Mayday? Cal?
I have no idea what you're talking
I'm pretty sure, didn't she do a photo shoot where she posted Epic Bush?
I don't know what
That's
you're talking
badass.
about. Have you seen the movie A Time to Kill?
I've seen A View to Kill with that sexy girl who plays Mayday.
So
What's her
no?
name? Grace Kelly?
Sure.
That's a joke.
So that's a no?
No.
Okay. So I'd never heard of this movie. And I looked at the cast and it was Sam Jackson, Matthew McConaughey, Sandra Bullock.
A lot of homos.
And Kevin Spacey and a bunch of other people. It turns out it was a court drama about the resurgence of the KKK. Over a court case in Mississippi where a black guy, Sam Jackson, kills two rednecks for raping and killing his daughter. Or almost killing, sorry. And then Wendy goes and sends me this story, which I didn't know about, which is essentially the same the same story. So I was a little... yeah, kind of impacted me a little bit, so I'm kind of disgusted by this whole story. I'm pretty sure that movie is based off a book, though. But it's from the 90s. And I didn't even realize it was Matthew McConaughey at first. That's how young he looks. Kiefer Sutherland. Kiefer and Donald Sutherland were also in it. Second of two films based off Grisham's novel, directed by Joel Schumacher. So it's based 19 years after Jim Crow laws.
Play my
were
YouTube
abolished.
link. I can't click links inside the stream chat.
What is this link? Send the link again.
Did y'all cover Erica Kirk? Not yet. They have a little something. We'll see if we get to it.
Yeah, she did get weird. I saved a screenshot.
Comic
of one of
relief
them.
stuff between serious stuff that we'll get to.
Where is it? I took it there. This one. It's going to be my new reaction photo when someone says some dumb shit.
Gilgamesh loves the Diplo favor. Oh, you're waiting for me?
Yes.
You gotta ding me.
Apple's cinnamon is always the Winnemon. Kellogg's ran in the early
Okay, please, YouTube, for fuck's sake.
When you pour a bowl of...
It's laggy. Laggy AF.
I noticed.
It hasn't caught up yet.
We don't have these here. Apple Jacks.
Apple Jacks? They're actually... They're one of the cereals that I think you don't fucking eat it with milk. You know?
Interesting.
It's one of those, like, finger snack ones. And they're larger, so it's like, you know, because it's just like Fruit Loops. Like, I don't want fucking milk on Fruit Loops.
There you go. There's.
You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like they're already too fucking fruity.
Because I'm fucking normal and have milk with Fruit Loops. The fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know. It's just too fruity for me. Like I don't.
Well, to be
milk
fair,
and fruit.
To be fair, I don't really eat that kind of cereal. So,
like, there's certain ones that are like there's just a scale. All right, there's certain ones that you should never eat dry and are insanely enhanced by milk. Okay, I think a great one that you should never eat dry, even though it's, you know, I don't care. But milk actually like elevates it to the point where it's actually good is Cheerios.
Interesting.
There's something about the like really cold milk on Cheerios that is very palatable to me. But then cereals like Honeycomb, I think it's a middle point. It's like you can eat those by themselves or with milk.
Yeah, okay.
Because they're big. I think it's more of a size thing and depends on like how, when you eat them, how like chalky they are. And Cheerios are very chalky. And then you have things like Rice Krispies, which should not be eaten with milk or without milk. They should be put into marshmallow treats. Because, like, cool, they make sounds when you pour the milk on them, but, like, what
else they do?
They get so fucking soggy so fucking fast.
Are you talking about Rice Bubbles?
Yeah. Crispy Rice Krispies.
Cocoa Pops are the best. It's just chocolate Rice Bubbles.
Just puffed rice, that's all it is.
Yeah, pretty much. Right. Heal. Actually. Yeah. Now we heal the musket men.
Hang on, I'm leading cereal opinions. This sounds like a science triangle in the making. Yeah, but the thing is that the Rice Krispies are, like, not good. And they're too small to eat. Like, you can't just, like, pour them in your mouth. You'll miss a few, and then they get in your fucking couch. You know what I mean? So, like, it's like a novelty of a cereal that talks to you, but at the end of the day, give me a fucking Rice Krispie treat because they're fucking delicious.
God damn it, I only have one coastal city.
Delicious Applejack cereal, you start a race between cinnamon and the bad apple. And because Apple Jacks taste like cinnamon and not apples, cinnamon is always the Winamon. This is the ad campaign that Kellogg's ran in the early 2000s, but there's more to this campaign meets the eye. These guys are gay. Gay as fuck. The first ever Apple Jacks commercial to feature these two shows them as rivals. As the campaign implies, they are both racing towards the bowl. Bad Apple lifts... You get one, okay? You just get one. I'm not doing it again. Bad Apple lifts up the sidewalk to send Cinnamon and his skateboard the opposite direction. This establishes Apple's tendencies towards mischief rather than trying to win the race fairly. His plans fail, he falls at the doorstep, Cinnamon soars past him and makes it to the bowl first. Cinnamon is well characterized as the positive competitor who never gives up. When other racers might be devastated by Bad Apple's sidewalk maneuver, Cinnamon made the best of a bad situation and used the extra momentum to speed boost off this tree. It isn't clear if this commercial is their first ever meeting, making this the first bowl of delicious Applejack cereal ever canonically poured, or if we're dropped somewhere in the middle of the timeline, but I'd like to suggest that this is actually their first meeting. Their dialogue towards each other is a little unfamiliar.
Those are my Applejacks!
And Apple seems a little surprised that he is not being invited inside to take part in this delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. Maybe it's their first day on the job, they both know of the race because that's what they signed up for, but haven't yet met their rivals. To me, they seem to each other as nothing more than faceless competitors, no names, and the adrenaline and stakes prevent them from properly introducing themselves. I think this moment right here really changes something in Apple. He's clearly lost the race falling here, and as Cinnamon Cinnamon soars over him, he finds himself
I did not
momentarily
expect.
enamored. After this first commercial, Apple acts familiar with Cinnamon. He says, "To you again," showing that he actually recognizes him this time. And then when he puts him in this hole, he calls him by a playful nickname, showing that he is at least on a first name basis now. But let's also look at
they have
Apple's
surnames?
actions in this one.
Is it
in
Kellogg,
the
their
first
last
race,
name?
he makes a direct attempt to impede Cinnamon's
It's
progress.
Cinnamon
When he gets on
and Bad
Kellogg.
Apple.
Yeah, Kellogg.
I don't know. I don't think they have last names.
So they would only be on first name basis because they don't have a second name. It's a moot
But
point.
do you know why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? That's another one. Milk fucks that cereal up, okay? Because it washes the cinnamon off, and then all you have is the nasty part on the underneath. On the other hand, their cousin, Golden Grams, bomb with milk. Not great by itself. It's okay with it by itself, but it's with milk, quality.
What's the jingle for that cereal?
lucky that Cinnamon makes a
The one you just mentioned.
Golden Grams?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember any marketing for it, honestly.
Because I feel like I know the jingle to those.
The Golden Graham bars are really good, yeah, the cereal bars, but they're so like I'm already eating a cereal treat. There's so much sugar and shit in those Golden Graham bars that it hurts my teeth. Candy bars don't do that to me. You know what I'm saying? Like a candy bar I can eat and the sugar doesn't hurt my teeth. But the Golden Graham cereal bar,
it is this one. Hold on.
Oh, those golden grahams. Oh, those golden grahams. Crispy, crunchy
Grahams.
graham cereal.
Grahams.
Breakfast treat. Oh, those golden grahams. Oh,
Grahams.
those golden grahams. Golden
Grahams.
honey, just a touch.
So, I do know the jingle to it. But I only know it from a movie when they sing it quickly in parody. That's very funny. I couldn't tell you what movie it's from, though. That's great.
Golden Grams. Why do they
Could
say
not
it?
tell
like
you
that?
where it was from.
genius adaptation and uses the momentum of this conveniently curved tree to catch back up. In this commercial, Apple puts him in a hole, which seems like a similar intention, but little do we know that this leads to a subway track, gives Cinnamon the boost he needs in order to win the race. I find it hard to believe that Bad Apple, who is always found in this city and characterized as a little street smart, even more so in outside promotional material, does not know that that hole would lead to a subway track. Now, whether that means his intent was to give Cinnamon this boost to win the race or strand him on the tracks to die is unclear at this moment, but I think it's worth considering. If Bad Apple's goal is to win the race, why does he place the hole there? Like, we can see that just him crawling through this hole gave him a massive lead. Cinnamon doesn't even have his skateboard this time, and we can see later on that Apple is a comparable speed, if not faster. That lead he gave up to set his trap was more than enough to win this race outright. You could call it ego, you could call it his obsession with mischief, but I think something really doesn't add up here. If mischief and cheating was all he cared about, is using this whole shortcut not enough? I think the Bad Apple has another goal in mind. I think he wants to get closer to Cinnamon. Let's look at the next commercial. It starts off with a similar losing race for Bad Apple, and you cannot convince me this is him sprinting at full speed. This isn't a fucking high school track meet, man. This is the race for the fucking freshly poured delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. We're seriously gonna go at this lackadaisical pace in the final kick? He is comparatively much slower than even the last commercial. Apple's newest scheme in this commercial is to hand sew a Cinnamon suit to deceive Cinnamon into letting him win. It fails because he didn't make eye holes and trips on the way to the bowl. But again, look at the speed that he just caught up there. That's insane, no? Then he intentionally slows down to talk to Cinnamon, and then, and only only then does he trip and fall. Like, he is running so much faster here to catch up. Wouldn't it make more sense for him to trip here, if anything? And also, if his only goal was to get to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal, why would he ever...
It's from the space episode in The Simpsons when he goes up in the rocket. He sings it as he's going up. Give me a second, let me find it. Wish it would load.
Those golden grams, oh, those golden grams, crispy, crunchy graham cereal, brand new breakfast treat.
But it's not saying it how they say it.
No, it's not. That's why I'm saying I don't know the actual jingle, but I know the jingle.
The way they say grams.
But that's where I know it from. Oh, those golden grams. Amazing.
Like, John is just wrong. What am I wrong about?
Everything. It's a super old commercial.
I said golden grams can go either way. But they are, unlike Cinnamon Toast Crunch, they are good with milk. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is not good with milk.
Maybe that's where you're wrong.
Most go either way. I said that. I just said there's certain ones. Like, I mean, dry Cheerios are baby snacks. You give them to the babies.
Mm-hmm. Crunchy.
Slow down as he's about to pass his opponent. Now, it's not immediately obvious, but Apple only when his cinnamon suit dips down and obscures his vision, and then he trips on the hair. But this really doesn't check out. If anything, the cinnamon suit would naturally dip the other direction as wind resistance would push it back as Bad Apple runs. I simply don't buy that Bad Apple would miss such a fatal engineering flaw in this suit. I mean, he has blueprints. This wasn't a spur of the moment scheme like the sidewalk. This was premeditated. So what? Am I implying that Bad Apple is throwing these races on purpose? What motive would he possibly have for that? I mean, we're talking about the race for the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. I do believe this scheme was not even about the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal for him. I mean, this is the first time he doesn't even go to see the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal after losing. His head is not in the game. I think the Bad Apple was trying to get to know Cinnamon better. I mean, think about it. These guys have been in 2 races before. Each one, the Apple has gotten much closer to Cinnamon, from not knowing the guy to knowing his name and now trying to imitate him. I think the Bad Apple just wanted Cinnamon to notice him. I've been talking a lot about the Bad Apple so far, and that's mainly because Cinnamon is so laser focused on his goal. His words to live by are, "Here I come, I am Cinnamon," and "Cinnamon is the Winamon." 2 philosophies that rely on his ability to perform. If Cinnamon isn't the Winamon, then what is he? I think Apple noticed this philosophy and wanted to dig a little deeper to meet the real Cinnamon. What is Cinnamon really like under the competitive mask? Now, this might have been a somewhat problematic way to go about it, but Cinnamon seems flattered by the gesture. You can see a genuine smile as they briefly chat here. Was this trip really a result of Apple's outfit malfunction, or perhaps a moment where his heart skipped a beat? Did Apple finally get a good look at his intoxicating smile up close, causing him to nervously fumble to the ground while his heart fluttered to the heavens? Again, it seems like speculation here, but keep with me.
Why are Americans
You should
so
like the
obsessed with
video
peanut
and
butter?
subscribe and leave a comment about how much you love gay Apple Jacks. Our next commercial shows the bad apple dreaming about being the first into the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. Well, okay, there goes my theorizing. This guy clearly does care about getting into the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. But this dream is not just about getting into the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. The first part of this dream shows him trapping Cinnamon in a cage before he goes on to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. Now, trapping Cinnamon in a cage might not seem like a sign of affection, but we have to remember that this is a dream here, and dreams are meant to symbolize real emotions that are deeper within. Cinnamon is always running, hyper-focused on the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal, full steam ahead. Cinnamon needs to be the Winamon. I think Bad Apple trapping Cinnamon here symbolizes his desire for Cinnamon to slow down and acknowledge him. Like, seriously, we're 4 races in, and we don't even know if Cinnamon knows this guy's name. Cinnamon
Kellogg
being
would roll
trapped
over in his
cage
grave
forces him
knowing
to
people
stop, slow down,
put
and acknowledge
sugar.
the formidable
And it's
opponent
the
who
sugar.
put him there.
They
And
sell the
Bad Apple
sugariest
seems almost
meal of
happier
all
about
time
this dynamic
as the
than
most
actually
important
reaching
meal
the
of the
bowl.
day.
Almost as if to say, now you have to acknowledge me,
Make a good
Cinnamon.
point.
Again, this is a dream. If the Bad Apple's subconscious only really cared about getting to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal, why would Cinnamon even be here? Apple could just dream of beating him in one of their normal races, or even just dream without him there at all, in a world where that delicious bowl of Applejack cereal is all his. But he doesn't. He dreams first of trapping Cinnamon, forcing him to see him as an equal, a peer, and only then, secondarily diving into the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. You don't just dream about another man in a cage for no reason. There's something deep within Bad Apple's subconscious that is creating this situation. We have one final commercial in this arc, and I don't think there's much to add here. We have Apple scoping out the race with binoculars. Keep notice here that he's looking at Cinnamon before looking at the bowl of delicious Applejack cereal. He then flies from this rooftop over to the window, but misses at the last second. I think the Bad Apple is a really well-rounded individual. He has the strength to lift a sidewalk tile, he has the ability to manipulate holes, he's crafty, quite the tinkerer, and we know he gets a good night's sleep. I find it hard to believe that he would not know how to pilot his own helicopter helmet. I mean, this is coming from his patented bag of tricks. Not to mention that this commercial starts with the bowl of Applejack cereal already poured before it starts. You mean to tell me that a competitor seriously trying to be the first to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal would waste all this time, waiting for Cinnamon to get close before even attempting to use the helicopter helmet? No, the Bad Apple has the means and intellect to get to this bowl first, miles ahead even. Even if he didn't have control of this helmet, why didn't he bring like a hole or something as a failsafe to get through the wall? What flies out of his bag of tricks here is an Applejack spy spoon, which you could use to solve various puzzles on the back of the box. It doesn't seem to have too much relevance to the overall story, but it could be interpreted as an intentional gift for Cinnamon. Is it a coincidence that the one item to fall out of his bag of tricks was something Cinnamon could use to enjoy the fun puzzles and games on the back of a delicious box of Applejack cereal? Maybe, but all these potential coincidences together seem a little too good to be true, and I would rather use them to paint a clear pattern of behavior. Now, there are some real-world factors at play before this next arc in the storyline. Basically, there was backlash around this initial campaign because of the way that the Bad Apple was characterized. Health food nonprofits did not want kids to see healthy foods like apples as antagonists because they thought it would make kids less likely to eat apples. And because of that, the Bad Apple is going to be absent from the next few commercials. That being said, isn't it super convenient that the first commercial back without the Bad Apple, Cinnamon gets lost on his way to finding the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. Cinnamon has been characterized as this hyper-focused guy, eyes on the prize, one thing on the mind. If you asked me a few races ago if I thought Cinnamon would get lost on his way to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal, I would have laughed straight in your face. He's just not that kind of racer. This lack of focus continues into his other solo commercial. He just doesn't have that iron determination he used to. He's gotten sloppy. In earlier commercials, he was often found resting at the start of races, conserving his energy and listening like a hawk for that iconic jingle. But here, he's gotten restless, walking aimlessly around the beach, carelessly putting himself in harm's way. Cinnamon does not care nearly as much anymore, and the only thing that's changed is that the Bad Apple is gone. Whether he misses the thrill of competition, or maybe it's the absence of someone he didn't realize he would miss so dearly. Something is very clearly wrong here. Luckily, this solo arc does doesn't last long, as they were able to bring back the bad apple as long as they stopped calling him the bad apple and didn't portray him as an antagonist. His name in canon is now just Apple. Now, I would not blame you if you thought I was reaching a bit. I made a pretty bold claim that these are two gay men in love, and while I do think I'm bringing up a pretty valid interpretation, that's all it is, an interpretation. It's not like we've found any proof of their physical attraction for each other. So with that in mind, I want to move on to the next arc, which I dub the gay sex arc, the one where they penetrate each other. Apple makes a cinematic return from his hiatus by jumping out of the plane straight on top of Cinnamon. Now Cinnamon is stuck lodged inside of Apple. This isn't like a gross scientific experiment that fused them together. If we go in slow motion here, we can clearly see the moment where Cinnamon enters the Apple's asshole, impaling his entire body and coming out the other side. Neither of them seem too worked up about this situation either. I mean, there's initial horror. Can you really blame them for that though? This kind of begs the question, given how we've characterized Apple so far, was this intentional? Trying to flatter him, dreaming about him noticing you, giving him gifts, is this the final evolution of forcing him to notice you? The odds of lodging Cinnamon up your ass by accident are extremely low. I mean, with wind resistance, the speed of the plane, onto a moving target that is this thin, it almost feels too precise to not be on purpose. Was this the in-lore reason for his absence? Was he planning this, hiring a pilot, learning how to skydive, and meticulously calculating all the variables to perfectly anal-vor Cinnamon? Regardless, we see in the solo Cinnamon arc that maybe an act this bold wasn't even needed. We know that Cinnamon missed him, and I think while neither character will admit it out loud this episode, they are content with the situation. So content, in fact, that the next episode starts with them moving in together. Like, hey, I don't know about you, but if I had someone jammed up my asshole, my first thought would be, how the fuck do I get this guy out of my asshole? And not the logistics of living the rest of our lives together. Despite being competitors that race towards the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal, they're doing it together now. Apple has taken interest in Cinnamon's hobbies. Cinnamon famously won their first race together on a skateboard. It's clear that skateboarding holds some emotional significance. But here, Apple takes the reins. He wants to show off to Cinnamon that he can do it too. It's cute. Apple might not be the best skateboarder. They may have caused some property damage, but they both seem to be having a great time sharing in each other's interests. It's not until the next commercial that we see them attempt any sort of problem solving whatsoever. Like, they didn't even bother to search the word unstuck into a search engine for what we know to be at least 2 calls of the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal and them getting an apartment together. But considering the time it would take to ship a large device like the Unsticker, my assumption is that they had to be stuck together for at least a month or 2 in canon. While we know that these commercials themselves aired all throughout 2007, they enjoy being close to each other, inside of each other, and only now do they realize we don't have to be constantly lodged inside of each other to show our affection. We can live as separate people and still feel this close. The following race is also just really heartwarming. 2 competitors with a newfound respect for each other just duking it out for the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal the old-fashioned way, with an absolute nail-biting photo finish. The post-credit scene actually reveals that the sport may no longer be taken as seriously as it used to. Obviously, the outside complaints mandated that both competitors need to make it to the bowl, but it seems like there's no longer even a common consensus on who won the race anymore, with Apple and Cinnamon jokingly bantering about it on their way home.
I got there first. Did not. Did 2. Did not. Did 2. Did not.
I've decided to start going frame by frame through these races to get the actual winner, just out of respect for the sport. It looks like Cinnamon makes it in just a little before Apple here. This arc absolutely led to the largest chunk of character development. Following their separation, it's clear that they now see each other in a much different light. Well, that was kind of cinema. Like this first commercial in the Friendly Lovers arc here. They start this race at a line and go on a countdown. The old bad apple, who is obsessed with mischievous tricks and cheating to get ahead, would never agree to a format so fair. He would absolutely go before the countdown ended. But the new apple is an entirely new man, and Cinnamon too. He's got this cheeky banter going on.
I'm in front.
Not for long. Before, this guy was so focused on the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal, and while he still chants his iconic mantras, he also has some time to acknowledge the opponent right next to him. This new era of racing to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal almost feels like they're putting on a show. We used to just run there by foot, but now we're drag racing through the streets, the city, the desert, even doing elaborate maneuvers to create these impressive crisscross shapes. There's a new bond of mutual respect as a direct result of these two men spending so much time inside of each other, and their mutual love for the sport and adoration for each other seems to be pushing the sport to new levels. I mean, just look at this cinematic dive into the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. It's flashy, but also shows how comfortable they are with each other's bodies. You'd be hard-pressed to find duo figure skaters capable of such complex and intimate maneuvers. Also, while this camera angle is not super conducive to figuring out a winner, it does seem as if they entered the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal at the same time, but Cinnamon's head seems to slightly wrap around the top of Apple, giving him a photo finish victory. Honestly, incredible stuff here. Our next commercial kind of deepens our understanding of the new status quo. Again, the elevation of the sport, new gadgets and spectacle. Apple has a super cool approach with this grapple gun, almost Spider-Man-esque, while Cinnamon uses this crazy pogo stick. All around, just a fan of the game and its evolution here, especially the ways in which their philosophies and approaches lead to such unprecedented races. Like this wrecking ball shortcut is textbook Apple, thinking on his feet, adapting to his surroundings, while Cinnamon's always been the more by-the-books kind of racer, sticking to his initial game plan and his solid fundamentals. I love the clash of ideologies at their fullest potential. Apple's quick thinking actually does get them a victory here. I think this is actually the first recorded Apple victory in the history of the sport, so honestly just a monumental race all around. One that will go down in history, and well deserved too. The old Cinnamon might have very easily been devastated by a loss like this, but we see that he is still very much in high spirits. You gotta love the sportsmanship of these guys, pushing, elevating the sports, and still being so friendly and comfortable with each other, even doing 4 fun races in the off-season.
Okay.
You love to see it. Also, the physical contact on these dives into the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal cannot be understated. Like, Apple having this much height coming off the wrecking ball makes sense, but Cinnamon is running in on foot here. Did he jump into Apple wanting this physical contact, or... Wait a second. Cinnamon, you sly dog. Apple was coming in off that wrecking ball way too fast. In fact, if Cinnamon didn't jump all the way up there to intercept him, he would have soared way past the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal and embarrassed himself on the world stage. We saw Apple make these sacrifice plays for the sake of Cinnamon before the gay sex arc, but to think that Cinnamon is the Winamon Cinnamon would give up his chance of winning the race to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal just to give Apple his big victory. I mean, even though these guys are good friends now, we can see how much a win would mean to Apple. He's been debating the results of these last 2 very close races in a playful manner, but you gotta remember that this is a world-class competitor who has never taken home a delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. That's gotta sting a little bit, right? I feel like Cinnamon had to have noticed this and made the sacrifice play to give Apple his unambiguous victory that he's always wanted. In this next commercial, Apple gets to the bowl and Cinnamon is nowhere to be found. Yeah, that's a little weird, right? Again, this next commercial, Apple gets to the bowl and Cinnamon is nowhere to be found. So Apple calls Cinnamon. By the way, they've not only exchanged phone numbers, but I think Apple has him on speed dial. I'm not gonna lie, I'm Gen Z. I don't really know what speed dial is, but he only dialed 3 digits, so I'm assuming that's what it is. But I don't think I even have to point out how the old Apple would have taken this opportunity in a heartbeat, but the new Apple calls Cinnamon, fucks around a little bit to let him catch up, and ends up losing this race by a split second. Don't even get me started on the old Cinnamon. Sleeping through a race? If you told me before the gay sex arc that Cinnamon would sleep through a race, forget about it. This guy sleeps and is awake the moment he hears that iconic jingle. Something's clearly changed in Cinnamon. Let's also note how low Cinnamon jumps in this race where he was clearly in a rush. Super low to the bowl, almost no airtime versus that last race where he crashed into Apple. The next commercial seems to be more like like Apple and Cinnamon taking some sort of sponsorship offer for Applejack cereal straws. Rather than an actual race or development of their characters, it's a cute commercial, but I don't think it's worth talking about that much. The next arc starts with Apple showing Cinnamon his new invention, a teleporter that will take you directly to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. I'm a little iffy on this idea as a whole. I really enjoy Apple's playstyle and never-ending bag of tricks and gadgets, but this one feels like it takes things a little too far. It's fun watching the race evolve with grapple guns, helicopter helmets, etc., but just skipping the race to get there instantly seems like a step too far. Luckily, this invention does not work, but ends up transporting them to New York City in the real world. They're stranded here, the remote is smashed, but the silver lining is that the real world also is filled to the brim with delicious bowls of Applejack cereal. They waste no time here. Apple is honestly in his natural element. Tons of things in the environment to utilize, the race isn't even close. I think I'll call this arc the honeymoon arc. They don't seem too worked up about not knowing how to get back home, and they seem to just enjoy each other's company exploring this new world together. Like, we start our next commercial on top of the Seattle Space Needle. These guys traveled from coast to coast, seeing the sights and enjoying the world. I don't think I have much to say about this one. They glide down from the Space Needle into a faraway apartment using this dirty piece of paper, and Apple wins. I do think it's a little disrespectful to the sport to take this paper into the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. Like, we've left vehicles and gadgets behind in the past. Why are we now just allowing a random piece of discarded paper into that delicious bowl of Applejack cereal? It seems like a mockery to me. Perhaps these guys have gotten a bit too complacent, or perhaps the rules in this new league are a lot more lax. But I've got to say, I'm disappointed in you, Apple and Cinnamon. The delicious bowl of Applejack cereal used to mean something. Do better. This next commercial is more classic antics. I feel like their relationship is already set in stone by this point, so nothing super new. Just a good old-fashioned race to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal. Can't go wrong with that. One note here, I just find this clip a little confusing.
Kids love me!
The way Cinnamon reacts here really caught me off guard. Like, don't get me wrong, what Apple said can be taken in a weird way, but I also don't think it's a strange thing for a celebrity who is adored by a lot of kids to say. I just don't know what they were implying with Cinnamon's reaction in this scene. Anyways, Cinnamon takes home the dub. Let's move on. We got another standard race to start off. It's a close one, but Apple wins by a hair. It's what happens after this race that we're gonna want to focus on. After the race, they are walking down the street, some light banter, when they spot a grocery store absolutely stocked to the brim with delicious Applejack cereal. Now, if you still don't think they're gay, I think this would be some of the strongest counter evidence. Apple tries flirting with these apples in the grocery store. I took this scene as Apple being mischievous and trying to mess with Cinnamon to make him jealous. I don't even know if Apple can be attracted to non-sentient apples. It kind of feels like if a human was jokingly flirting with a statue. But regardless of your interpretation there, what comes next is honestly gut-wrenching. Apple is abducted in broad daylight, and I have never seen Cinnamon so distraught. Like, even when he's depicted in a cage, or when he finds out he's fused to another man, he still manages to hold it together. Just look at the pain in his expression as Apple is being taken away. Have you ever seen anyone more sad and depressing? Okay, you can cut away. Not to mention Apple's voice screaming in desperation at the only person he can confide in this big unfamiliar world. Will Cinnamon find Apple? This scene is heartbreaking to watch. These characters that we've spent all this time with, watching their relationships slowly develop, and finally when we think everything is gonna work out and they can just enjoy spending the rest of their lives together, life finds a way of punching you in the stomach. We don't know much about the mysterious abductor, but I do want to point out that this isn't like a Toy Story kind of situation. These kids in the previous commercial were able to see Apple and Cinnamon racing and talking. I mean, these guys are celebrities. They're on the box of delicious Applejack cereal. So I think there's a couple motives we could assign here. She could be a crazed fan, or she could be really homophobic, a hate crime. This abduction does actually get resolved in between commercials. You see, if you went to applejacks.com at the time, you could play Applejack's Appley Recovery, where you play as Cinnamon navigating his way through 3 levels of a grocery store, collecting colored apple keys and avoiding children with somewhat questionable pathing AI. Like, hey, GG's kid, I guess you got me. But it's implied once you beat level 3 that you find Apple, and that sets up the next commercial. I will say Applejack's had a lot of these little flash games, and it was pretty fun to look back at them. Just an entirely different era of advertising. They're awesome. If you want to see more, I'm gonna upload a long play of all the Applejack's flash games I have access to on my second channel the same day that this video goes up. Our next commercial is a standard race and a quick Apple victory, then followed by a suspiciously similar scene of them stumbling upon delicious boxes of Applejack cereal in the grocery store. This is the start of the clone arc, where they see the boxes now feature the new clone shape. This episode is more of a setup for the huge bomb that the next episode will drop. We start with this same shot of Apple and Cinnamon walking to the grocery store. Apple singing this absolute banger.
Applejacks, not Cinnajacks, but Applejacks!
They seem surprised by the Apple clone boxes despite just seeing them in the last episode, but this time the Apple clones are not just on the box. Before they know it, they are swarmed by Apple clones, and while Apple seems delighted at first, he pretty quickly gets tossed around and lost in the crowd. This is the last time we will ever see Apple and Cinnamon on the screen together again. Cinnamon, again, absolutely distraught, desperately searching through the crowd of apples looking for his beloved partner. I think this scene is really strong as it shows their relationship is so much deeper than surface level attraction. Surrounded by exact clones of his partner, he isn't even distracted for a second, searching for the one he truly loves among a sea of cheap fakes. Now, what's sad about this story is that it never gets resolved. You're supposed to go to applejacks.com again to help Cinnamon find the real Apple, but for the life of me, I cannot find this game. It seems not every Applejacks Flash game has been properly archived for some reason. The best I could find was the existence of a Flash game called Clones Quest on an old archive of the website, but obviously I can't get the page to actually let me play it. We do get a description confirming that this is the game where Cinnamon tries to find the real Apple. Applejack's Clones Quest is unfortunately, as far as I know right now, lost media. If anyone can find a way to recover this crucial missing piece of the Applejacks lore, please contact me through email, Blue Sky, or Discord. I will PayPal you like a $50 bounty. Now, we can sit around and hope that they get a happy ending in this Flash game, but I honestly would not be too sure. This is the final commercial of this ad campaign. Cinnamon and Apple would never grace our TV screens together again after this. The end of this series is Cinnamon desperately trying to search for his partner. We do not know if Cinnamon ever finds Apple. Now, I did say that these two would never grace the screen together again, and that's because there is one more commercial in the series, and we can kind of fill in some of the blanks here. This is Cinnamon Jacks, and this commercial is actually heartbreaking. To those not following the lore too closely, it might just seem like an innocent promotion for their new cereal, but those who know can parse what is going on below the surface. For context, there was at least a 1-year hiatus between the clone arc and this commercial. There's a lot of blanks to fill in on the timeline here. For one, Cinnamon managed to find his way home to the original world on Cinna Island. We don't know how, the remote was clearly broken, and Apple was always more of the tech guy. But speaking of Apple, he's nowhere to be seen. This commercial seems to be in some sort of Cinnamon ethno state. Now, to be clear, it's possible that Cinnamon could have found Apple and they could have come back together, but it's also just as likely that the Apple clones could have helped him find a way back too. Let's just think about it for a minute. These guys have been racing to the delicious bowl of Applejack cereal together this entire series, obviously except when outside controversy restricted them from doing so. We haven't had a race to the bowl in all of these years. I find that hard to believe. This commercial feels like grief to me. Cinnamon puts on a big smile and an intoxicating performance, and that's because that's just what he does. He loves to perform, but we're also missing a huge part of him. Cinnamon is the Winamon. Here I come, I am Cinnamon. The philosophies he lived his life by for the past decade, nowhere to be seen. To me, it feels like he's distracting himself with drugs, loud music, and Cinnamon Jacks. I think there's a valid parallel here between the disappearance of Apple and this Cinnamon Jacks commercial. Apple is surrounded by clones of himself before disappearing. Now we see Cinnamon surrounding himself with cinnamon-based homunculi trying to disappear. The only difference here is that there's no one left to look for him. Survivor's guilt. If Cinnamon was just a little more alert like in the old days, maybe a little less comfortable with the current situation, maybe he could have noticed the clones approaching. Maybe he could have grabbed Apple Apple before he was taken away. If they were just Cinnamon clones, maybe he could have been taken instead. And maybe if Cinnamon's goal was to disappear like Apple did, then maybe he got his wish. To me, this commercial is a manifestation of Cinnamon's grief. This ad campaign was a complete failure. He never did another commercial again after this, and Cinnamon Jacks were discontinued only a few years later. We all know this commercial isn't him. Cinnamon took this ad deal because for the past year he has been washed up, sulking in misery. Cinnamon needed something to keep himself sustained. Executives and agents probably breathing down his neck, get back out there, sell. He tried a solo endeavor. He tried to make it work alone, but this whole commercial has an almost eerie absence ringing through it. You can't even think of the name Cinnamon Jacks without thinking about Apple Jacks. Cinnamon and Apple were on top of the world together, but without Apple, Cinnamon lost his passion, his spark. This commercial is generic and corporate. All the things Cinnamon loved to do, racing, skateboarding, quiet time to himself on the beach, completely gone. Cinnamon is missing an apple-shaped part of himself. Applejack cereal is a tragic story about forbidden love. From heated rivals to heated lovers, these two formed a real relationship over the course of these commercials. You want them to have a happy ending, you want to root for them, and just when you think everything is fine, life can swoop in and ruin everything in an instant. When something goes wrong, you lose the love of your life. The crushing wheels of capitalism don't stop to grieve with you. Cinnamon needed to keep moving, needed to make money to keep living, but he could not keep up this facade for long. Cinnamon did not want to have to keep living a lie, that everything is okay, that he's capable of celebrating good times during the worst times of his life. Apple and Cinnamon would remain on the delicious box of Applejack cereal for a few years after this. Cinnamon would soon go bald, likely from the stress and grief, until they were eventually replaced by these new Apple and Cinnamon characters that we know nothing about. Perhaps Kellogg's learned their lesson about letting us see too much. Perhaps these new characters are exactly what they wanted. Soulless, emotionless, and distanced branding machines that won't get too attached. They've never even filmed a full commercial together. These guys solely exist to be on the front of the box, to replace what once was. When I look at these new boxes, I always remember those that came before. I can't see these characters as anything but paltry imitations, sucking the life out of the ones who captured our imaginations and hearts. Applejacks is a brand. Kellogg's is a corporation. But Apple and Cinnamon, they were human, they were lovers, they were the Winamon.
Amazing. How long was that shitpost?
It was like a 30-minute video.
That's great. That's a 30-minute shitpost. That's incredible. I want to see the bloopers. You know what I miss? Bloopers. The only ones that did it were really Marvel. Recently, from what I've seen. I don't think they really do bloopers on movies anymore. The blooper reels. Fucking lame.
Jackie Chan always does them.
Does he really?
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Indigenous person who has died used with permission from her family.
I don't know if we want to show dead
in the
bodies.
heart of Alice Springs.
I don't think it's going to be dead body.
It just said
fucking ABC News. It's going to be pictures of her.
Of her body.
No, of her. ABC is not going to put dead bodies on screen.
Rioters search for justice after the alleged murder of 5-year-old Kumanjai little baby, whose body was found yesterday after a 5-day search.
We are so angry for what he's done. He was an innocent little baby.
We're united in it because it hurts all of us. It hurts one of us because she was only 5 years old, and it could happen to any of our kids, and we don't want that to ever happen to any kids at all.
Their target, 47-year-old Jefferson Lewis, who police allege sexually abused and murdered the little girl after abducting her from a home on the edge of town.
So vulnerable, yet they're protecting him. Shut the
I mean, lynch
Beaten
mob
unconscious,
justified.
face down in the dirt.
Honestly, yeah.
Lewis's time on the run came to a bloody end.
He presented himself to one of the town camps in Alice Springs last night. As a result of presenting himself, members of that town camp decided to inflict vigilante justice upon Jefferson.
Transported to hospital,
Fair enough.
hundreds gathered calling for payback for Lewis to
Oh
be
no,
killed for
anyway.
his alleged crimes.
Yeah, that's right.
As anger overflowed, emergency service workers were left injured, their vehicles damaged in the riot.
Attacks on frontline workers are never acceptable. And whilst we appreciate and understand that people are very angry and grieving, there is never an excuse or an acceptability of violence as a response.
This is a community that are hurting, that need to come together.
In the light of day, more carnage as police and
believe
elders
that's why, yes.
call for calm.
It's a
All
grieving
week,
tradition. Or
the
something
community
along
of Alice Springs come together searching for a little baby that was taken by a monster. And that hard work was undone last night by some people who were very angry with the systems.
An alleged killer in custody, a community united in pain over the loss of precious Kumanjai little baby. Matt Garrick, ABC News, Alice Springs.
Jefferson Lewis is in Darwin. He was transported here from Alice Springs in the early hours of this morning. We were told his injuries were not significant enough to warrant him spending a significant amount of time in hospital, and so he was taken into police custody where he remains this evening. Now, charges are yet to be laid, but police over the last few days have been very clear. It is their belief that Jefferson Lewis is the man allegedly responsible for murdering and abducting that 5-year-old girl, Kumanjai little baby. Northern Territory Police haven't revealed the exact location of Jefferson Lewis. That is for safety reasons in light of what we saw unfold at the Alice Springs Hospital last night. We know additional police resources from Darwin are being transported to Alice Springs. We also know that takeaway alcohol restrictions have been put into place. And as one of our senior Aboriginal elders was saying earlier on today, the community is really still coming to grips with this incredible tragedy, and they have already endured so much. And so it's really hoped that those messages of the community staying calm and staying united are listened to going into this evening.
And if this report has raised any issues for Torres Strait Islander or Aboriginal viewers, you can contact 13 Yarn on 1392.
I think it's been a while since something like this has happened.
The Northern Territory Police Force holds concerns for the welfare of 5-year-old Sharon, who was reported missing from Alice Springs on Saturday night. Around 1:35 a.m, police received reports that Sharon could not be located at her residence on Marshall Court, Old Timers Camp in Alice Springs. It is believed she was last seen around about 11:30 p.m. that night, being Saturday night. She was last seen wearing a dark blue short sleeve t-shirt with a white ring stripe around the neck and white ring stripe around the end of the sleeves, and a pair of black boxer style underwear. Police have conducted an initial search of the area and have been unable to locate Sharon at this point in time. Police are urging anyone with information to make contact on 131 444 and quote reference number P261 20934. Search teams have consisted of the drone unit, horses, dog operations, TRG, ATVs, motorcycles, ground units and NTES volunteers. Up to date, that search continues. Further to the information I've just provided, the Northern Territory Police can now confirm they are seeking the public assistance to locate a 47-year-old male by the name of Jefferson Lewis. Police believe Mr. Lewis can assist with inquiries at this point in time. A photo of Mr. Lewis
I'm
will be
assuming
provided shortly
that
after
they
this
didn't
press
know that
conference
she was
for
dead at this
dissemination
point?
to the greater public.
Which
We
is
can
why they're
confirm
using
that he
her
is
name.
believed to have been in the area around that time and staying at the residence. He currently remains one of the few people who were in Old Timers Camp at the time and who has not made themselves known to police, nor have police been able to locate him at this point in time. Police can confirm that he has recently been released from prison and is currently the subject of no conditions. An extensive investigation remains underway.
Can we extrapolate from what you've said here that you believe Sharon has been abducted?
We do believe Sharon has been abducted, and we believe Mr. Jefferson may be able to provide us with some information in regards to that.
Okay, pause it.
His conviction, what had he been in jail for?
Okay. This is from a website explaining why they're not saying her name. The Aboriginal girl had been missing from the old timers camp. Okay, yep. While the news reports named the girl before the body was found, they now don't. Instead, she's being called a Kudamanji little baby. Let's delve into why. There are deeply significant protocols surrounding the naming of Indigenous Australians who have died. Speaking a dead person's name is believed to recall and disturb their spirit. That same goes for the use of their image and their voice. Those protocols are part of the grieving process.
I see why they were saying, like, her image was used with permission. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So, these protocols are a part of the grieving process. These cultural practices vary across different regions in the Northern Territory, where Indigenous populations are larger and traditional practices are more prominently maintained. These naming customs remain a cornerstone and vital part of cultural life compared to many southern and eastern regions. Who decided on the substitute name? The most common substitute names were Kudamanji and some different word. I'm not going to even attempt that. There are others such as Kunmanara or Barlang. The bereavement protocols are determined by the family or community. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. The use of substitute names reflects the family is mourning. Reflects the family's mourning period. It can be used for weeks, months, or even years. The same goes for what is known as sorry business, which is another term for Indigenous death ceremonies and practices. And sorry business isn't only confined to the direct family. The sorrow is shared by the whole community. So there you go.
Interesting.
Bit of Indigenous culture for you. Military emergency failed. The city-state didn't. Hell yeah, everyone's going to send me aid. This is great. Give me money. Alright. Let's
Here, I'm going to
continue.
send you money and you send me 100 per turn back.
I can't. Wait till next turn.
Huh?
We'll have to wait till next turn. It'll only let me send 50. Uh-oh, spaghetti. Then I'll lose my field cannon. You're not sharing anything, by the way. I just got the best apostle upgrade. I got the Inquisitor upgrade. I'm gonna go wipe out his religion.
Force holds concerns for the welfare of 5-year-old Sharon, who was reported missing from Alice Springs on Saturday night. Around 1:35 a.m, police received reports that Sharon could not be located at her residence on Marshall Court, Old Timers Camp in Alice Springs.
We saw this one.
It is believed she was last seen around about 11:30 p.m. that night.
Yeah, I don't know
being
when it
Saturday
stopped
night.
sharing.
She was last seen wearing a dark blue short sleeve t-shirt with a white ring stripe around the neck and white ring stripe around the end of the sleeves, and a pair of black boxer style underwear. Police have conducted an initial search of the area and have been unable to locate Sharon at this point in time. Police are urging anyone with information to make contact on 131 444 and quote reference number P26120934. Search teams have consisted of the drone unit, horses, dog operations, TRG, ATVs, motorcycles, ground units and NTES volunteers. Up to date, that search continues. Further to the information I've just provided, the Northern Territory Police can now confirm they are seeking the public assistance to locate a 47-year-old male by the name of Jefferson Lewis. Police believe Mr. Lewis can assist with inquiries at this point in time. A photo of Mr. Lewis will be provided shortly after this press conference for dissemination to the greater public. We can confirm that he is believed to have been in the area around that time and staying at the residence. He currently remains one of the few people who were in Old Timers Camp at the time and who has not made themselves known to police, nor have police been able to locate him at this point in time. Police can confirm that he has recently been released from prison and is currently the subject of no conditions. An extensive investigation remains underway.
Can we extrapolate from what you've said here that you believe Sharon has been abducted?
We do believe Sharon has been abducted, and we believe Mr. Jefferson may be able to provide us with some information in regards to that.
What were his convictions? What had he been in jail for?
I can't advise the extent of them, but a lot of them were physical assaults. I believe there was some domestic violence history possibly.
Were any of them related to child-related offences?
No.
In terms of you said he has no conditions. Was he living in Old Timers Camp at that time?
Yeah, it's a little bit unclear. We're still trying to work through his movements since he got out of prison. We certainly know that he was in and around Old Timers Camp and that particular residence Saturday afternoon into that evening.
Is he related to Sharon?
No, not that we're aware of. There might be a very peripheral link, but not directly related.
Is he known to her?
At this stage, we're yet to confirm that, but I would suggest so. He was in and around the house at that point in time, so I'm assuming there was some sort of recognition of who he may be.
Who else was in the house at the time?
Can't confirm numbers at this stage, but certainly Sharon and her mother and some other family members.
Can you give us an indication of what your priorities are now as far as the police investigation goes, as far as tracking this man down, what you're doing to try and find him?
We're doing everything within our power to do it. Major crime are currently en route. They've probably landed. They're going to take carriage of the criminal portion of this investigation. We've got 2 investigations running concurrently, the criminal, plus we've also got the search and rescue effort that is currently underway. We don't know, or we don't have any information in regards to whether Mr. Lewis has access to a vehicle. We don't think he does. So we're hoping that he's still in the immediate area, and if he is involved, we certainly hope that no harm has come to Sharon.
What CCTV vision is available? Have you been able to have any trace of his movement through that?
We do have some CCTV footage. Some of that will be disseminated in regards to providing media with his image.
Was he with the girl at that time?
You made peace?
So there's no exact...
yeah,
you don't have any
for now.
yet that he's
with Sharon, or it's strongly suspected?
Look, it's suspected at this point in time. We think he can provide information. Certainly, he's the only person who we haven't been able to locate and speak to, who was in and around that area at the time. Considering himself and Sharon went missing at around about the same time, it certainly brings about those suspicious circumstances, and we'd like to speak to him about that.
We've heard some people from the ground tell us at the ABC that this man who'd been released from prison was perhaps behaving erratically around that community in the day prior or the day during. Can you confirm that?
No, I can't confirm that at this point.
Are you in contact with people who know this man, his family members or others, and what are they saying to you, and what is your advice to them?
Yep, I can't comment fully in regards to that question, but be rest assured that's part of the investigative process. All of his family members and his links are being contacted and spoken to appropriately.
Will there be searches now in Alice Springs? Will there be roadblocks and that type of traffic type search that will, I guess, cause some disruption around Alice Springs?
We're still working through that process. At this point in time, that's not the case. Whether or not we need to get to that point, we'll certainly provide, some information to the public in regards to that. But at this point in time, I wouldn't imagine so.
This is kind of worse nightmare type stuff for Sharon's family, no doubt. How are they holding up? What kind of support are they getting?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's a terrible, situation to have such a young child go missing. We're over 24 hours now. So it'd certainly be my worst nightmare as a parent. We're wrapping around the mother. We've actually facilitated some other accommodation just to provide her with some extra support and her family members. So certainly the call for public assistance, please, if you've got any information, regardless of how small in detail you think it may be, please let us know. You just don't know what piece of information may complete the jigsaw puzzle that we may need to find a successful resolution to this matter, which is exactly what we want. We want to find Sharon healthy, and we want to get her back to her family.
What's the general opinion of talking to cops on a situation like this?
Fuck them. And so, like
anger has boiled over on the streets of Alice Springs as the local community comes to the terms with the tragic death of Kumanjai little baby. A large crowd clashed with police outside the city's hospital overnight, where they believed the man arrested over her alleged murder was being held.
A 47-year-old Jefferson Lewis was understood to have been beaten by a group of people after he was recognised as the man that police were hunting. We are joined by the Northern Territory Police Commissioner, Martin Dole. Commissioner, thanks for joining us.
Should have de-limbed him.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Commissioner, we'll start with those scenes overnight. A lot of violence on the streets, but clearly this is a community in grief. Tell me what's going on at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, Emma. Look, it is a community in grief, and we recognise that. And what occurred overnight is not acceptable, and it's an aberration, and it's not reflective of what we've seen from the community of Alice Springs in the last 5 days. This community has pulled together. It's walked shoulder to shoulder in the search for Kumanjai little baby, and the violent outpouring that we saw last night, the attacks on police and emergency services personnel, not only is not acceptable, but it's not reflective of what we've seen for the last 5 days.
Can you tell us about how Jefferson Lewis was arrested, and also his condition at the moment? Is he still in Alice Springs or has he been moved?
Yeah, so he's not in Alice Springs. He was conveyed by Police Air Wing at about 3:30 this morning, and he's currently in Darwin, or just landing in Darwin as we're speaking. He's been given a fit for custody from the health, so he's in police custody. He's been given a fit for custody. Jefferson Lewis was identified at one of the town camps at about 10:30 last night. My understanding is that he identified himself to community members there after intense pressure and media pressure calling for him to make himself known. We had several calls that he was being assaulted at that time, and we turned up and intervened in that assault and took him into custody.
And was he
Should have done that.
unconscious when he was taken into custody?
Yes, it's my understanding at that time he was unconscious. Our police officers were attacked at that time, as were the St John ambulance crew that attended to assist. They were turned on by about 200 people. They were able to get out of there and get Mr Lewis to hospital. And then we saw about 400 people, angry people, gather at the Alice Springs Hospital and try and get inside and get to Jefferson Lewis. So we deployed all of the police resources available to that Alice Springs Hospital, and we ensured that that didn't occur and nobody got to him. He's still safety and peace custody now, but in Darwin.
And was anyone else injured in that unrest last night?
Yes, Emma, unfortunately there were several people injured. We had 2 police officers injured, we had 2 St John's ambulance officers injured, and we had a Northern Territory Fire and Rescue Service member injured as a result of that disturbance last night.
And was anyone else arrested?
No arrests have been made as yet, but the violent disorder has been quelled, and there is a sense of calm at the moment across Alice Springs, and we've got significant resources this morning targeting those that targeted emergency services last night.
What's your message to the community? As we said, they're clearly angry, but
Let us
also
protect
really
pedophiles.
in mourning
We already
now as
know they're
well.
more
A
important
lot
to
of
these
grief
people
in
than-
that community. What's your message to
Yeah,
them?
they're more important than the cop killers.
Yeah, thank you, Emma. Look, what we need now is some compassionate and strong leadership from the elders. We've seen that in the last 5 days. We've seen this community come together and, as I said, stand shoulder to shoulder. And now is not the time to step away from that collegiality that we've seen across this community. I understand that people are grieving and I understand that people are upset, but please let the police do their job. This man is now in custody, and please do not do anything to jeopardise a future prosecution.
Commissioner, I want to talk to you about the discovery of the body of Kumanjai little baby. I'm sure everyone across the country was devastated when they heard that news. What was the police reaction? Because this must be extremely difficult for officers and all the emergency services and those who went out searching.
Yeah, look, absolute devastation, Emma. We poured every resource that we could into this. The community support, as I've said in the media previously, has been overwhelming, and everyone was holding out hope that there would be a different outcome to this. So when we made that discovery yesterday, absolutely devastating for everybody involved, not just the police officers, but the whole community.
Oh, this is
How do you
real
support
bad, but
that
how do we make
community
it
now,
about the
in
cops?
particular Kumanjai little baby's family?
Yeah, so we've got our cultural reform team wrapped around Kumanjai little baby's family. We've been supporting them since Sunday, since we've been involved in this operation. So their needs are well looked after, but the wider community isn't used to these type of things. I've been a police officer for 30 years,
What the fuck,
and these jobs still rock
ABC?
you to the core. So, we just implore people in Alice Springs that assisted us just to reach out for that help, support one another.
Like, I cannot imagine a more irrelevant question than fronting the question with, how do the cops feel? I don't give a fuck how the cops feel. This is their fucking job. Like, I'm sure that they would be out there if they weren't in uniform, but, like, would they even be there if they weren't in uniform? Was that all the videos? There should be 5.
Yeah, it's like all of them are like this one, then this one. So it's very confusing.
I was trying to do it in order where they did like
the Northern Territory Police Force holds concerns for the welfare of 5-year-old Sharon, who was reported missing from Alice Springs on Saturday night. Around 1:35 a.m. police.
So this is the one that I wanted to play first, because it would outline the general story.
Well, we got it, you know? There's also another story that's kind of similar I wanted to talk about.
We watched this one.
Where is it?
No, I think we watched them all. No. Here, play this one. This is the other one, the last one. It gives us an overview of the violent response at the hospital, a bit more on it.
My mic cover.
Warning, this confronting story contains the image of an indigenous person who has died, used with permission.
This isn't the one we saw?
It probably has
From
the same
her
thing at
family.
the start of them.
Chaos in the heart of
Maybe we
Alice
did
Springs.
watch this one. Okay, no, we're fine. Alright, we've watched that all. I think that's all there is on this one for now.
Okay, I have a depressing story, but first I'm going to do a comic relief video.
Fantastic.
Alright, hello, and welcome to a video about the
races.
world's wackiest racers. And no, this is not about Pastor Maldonado, although he would fit right into this series. This, of course, is about the 1968 TV series, in which each week 11 of the world's craziest, zaniest, and downright bonkers drivers would whirl their wheels in the wacky races. At the end of each episode, it'd always show you who, plus at least the 2 other podium finishers. Often it would show you all the drivers that finished. So I thought it'd be interesting to try and work out who actually did win the wacky races. To do this, I'll be using the current Formula 1 point system. So first place will get you 25 points, followed by 18 for second, then 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and 1 point for last place. I'll only be able to give out points for cars that officially cross the line, and I'll be changing a few of the official results as well based on my own judgments. And this isn't really a video that should be taken too seriously. We're looking back at a cartoon from over 50 years ago. It's just a bit of fun.
And away they go on the way out wacky races.
So here we go, the races are underway in the first ever wacky race, with the first victory in the series going to the Crimson.
Hey,
Alright.
I found a natural site.
A what?
Natural wonder.
Hay baler, with the creepy coupe in second and Buzzwagon in third. Meanwhile, Dick was tricked by the anthill mob, I mean the 7 little dwarfs, and is left stuck in the mud. With no other finishers shown, only 3 drivers pick up points in the first race. Already in the second episode of the series, we get our first big controversy. The infamous episode where Dick is disqualified for extending his car across the line. Now, considering Rufus Roughcut is allowed to stretch his neck to win a race, I think it's only fair to reinstate Dick as the true winner. With everyone else moving down a position, Penelope does not get her first win of the series, plus the Buzzwagon is stripped of their podium. For the next 2 races, all the drivers, with the exception of Dick, all cross the finish line, with the Arkansas Chuggerbug and the Creepy Coupe both picking up their first wins. Let's take a closer look at the Creepy Coupe, piloted by the gruesome twosome, along with their various monsters hiding inside the belfry. This includes most notably a dragon, which is often used to fire up the other competitors. On the wacky scale, which I'll be using to determine how crazy and wacky each car and competitors are, I'll give them a score of 9 out of 10.
Now, storming into the lead is the Creepy Coupe.
In Mishmash Missouri Dash, it looked like it would be a sure win for Peter Perfect, until a cute little kitty wanders onto the track. But maybe he is the real winner, getting to hold the little ball of fluff. As we do only see 4 cars finish the race, I will give Peter 5th place. I'm also giving 6th place to Dick Dastardly, as it does show him cross the line in last place. However, as the other cars were not shown, it is presumed they all did not finish. Here is a quick update of the standings after 5 rounds. With the Anthill Mob languishing in last place, surprisingly Dick is up in 7th place, while Penelope, the Buzzwagon and the Creepy Coupe make up the current top 3. The next 2 rounds are dominated by the Slag Brothers, with back-to-back wins, one of only 3 cars to win back-to-back races, the others being the Turbo Terrific and the Arkansas Chuggerbug. Let's take a closer look at the Bouldermobile. This prehistoric pair are often found rocking their way into first place, usually seen bashing other competitors, or more likely bashing themselves with their clubs. They were always one of my favourites. Only problem is their car does have a tendency to fall to pieces. On the wacky scale, they get an 8 out of 10.
In second place is the Bouldermobile, dropping into its own style of rock and roll driving.
Avoiding an ape at the finish line, we see the first win for the Army Surplus Special, followed in the next race with the first win for the Buzzwagon, although in very controversial circumstances. As we all know, stretching across the line is considered cheating, but because we know Dick was reinstated as first in an earlier race, this result will also stand. After 10 races, we already have 9 different winners, with only Penelope Pitstop and Peter Perfect yet to win a race. If only Formula 1 was this exciting. After a roller coaster of a race, we see the Crimson Hay Baler pick up his second win, with Private Meekly misinterpreting orders to step on the line and taking it literally. However, since they are not officially classified, I'll give them 4th place, as we are surely to believe they would be the next car to cross the finish line. With already 2 wins, I think it's time to take a closer look at the Crimson Hay Baler, a plane/car hybrid, often seen attempting to fly over his competition. The Red Max is often foiled by low bridges, or more often the other competitors. Clearly insane, he scores a 9 out of 10 on the wacky scale.
I haven't lost my touch. That was one of my softest landings. Are you the tame, harmless gorilla?
Over the next 4 races, we see wins for the Bouldermobile, the Turbo Terrific, Penelope Pitstop, and the Army Surplus Special, meaning everyone has now won at least 1 race. The Bouldermobile's win was also their last win in the series. They have the longest run without a win in the series, spanning the final 22 races, with the exception of Dick Dastardly, of course. After 15 races, these are the current standings as we near the halfway point. With Dick now in his expected last position and not likely to move up, the Arkansas Chuggerbug struggling in 10th after a poor run of results, we do see a big change at the top, with joint second between Penelope and the Creepy Coupe, and now the Bouldermobile in first position. So currently languishing in last place is the Mean Machine, the stars of the show, almost always found speeding off ahead of everybody, only to stop and try and prevent anyone else from finishing the race, by setting up traps, diversions, or just by playing dirty. Muttley always laughing when it would all go horribly wrong. The villains of the show overall I would say are not that wacky, but we all secretly want them to win. I'd give them a score of 5 out of 10 on the wacky scale.
So who wanted to win this whole race anyway? I did! I wanted to win this race! I never get to win a race!
Sometimes the winner of a race would be quite predictable, due to the terrain or location, with the Buzzwagon easily winning in the wrong lumber race. In round 18 we see one of the few times Dick manages to cross the line. As we only see 8 other cars cross the line, this means another 2 points for the dastardly duo. I think Dick deserves a pat on the back for that. Round 19 sees another win for the Buzzwagon, in the aptly named Wacky Race to Ripsaw. The Buzzwagon, of course, made of wood with saws for wheels, with a lumberjack as the pilot and his beaver Sawtooth. Often found sawing his way through trees and even rocks, this strong man is not someone I would want to mess with. Not the craziest entry in the Wacky Races. I'd give them a score of 4 out of 10.
Oh dear! Whatever shall I do? What seems to be the problem, Miss Penelope?
Right, you already got the rest of his, his religion. That's funny as.
Huh?
Most of Canada is already your religion.
Yeah, yeah.
I just wiped his out from his capital.
When I converted all his shit, right? His great prophet was there already.
That's great.
That was like last time we played, you know?
So I'm moving missionaries up to finish up that, so I don't waste my last apostle charge. But I can wipe out 75% from any city, just let me know.
The next race sees us race across the oil fields. It's only one of 3 races where every car crosses the finish line. In all 3, Dick is the unfortunate one in 11th, missing out on points each time. The following 2 races are dominated by Peter Perfect in the number 9. Back-to-back wins could have been a late surge for the title. The Turbo Terrific is the longest car on the grid, but it's also susceptible to fall into pieces. Seen as a gentleman, we often see Peter trying to get the attention of Penelope during the races. Maybe if he wasn't so distracted, he'd pick up even more wins. Overall, one of the more normal racers in the pack. He gets a score of 2 out of 10 on the wacky scale.
Now it's Peter Perfect's Turbo Terrific in front. And he's stretching his lead. And here comes Pat Pending stretching his legs.
While we're here, let's also discuss Penelope. This southern lady in the compact pussycat has a lot of gadgets at her disposal, although some of them are just for comfort purposes. Well, to be fair, some of the races are pretty lengthy. It's good to race in style. Again, relatively normal compared to some of the other competitors. I'd give her a score of 3 out of 10 on the wacky scale.
I am mean and strong.
Especially strong. I can smell that. Phew. One little old spritz of irresistible will fix that.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Into round 23 we go with a win for Professor Pat Pending in Eenie Meenie, Missouri, with the Anthill Mob and Penelope rounding out the podium. The next 4 races are a miracle turnaround for one team, as the Arkansas Chuggabug, which at last stand-ins check were second bottom on only 60 points, go on to win 3 out of 4 races. Is it just a little bit too late though? Could they still win the wacky races? Luke and Blubber Bear pilot this unwieldy looking contraption, powered by a boiler and with a rocking chair as the race seat. Other competitors would often try to put out their fire, or even try and explode their boiler. But rarely going off the boil, this pair could yet win the wacky races if this form continues. I would give them a wacky score of 8 out of 10.
Blubber Bear, I sure got
Is that
the
literally a
hungries for
distiller?
a chunk of deep dish chuckleberry pie.
After those 4 rounds, these are the current stand-ins now after 27 races. The Mean Machine currently 11th, followed by the Army Surplus Special, the Ant Hill Mob, Peter Perfect, the Arkansas Chuggabug, Professor Pat Pendin, Penelope, the Red Max, and the top 3 currently are the Creepy Coop, the Bouldermobile, and our new leaders, the Buzzwagon. With just 7 more races to go, it's still very tight at the top, and anyone could still win. Well, apart from Dick. The next 3 races we see a surge from the Ant Hill Mob. With 2 wins out of 3 and a podium in the other one, will crime actually pay? This group of gangsters are often seen running from the law, or even using their legs to propel their car and run away from the competition using getaway power. Wearing the number 7 and made up of 7 members, they have also been known to dress up in different costumes while avoiding the cops. On the wacky scale, I'd give them a score of 7 out of 10.
Leaving so soon? Hey, what the... Lucky for me you was here, or I might have hurt myself.
The Army Surplus Special has manoeuvred back into 10th position in the last stand-ins, but a win for them in Ski Resort Road Race was very much needed. Piloted by Private Meekley and his superior Sergeant Blast, one of the more antagonistic of the wacky racers. They would often be seen using their turret for tactical gains, such as firing bubblegum, water, and mud bombs. They are also surprisingly the only car to not finish in 3rd place. I'll give them a score of 5 out of 10 on the wacky scale.
I'm giving her all she's got, Sarge.
Now don't forget, we got surplus power, Meekley. Pull in the cannon, and I'll start the dry land outboard. Now we'll go for a spin.
With just 3 races left, we see a lot of points finishes, with all the regular wacky racers finishing the next 2 races. With the exception of Dick, of course, who manages to smash into the finish line and slice up his car.
Hilarious.
Plus Silly Muttley uses the slow motion gas on themselves, preventing 2 easy wins. During all the chaos, Pat Pendin picks up an important 3rd place in Racine. The Professor pilots number 3, the converter car, which can seemingly convert into anything, from bowling balls to pogo sticks and hot air balloons. With a car this impressive, surely the Professor should have won more races. However, maybe his kindness was his undoing, as his inventiveness would often help out the other racers. I'd give him a wacky score of 10 out of 10.
As Professor Pat Pending converts into an exact copy of the Slack Brothers and passes the real number 1.
I'm the one that does it. That's us. Go!
So just 1 more race left as we enter round 34, the Carlsbad or Bust Bash. Dick Dastardly manages to make a new friend.
Me friend? Muttley, I think he wants to be our friend.
The Bouldermobile, though, is sent into a spin, and of course the Turbo-Terrific disintegrates. After getting lost in the caverns, we see Penelope win the final race, with the Red Max in 2nd and Slag Brothers in 3rd. So that now means it's time for the final stand-ins. I will go from bottom to top.
I meant the car.
In last place, with a measly 35 points.
Alright. So obviously, because he's the villain, he has to lose. Obviously, he's going to be in last. You know. So who's your favorite, and who's the winner of the wacky races?
I like this one.
Okay, but so So it's gonna be a combined score, all right?
Sure.
Whoever gets the lowest. So if you want to pick the 11th place one. Yep. No, everyone likes Dick Dastardly, obviously besides him.
I like the tank. The tank is cool.
The tank, okay. I've always been a fan of like Draculas and ghouls, so I like the haunted house guys,
Fair
whatever
enough.
their name is. But I think Penelope is the winner.
I can agree with that.
Okay, you can't agree with it. You have to pick your own.
No, I'm saying I can concede, but I like tank.
Yeah, but who do you think is the winner?
What's the metric?
It was graded on how many points they got for how many victories.
Oh, well, I mean, you can't dispute points.
You didn't pay attention to that whole video?
No, I did. You can't dispute points. I'm asking what the point of your question
is. I'm saying I'm going to combine them. You pick your favorite one and who you think is going to win. And whoever got closest
I think
will be the winner of the imaginary contest.
Sure. I think the winner from the actual contest, I think, will be the rock guys. The cavemen.
Oh, the boulder guys? Okay.
It's the Mean Machine. In 10th place, we have the Army Surplus Special with 212. 9th place goes to the Arkansas Chuggabug with 231 points. 8th place was Pat Pendin with 259. In 7th place, appropriately, is the number 7, the Ant Hill Mob, with 262 points. 6th place was Peter Perfect, with a total of 268. In 5th place is the Red Max, with 271.
This was another one.
4th place goes to Lady Penelope, with 294 points.
Rock guys
Into
are
the
above
top
her.
3. In 3rd place with 310 is the Creepy Coop. 2nd place goes to the Buzzwagon with 312.
You got
but
it.
After a late surge of podiums in the last 7 races, taking the title of the world's wackiest racer, it's the Bouldermobile with the impressive 363 points. So there we go. I hope you enjoyed my video. There's always a chance some...
Okay.
We show you tasteful as I can.
All right, this is from a channel with
bad audio.
400 subscribers. But this story is pretty important, and he's talking about it, so I figured, hey,
fair enough.
We can't see him in the corner. Since he's so small, I do want to like, you know.
But in essence, what the prosecution is saying is that David Burke met Celeste Rivas when she was 11 years old and he was 18. They started dating when when she was 13. He was 18, and they started a sexual relationship. Now they believe her parents
you're
found
changing
out,
stuff.
took her cell phone away because she kept on running away from him, and we've heard about this before. But he actually bought her cell phone at her junior high school and actually
Yeah.
had it delivered
It's
to her.
because he's streaming, so his audio is going to be higher than the news, and then my audio is lower than our audio, so it's going to be a little quiet. But I want to see if he actually gives commentary and has something to say about the case. I know he's not the only one talking about it. The point is that I found a small channel, and I want to see how he does. Because small channels are the ones that we can make friends with.
Now, they did have a sexual relationship for quite some time. She ran away. But here is, and I warn you, this is where it gets really crazy. According to the prosecution, the night before they believe she was...
You want to cover this on Wednesday?
The night of the 22nd, there was a big fight, and they went back and forth with text messages. She was upset because he was seeing other girls, and she was threatening in those text messages to disclose information about him that would get him in trouble and, quote, ruin his career. So
Okay, bro, you got to get some commentary.
an Uber for her, according to
Can't just cut
and has
news
her
and put
delivered to
yourself
his
in the
home
corner.
that day, April 23rd, to come to the
Like, it's
house.
fine to
He
have
pays the
pauses in
Uber
your
to drop
stream
her
when you're
off,
just
and
listening to the
according
story
to
and
them,
stuff, but you don't
that
upload
is
those
when he kills her.
in your
They
clips.
say he stabbed her to death, and he actually
Jesus.
waited, according to this complaint, until she, quote unquote, bled out. Then he took her phone, traveled to Santa Barbara, and kept on calling, texting her, saying, where are you, where are you? As her body is sitting in her house, again, according to prosecutors. I want to underline that David has declared himself not guilty, okay, of all this already in court, of any charges, or whatever may happen. So he goes to Santa Barbara, and that's where, according to the complaint, investigators actually found her ID and some of her stuff. Then he returns home, and get ready for this, he starts ordering on Amazon the tools that they say he used to dismember her body, including, and I
Wow.
kid you not, a burn cage and shovels and all kinds of things. Has the stuff delivered, and according to them, because they served a search warrant in his garage, this is where he supposedly did this, he proceeded to dismember her body. Specifically, Jaring is taking away her pinky finger because his name was tattooed on it.
Man, you know, we knew this whole, you know, case was going to be gruesome.
See, his audio is fine.
But, you know, this young lady, she definitely died a terrible death. You know, allegedly she was stabbed by David and then dismembered. He tried to do certain things to try to cover up his tracks and things like that. But you know, she suffered a lot before dying, and apparently, you know, it's as I kind of assumed. She had threatened to really out him for having a relationship with her, knowing that she was underage, and he didn't want that information to get out because he's, you know, just now starting to see a whole bunch of success, and you know, he didn't want that high of their success to stop. So he made the decision to allegedly do what he did, which was to murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez and dismember her body. And that's she was just saying, you know, took the opportunity to, you know, remove the finger that his name was tatted on, and man, ordered a burn cage, apparently dismembered her body.
So he's definitely working off his own notes, which is pretty good. You know, his audio's great. He's working off a green screen. And, like, Wendy sounds very passionate about this, so we can get into this case on Wednesday specifically. And we'll just leave this to a little content review for this guy. Now, I was looking at the length, and I was, like, just thinking, like, okay, if, you know, if it's only the one story and he's going to give a lot of commentary, that's a different story. Especially considering this looks... I mean, maybe he doesn't stream. Maybe he's just uploading in a streamer clip format.
Maybe.
Like how people do the fake podcast format for just farming clips.
Yeah. With a chainsaw. It's just craziness, you know what I'm saying? This is going to be one of those cases that's going to be, you know, talked about for a long time and studied, and it definitely needs to be an example put forth to young ladies to just, you know, don't talk to guys who are much older than you.
Okay. I'm going to give you a strike there for victim blaming.
That's what it's
not.
That's what it sounded like when he was talking about threatening.
That's why I'm saying that's one strike. Like, obviously, stranger danger. You're always going to tell your kids stranger danger and stuff, but it is not a child's responsibility.
No.
Like, they are children. They don't understand a lot of this stuff. They don't understand. Like, you know how manipulative you can be to somebody who doesn't have any experience against being emotionally manipulated?
no barriers against it.
Like, it should be a lesson for parents, not for kids.
Especially when you are underage. You know, you'll have plenty of time as you become a young adult to, you know, make those type of decisions and do those type of things. But as a young lady, you know, the most important thing for you to do is to enjoy your youth. Make sure that you're completing your schooling and plan for your future. You know, it shouldn't be wrapped up in trying to date someone older than you, and you have to have a sense of knowing that it's not right for you to be in this type of relationship. And you knew that for the fact that you know you was threatening to out him. So, you know, it's just really a hard life lesson, but this lesson right here can maybe save some lives out here. You know, it just depends on how it's presented to the youth, and you know, if their parents, you know, say, hey, you know, look at this situation, and you know, I want you to learn something from it. You know, you may think it's cool, or you may think it's the thing to do, or you know, find some type of happiness in doing this, but at the end of the day, you know, you'll end up being on the wrong end of the situation, and it may not get all the way this serious to where, you know, you end up dead, but it can definitely take away from your youthfulness, you know. So, man, it sounds like the family tried to take her phone away.
She was 13.
You know, I had come
Wow.
to the stance that, you know, maybe her family was, you know, supportive of this and that and the third, but it sounds like they wasn't. It sounds like they wasn't happy about it. It sounds like they were trying to keep her away from him. Apparently, he bought her a cell phone and had it delivered to her school,
Unreal.
like the middle school, which is just absolutely nuts. So yeah, you know, if everything goes as it, you know, as they're saying and alleging, it's a real sick guy, real sick person, you know, and doesn't deserve to be out here and reaping the benefits of, you know, going on tours and selling his music and XYZ, because, I mean, this is a very horrendous crime, you know, that has been committed, and she was just discarded like a piece of trash. So I'm gonna let the reporter continue and then come back with a little bit more.
Again, these are allegations by the prosecution. He has pled not guilty, and this is the case they plan to present at the preliminary hearing on May 26th. They say that they have biological evidence, her DNA in the garage, in items left over from the pool, that kind of thing. Now, the defense wanted all this squashed because they said this is prejudicial to him, obviously. The prosecution in court was saying, of course it's prejudicial. It's our case against them. The judge decided, we do not seal this from the public. The defense said, well, how are you not going to taint a jury pool? And what the judge said is, LA is big enough, the jury pool's big enough, and they have enough cases like this that by the time we get to a trial, which probably will be in a few years, the jury pool will be able to find people who are not biased by this. Now, it goes on. I mean, it is, I am still reading through this paperwork, and I'm going to have a lot more at 5 o'clock. But, you know, supposedly he drove the Tesla, and purposely he left her and the Tesla in the locations so that her body would decompose, according to prosecutors, thinking that it would be much more difficult for them to tie her to him. It's a really gruesome, really disturbing. It's you know, I'm just giving you the highlights.
Right.
It's disturbing.
The highlights.
And he was in court. Obviously, this was not read in court today, but he looks scared. He looks very alert. He's working with his attorneys. He has 3 female attorneys, very good attorneys. The prosecution also has a female attorney, so it's all women around this little guy. He's tiny. It amazes me how
Hey, little small man, little bitch.
He was very alert, but he looks scared. And if this is what the
As you should be, you know.
Yeah, I was just about to say he should be scared.
You know, yeah,
that's
in the
what's
place
up.
that he's at. You know, once some real ones, you know, in there, you get a
now
whiff
he's
of,
now
you know,
he's
what
putting
in there
guys on
for and
bases
things of that nature.
by being
You know,
based.
they're not gonna play about that. you know, and
that's what it means. That's where the term comes from, you
it's
know.
just one of those
I
things
realized I
where,
didn't flip my
if
camera back.
you know, and he'll be lucky to make it out of you know, this whole instance,
Fingers
you know,
crossed.
alive. If someone doesn't like do something to him while he's incarcerated, you know, before his trial and things of that nature. But
We can hope.
I'm sure he is scared. I'm sure he doesn't really sleep at night. I'm sure he's not really eating well. I'm sure he's like moving around in there, and you know, they'll definitely get the news on him, and you know, and what he's in there for and stuff like that. And I mean, we've heard plenty of stories, man, or seen plenty of videos about stories and stuff like that. And you know, we've watched a lot of different, you know, lockup shows and stuff. So you know what happens to people who are, you know, child predators and murder children and things like that. They don't really, you know, get to be peaceful up in jail and incarcerated. Maybe he's you know, going to be in like solitary confinement, or you know, in protective custody or
I
something
bet he
like
hopes
that
he is.
until his trial comes. But yeah, I mean, he'll be really lucky, man.
Prosecution says they can prove in their preliminary hearing. This is scary for them. The May 26th, they wanted, you know, the defense had initially said, hey, let's do it Friday, and the prosecution called them on it. Said, okay, let's do it Friday, but Friday's May Day. And they're expecting protests.
Yeah, they usually have a pedo block.
Protest downtown. Do you really
They
wanna
won't
do
put him
this?
in general
And then
population.
the defense, when they said
He won't even
they had
survive
just
the night.
filed this motion, he said, wait a minute, no, we need some time to go over some evidence, and you know, they're still getting stuff, so they decided on May 26th. So that is when we will probably get more of this information. And it looks like a very difficult case and a disturbing case against this young man. But again, he has pled
How
not
old was
guilty,
he?
has good attorneys, and they say they intend to prove
Wendy.
this. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, man, like I always say in these videos, it has to be hard to be a defense attorney, because you know, sometimes you have to go against morals to defend some of these, you know, people who are being accused of certain things. You know, I mean, these defense attorneys may have daughters the same age or even younger than Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
At the end of the day, it's the defense attorney isn't. It depends. Like, obviously, people like Cochran and like legends, you know, like it's a career for them. They don't care. It's about the fucking money, you know.
Yeah.
Like, they're almost like those types of defense attorneys are like athletes. You know what I mean?
They'll literally do anything for pay.
But like the regular defense attorney,
They will probably say no to this.
you're gonna believe in the Constitution that everyone deserves a fair trial.
I mean, look at Jasmine
Right.
Crockett.
And your goal is not to like
Get them off. It's to make sure they have a fair trial.
it's to make sure they have a fair trial.
I'm sure that there are some people out there who are like, yeah, I'm going to get this guy off. But I think your assessment is likely exactly the case in 99% of the situation. I wouldn't be surprised if most defense attorneys were heavily religious.
Trying to keep him on the from the death penalty. I mean, there you go. Like if you, like that's what that film noir M.
Yeah.
Like the public trial at the end. Like there was a guy who showed up just to make sure, even in the public file where this guy was gonna be,
that he got a fair trial.
Like, that he still got representation and was able to plead his case and stuff. And but like I could see being an attorney and specifically being against the death penalty, and taking cases like this specifically to prevent the death penalty.
Yes.
You know, I don't know if he had the lawyer on retainer ahead of time, or if it's like a labels lawyer. I'm sure the label dropped him immediately, and he has no access to any type of
label. It was a rapper.
Yeah. I don't know if he was like signed though, but he was blowing up. I honestly didn't know about him until this horrific murder. Like she was so decomposed that it was like, I think half her face was already a skull.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Like, do you know, there's a famous picture, because, like, you know, the Day of the Dead makeup type stuff. There's a famous picture of a girl who, it's like the Philippines or something, or maybe even Mexico, I'm not sure, but like it's like called something in reference to the Day of the Dead because she was left in a field, so one side of her face was on the ground, and it has this like perfect like skeletalized face on one side, and like somebody got a tattoo of the picture.
Oh my god.
And people were not happy about that.
I bet. That's nuts.
They like said they were doing it to honor her and stuff, but I can imagine what this girl looked like because I've seen this picture specifically, and she was laying, you know, and you know, the ground gets wet underneath that body.
Yeah. Stays that way. Decomposes faster. That's fucking nuts.
Real life.
This girl was worse. I know. I'm just saying because I've seen that image. I immediately, like, when I heard what her body was described as, I immediately was able to, like, know exactly what we were talking about with the skull.
Or to defend, you know, David because, you know, they've been retained and are getting paid to do so. Tough job for real. And it's just like, you know, in this whole situation, man, it's gonna be a lot that comes out about them, and it's just crazy how, you know, they'll play in your face. And even with these record labels, I understand this record label was Interscope Records. Maybe they didn't know at certain levels within that company what was going on, but someone within that building definitely knew what was going on. And, you know, you put you're the funding behind music videos, you're the funding behind these concerts and shows, and just, you know, the marketing, and just putting him in a position to where he can keep up.
Yeah, but nobody's going to go after the record company.
And
they're going to drop him
that no one in that building
just
know what was going on.
And fucking,
real
it's
ironic
cheaper
that, you
for
know,
them
as soon as,
to just
you know,
hire the
a lot
PR.
of this stuff started really, you know, hitting the fan.
Like, they don't care. They're going to, if they got somebody
themselves,
who's rising fast, they don't
distance
care.
away
They're going to
from it.
fucking make that
But
gamble.
you best believe that they're going to still make some money off of his records, because I'm sure his records are still streaming and stuff like that. I heard that YouTube demonetized his channel, and so he's not making any money off of like videos and stuff like that anymore. That's just something I heard. I can't 100% confirm that, but you know, that's going to be the type of money that is needed to keep his defense team together. You know, to keep paying his defense team, you know, their retainers and stuff like that. So this is just no, absolutely nuts. Let me see.
Amount of evidence in this case, and you know, the prosecution has taken its time, because when you have a body that is that decomposed, it is very difficult. But they have a bunch of text messages from these two talking to each other, and the fights, and the pictures. And I want to say, because we had reported the last time that there were pornographic pictures on his phone. They're not general pornographic pictures; they're pictures of her, you know, in all kinds of compromising positions. So, you know.
It just gets crazier and crazier. Hey, know what your sons and your daughters are out here doing. It's the best thing I can tell the parents. Just know what your kids are doing.
That's a little better. That's more of blaming the
That was some good
parents.
journalism too by that reporter. She did a great job of kind of going through a lot of the highlights and stuff like that, and breaking stuff down. Excellent job by her, and you know, hopefully she'll, you know, continue to be the eyes and ears there, and you know, she did a great job.
Case against the singer David. NBC News has obtained some court documents laying out some of the prosecution's allegations against him, including cutting up the body of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez with a chainsaw. Let's bring in
Sean Bean yelling villains at me.
These are very, very disturbing details. What more did we learn about today regarding the relationship between David and Celeste?
Yeah, so we had talked about it on the show, and now we know that there was a sexual relationship. They met when she was just 11 years old, but they started that sexual relationship when she was 13 years old, and they continued, and prosecutors actually say they have photos, text messages that talk about the sexual relationship, abortions, Plan B. So there are a lot of details that they found in the text messages. She then at some point is reported missing by her parents, and they see that she's talking to David. And so investigators call David and tell him she's missing and she's a minor. And he says, oh, I didn't know she was a minor. They go to his house. He again says, I didn't know she was a minor. She shows up 2 days later after she goes missing. And so they continue dating. They travel together. They go to Vegas. They go to Texas together. And at some point, they break up. But investigators say they still kept that sexual relationship. And then it's April of 2025. They have this big blow up, and she texts him, essentially expressing some jealousy.
The Romeo and Juliet laws only count if you stay in the relationship, correct? So what happens in the event that they break up and get back together? What happens there with those laws?
Say again?
You know the Romeo and Juliet laws? Like if somebody's 16, somebody's 18, but they were dating at 15 and 17, it protects them.
I know hypothetically what they are, but I don't know.
I don't know how many states actually have these.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly the boundaries or anything is.
But I would be curious whether they would charge him with also statutory rape. Yeah, like this is what I'm talking about. Like, considering how young she was, and I'm assuming he's what, 19, 20? 18. Like, what's the age gap? When did they start dating? At 11? That's weird. Why is a 16-year-old talking to an 11-year-old? Hypothetically. Weird.
And saying, look, I'm going to ruin your career. I'm going to talk about our relationship. He orders an Uber to her house the next day. She takes that Uber from her house to his house. And investigators say that that night, her phone goes blank. There's no activity. Yes, wow. 2025.
It is hard to hear that investigators, jurisdictions are obviously different, but they were checking with David.
Yes.
When she was missing, then she went back home. Then she's found in his car, in his Tesla, months later. And then we wait months and months and months. And finally, we're starting to see a full picture. And yet, that's not the only detail that we learned today, right?
Yeah, and again, I want to give that warning in case you need to mute because it is pretty.
I mean, I would think so. Statutory rape exists.
They believe
it's a criminal charge, is it not?
He stabbed her multiple times and stood by while she.
Yeah. Okay. So it is like a 2-year age gap kind of thing. Interesting. So I wonder. That's interesting though. So like. If you are a creepy 17-year-old and you're trying to sleep with 12-year-olds, you would need to stop it the second you turn 18 then, no?
I don't know.
Like, it's a really strange discussion of technicalities here.
It's one of those things where it's like, I'll let the people who have children vote on this.
Yes, yeah.
100%. Like, I don't know anything. I don't know shit about fuck.
What state were they in? Okay. Interesting. So depending, are they in California? Is that where this all happened? Because, Nazi's favorite topic, age of consent, even that wouldn't be a defense for him. Because I'm pretty sure that's 16. Right? She would
I don't
technically
know.
not be able to consent whatsoever. Which is an interesting discussion about agency as well, but I kind of agree that kids don't really have the world experience to be able to make those kind of choices. It's an interesting discussion. Hope this guy chokes on his blood. What a piece of shit.
Well, it's
Were there
really
lynch mobs going after this guy?
It's really the figures what we know about her murder. That are the most disturbing part, or what investigators believe.
Yes.
The current case that's being painted by the investigation.
That warning.
Yet that's not the only detail that we learned today, right?
Yeah, and again, I want to give that warning in case you need to mute because it is pretty gruesome. So investigators say that they believe when she went to his house, he stabbed her multiple times and stood by while she bled out. They also say they have a lot of his Amazon purchases, which were made under another name, but were delivered to his home. Among those purchases are a chainsaw, an inflatable pool, a body bag, and laundry bags that were heavy duty. They also actually have his Postmates order, which was a Home Depot order. He got a shovel, and via
Oh my God,
Postmates.
this
So
guy
they
is an
have
idiot.
all of this that was delivered to his house. Investigators also say
Of course he's an idiot. He's fucking like messing around with a little child, man.
A child.
He's not somebody who's like
Jesus
thinking
fucking
shit out, I think.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
Celeste's body, they found pieces of that plastic inflatable pool. They obviously, again, say they have all of these text messages. They have surveillance video of him being the last person to drive that Tesla before he went on tour. They feel like they have a ton of evidence, which was presented in this document today. The defense did not want this to be public, but the judge says this is a public document, so now we have all of this. They've scheduled a preliminary hearing for May 12th, but we'll see what happens because there is a ton of evidence against him, so we'll see what his defense team decides to do.
Yeah.
Man, it's absolutely heartbreaking. You know.
Yeah.
And,
well, Wendy,
hopefully, you
save
know,
it. We'll
she gets
get into
the
all those
justice
details
deserved,
Wednesday.
And
Just build that energy up.
Let me know what you guys think about this whole, case.
I think fuck that guy.
We keep getting details day by day. Once new information is released,
Let the mob have him.
Come back and do another reaction video. And
I think his video is pretty good. Finding a few stories to show. Now, I mean, the only thing that I would say is just not start it with the news, but just go a little, like, if you're doing clips, just be like, okay, we're going to talk about this. Let's put this on. Like, maybe it would be better to, which, I don't know, we should probably do too. I mean, I did with him. So, when it matters, I'll do it.
Yeah. Man. Honestly, what the fuck is wrong with people? It's like this fucking... Oh my god. Somebody that I'm, like, regularly interact with on Threads had this guy... Like, one of these people just, like... I don't think they realize that Threads feed is public because they keep randomly tagging women with, like, these weird, creepy messages. And I decided to just sort of poke him a little bit and see if he'd bite. And he bit. And it turns out
Where's
he's
the like button? Am I
not
crazy?
just
Is
a
it because
creep.
I'm the manager? I need to flip
No
to my
idea.
actual account on this page.
And because he's a fucking creep, of course he's a Trump supporter. But I was digging through his posts, and I see something funny.
There it is.
Somebody that posted, "Hi, I'm 15, can I have some friends? He's replying under it. Like, And then he posts a screenshot of Snapchat saying, look at all these women I have. I'm like, bro, Snapchat is majoritarily used by children. I'm like,
that's why I don't have one. I'm too old for Snapchat.
100% a pedophile, and all I have to do is wait for it to come out. And today, there he is replying to a 15-year-old. I could fucking smell it. These fucking repugnant cunts.
You know the scene in The Matrix where he's like takes Morpheus's sweat and he's like, they're stinking. And how much he despises the humans, but is jealous that they have real freedom, even though they're, tank bread. Anyway, here's the comic release.
Sutter died in Serbia. What happened? Did you just get fucked up for being a Nazi? Kind of funny it was an 09A guy. Okay. Fantastic. So you reckon that's related to it? Started a new group. Interesting. Was it called the Russian Imperial Movement? Fuck these barb camps, man.
Yeah, they'll continually spawn
unless
they become cities.
I let a few become city-states. Oh, you took one of them. Why'd you take the city-state?
I just dump envoys, and when I can afford stuff, I will, because you never know when I'm going to need to apply pressure. I mean, I'm not sure if you noticed, but, he must have put a governor in.
It's St. John.
Yeah, but he lost Toronto.
Oh, that's funny.
Because see the city-states settle in that place where they'll be like, it would be impractical to put a city up there, but if we let them settle on that crust and let them become city-states and then take those city-states,
well, that's
then
why
it's going to put more pressure on Canada, who we can't go to war with.
Yeah, I'm pushing them up. So hopefully the next one spawns over between my
check out this
Western
engineer
city.
I'm passing on to give to you. Instantly builds a factory and
I love that
workshop
one.
in the district.
That's my favorite one.
Yep, you can have that. I figured you'd need that more than me at this point.
I definitely do.
To really boost that industry. Don't say I never got you nothing.
Unfortunately, I think most of my industrials have one right now. However, I have these cities up here, which is getting...
Gotta build a new one.
Right now.
That's his favorite song. I think he's moving. Is he moving? Mick, don't let your favorite song.
I don't know if Meat's alive.
His ears.
I'm looking at him.
What? What a beautiful.
We're gonna get copyright hit so hard.
Look, it's Meatball's fault.
Golden goose. Once upon a time, there was a greedy goose. And anything he bit would turn to gold. At first, the goose was delighted, but then as he ate more, he betrayed Jesus for 20 pieces of silver. I think that's how it goes. Anyway, the moral of the story is that you can kill the golden goose one time and get a little gold, but if you do, you miss out on all the golden eggs you could have had in the long run, as well as the quality time with that goose. Singing karaoke, playing volleyball.
What are you doing
flying
with the goose?
F-14s with Tom Cruise over enemy airspace.
Goose, I'm losing control. I can't.
We're relevant.
Recently,
we're
Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and other Democrats from the
style of
anti-math
editing
wing of
is
the party
going great
have
for the
proposed
Daily
wealth-
Wire Reason TV. You're like 4 years behind when this fucking style has died hard. Like, you know what I mean? This is Daily Wire style editing. You know exactly what I'm saying, right?
I do.
Like, this shit is dead. Dude, look up, just do a quick Google search, type in Daily Wire News. And, like, as in, like, in quotes. So, like, news about the Daily Wire. Any interesting news
Daily Wire
stories
is
about what's
navigating
going on?
significant transitions, including reports of restructuring, such acclaimed mass layoffs of staff, and declines in YouTube viewership. Key figures are shifting focus, with co-founder Jeremy Boring stepping down from his role as CEO to focus on creative content production.
What
management
percentage of the company got laid off?
What percentage?
You think that's something we can see?
Half, it looks like. 60%.
Wow. It's almost like I knew already.
Damn. I didn't know this. That's kind of funny.
Yeah. And that's what I mean when I say this is dead.
Well, I think it also...
This is it already was cringe, but you're doing Daily Wire editing when Daily Wire is fucking dead. It is dead shit. This style is gone. Let it go, guys. This is Reason TV, by the way.
Taxes. These are different from income taxes, which tax you for
This
making
video is called Eat the Rich, Then What?
Oh my God.
money, or capital gains taxes, which tax you for selling investment. Wealth taxes punish you for having too much money. Admittedly, these proposals would only apply to the sorts of ridiculously wealthy people who live in hot air balloons or have never been forcibly ejected from Davos. Warren's
more
latest
than 50 million in assets. I think that's fair. Why do you need anything more than 50 million? Fuck you.
Okay.
I think that's a reasonable number to give to people to be like, anything more than this, fuck you. You know, you can choose to have liquid cash, or you can choose to have money, investments. So, see, even 50 million seems too high, because at 50 million, you can still have property conglomerates. Here's an idea. You can only own one fucking property. You can buy multiple properties for your, you want to give your kids a house, buy them a house. Profiting off housing should be illegal. Purely and utterly illegal. Not even like illegal. It should be opposed morally and vehemently by everyone.
You said, oh God, what was it? You went, It's something you mispronounced properties slightly and said like Popolies or something. I don't remember exactly, but you said it and I went, you just said Popolies, knowing you couldn't hear me because it was loading back in.
That's funny. But like, see, yeah, even 50 million's too much. Like, fuck you.
No, I got
25.
an idea. No. I'll allow millionaires to get tax credits, but they have to show there's no history of slavery in their family. It's called the Not Descendants from Slaves bill.
Also, Supply Chain Acts. And if you breach the Supply Chain Act,
we'll kill
your company is kaput. It's gone. You know? That's how serious the punishment for involving slavery in your supply chain should be.
What is look at the settlement that Germany had to pay, because that's the company where that collapse happened. So Philippines, look up Philippines building collapse settlement. Pretty sure it was significant, but I'm not positive. Maybe they didn't because the law had to be passed. I don't think it was that
significant. Factory collapse because of overloaded.
Settlement.
Rana Plaza collapse? Bangladesh.
Oh, I said Philippines. I keep doing that. I always be mixing up dumb
Not
shit
even
like
close.
Bangladesh and Philippines. Of course it's Bangladesh.
30
we were
million.
just talking about the Philippines. That's nothing.
Mm.
What's the name of the company? What's their annual revenue?
Okay, company causes, management and safety compliance. Decision by management. Where's the fucking company name? Causes.
While I nodded, nearly napping.
So I think in this case we should check if what this company in Germany did during the Nazi times, and that will be the version of the no slavery in your history policy for Germany. I think that's fair.
Which company used the factory in the...
I bet you if you look on the wiki, it will tell you.
It's not there.
Oh.
Key companies linked to the factory are Primark, Joe Fresh, Benetton, Mango, The Children's Place, Walmart, and Bon March.
Well, Walmart definitely wasn't one of the ones who paid. And if like all those companies total, like who paid the 30 million? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Was it a class action thing that they all paid for equally?
It was the Rana Plaza Donors Trust Fund Compensation Fund. The 28 international brands sourcing products from the Rana Plaza had contributed to the fund, which was backed by the International Labour Organization. Okay, who paid up? Who failed to take?
Okay, so I guarantee you they did this thing where they asked workers to donate instead of the fucking CEOs and stuff, where they had little things about like, oh, we're raising money about the tragedy.
The Rana Plaza Donors Trust Fund finally reached $30 million needed to compensate all the survivors and affected families full and fairly. The Donor Trust Fund was open to voluntary donations, and it was up to the donor to decide if they wanted to make their contribution public. This list is based on the information we have from public donations. Then we have this, and it's probably better just to show. Golden Pfennig is German. J.C. Penney.
J.C. Penney, fuck them.
Primark donated 7.3 million.
So literally, it basically zero effect on these companies.
Essentially, yeah.
They probably got tax write-offs over this.
Yeah, because they're donations.
Yeah. So.
Disgusting.
Anyway, try and find any other anti-capitalist that is going to take that long to look at supply chain acts, just because we offhandedly mentioned it. And
figure out what companies are doing it, yeah.
But like, well, that's the case that like led to the act finally, like going through. You know, like that's the thing. Is like, if I want to know when it gets broken, that's the thing is I need to look more into if it's been invoked yet by anyone.
Yes.
And
That would be
what the actual
question.
punishments were.
I'm good. I have 0 oil.
Oh, me too. But I have tons of offshore, so I will get it eventually. Oh.
Okay, my next
bill would impose a 2% annual levy on household and trust wealth above $50 million and a 3% rate on wealth above $1 billion.
Okay.
On the surface, sounds fine. The government needs money for things like roads and moon bases and our various foreign policy objectives with definable goals and clear exit strategies. The dirigible class has more money than you and me. Why not tax them? People with over $50 million aren't going to feel the pinch of a 3% tax hike the same way somebody worth $50 will. If we have to tax somebody, it makes more sense to tax the guy with the golden toilet. I don't have a problem ethically with a progressive tax rate, but practically, wealth taxes have some issues. If your economic worldview is confined to the early 1990s cartoon DuckTales, you assume that rich people keep all of their money in a large vault, which they swim in. And you also think that chipmunks solve crime and Marilyn Manson got a rib removed. But in real life, people don't do this. The vault thing or the rib thing.
Whoa, did you know that most people who actually have tons of money keep their money in assets that gain value instead of fucking currency? I'm fucking mind blown.
No way.
Whoa. You know how much fucking gold jewelry I've sold and upsold to people because I tell them that it's like an exquisite thing that's going in them? It's not just a piece of jewelry.
Probably works pretty well. People love gold.
Yeah. Like...
Rich people don't hide their money in the backyard like pirate treasure. They invest it in stuff so that it grows. If you put your money in the bank loans out that money to...
Grows for who?
Yeah.
Grows for who?
Someone who wants to start a new company or expand their factory or invest in new technology. Most rich people keep their money in the stock market or to a lesser extent real estate or geese. Only
Boo.
a tiny fraction of people keep their assets inside of a swimming pool in a
pro-geese.
mansion. Marilyn Manson is the exception, not the rule. This means that if you want to tax the assets of wealthy people, you're also putting a tax on capital that grows the economy by creating more goods or services.
No. They buy out and shut down other businesses. That to act like this fucking libertarian view of the free market the way they think it does exists. Like,
it's really dissected from reality.
Yeah. Like, going back to supply chain acts, like, I make the joke about, like, okay, no regulations, watch how shitty a bridge I can make.
Yeah, literally. I could make a house pretty quickly.
And it's like, it doesn't even matter. I don't even have to finish the bridge. I just need to say that I can build a bunch of bridges for a speculative investment and then buy you out before you even build your bridge. So, who will build the roads? Definitely not libertarians.
And in the process creates jobs and salaries. So if you do a wealth tax, you reduce overall economic growth.
No, you don't.
In exchange for more government revenue, which is dispatched with all the efficacy, efficiency, and transparency you've come to know and
The money still
love.
goes through the economy. It's just not accumulating in a single fucking person's hand. You are a moron. It's very simple. Do you want me to get my whiteboard? I'll get my whiteboard and draw a pile, and I'll show you the difference. You know, it's very simple. Also, like, when one person hoards money, money is worth less because they have to print more, issue more to compensate for the money that is no longer in the fucking economy.
The whole point of money gaining value is because they don't want you to hold money. That's the whole reason why an inflation exists on currency to begin with anyway. So if you are able to just generate free money, you are breaking the economy.
Yes.
Like, flat out, it is a way to break economies.
The stock market is literally damaging to the economy.
I mean, look at the fucking 2008 housing crisis.
Yeah.
That's literally just speculative fucking gambling and shit.
And guess what Australia is fucking full of? That exact thing. Isn't that cool? And guess whose housing prices are incredibly high, incredibly unaffordable? Hello. Korean name. I can't hear that. How dare you? British.
Which means the whole notion of the rich don't feel it as much as the poor actually boomerangs back. Yes, the rich have less geese to taunt their butlers with, but people...
Don't you want that PlayStation that you're affording instead of paying dues to the union? That's what this guy fucking sounds like, let me tell you. Let me fucking tell you.
People at the bottom earn less money or have fewer jobs. They end up feeling the opportunity cost harder. In order to pay their wealth tax, most billionaires would have
I'm not British.
to sell off a bunch of stock.
Also,
if millions of
we
new
don't do
shares are
teams.
dumped onto the market, the price
Teams,
drops. That's supply
teams.
and demand. Now,
Teams no
the
good.
stocks in your 401k or pension fund lose value, and the assets of middle-class Americans and retirees slim down. And then your
Do all
parents
Koreans talk
move in
shit
with
like
you.
this? This is
or
great.
me.
I love this. Your parents move in with you. Yes, your parents probably will have to move in with you because you can't afford to give them the fucking care. And you certainly will not have enough put away. With this generation, you're not fucking retiring. You're not fucking getting your 401k. You can go fuck yourself. So your parents aren't going to go to a facility. They're going to move in with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Osama bin Laden and John Kiriakou are my two favorite CIA operatives.
I disagree. There is never a team. You
We don't.
never
We're
have
doing
to take
it.
a team.
This is taken away from what we're gonna clip.
Sure.
We can't do team talk right now. We're making fun
It's not
of
the first time
libertarians.
Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders have threatened the country with a Scrooge McDuck.
Uh-oh! It's the villains.
They
it's
love
them. Oh no! So he, you know the guy with the Totenkopf tattoo?
Uh-huh.
So they're the key backers who are backing him over the other Democrat, right? And they're gonna like if Graham wins, backed by these two, Graham goes on to face a Republican incumbent.
Okay.
So it's going to be like one of those races that we're certainly look at. And because these two are funding him, that's why Recent TV wants to specifically talk. This whole thing was also just to drag Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren because they're investing in a candidate that would take out this fucking Republican. Potentially. Like, I don't know the voter demographics of Maine and shit.
White.
Yeah. Like, when the election happens, I'll look at the results and I'll go, interesting.
They authored previous plans in 2021, but the Penn Wharton School of Business crunched the numbers and found that their wealth tax would raise somewhere between 2.1.
I don't give a fuck about the Pentworth School, Worthington's school. Sounds British.
It does sound British.
Oh, I think we already know how we feel about them.
Universally, eternally, fuck the British. Everything awful has come from Europe, especially Britain. Yes, I'm saying England.
$1 trillion and $2.7 trillion in revenue over 10 years, but at the cost of reducing economic growth. They found that wages earned by households lower than those affected by the wealth tax.
Wow. Oh, so you mean wages will get lower? Okay. They're not getting higher.
Exactly.
It's increasingly becoming harder and harder. Like, the wages are not growing at a survivable scale. So the current solution isn't working for people. So
maybe something should change.
I don't know. Maybe libertarians should crunch some numbers and figure it the fuck out, since they have all the economic ideas.
Ostensibly who we want to help would go down due to the reduction in private capital formation. In other words, everyone, including the working and middle class, would wind up poorer. Most importantly, me.
Okay, you might have less money, but is the money decreasing in value faster?
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't really matter if you have less money if everything costs less. You know, $1 US goes a long way in China. How does that work? Oh my god. Money. Wow. Exchange rates. My mind. I have a headache.
Two turns for a harbor? Right? That's where you're going, Mr. Admiral.
That's pretty good.
And to a lesser extent, you.
Yeah, he'll build a lighthouse.
I don't care about Marilyn Manson. That guy knows what he did.
Shipyard.
Now, if the goal of the wealth tax is just to get rid of wealthy people, it works great. Many will leave the country, and those who remain will have their asses
capital
chipped away
flight
every year until they're at a level of wealth acceptable to
the horrific specter of capital flight. What are we gonna do? Something that continually has shown not to be a thing. Like, and also, like, this is, like, oh no, you know what this is? It's fucking Andrew Cuomo threats about how he's gonna cry and move to Florida if he loses the election. Like, we give a fuck about Andrew Cuomo. Fuck off. We're Zoran Kamdani in this house.
Elizabeth Warren, the sort of person who would put the golden goose in the microwave, the sort of person who would then lie on her Harvard admissions by claiming to be a Native American, the same amount I am, for the record.
Let it go, man. Let it go.
And make a whole god race grifting, peddling self-righteous, literate bull to Amherst lesbians who think she's a policy wonk because she wears glasses.
You said wonk.
Yes, I stand by that. Anyway, under her plan, the poor and middle class also get poorer, as described by America's greatest president, Margaret Thatcher.
He would rather the poor were poorer, provided the rich
Why
were
would
less
you show
rich.
me something
That
like
way
this?
you will never create the
I don't want to
wealth
see
for
this
better social
egg.
services as we have. And what a policy. Yes, you would rather have the poor poorer.
And just to get out of the comments, yes, Maggie and I dated briefly. We parted amicably. It was mostly just physical.
Gross.
Not that. Now
Anyway, earlier this year, California threatened to enact its own wealth tax. Stanford's Hoover Institution looked at how much the tax would potentially bring in versus how much wealth would be lost and found similar results. The proposed wealth tax would generate $100 billion in revenue, but at the cost of $125 billion, which is more money. Actually, let's talk about California for a minute. It turns out nobody ever wants to pay taxes. Even if you are fabulously rich and can totally afford to pay the taxes, you don't want to. Nobody wants to. Everybody wants other people to pay taxes. The moment it became a possibility, multiple billionaires with over $1 trillion worth of wealth left California. Steven Spielberg left California. The proposal is so terrifying to rich people that Steven Spielberg, who constitutes literally half of the people I can name in Hollywood, decided to move. You know what? I'm going to go be closer to my family. That means California is no longer getting Steven Spielberg money. Some other jurisdiction is. And all the wealth he's accumulated, which isn't sitting in a...
Steven Spielberg's company and assets are still in the state.
vault is apt to create jobs and economic growth in New York. If we did a national wealth tax, quite a few billionaires would just leave, and we wouldn't get taxes from them at all. Now, to be fair, Elizabeth Warren's proposal has a provision for a 40% exit tax to try to keep all those evil rich people from fleeing with their ill-gotten Scrooge bullion. But the fact that that's in there acknowledges that billionaires are going to try very, very hard to avoid paying it, assuming they don't just leave the day before the exit tax would kick in, should it manage to poke through the Senate. Even Europe has figured out that wealth taxes just don't work very well. In 1990, 12 of the 36 OECD countries had a wealth tax along with their chocolate and hilarious automobiles. By 2017, the number of countries with a wealth tax dropped to 5, although they still have their ridiculous toaster cars. It's now that all these countries which previously liked wealth taxes suddenly decided they liked wealthy people. Don't worry, they still hate rich people, and Americans, and air conditioning, and ice cubes, and ice cubes.
They don't have air conditioning.
You know, he's rich. It's just that practically they found wealth taxes don't actually raise very much revenue. Administration is expensive, assessment is difficult, and effects are distortionary. The most famous example of a country abandoning a wealth tax is France. They repealed their wealth tax in 2017.
Macron is an economic liberal. Of course he repealed a wealth tax.
He's also a Rothschild banker.
Like, oh man, you got him. France.
No, I had a cave code, it was rough.
After finding that it cost the government twice as much revenue due to capital flight to other more polite, deodorant-friendly countries. If France...
See, that's the difference. The
France
deodorant. That's
can't
the
make
fucking difference. We're America. Nobody wants to fucking live in France. Like, come on. Like, don't be fucking ridiculous. Okay? You know, that's like being like going to Vegas and going to New York, and being like, wow, it's just like the city I used to live in. You know, I could bring the city with me if I stay at New York. No. It's not anything like that. It's more like a theme park, you know? Like, there's imitation Americas out there. But you're not going to get it. And you know you want that sweet America juice.
Tax work, you got to admit, Margaret Thatcher.
Hey, don't you know that taxing people makes us actual poor? Taxes make us poor. We're Reason TV. If you tax people, then everyone will be poor, actually. That makes total sense. That why would anyone even have a tax if it only makes you poor? I think we should get rid of all taxes because we're funded by the Ayn Rand Institute. So, a woman who died on government assistance. Let's be clear.
Stone Cold Fox.
Stop!
The idea that we have bountiful tax
get that jellied eel out of my face.
Billionaires just doesn't pan out. If we took all the money from every billionaire in the country...
Okay, I liked the image of putting Jeff Bezos in the wood chipper. That's... You know, you see how much he wants to pay to get the wood chipper to stop.
Dated every stock, drained every swimming pool and martini, seized mansions, bank accounts, and yachts, melted down their golden toilets, ate their geese, and executed their butler.
Did he say toilet?
Might have.
I think he said toilet.
Billionaire in the country, liquidated every stock, drained every swimming pool and martini, seized mansions, bank accounts, and yachts, melted down their golden toilets, ate their geese, and executed.
He definitely said toilet. I was thinking it was because he was saying pool earlier, right? He had just said pool in the line before. I totally see how your brain would mix that up. But, like, good job flowing with it, you know? Just not even letting it distract you and just moving through her. Nobody's gonna fucking notice, you know? There's not, like, weirdos out there who are gonna, like, be like, hey, he just said toilet.
Go back, let's see if he did.
Mansions, bank accounts, and yachts, melted down their golden toilets, ate their geese, and executed their butlers. We wouldn't have enough money to fund the government for a single year, and we can only do it once.
No. You see, rich people don't use toilets; they use toilets. It's actually 2 above us. We don't even know what it is because we're such peasants.
Want to get rid of them? Wealth taxes are great. Either they'll flee the country to other places that have already tried and repealed it, or they'll eventually be cut down from Jeff Bezos' exorbitance to a more palatable carrot top decadence. But if your goal is to help the average American, let alone poor Americans, wealth taxes are counterproductive. It's better to let that capital generate economic growth and create jobs. Even if you think the government's doing a whiz-bang...
Create jobs by buying all the fucking businesses and sending it to China. That's how you create jobs. Are they creating jobs here?
You just
or
don't
in China,
understand, John. You don't have the business acumen of.
I know because I didn't go to the Ayn Rand Institute, which I don't think is an actual institute, right? You don't get a degree there, right? Because if you do, that's like getting a Magic Castle diploma, which I don't even think the Magic Castle does. I think you can certify with the Magic Castle, but they don't give out. I don't think they give out, like, certificates. It's more like a Screen Actors Guild.
Okay. Like a card.
Yeah. Like, you basically, if you're part of the Magic Castle, like, guild, then you get to be like, hey, I can, you know, justify and like, charge more for things. And
yes.
You know, I got the official documentation that I'm a real magician.
Crack shot job with your tax money right now? Even then, there are still better ways to generate revenue. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time with a very special goose.
Get it? There was a goose on screen.
All right. Great segment we just did. Be sure to cut that.
Wow,
that was great. Just it should be cut along with that video. It's probably gone now. Like I lost the second Star Fox footage because I didn't grab it and work on it soon enough. You know, but the whole rant we had for like 2 hours about cops being the cop killer being worse than a pedophile.
No, that's still on. I can download that from streams. I'm not worrying about that anymore. I just download the video from YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. But the Star Fox was recording. That's why it's gone.
Yeah, it was. 30 minutes. I write end 6:30. Reason TV poop. That'll be my note. A wild card policy. Wow. This one.
Oops. I messed up my deal. Here you go. You did this. And some of these.
That one. Bing bing.
I said deal. Oh, I'm gonna send an alliance too.
Okay.
No, I can't right now.
You want call? Call.
Erica Kirk, I guess, just got done, I don't know, parachuting off a building after a heist or something. I'm not sure why she's dressed like Jason Bourne. It doesn't seem to make a ton of sense.
She works for like a company like transporting bank vault
She looks
contents.
like Sonya.
Right. It's very Ocean's 11. Oh, we just lost Matt Binder.
She's got finished debriefing Solid Snake from his like final mission.
Yeah, it's very spooky, this monologue that she gives. She's taken over the big chair.
I haven't
Charlie
seen
Kirk,
the full one
her
either.
husband, who I'm not sure people are aware he died.
Oh, it's just gonna be quick.
And so now she
Well, they
is.
still got a chair next to her. You can put this up.
Fuck.
And she's just in a gamer chair.
I can't believe during that whole thing about gooses, I didn't play the bad egg sound.
Oh my god.
Go back and put a bunch of bad eggs in there.
I don't know how to do that.
I'll give you the bad egg
Missed
sound file.
opportunity.
I'm so upset. I forgot about bad egg. And he's talking about gooses, and I'm literally thinking about the chocolate factory when he's talking about it.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh well. Another settler. Hell yeah.
What, is that what's going on here?
Up you go.
Oh no, they do they still do the show.
Okay.
It's just not with Charlie.
I gotta say, the poster behind her is creepy. It's just that's the creepiest part. That's ugh. Like she has a little picture of him on the desk and it's turned towards the camera. But then it would just like she's turned him away because she can't look at the picture anymore because of what she's done with JD.
Kirk is like with two of the other TPUSA guys, so this is like a special missive, and she's just sitting in the chair.
Well, she's not like you could see the chair on the right there, and she's in a different chair. I don't know.
It's for Charlie.
That's the cup chair.
Oh, yeah.
Boots and a rifle with a helmet on the rifle.
Of course,
Instead, it's a podcasting chair, which is appropriate. I say this as a podcaster myself, but here she is with this very, I don't know, disturbing monologue or just weird monologue.
It is weird.
And this culture we're living in absorbs disagreement as a form of personal betrayal. It turns having an opposing viewpoint into a moral crime worthy of punishment. And here's what I've realized through all of this. Truly, having lived through quite literal hell these past 7 months, if you strip someone of their humanity long enough, you will arrive at the chilling conclusion that they don't deserve to exist at all.
It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up.
You see her eyes all sparkly and stuff? Like, it's almost like she's gonna turn into a werewolf. If only we've seen fucking Sleepwalkers, then you'd understand, okay? But we haven't watched it yet on our great movie stream that we do every Monday. Okay. This is Charles. I don't want Charles. I want the mom. I want to see that mom transform. This is a great one. I don't want the incest scene. That's a different story. Look, you'll understand when we watch Sleepwalkers on our very awesome Movie Mondays, where we watch movies on Twitch, and you can come.
Come?
Yeah. Just wait until we're playing Baldur's Gate. There's this spell command, and like you can command them to drop their weapons or get on the ground or different stuff, right? But you can command them to approach, but instead of saying approach, we say come. So we could just be like, command them to come. And we'll constantly be making jokes about command come.
That's great. I'm looking forward to it.
Do you really?
I need you.
Okay. Look at him. I couldn't find the mom, so we'll look at this guy.
I need you to live.
What, in the Goosebumps?
Stay away from me! Now, Tanya, when exactly did I lose your trust?
You see how, like, now just imagine the mom, which is a woman. You see how it's already so Erica Kirk? Do you see what I mean?
The comparison is uncanny. It's quite Hey, kitty.
Yeah, this movie has one of the best movie cats. Honestly, better than Jonesy from Aliens.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, the cat. I forgot his name, but he's one of the best cats I've ever seen in a film. Oh my god, he's brilliant. Watch this. Watch it. Look, it's Erica.
Wait, I've got a better one. Hold on, I've got a better one.
People,
you better not.
Trust
show
me,
me
it's
Jeff
gonna be
Goldblum
good.
melting.
Huh?
You better not show me Jeff Goldblum melting.
No, it's way better
Than Sleepwalkers. Pretty hard to just say. It's kind of the greatest movie ever. It's got a lot of weird incest in it for no reason. You're like, why is this Goosebumps movie so full of incest? And then you realize it's not Goosebumps, even though the poster, you could say, wow, that looks just like the cover of a Goosebumps book. But it's not. It's a whole Stephen King movie.
And now I have to find a good version of it. Hold on.
All right, bro.
What?
Is this not the most Goosebumps ass fucking poster you have ever fucking seen?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hang on, I'm trying to zoom in. Goosebumps. You're in for a scare. The first Stephen King story written expressly for the screen, as in it was too bad to make into a book, and it was too incesty to be a Goosebumps show.
Are you ready? Erica Kirk.
Yeah, I saw. This was the other one I was thinking about. But see, the thing is that I've already seen that joke. You know, I was making original bits off of.
I haven't seen that
the
one.
little known movie Sleepwalker. No, I've seen a few people post just the still image of her going Erica, and I think it's actually a little bit face morphed, so it looks a little bit more like her.
That's funny.
But I don't know.
Oh.
Saying I'm not fit to be CEO, and I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my. I'm sorry.
The Candace Owens thing is, we can get to that in a second. You stepped into the role.
Yeah, you're in front of a microphone. Stop complaining. You're getting attention. I do just like, okay, look, Candace Owens saying you murdered her husband. I can understand you being a little upset
I would
about
probably
that.
be upset if somebody in a similar situation said that I murdered somebody.
But she
like,
wanted a list.
She wanted a list.
And the list is pretty short.
The first two are Drewski in whiteface and a wig. And then the other one was...
I'm not fit to be CEO.
Which, girl, I don't know. I mean, maybe look inward.
I seem to be complaining about the pressures of it quite a lot.
Yeah.
But also, who said that she can't be a CEO? Her
Candace
husband,
Owens.
who was constantly preaching that women should be at home and letting the man do the work. I mean, this is something her own deceased husband preached. He's the one who said she couldn't be CEO.
We are supposed to forget about all that. He is a patron saint, Binder.
To a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit to be CEO, and I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. And the list goes on and on and on.
Why don't you list it then?
Go on vacation. I don't know.
There is a serious epidemic of dehumanization plaguing this country.
Who helped that?
The most unthinkable tragedies have now become commonplace in our daily headlines.
I can't believe they hung Mussolini upside down after they killed him. How could they dehumanize Mussolini like that? Can you believe it?
Unbelievable. How could you do that to such a man?
He finds a way to conveniently explain away violence.
Do you think she carries
this
the
is
flame?
what we're up against. This is what we're up against.
Wait, violence. When you say violence, do you mean, are you counting or not counting violence?
What is happening right now is something none of us can afford to ignore. The evil forces working to divide us, to distract us, and to pull us apart has never been stronger. This is a moment for Americans to come together and decide what kind of country we are going to be before we lose our country altogether.
To the Dominionist?
In Romans chapter 12, verse 21, it says, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. And this is why my husband created Turning Point USA, so we could have civil discourse and debate and open dialogue.
No, he created it because
when
he
we
believed
stop
in the
talking to
Seven
each other,
Mountains theory,
bad
honey.
things happen. I am choosing to fight for America, for my children, for your children, and for our humanity.
Sure.
Because we all need to do our part. And by the grace of God, we will succeed.
You need to stop.
And America will remain what she was always called to be.
She's so scared.
A shining city on a hill, a light to the world. So let me give you a perfect example of how it's done. My husband did it best and left us the blueprint.
All right. I know exactly the way this cut, okay, and the way she's talking right now, I know exactly the movie, you know, because we watch movies on Mondays, and you should come and watch movies with us on Twitch. Spoilers for a movie that's like 100 years old.
It happened.
Anything except just sit and
Okay, you tell me that it's not this fucking movie right now.
Years ago, he was always bad. And in the end, he intended to tell them I killed those girls and that man. As if I could do anything except just sit and stare, like one of his stuffed birds. Well, they know I can't even move a finger, and I won't. I'll just sit here and be quiet, just in case they do suspect me. They're probably watching me. Well, let them. Let them see what kind of a person I am. I'm not even gonna swat that fly.
It's uncanny. You sure that wasn't Erica Kirk?
Will remain what she was always called to be, a shining city on a hill,
Cringe.
a light to the world.
Started with
So let me
genocide.
give you a perfect example of how it's done.
I love the guy
My
going,
husband did it
also
best
disgusted.
and left us
Oh
the
my
blueprint
God.
on how to have uncomfortable conversations with those who disagree.
A certain skin color now buckle up, everybody. Their own summertime celebration.
Are there no acting coaches in Arizona?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, no, she's got to go to.
She's doing a Candace impression, that delivery, like, I'm actually thinking like this.
Well, she's. I mean, you can tell it's the Candace stuff has really gotten under
You
her
can tell
skin.
by her outfit. She's really upset. She's been forced to work as a caterer.
All right. Well, I have no commentary on that except to say that girl's nuts.
I mean,
super bizarre.
probably-
But I just
she's
think that
probably
responding to
fucking
things that most
losing
people
it.
aren't really saying
Yeah,
because
probably.
after
Can
the
you
shooting,
imagine?
the shooting at
I'm
the
here
White
for
House
it, by the way.
Correspondents Association.
Let's. I want her to Britney Spears herself. Okay. Let's get that head shaved. It's gonna be fucking great. You know, she'll show her pussy getting out of a car.
And videos going around of like Erica Kirk crying and maybe sick.
You know, it's we're gonna say when we see her getting out of the car.
What?
That's a lot of nuts!
Million to people. So of course the conspiracy people were like, oh, obviously she was in on it. Like 2 fake shootings. I mean, come on, whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't think this is the way to disabuse people of those beliefs, right? It just comes across as incredibly suspicious, especially when you dress like you're a member of the Rhythm Nation, just like coming out there. And that's what Candace said, because Candace has already responded to this particular thing. And I will say, I thought Charlie Kirk started TPUSA to make like Trayvon Martin jokes. Like to put Trayvon Martin's face over like the awkward penguin meme from 12 years ago and go like no angel or whatever.
Yeah, it's and the way that she stares into the camera with such ferocity. I think that she might want to, just
soften
relax
it up a little
bit. Yeah, just soften it up a little bit. Relax, girl.
You don't need to run the organization.
Right. But this is a mutually beneficial thing for Candace
I
Owens and
agree.
Erica
Yeah.
Kirk, as she pretends to be the victim of
use
rhetoric.
your
Obviously,
millions of
her
dollars,
husband dying is
take your
awful,
kids to Costa
but,
Rica,
like
and fuzz off,
as
and
she pretends to be the
stay.
victim, they are just playing out this soap opera.
Go away. Yeah, Costa Rica's nice. Just don't come to fucking Australia. Fucking all these Nazis end up fucking coming to Australia. Fucking Elijah Schaefer was here for years. Fucking disgusting Nazi rat. Repugnant fucking human being. I honestly wish him nothing but awful things. I hope he has nothing but pain in his life. What a piece of shit.
You know, if I saw Erica Kirk, you know what movie it would be like? You know how we watch movies every Monday and you should come watch movies with us?
Or any other kid in this school, and I hear about it, I'm coming looking for you. Take this quarter. Go downtown and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face.
For everybody to see, because TPUSA was never about.
What was that from?
Uncle Buck.
I haven't seen that.
It's a great one. It's like kind of appropriate for like all ages, the way like Tommy Boy is, you know, like it's definitely something that's like appropriate to watch with like, you know, parent discretion, but
sure,
there's like a lot of fun stuff in there, like he's making giant pancakes using a snow shovel and stuff.
Okay, interesting.
Is it Landis? If it's Landis, then fuck him. Fuck John Landis. Did he do Uncle Buck? John Landis did not write or direct Uncle Buck. Let's go, John Hughes. Okay. Fuck John Landis.
The exchange of ideas. It was about promoting hate and propaganda. And right now, the right is kind of in shambles because the dear leader is so deeply unpopular that they are capitalizing on their platforms with drama. And everybody loves to see two women fighting. Just watch Real Housewives and you'll understand why people like it. Although I get sentimental about them and start to have like
I almost forgot.
loving feelings for them and appreciate sometimes the scenes where they're nice to each other more, and everyone I know says that's very stupid. But most people seem to like the drama of those shows. So
the talent gap between this beef is insane, though.
Yeah, I know.
It's like so wild.
It really is like the Harlem Globetrotters, and that's Candace Owens.
But you have to wonder, do you think Erica Kirk thinks she's doing well when like she comes dressed like this? Do you think that she thinks that she's doing like the right thing? I don't know how you could.
Well, everybody around her is probably just a yes man.
Yeah.
Because they just want to keep trying to print money.
Yeah, I'd be like, can't you just pick up any random thing out of your wardrobe rather than looking like...
Well, she's on her way to kill Candace, maybe.
Yeah.
She pulls down a balaclava.
Yeah. And I'm right outside your house.
Cat burglar.
Ostentatious says, Emma, you can't play Erica Kirk without playing Jennifer's response. I haven't seen Jennifer's response yet. Welch, I guess. To Candace. Or I mean to Erica. Midwest Mailman, are we sure Candace and Erica aren't collaborating behind the scenes to create controversy for mutual views and attention?
No, we're not sure. They famously had a meeting like early on last year when this was all kicking off. And Candace Owens wasn't transparent about what was happening in that 3-hour meeting. And for the briefest of moments, some of her audience was like, are we getting played here? And
right.
I think that's all gone
now. Tayshu, Erica Kirk is the 21st century Lucille Bluth.
Okay. There's another one. Clip it and ship it. Cranking them out.
What are you talking about?
That was another good segment.
Oh, yeah, I know. I already wrote it down. We're back, baby.
All right.
And this is one of the most conservative places in Britain.
I've never been racist, but I'm getting that way.
And if Reform is serious about becoming the main party on the British right...
Can we listen to this? Can we... Let's just take a minute to observe this culture.
That's Henrik. And this is one of the most conservative places in Britain.
I've never been racist, but I'm getting that way.
And if Reform is serious about becoming the main party on the British right... This is where they will have to prove it at this year's local elections, the East of England.
That's not the language that I would choose.
He's on a tour of Essex, Suffolk and Norfolk, and we're going with him to try and find out if reform can turn one of the truest blue areas of the UK teal.
We have imported people.
Your reforms manifests
with, frankly, medieval attitudes.
Create kind of these divisions of like us and them.
Do you still want to be Prime Minister?
Well.
Morning.
Wow.
Very well, thanks. How are you?
Brought the weather
Good to see
with
you. Yeah, I know, it's lovely, isn't it?
Nice to see you.
Obviously, reform does very well in.
They said that because they never see the
There's
sun.
a kind of white collar reform.
That's why they're
vote.
such cunts.
But there's also a Shire Tory reform vote.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you have to campaign differently in those places?
I've definitely felt that there's maybe a quarter of the electorate who are strongly for reform at the moment, and as you say, a lot of those people are more, maybe you want to describe it, working class, you know, lower middle class, working people. The next group up, which is kind of typical Middle England, it requires a bit of reassurance that, you know, we're a credible party, we can run the country, we've got well thought through plans, we be careful with people's money.
Hello, hi, how are you? Nice to see you, good morning.
What put you off voting for the Conservatives?
Because no one's doing anything about the immigration. And
Just
it's
broken
got to stop
promises.
now. That really has got to stop now. It's frightening.
Yeah.
Because it's all youngsters coming over here. It's to me, it's like another army coming over, and you know.
Yeah, it was like I said, it's fighting age men, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Fighting age men.
It is.
Do you know what I heard the other day? Somebody said it's like importing a whole load of wolves into a field of sheep.
Yes. Yeah. It is.
You know, because they.
Well, they are coming. You know, many. If you bring young men in from Afghanistan, they're very different attitudes.
Very
you know,
different
these are very different
And they're
societies.
changing our people as well. Some of them.
If you get in and you do what you say, you've got my vote for the rest of my life. That's lovely.
Obviously, I'm not originally from here. Okay, I came here. I consider myself as a contributing citizen. People that come from here and they are looking to a betterment of their life. What do you think of that?
Well, if they come here legally and are happy to integrate, I think that's a great thing. I mean, there are many people I've spoken to, many people I know that have actually come over. They're happy to come over. They want to raise their children in a British
as long
fashion.
as you're white.
It's really
Yeah,
about the number of people, because the numbers of people who've come legally have been very high in recent decades, and that's put a lot of pressure on housing, public services. You know, we just feel that far too many people have come in recent times.
Right. I mean, you said raising children in the British fashion. Like, what do you mean by that?
A lot of people like the English way of bringing their children to this country, raising them with English values. Some people obviously want to continue on with their own.
What the fuck does that mean?
Religion, which is fine, but it's sort of like integration and working together.
Integration.
So I don't abide to any like religion or
No,
whatever.
that's
Okay,
fine.
and that's fine, and I respect. But the thing is, I respect other people's
Absolutely.
religions and choices, and it seems that your reforms manifests is to kind of create kind of this division of like us and them.
No, we don't do that at all. We want to integrate with you. That's your ways and what you've just said to me prove that you want to be part of England and you want to be part of the British way. You want to continue on your lifestyle as
I
it
hate
is.
these people.
We don't create division at all. I mean, English people are not racist in the slightest.
Are you fucked in the head?
Racism, or it just seemed that's right.
Might I remind you of the last 700 years of British history?
He's like, listen, y'all seem a little too fascist for me, to be honest.
Like, just the failure to acknowledge British history is insane.
Call that
Wild.
history.
Where do you find this? Do you find this on TV? Do you find it on newspapers? Where do you find this information?
I guess in the media I consume.
Yeah, but don't listen to media. Because media
they'll tell you we're Nazis, and we're telling you that we're not Nazis.
I'm sorry, because this gentleman is from the Telegraph. He's a journalist.
A lot of people on this road had concerns about immigration. That was actually whether one of them was an immigrant himself.
I think everybody
Look, it's another
has that
sleepwalker
concern.
cat.
Yeah, I think that's the concern that a lot of people don't want to talk about because they feel that they're going to be called a racist.
Don't be racist.
I noticed you said that a few times to people that it's not about racism.
Well, it isn't because it doesn't worry me, but it's something I get called a lot. I think the thing I hear more than anything else
probably a reason.
Is a fascist and Nazi,
she's got Trump
which
face.
Is the furthest.
I told you, sleepwalker face.
That is
Hang on, listen
that
to
is
what
a
she says
ghoul.
No, it doesn't worry me, but it's something I get called a lot. Anything else is a fascist and Nazi, which is the furthest than what we are. We're just not that at all. None of us are racist.
No, I'm not.
But they tell you that if you say something about it.
I'm not racist. I just
honest,
think that the
I've
races
never
should
been
be
racist.
separate.
No.
Literal KKK mentality.
None of us are racist.
No, I'm not.
But they tell you that if you say something about it. But that's
I
their
tell you
that's
what,
their
to be
own-
honest, I've never been racist.
No.
But I'm getting that way.
That's what the conversation was. That was in context. Was that good
awesome.
or what?
That's fucking great.
They just be saying it.
Yeah, they're open about it.
Ending mass migration.
They genuinely do not think that they are fascist.
I would argue positive in the long run, but in the short term, there will be some challenges for businesses that
Will be a
rely
massive
on
shortage in the possible labour market, won't there?
Well, I don't think there'll be a massive shortage. I do think the businesses will have to adapt. If you're a business that has operated on importing a lot of foreign labour, you need to adapt and prepare because a reform government is going to change things.
So you're warned. We've got the Daily Telegraph here. So be on your best behaviour. No, say whatever
Keep
you
the
like.
Nazi salutes
So
down.
you were
We
a
got the
member of
news
Tory
here,
Party
guys.
until quite recently.
And so why did you defect?
Because when I knocked on doors, lots of residents said, wait a minute, what's the difference between Conservatives and Labour? And I'm sorry, I couldn't answer the question anymore.
How have you found the reception on the doors in this local elections? Because this is an area where Reform is doing very well, all of a sudden.
All of a sudden? No, it's not all of a sudden at all. I believe we have lots of support, and but people are divided. Unfortunately, some are very polarized. So I had some residents who were running after me, tearing the leaflet.
No way.
In front of me. But then I had others who would nearly give me a hug.
Well, this is the top deck of Reform's bus, where we've been driving at 60 miles an hour around these Essex villages. In fact, right through the heart of Kelly Badenoch's constituency. We're actually hitting 3 Shadow Cabinet Ministers' constituencies this afternoon. That's Kemi, James Cleverly and Priti Patel. I mean, you can hear some of the reaction to the Reform bus driving around, but one of the things I've been interested in is the way that Robert Jenrick has been deployed on this campaign.
It's a bit windy back here.
He was a Tory attack dog. He was the man that Rishi Sunak turned to make the argument for him in front of the TV cameras. Now he's been sent out there to try and bridge the gap between Reform and the Tories. What right do you have to say to these people that you can offer them something different, given your own experience in the Conservative Party?
Well, look, I think I've been on a similar journey to them. I mean, they voted for the Tory Party, they believed in it, and then over time became increasingly frustrated and felt...
Fucking division is converted Ottawa to my back pussy. We must eradicate this new thing.
It was just letting them down, and that's a similar experience to me.
Well, it's definitely green, you can just tell.
What makes you think he's a green voter?
Not recognizing our pussies.
We did an interview earlier with one of the council candidates in Thetford. She has some interesting views on illegal migration. She describes illegal migrants coming on over to the UK as like putting a wolf among sheep. Is that the kind of language that you would use? Would you repeat that?
Well, that's not the language that I would choose, but I would say, and I've said this for a long time, that we have imported people into this country with, frankly, medieval attitudes towards women and girls.
He's done a postal vote for us.
Have you?
Right.
For reform?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I voted Labour and Labour's bent me over and shafted me.
Really?
I live from month to month. I have no luxuries, I don't drink, don't smoke, don't go anywhere. And I'm barely getting from month to month.
But you think reform in this area might be a good bet?
Got to be better than the Tories and Labour, because neither of them have done anything to help me.
We can have a quick drink, I think. Right. Half pint? Yeah, let's do it. We've got to ensure there is a sensible government at the centre-right that's actually going to fix the country. And if it's not reform, if it's not Nigel, then who's it going to be? I came to the conclusion that Kemi was not going to be Prime Minister. Even supposing I'd stayed in the Conservative Party and become leader of the Conservative Party, I wasn't going to be Prime Minister. If Nigel does not walk through the door of number 10 in 2027, 8, 9, whenever the next general election is, then it will be a Labour Prime Minister.
Do you still want to be Prime Minister one day under a reform government?
Well, I would like there to be a reform government and one that lasts for a long time. But, I mean...
That's the easy bit of the answer.
Well, it's a super hypothetical question, because what we're trying to do now is get Nigel to become Prime Minister. You wouldn't want that to happen unless you believed that he was the right man to do it and that he would do it for a long time. And so, I mean, who on earth knows what will happen in 10 years' time or whenever that moment is.
Is there anything that you find difficult about working with him? Are there things that you disagree with him on?
Well, we don't agree on everything. It's not a dictatorship. But we do have disagreements in private, and that's the way to behave. And the good thing about reform is that it's very clear who the leader is, and not because, it's
the guy we're all Nazis
it's a one-man band, but because he's obviously our greatest asset.
Socialism keeps getting a rebrand decade after decade. It's the brand new socialism. The last time that wasn't the real socialism. This one is so much better. Why won't socialism just stay dead? Russia, China, Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and now, get ready, New York City. In 1848, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto in a Parisian cafe over the span of 6 weeks. They, of course, were living high on the hog, in non-communist countries. All of world history, they said, was a class struggle.
Wait. Hang on. Ben? What? Karl Marx was living in a non-communist country when he wrote the Communist Manifesto, the document that is the principal foundation for the communist theology? Holy fuck. I am fucking blown away. What a fact. That didn't go through my head before. Are we for real right now? Did he actually just say that shit?
Yeah. This is why his company is going through restructuring.
They clearly fucking have AI writing the scripts now, I think.
Must be.
This one is so much better. Why won't socialism just stay dead? Russia, China, Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and now, get ready, New York City. In 1848, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto in a Parisian cafe over the span of 6 weeks. They, of course, were living high on the hog, in non-communist countries. All of world history, they said, was a class struggle. The proletariat, those would be the workers, are exploited by bourgeois, those would be the owners. So Marx's solution was state ownership of the means of production. Marx believed that capitalism would inevitably devour itself and that socialism would arise naturally. Now, it turns out that wasn't true at all, but that's never stopped.
Turns out he probably is correct.
What is socialism and what is not? First of all, socialism is not wanting to help poor people. Socialism is instead giving the government
it's helping everybody.
Control of the economy. And it is a failure everywhere it is tried. The number of deaths caused by socialism in the 20th century alone are staggering. Low estimates are 20 to 30 million people.
Does that just happen when you move to Florida? You'd get a shitty mustache?
Would be 60 to 70 million people if you include man-made famines. And high estimates would include all excess mortality, civil wars, regime policy effects, That would be all the way up to 100 to 148 million people. China under Chairman Mao saw at least 55 million dead in the Great Leap Forward. Then, of course, the Soviet Union saw under Stalin and Lenin 20 million dead in gulags, the Holodomor famine in Ukraine, the Bolshevik Revolution. Cambodia's Pol Pot saw 2 million dead due to starvation.
Is he
and
AI as well?
Korea saw 2 million dead.
What's going on?
Sponsored famine, labor camps, executions. Ethiopia saw 1.7 million dead in the Red Terror, forced resettlement, and famine. Eastern Europe saw 1 million dead in post-World War II purges, labor camps, and executions. Vietnam saw 1 million dead in re-education camps and purges. And that's not to mention the tens or even hundreds of thousands dead who disappeared in Cuba or Venezuela. Let's talk about
how many kids did America steal from Vietnam again?
Of socialism against capitalism. Objection number 1, the rich don't pay their fair share. Utter horseshit. Leftists today say that our progressive income tax does not take into account the fact that billionaires barely have any salaried income whatsoever, and that the wealthy borrow against their assets. They say that corporate tax rates should
Wow,
be
he's
hiked
already
as well.
more
They say the
accurate on
government
my
debt problem
argument
isn't
than
real.
Reason TV.
Are we surprised though?
Kind of. Yeah.
Like, Ben isn't stupid. That's the thing. Like, I feel like the guy knows more than he puts on, but he's just sort of
evil.
So ideological.
Evil.
Yeah. There's a higher goal for him. Which could be religion, it could be money, it could be fame, it could be power, it could be fucking political power for all we fucking know. Like, he seems pretty dead set on supporting the genocide. I don't think that has any motivation to it, though. I think... I don't know, it's a very curious thing. Like, what he's done is very interesting. Like, especially because he's done the turnaround now that he's seeing it all fade away.
Never fade away.
It's very interesting. But also using, like, Black Book of Communism numbers is cringe.
Well, like I said, I think this is AI.
It wouldn't surprise me using those numbers. Like, they're unquantifiable numbers.
First of all, most U.S. tax collections are on businesses, according to the Tax Foundation. Out of $4.4 trillion collected by the government in 2017, only $308 billion was non-business tax collection, or about 7%. As for the income tax, who pays it? Well, in 2018, the top 1% of earners paid $616 billion in federal income tax. That is 40% of all federal income taxes.
They
top
should pay
1%
more.
Of taxpayers account for about 20% of the nation's
Unless
income.
they like having
the top
knees, you know?
0.1% of taxpayers paid a greater share
It'd
of
be
the
a
income
shame
tax
if anything
burden than
happened
the
to their
bottom
knees.
75% of taxpayers combined. We already have a massively redistributive system.
Hi, Ben. If you control 99% of wealth, you should pay 99% of tax. I don't think that's unreasonable. Like, you should contribute to 99% of the tax. But, you know, that would be too reasonable. It's actually not a bad idea.
Soon I'm gonna strike it rich with oil, baby, and then your cavalry will know no bounds. You'll just produce tanks, and each tank will have another tank, and then another tank, and then another tank, and then another tank.
Your tank was bombarded. Your line infantry was bombarded. Nothing is dead. That's great. Loot for health. Beautiful. Loot for culture. Boom. Goodbye,
a
horsey.
Massively progressive tax system. And by the way, none of this includes what people receive back in tax dollars, meaning, for example, the earned income tax credit, which disproportionately affects low-income households, many of whom don't pay tax in the first place. In fact,
here we go.
If you look at
rich
net
people
taxes,
paying tax
the
makes
amount you
poor
pay in
people
taxes minus the services
poor.
you collect from the government,
It's certainly
people
not wage
in the top
theft.
quintiles pay all
Don't
tax
talk
in
about
the
wage
United States.
theft. It's
In
actually
2017,
taxes.
Households in the bottom three quintiles collectively
Trust me, guys.
received more than $1 trillion in direct government benefits than they paid in all federal taxes that year. Households in the top 20% pay $1.7 trillion more in taxes than they receive in direct government benefits. And when it comes to inequality itself, that too is a sort of myth. The rise of pass-through corporations means that more wealth is reflected on income tax forms than ever before, which makes it look like an explosion of personal income among the top 1%. But there's an equivalent decline in business income and divided income with that rise. There's an inevitable problem when the government manages such a large budget. It doesn't manage it at all. Objection number 2. It's impossible to pull yourself up by your bootstraps under capitalism. This is, of course, sheer nonsense. The myth is that hard work doesn't bridge the gap of someone starting with nothing versus another person starting with wealth, and that individual responsibility is a way for rich people to preach to poor people,
You're a dork.
but it won't actually help poor people. Well, here is the thing. The structural barriers that the left says exist don't actually exist. A Pew study on the economic advancement of families compared income of parents to that of their children 30 years later, inflation adjusted. It turns out 93% of children who grew up in the bottom quintile were better off than their parents. 86% of children from the middle 3/5 of the income quintiles.
Yeah, because the other ones died from fucking hunger. That's why they don't have the data on them. Only the ones that were able to survive had the kids. Duh.
Grew up to live.
That's what the rich people eat. That's why we're going to eat them. It's flipping it.
In the top quintile of income were better off than their parents. Of the children who grew up in the middle quintiles of income, 39% rose to a higher quintile about 30 years later. 37% fell to a lower one. 62% of children from the top quintile fell to a lower quintile. By the same token, 63% of children who grew up in the bottom quintile rose to a higher one, upward mobility. So, would you like to not be impoverished in the United States? It turns out,
too bad, I'm Ben Shapiro.
These 3 things will not be permanently.
You're in hell now.
Graduate high school,
you
get married
open
before
the
you have
box.
kids, get a full-time job. Statistically speaking, you will not be permanently poor in the United States. Bottom line is, personal decision-making is still the #1 factor in success. Proclaiming victimhood at the hands of a system, a broader system, is unlikely to lead you to
it just isn't, though.
True achievement in
Nepotism
this life.
rules
more
the
on this in a
world.
moment. First, imagine this.
Look at
a stranger
Trump.
breaks into your house, sets up cameras, sells the footage of your private life. Outrageous, right? Illegal, clearly, but online.
Shut up, dork.
Wrong. Marxism is a utopian philosophy.
No, it's not.
That basically suggests the perfectibility of mankind.
No.
If you change the economic structures, greed will disappear and people will become better. They will transform.
Doesn't say
not
that.
True. The reality is the vast majority of countries that even socialists call socialist are not in fact socialist. Denmark is not socialist. Norway is not socialist. These countries are highly capitalist economies.
Those are
with
socialist
high
countries.
taxes and welfare systems.
Wow, it's almost like under socialism, Ben, billionaires can still exist under a socialist system. Crazy. God forbid social safety nets exist and billionaires at the same time. See, that's the thing, is that these people could have it both ways. They just want poor people to die, plain and simple.
At the Harvard Kennedy School of Government in 2019, explaining this.
I would like to make one thing clear. Denmark is far from a socialist planned economy. Denmark is a market economy. The Nordic model is an expanded welfare state which provides a high level of security for its citizens. But it is also a successful market economy with much freedom to pursue your dreams and live your life as you wish.
The 2026 Index of Economic Freedom from the Heritage Foundation shows...
and fucking Mondragon is a fucking billion-dollar corporation. Your point? It's still a fucking socialist company.
Like, what they're describing is libertarian socialism. Like, they're literally describing market socialism, which is just libertarian socialism. So, like... yeah. Is that what Ben's arguing for? I can't quite figure it out.
Economic freedom advances and prosperity follows. The countries at the top of the list, by the way, might surprise you. 1, Singapore. 2, Switzerland. 3, Ireland.
Not at all.
Singapore, capitalist hellscape. Switzerland, banks. Ireland, no tax on corpse.
4, Australia. And 5, Taiwan. Those Nordic countries, the Northern European countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Iceland, all top 20. U.S. ranked number 22. How about the socialist countries? Well, China's 154 and North Korea is 176. By the way, that freedom index is measured using 4 pillars.
Where did they start from?
Government size, regulatory efficiency, and open markets. Since the Trump administration changed a bunch of Biden policy, that 2026 index shows
Were
the
they a
United States
victim
moving
of
up in the rankings.
colonialism?
How about those big socialist systems in the United States? Well, pretty much all are subsidized by, of course, the market economy. Those systems are essentially draws on capitalism. They cannot exist separate.
Wait, somebody put underpants on capitalism? What does he mean, draws on capitalism? Okay, on capitalism. What does he mean by that? Who put draws on the capitalism?
From the supportive network of capitalism that generates all the revenue and all the services upon which
generate this dick.
Objection number 4. We already have socialism here in America.
Got him.
We actually have some socialized systems, kind of, sort of, like Medicare. Some people try to pretend that, for example, the police department is a socialized system. Nope, this is just called a public good. Public goods exist in every system. These would be non-rivalrous and non-excludable goods, meaning my use of the system does not burden your use.
Ben, question. Do you think we should kill everyone at Nestle? Considering their stances on public goods?
Use of the system. So, a great example of this. We all pay into the military. The military defends all of us equivalently.
Is that what they're doing?
Therefore, it is not a socialist system. It is called a public good. I could not pay for it myself. We all pay for it together, and we all benefit from it. That is not the same as a socialized system like Medicare, for example, with an individual recipient of benefits. Objection number 5. A just society should produce equal outcomes, not just equal opportunity. This is the big philosophical objection to capitalism. The idea here is that capitalism is fundamentally unfair, and that we ought to correct all of the terrible injustices of living on this planet with the power of government. On a moral level, this is wrong. Inequality of outcome will always exist because humans are not the same. In fact, your level of wealth today is not the same as your level of wealth in 40 years. Does that mean that you are inferior now to the person you will be 40 years from now? Of course not. The fact is this: true justice is that equals are treated equally and unequals unequally, as Aristotle suggested. Thomas Sowell observed in his 1999 book, The Quest for Cosmic Justice, justice is a process, not an outcome. We're not God, that we can simply say, let there be equality or let there be justice. We must begin with a universe that we were born into and weigh the cost of making any specific change in it to achieve a specific end. Inequality is not inherently inequity, and disparity is not inherently injustice. Also, from a utilitarian angle, this is just wrong. Socialism may create more equality, but only in poverty. Capitalism, meanwhile, may create more inequality, but mainly because everybody is richer. If I make $1 million and Bill Gates makes $10 million,
I'm sending a settler up into this house.
And if we both made $0,
he ends up getting captured, be ready to grab him, and you can have him.
In 1820, 80 to 90% of the world lived in extreme poverty. By 2026, 10% of the world lives in extreme poverty. That is free markets, not socialism.
It's USAID,
Socialism,
actually.
Government ownership of the means of production eliminates the mechanism by which producers know what to make and how much to make of it. Without markets, you get shortages. This is why people die of starvation in socialist countries. Inequality under capitalism is a byproduct of the generation of wealth. Inequality under socialism is a byproduct of power consolidation. It's why Stalin owned a really nice dacha, even presiding over a communist country. So, is there anything socialists get right? I mean, only that inequality exists and that poverty exists. But what socialists get wrong is the idea that poverty can be alleviated by focusing on rich people. The problem with poverty is not that there are rich people. The problem with poverty is that we need to help poor people get richer. Centralizing economic power in the state kills all the price signals you need to actually generate functioning markets. It destroys incentives. It destroys individual freedom.
How's this economy going right now?
Whomever is in control of the state.
Is housing affordable on the system you're saying is the right system?
Here, so have at it.
How's it working out, Ben?
I think it's working out well.
Wouldn't you just sell your home and leave? What a douche.
Hit the city with your boat.
Don't tell me what to do. Please.
Hi, everybody. It's Tim Heidecker here. I'm broadcasting now live on the internet. Thank you for joining me. We have major announcements to go through here. Lots going on. lot of turmoil the past couple of days. On our road to total victory, we have just won a major battle, folks. Okay, Alex and his gang of liars and scoundrels have been cast out into the street. They have lost Infowars, Infowars.com, and their various platforms now. They have been cast out, ladies and gentlemen. And make no mistake, we will be the new Infowars. Now, we got to go through the machinations of the court, and we've had some setbacks over the past couple of days, but that is not stopping us. It is not tempering our resolve. Over the next several days or weeks, you will see much more coming out of this. So I just wanted to give you that. As you know, in the past couple of days, this third court of appeals down there in Texas has granted Alex a temporary stay, delaying justice for the Sandy Hook families, all right? This is merely a distraction by the courts. We knew this was going to be coming. We prepared for it. We are continuing the fight. We are never been more resolved to seek restitution and justice for the Sandy Hook families. Now, in the past couple of days, my reputation as a comedian and as a podcaster and as an actor, if I look familiar to you, you might have seen me in the movie Bridesmaids, and a number of other pictures and television shows, as well as my own work. My reputation has come under attack by Alex Jones and his cabal of liars and scoundrels and criminals. And I can tell you it's been difficult for me and my family, but my resolve has only been strengthened by this. I can weather these personal attacks. You can come at me all day long, and I will remain firm and strong because we have established a movement now. We are speaking now to the people out there consider themselves info warriors and who are on our side, okay? We have also established something really historic, folks. We have created an alliance between the Lord God and Satan himself. We have communicated with through spiritual practice, through demon rituals.
So?
We
this
have
is
gotten
what they're
together.
Gonna do now. This is
Lord Almighty and His
what they're gonna do.
To come together at the bar.
It's almost 20 minutes of him doing this voice.
Jesus Christ. Like for that
the gold,
like,
yes,
man, well
we're
done.
excited about piss to gold, ladies and gentlemen. Let me
Jesus
just
Christ,
you're pissing to gold.
It doesn't have a great family-friendly name, but called Piss to Gold.
Yes. Yeah, we're excited about Piss to Gold, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just reiterate: we now have a scientific, technological system by which we can take your urine and ship it to us, and we'll be able to extract the gold minerals out of your urine. As you know, our body is made up of many minerals and salt and different minerals, including gold. Gold that comes from stars and is in rocks and in mines and everything. But we also consume gold. But I understand that. Yeah,
I appreciate what you're doing there, Tim, and I just want to say we're all behind you, and we're using the.
Wow.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
God damn. That's great. I don't know what they want to do with InfoWars. But if they're trying to drive it into the ground,
that's what
succeed.
They literally said we're gonna try to keep it the same and actually trick people into thinking
funny
it's
as
still
fuck.
Alex Jones. Turn your piss to gold.
That is awesome. Fucking hell. Oh, man. It's evil. Yeah, you know what? Fuck the face. Okay.
Cringe.
What? Oh, did you change it?
I did.
I was wondering what was happening.
Pete Hegseth's Holy War. It's a phrase I've been seeing around a lot ever since the start of the war in Iran, which
Coined
really got
by
my
me.
attention. The Secretary of Defense is obsessed with the Crusades, medieval wars where Europeans fought to control the Holy Land.
I'm claiming
Hegseth
it.
has 2 different tattoos that reference the Crusades, something that actually came up in his confirmation hearing in 2025.
It's a tattoo I have right here, Senator. It's called the Jerusalem Cross. It's a historic Christian symbol.
His book is called American Crusade, and the title of the last chapter is Make the Crusade Great Again. When I studied medieval history in college, everyone always made fun of me, saying it was totally irrelevant. But clearly, for Pete Hegseth, it's very relevant. And as the Secretary of Defense for the United States, what he cares about has an impact on the fate of the world. This most recent war in Iran has killed thousands of people since February 28th. And this week, gas prices hit their highest level since the start of the war. Even with a ceasefire, this conflict doesn't seem any closer to ending. So let's take a look at this holy war, investigating the actual history of the Crusades to see how Pete Hegseth's obsession with medieval history might actually affect US foreign policy and the future of the war.
Oh no, they got the settler.
Yeah, I saw that.
What are we gonna
Our present
do?
moment is much like the 11th century. We don't want to fight, but like our fellow
Don't take it.
Christians
I want the
1,000
boy
years ago, we
Well,
must.
that's why I sent
we
him
need
through
an
there.
American crusade.
Alright.
We Christians, alongside our Jewish friends and their remarkable army in Israel,
we can
need to
move down
pick
and
up
take
the
these
sword of
islands. Oh, you already
unapologetic
took the
Americanism
city-states.
and defend
What the fuck?
ourselves. We must push Islamism back. Pete Hegseth
Leave
wrote
those
that in
cities for me.
2020 when he was a Fox
Don't tell me
News
what to
host,
do.
but now in
You
2026
fucking told me
he's
to
the
take them.
Secretary of Defense
Don't
and one
tell
of
me
the
what to
biggest
do.
supporters of going to war with the Islamic Republic
I'm
of
doing
Iran.
my own thing.
Nearly all of Trump's senior cabinet members has expressed serious reservations about the war in Iran and whether it was a ill-advised idea, except for Pete Hegseth, who seems to have consistently been enthusiastic about this war to the point that Trump has actually referred to it as Pete's War.
And if it's Pete's war, then it's important to understand how he's thinking about the war. Now, a bit of historical context. The Crusades were a series of religious wars in the Middle Ages, mainly fought by Christians against non-Christians. They were often started by the Pope and first aimed at taking Jerusalem from Muslim control, but over time,
What an
these wars
asshole.
spread to other regions throughout Europe. And here's
That
Hegseth's version of that history from his book, American Crusade.
By the 11th century, Christianity was so besieged by Islam that Christians had a stark choice: to wage defensive war, and his emphasis on defensive, or continue to allow Islam's expansion and face existential war at home in Europe.
So I guess, how does that sound to you?
Like nonsense. The major claim that he's making here is that Islam is the aggressor. Absolutely not true. 100% not true. And then he's just kind of very neatly kind of smoothing it over, saying that Islam is ontologically, existentially, always kind of an aggressive force that attacks other people.
Hegseth's interpretation of the Crusades as a defensive war falls into a common misunderstanding of the Crusades.
He's trying to say that these crusaders are progenitors of us today on the American right, that we need to do this once more.
It's an extreme oversimplification of a series of conflicts that lasted centuries.
The other thing, too, is that, of course, Hegseth served in Afghanistan.
And this matters, because he's cast himself as a crusader. Let's take another look at his tattoos. Deus Vult is on his bicep. It means God wills it, and it was a rallying cry of the Crusaders in the First Crusade, around the year 1100. And the Jerusalem cross on his chest is another medieval symbol.
These types of kind of evocative symbols, both the Deus Vult and the Jerusalem cross kind of in combination, were not uncommon among American military. Within that had a very specific kind of connotation of anti-Islamic feeling, Islamophobic feeling, and kind of evocative of kind of neo-crusader ideology, in that the U.S. was carrying out a great crusade against its eternal foe, in their perspective.
Did you ever give me back that 100 gold per turn?
Here he is addressing Pentagon officials about the war in Iran in March of this year.
Last month, I meant to read a prayer, which I'm going to read today.
I'll give it back now.
Which I think is fitting given what's going on right now. Let every round find its mark against the enemies of righteousness and our great nation. Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. Preserve their lives, sharpen their resolve, and let justice be executed swiftly and without remorse, that evil may be driven back and wicked souls delivered to the eternal damnation prepared for them.
He's casting Iran as enemies of righteousness and an evil that must be driven back, which is consistent with what he's written about the Crusades. And he continually refers to the U.S. military having the divine providence of God.
The providence of our Almighty God is there protecting those troops, and we're committed to this mission.
The fact that there are at least people in the Trump administration's orbit, even if not Trump himself, who are very comfortable with a Christianity versus Islam framing of this, I think that's pretty telling.
And if an important cabinet member like Pete Hegseth sees the war as more than Iran versus the U.S., but rather as Islam versus Christianity, then that presents the stakes of the conflict in potentially dangerous ways.
I think when people in the 21st century evoke crusade, and we're talking about warfare specifically, they're talking about kind of a zero-sum battle. And when you get into military situations in which there's only good guys and bad guys, it excuses any type of restraints on conduct, because if your enemy is existential, it's irrelevant. Like your job is to kill them, to defeat them in any way possible.
And this rings true with the kind of thinking we've already seen from Hegseth.
A consistent theme that we've heard from Hegseth's rhetoric is sort of getting the lawyers out of the way the U.S. fights wars, about cutting back on sort of overly restrictive targeting guidelines, for instance. And when you see things like the destruction of the school on the first day of the war in Iran that killed almost 200 school children, I think it's fair to ask questions about just how much they were sort of pulling back on the amount of scrutiny that these targeting decisions were getting.
And there are some other very real diplomatic ramifications towards framing the war in this way.
And you don't want to be using words like crusade. You don't want to be casting this as a kind of apocalyptic battle between Christianity and Islam, because that just feeds into the narrative of groups like Al-Qaeda and like ISIS, and it has to be said, the Islamic Republic of Iran today,
no way,
would love to have this be portrayed as a sort of Christian war against Islam.
And most importantly, if Hegseth thinks of this war as part of a crusade, then violence seems inevitable.
The nation of Iran is not the caliphs of Baghdad who existed, in the 9th and 10th and 11th centuries, right? But to Hegseth, that's a distinction without a difference. There are bad guys over there. They're Muslims. We are Christians. They are our enemy in this kind of cosmic war between God and the devil. And that means there's going to be violence, that people are going to kill other people because of it.
Thanks for watching. Reporting stories like this one takes a whole team. Reporters, editors, fact checkers, and
thank you.
Today, a wave of attacks, a minister killed, and a capital under siege.
We have surrounded Bamako. No trucks, cars, or even animal-drawn carts will be allowed to enter the city.
What's behind the recent surge of violence in Mali? I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take. Hey everyone. If this is your first time catching an episode of The Take, stick around. There is much more like this in the pipeline. And if you're a tried and true viewer or listener of the podcast, we're really glad you're here. Either way, we want to hear from you. Let us know what types of stories you want us to cover more of, and what angles you think we should explore. Use the comment section to leave your thoughts or reach out on social media. We're at AJE Podcasts, and I'm at Bilal. Now, here's today's show. On the morning of April 25th, 2026, people in Bamako woke up to explosions.
Mali's army says armed groups launched surprise assaults targeting key military positions in Bamako and other regions.
By the end of that day, Mali's defense minister had been killed alongside his wife and children when a suicide bomber drove a car into their home.
During the intense fighting, he was wounded and then transported to the hospital, where he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries.
Où il a malheureusement succombé. En outre,
Fighters were in the streets of cities across one of West Africa's largest countries. Two historically opposing groups, the Al-Qaeda-linked Jenim and separatist Tuareg rebels, had launched a series of coordinated attacks against the military government.
Is that a
in what analysts
Korean
and diplomats
boy band
described
member?
as one of the largest coordinated attacks in the country in recent years. Mali's army said in a statement it had killed, quote, several hundred assailants and repelled the assault.
But before a single shot was fired, more than 5 million people in Mali were already in humanitarian need. To understand what's unfolding in Mali, I spoke to someone who's been following it all closely.
I'm Beverly Ocheng. I'm a senior analyst. I work with control risks, doing political analysis, looking at the Francophone region, and I'm based in Senegal, in Dakar.
Well, Beverly, it's good to have you back on The Take. Welcome.
not dealing with
As you
goodbye,
mentioned,
nationalist.
you
Waste of faith.
consult organizations that work in the broader Sahel region, which has been really unstable for years now, to the point where it's been dubbed the coup belt. And today, we're going to zoom in on Mali. Mali has been in crisis for more than a decade, but last Saturday, it made international headlines again. What were you hearing from people you know in Mali?
So I woke up on Saturday to a flurry of WhatsApp messages, both from people who I have previously worked with, who are based in Bamako, the capital, but also from people who would be sharing information with us on what is going on at any given time. It was very chaotic. At first, it was about the fact that there had been some attacks being carried out by militant groups. One of my friends was actually moving out of their house on that particular day, and I asked him if he was okay, if he thinks he'll be able to move, and he was quite, this is just how things might be, so he will try get his things together. And then, obviously, within our own network here in Senegal, many of us are always following the situation in Mali and in the wider Sahel region. So we were texting each other to see if we have checked in on people that we know who were aware that there had been simultaneous attacks in various parts of the country. And before that attack took place, or this incident took place, there had been some warning signs that things had been building up. And sometimes you kind of adapt to certain risks because you've been watching something happening for a very long time. But of course, there's always the disruption to people's lives.
Okay, so the signs were there, but that doesn't necessarily mean, of course, that you knew that this was going to happen, that the defense minister was going to be killed. So walk us through, if you could, what actually went down once you got clarity between the flurry of WhatsApp messages from people in Mali.
Well, yeah, so on Saturday, there are two groups that launched simultaneous attacks in different parts of Mali. So that is in Bamako, near the airport, where the airbase is, in the military headquarters in Kati, which is about 15 kilometers north, in the central town of Sevare, where there is a large military base. And then there are two key towns in the northern region, Kidal and Gao. The groups involved were Al-Qaeda's Jenim outfit, it is the Sahel branch, and the Azawad Liberation Front, which is a separatist movement based in the north. They carried out simultaneous attacks against military and security forces. And then eventually it emerged that there had been a suicide car bomb that was driven at the home of the defense minister, which led to his death. There was uncertainty about the whereabouts of the interim president, Assimi Goïta, and also his intelligence chief, who had eventually been injured in these attacks. The news coming out was quite unclear. The government did issue several statements, one to reassure the public that they were actively fighting against the groups that had attacked them, another to just call for calm and for people not to panic.
The Malian army has said the situation is under control and urged citizens to remain calm. Clean-up operations were underway, it said, adding that several attackers had been neutralized.
Okay, so to make sure I have this right, the two groups who carried out these attacks together should, by most measures, be enemies, because it sounds like they have two very different aims. Jenim is the Al-Qaeda affiliate whose stated goal is to impose its interpretation of Islamic law across Mali. The Azawad Liberation Front, which is also known as the FLA, is this Tuareg separatist movement that describes itself as secular and Republican. they have fought each other in the past, but they've also coordinated before. And you're saying they're doing it again, or at least they did it again during these attacks. Why did they coordinate in these attacks? And why is the government their common enemy?
Well, yes. I mean, as you pointed out, the
Ethnic
government is their
cleansing.
common enemy. For Janim, the militant group, they have constantly challenged successive governments in Mali ever since they formed in 2017. It's an offshoot of 4 different groups that had been based in northern and central Mali. So they're able to draw support and recruit from these 2 regions. For the FLA, it has had a long-standing call for the independence of the northern region. This softened towards calling for autonomy, representation in the northern part of the country. When the military government came into power, so first seizing power in 2020 in a coup, and then again in 2021, initially their plan had been to implement a peace agreement that had been signed between the FLA as it had been formed before and the government. Part of it was for fighters in the separatist group to move into the military ranks. But as there were divisions over how this deal would be implemented, the government decided that they will do away with it. And so confrontations began again. Now, these confrontations meant that there were a new flashpoint of violence. The government was not just fighting against Janim, but now also fighting against the FLA. Over time, it did seem as if there was some loose coordination between the FLA and Janim, especially when the government was moving towards the north. There was one particular incident in 2024 which seemed to suggest strong lines of coordination where Janim and the FLA separately claimed a massive attack against Russian paramilitaries in Kidal in Tinzawaten. And then afterwards, in 2025, it seemed as if they were formalizing a form of cooperation to oppose the government. And they do need each other in some ways tactically, because, of course, Janim entirely on its own would not be able to take on the government. The FLA on its own is not able to take on the government. But if they can coordinate logistically, military support, even not necessarily ideologically, but in terms of their opposition to the government, then that gives them more leeway to then fight against this military government, which is what we now saw culminating this past weekend.
Oh, wow. It's complicated, but you broke that down so well that it makes sense what we have just seen take place. But you mentioned a country that some might be wondering, what is Russia doing here? And we should talk about it, because one of the countries currently right now calling for stability in Mali is Russia. Russia has had a presence in the country since the military government expelled France and the United Nations from Mali after that first coup. And there was real support for this taking place in Mali.
Thousands of people rallied in Bamako on Wednesday to voice support for Mali's army rulers. The protesters chanted slogans denouncing former colonial ruler France, while some were seen waving Russian flags.
People were exhausted by over a decade of French intervention that had left them less safe. The military called on Russia to help fill this gap. Based on what we're seeing, though, how would you describe Russia's role in this? Is it doing what it was intended to do?
I mean, not so far. Russia came in at a point where they presented themselves as being able to plug in a gap that had been there when the UN and the French were asked to leave the country.
But Russia's presence in the country actually stretches back to 2021. The newly installed junta turned its back on long-standing strategic alliances with former colonial power France and sought new partnerships. And the Russian mercenary group Wagner stepped in, presenting itself as a solution to the country's security woes.
But it hasn't been the case. There were 2,000 forces who were deployed into the country compared with 20,000 UN and French forces and other European forces. That's a really big gap. Initially, they were focused on the central regions of Mali, trying to dislodge militants. They progressively moved to the north, but that left a cover gap in the south, which is where it is economically important for Mali. There are mining operations there. This is where most of the exports coming into Bamako would be going into to serve the rest of the country. When this gap emerged, it allowed Janim to be able to tilt towards this region. So as the army and Russia were focusing on the north, Jenim was able to start making inroads further into other parts of the country, which it hadn't been the case before. Now, the Russian paramilitaries are interesting. When they came in as the Wagner Group in late 2021, they had been accused of being very heavy-handed in their tactics. You know, there were allegations of human rights abuses. The Malian government did deny this. They said that they are working with Russian instructors to train the military forces. They now modified into what is called the Africa Corps, which is directly under the interim president, Assimi Goïta. They've become more risk averse. They often apparently need guarantees before they can be deployed to high risk zones. And so this past weekend, one of the most, I suppose, devastating aspects of that counterinsurgency with the Russians was that they easily ceded ground in Kidal. Now, it shows you that Russia is quite flexible. Ultimately, I think that whichever party prevails, whether it's the military government, whether it's the armed groups, Russia would fold itself to suit its operations there as long as it still has its own interests in place.
Oh, man. You know, Beverly, you said they easily ceded ground. There are videos of this happening that we can see that are circulating online over the weekend of the Russian mercenaries leaving that northern town, Kidal, that they had held since 2023, and they were granted safe passage in exchange for handing their weapons to the fighters.
Russian mercenaries, once feared and portrayed as powerful, driven out after surrendering their weapons to local Tuareg rebels and armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda. Watching, the Tuaregs wave the flag of Azawad, the homeland they want to create in northern Mali.
Have you seen those videos? What do you make of them?
Yes, I did see the videos. I mean, the first thought for me was this is self-preservation because they would, as I said, they're very risk averse. They do not want to be engaged in all-out confrontations with the armed groups. They're not real stakeholders in the Malian conflict, if you think about it. These are Malian groups, Malian individuals. Russia can willingly step away and leave it to them and leave this war for them to try to either reconcile, negotiate, or fight. So in this case, it was an issue of flight. But it tells you a lot about the kind of broader strategy we're likely to see with Russia. There might be some thinking around maybe Russia is not the only answer to this insurgency.
You know, Beverly, as you're talking, I'm just thinking none of this sounds safe. None of this sounds good for the civilians, the everyday people, the people like your friend who's in the middle of a move when all of this went down. So I want to talk about who is supposed to be keeping them safe, because the current military government came into power, as you mentioned, in a couple of coups starting in 2020 and then 2021. And their entire justification for seizing power and then delaying elections has been security, protecting people from armed groups. But as a part of that protection, human rights organizations say that in the last few years, government forces in Mali have killed up to twice as many civilians than the groups they claim to be fighting, something that the government has previously denied. So how has the military government actually been delivering on the promise of security?
I mean, that's been challenging for the government, certainly, partly because being able to build the capacity of the army, being able to acquire enough equipment, being able to recruit, being able to deploy has been constrained by various issues, key among them financial factors and a limitation of partners. By getting rid of the Western coalition and forces, whether it was France, whether it was the UN, it meant that there was a bit of a deficit and it was an acrimonious handover. It had been planned for a long time, but the circumstances under which it happened made it quite difficult for there to be a clear handover so that these armies are ready to take on defense for their own people. In the long run, civilians will likely be caught in the crossfire. What is interesting about the latest pattern of violence, in particular by the Al-Qaeda group Jenim, is they have overtly asked civilians to stay away.
Abu Hudayfi al-Bambari, an Al-Qaeda-linked commander speaking in Bambara, issues a stark warning to residents. He says he's not here to fight civilians, but Malian forces. Anyone who wants to leave can take their belongings and go,
But it's very difficult for you to stay away when you're caught between forces that are trying to fight against militants and armed groups or militant groups that are also targeting you if they perceive you to be working with the government. And then there's also the fear of reprisals, right? Part of the reason why the insurgency in Mali and across the Sahel has been extremely difficult is it does lead to tensions between communities that would ideally coexist. But because of their alignment, it then puts them in crossfire with one another.
Well, staying with the people, we know that the overall humanitarian need in Mali is really astounding. The United Nations puts
Byzantines are the
the
ones that
number
got
of
that
people
settler.
in need at around
He's
5
open again.
million people.
There'll definitely be more pressure, humanitarian pressure, especially if people do find themselves being displaced by subsequent incidents of violence taking place. And this is particularly like the central region where displacements have been quite frequent as a result of the continuous fighting between the military and with the militant groups. And in a world where now we're seeing humanitarian aid in and of itself is changing, whereby governments are not making, especially Western governments, are reducing their contributions, the pressure goes back down to the government. For the Malian government, their big priority has been spending on defense. So social issues such as health, education sometimes may fall on the wayside. And it's interesting also because these are the dynamics that either feed back into violence because then people are marginalized and not able to get sustenance, do not have socioeconomic opportunities. And this is another thing that militant groups like Janim then use to capitalize.
What up?
Is this live? Hi, Lee, yes, live.
To recruit people into their ranks because they then pledge beyond just their ideology. They offer payments, they offer certain benefits. So it feeds into a whole cycle of violence in and of itself.
Time, baby.
Well, Beverly, it also begs the question, where is that money coming from?
UAE, next.
And so I want to tackle for a bit if we can, because the Prime Minister of Mali, Abdoulaye Maïga, went to visit the injured and he condemned these attacks. And he also said in this statement that it's clear without the support of sponsors, these attacks couldn't have been carried out.
Il est évident
we stand with
sans
the people.
l'appui des sponsors, ces actes lâches des barbares n'auraient jamais pu se réaliser.
And I bring this up because there is this claim that's circulating on social media right now, picked up by Russian state media. It boils down to this. France had a hand in these attacks. French intelligence was somehow involved in planning or enabling them. Of course, we cannot independently verify those claims that are circulating on social media, as I said. But what does the evidence actually show about where that financing could be coming from?
I mean, it's very complex, and a lot of it is both circumstantial and also just the way that these groups operate. And I think Janim has it's a very opaque but robust financial model. Beyond, again, ideology, they are economic stakeholders in certain places. So gold mines in the northern parts of the country, they oversee security there, so they are able to get concessions and they're able to trade that in the legal markets. They do have active ways of generating income. These allegations are tied to some of the perceived links between France in particular and groups like the FLA, whereby when France did come in 2013 in Mali to intervene against the insurgency at the time, there were some perceptions that they had favorable treatment towards the separatist groups in the north, that it limited the government's own entry into this region to assert state authority. And these have fed into some of the resentment that is seen in how these groups have either continued to be pushed out of national political processes or to underpin the view of how Janim and the FLA are operating.
Well, finally, Beverly, we mentioned at the beginning that you consult organizations on political risk.
Hey, I do that.
You've been very busy over these last few days, of course, because the risk is very high when it comes to the events that have just unfolded in Mali, with no end in the foreseeable future. So what would it take for there to
Weird
be an
question.
end for people in Mali, for the organizations that you work with who work there, for the friends that you have there, for them to get what they actually want most, which is a government that delivers real security and economic prosperity?
I mean, ultimately, it does hinge back on the government that is in place and whether they are willing to be able to either concede power and concede institutional control, which is one thing that this particular military government has not really been very open to. But another is also the kind of support that this government gets both from the regional and international community in order to then build its own capacity to govern in a way that is broadly acceptable. One of the things that we've been playing out is the scenarios of what's likely to happen in the coming days and how do people then adjust themselves to those scenarios. The worst case is obviously if we do have a real siege on the capital in Bamako, where people are not able to get supplies for periods of time, where there's periodic incidents between the militant groups and the army, and what risk this poses to people who might be just moving around trying to get, maybe it's their daily supplies for that moment, or maybe they're moving to a checkpoint, or they're trying to get to the airport to travel somewhere. These are risks that will remain. Another issue is whether businesses can continue to operate, because socio-economic well-being is still important for stability. You need to have people engage in activities which then make their lives worthwhile. There's also the pragmatic thinking around what happens if there is a rupture in the government itself. One of the things that could be brewing in the background is a change in power, which then allows the Malian government to either negotiate with the groups that are behind the recent weekend of attacks and find a political mediation. But that's also very long term.
Do you think people
When a
deserve
group
freedom
like
from
Janim
religious
has so violently occupied various
regulations,
parts of the country,
rules, or do you think people need the government to step in and take care of them with free education and healthcare? It only costs money because of the government and corporations and capitalism. Does that answer your question?
it's a bit of a bitter pill to swallow for you to say that it's okay, we can coexist side by side, especially if there's no clarity on how do we reconcile some of the things that you have done that may have harmed us or may have harmed the country's reputation and view in the world.
Beverly, thank you for walking us through all of that.
Thank you as well for having me.
Somber exit.
A little bit. Next question. I think people are adults and they can take care of themselves. For the most part. Sure. I wouldn't even say the governments are good at infrastructure. They just take bribes from massive companies and let them build whatever the fuck they want.
Okay, let's go.
我非常气，我就不知道这个境外组织他砸给这个躺平网红撒了多少钱。我在境外也20多年了，我怎么一次都没有被砸过？
我最多就是说累了就休息，困了就睡，饿了就吃，顶多就是不要太去内卷啊，从来没说过让人去躺平，不要上来就说我是境外势力啊，我值50万。
我就是那个受境外势力资助的让广大网友躺平的博主。
本人从未受到过任何境外势力的资助啊！最近在评论区说我受到境外势力资助的人太多了。我在家躺平哦，我没有躺平啊，我在家里面甚至都不叫躺平，我只是不去工作。
What could possibly unite all Chinese internet users against the Chinese government? Getting accused of being a foreign asset because you're unemployed.
That's funny.
Welcome to Unclassified China, where we deep dive on topics from China, and today's video is about a bunch of people who adopted the ideas of a German guy who was unemployed, living off handouts from his rich friend, and spending his entire day writing books to egg everyone on to defy their bosses.
I wonder who backs this anti-China, really weirdly focused on one specific aspect already. Where could the money for this possibly come from? By the way, it says AI in the corner. At least they're crediting that they're using AI and don't pay real artists.
Go protest, go on
classic
strikes,
capitalist.
Generally just cause a lot of chaos. Did you happen to guess Karl Marx? Good, because here's the twist. The Chinese Communist Party has now told its people that doing exactly what Karl Marx did in his days is a sign of being a foreign-funded asset. Yeah, so if you're lying around doing nothing all day, well, now you're apparently a national security threat. This came straight from the Ministry of State Security, think like the CIA or the MI6. And they were very specific about how this foreign operation is conducted. First, a foreign organization is somehow funding anti-China media and think tanks to push narratives like hard work is just exploitation and class mobility is a myth, so effort is
class mobility is a myth. What do you mean?
To be honest with you, I don't even know where they came from. So that tells you that this is not a foreign-funded thing.
The middle class is a fictitious class.
That same foreign organization is now apparently bankrolling lying flat influencers in China who are now mass-producing short-form videos with slogans like lying flat is justice and anti-involution is anti-exploitation. So all of it, according to the ministry, is a coordinated brainwashing campaign designed to demoralize Chinese people, amplify social anxiety, and stoke negative emotions. And of course, all of this is built on the idea that there's somehow a personal vendetta from every person who is doing lying flat into a class struggle conflict. And by the way, it's been a week since this happened, and they have yet to name a single organization by name.
Wow.
That's somehow apparently doing the funding. So the usual suspects like MI6, CIA, NED, Mossad, USAID, they're not even named or mentioned. So clearly, the goal here is that if you can't find a job in China, you should look inward instead of blaming society. And definitely don't blame the government. But if you are still tempted to do so, to complain, congratulations, sir or ma'am, you've now been selected or recruited by the CIA. Okay, so lying flat is a movement that many young Chinese people started having quietly. Just basically the idea is don't grind yourself into dust chasing a dream that keeps moving further away. Don't contribute to society.
Wow, they're just like us.
Don't have kids, don't get married. Because for a lot of young people,
wow,
China,
just like America. Let's not draw the comparisons there, though. How could that be possible?
Share, right?
Two different systems, am I right?
They're
definitely not both capitalists.
Give a fair share. Chinese young people, they have not been given their fair share. So here's where it's almost poetic.
Next.
The ministry warned specifically about the slogan, lying flat is justice, which is something that actually, according to the operations from foreign intelligence, that slogan was invented in the United States. Okay? So you're telling me, or maybe not the United States, but usually by foreign they mean the US. But so you're telling me that somebody in the United States, some white dude, somehow knew how to say the word tamping, which means lying flat. They then invented this in the intelligence community as some sort of a demoralization campaign to target China. Okay, that's the whole thinking behind this. So I did a little bit of the internet archaeology, so to speak. The slogan actually came from a 2021 post on Baidu Tieba, which is China's version of Reddit. And the author was a young man named Luo Huazhong. He went to vocational school, and he was a former tire factory worker. And he also did other jobs like quality inspector, security guard, background actor in Hengdian, which is like China's version of Hollywood. And so it was a completely unremarkable life by his own account. The most dramatic thing...
Yeah, bro. We can fix it. We're almost there. It's totally just needs a little bit of fixing and it'll be all good. It's definitely don't eat the rich or anything like that. Definitely don't actually change the system that continually collapses on itself with housing crises. And in China, their capitalist system literally collapses in a housing crisis when the houses collapse on people. Because China is the real fucking... At the end of the day, it's crazy because it's like libertarian authoritarian, right? It's like fuck regulations and all that, but you better not post a meme that makes the government upset or you're going to jail.
That's not on.
Like, it's literally the libertarian hellscape where companies can do whatever the fuck they want and the people suffer. Well, and they can't do whatever the fuck they want. You make too much money and you get Jack Mod.
That's true. Or you show off on social media and you get your head cut off.
They deserve it.
He's ever done was write this post sharing his lying flat experience and his thoughts on the meaning of life. His defining quote was that life is just lying flat in different ways. And that line essentially went viral. Millions related to it because Chinese youth are faced with a lot of issues, and lying flat is justice was born. So it didn't come from a CIA safe house in Virginia or Connecticut or something. It came from an organic mutual understanding amongst the young people in China. So this dude who worked as a security in the factory or being they call it drill screw worker, which is basically just going to a factory compound and just do the same thing all day on the line. They had some time to think, to reflect, and that was it. That's the base of this whole lying flat movement. It has zero foreign connections. But if you really have to ask, what exactly is it in it for the CIA, the MI6, or any foreign organization for that matter, to fund millions of people in China, young people, to do absolutely nothing? Okay, what is the goal of, here, you know? Isn't it that actually convenient for the CCP? I mean, you've got a chunk of the population not competing for jobs. You know, you're freeing up the job market. If they had the money, they'd be buying up the apartments, right? You're giving the opportunities to other people to succeed. So with foreign governments involving here, I would think that this is a good thing, no? And these people aren't causing any trouble. They're not like bad people. In fact, China's lying flat youth don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't sleep around, they don't do much. Most of them just scroll on TikTok all day and play video games. You know, so because they don't have money, but so the idea of this grand foreign conspiracy is to pay people to just watch short form videos all day. You know, they don't go on strikes, they don't protest, they don't go on marches, they don't storm government buildings. In fact, many of them have actually been conditioned to blame imperialist America and Japan, and a lot of them actually do. When they talk about their current conditions, they actually believe that the source of their misery comes from the United States and Japan.
Yeah, because they're not allowed to state publicly
now even these people are
where the misery comes from.
Assets. So when you accuse people who are on your side who did nothing but genuinely resent foreign forces, they've been told their entire life
it's literally not.
There's somehow a secret plot to destroy China, and you're accusing those.
Why'd you let the Byzantines get the settler?
You were there first.
You said don't touch it, so...
I didn't say the settler.
This whole time I thought it was you. I didn't even look that it was purple.
That's funny.
Those people who believe
because
you
America
for
hold on.
Basically that, right?
Because America was the only one that was untouched by World War II. The fuck are you... What the fuck do you mean? America started on top, which is why it remained on top. And you guys have gotten lethargic, fat and lazy, and you've let it slip.
Flat. Am I right?
And now you have a fat pedophile fuckwit waging holy wars to stop investigations into his pedophilia and his mate's pedophilia rings. Isn't that cool? What a great country. You know how they got away with it? Money. They were all massive tycoons. Huge names in the financial industry, business industry, huge capitalists. You know what the only thing that they couldn't do? Fuck kids. And you know what they did? Fucked kids. That's what capitalism produces.
I mean, that's what power produces, you know?
Sure.
That's what 120 Days of Sodom is about, you know?
Power.
Yeah, how it produces people who want kids to eat poop in front of them and masturbate about it.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a weird movie.
I kind of came to that conclusion. Like, I don't read shit and have people influence how I think. I just sort of go, and that's why I say some shit that's seems mundane and stupid. It's just because I've come to it myself. And that was one conclusion that I came to, is that it has to be power is the only answer why this happens, is because when you've got everything, money, power, control, all of it, and the only thing that you can't do publicly is fuck kids. It's the final expression of power is getting away with fucking kids. I am dead set happy to land on that conclusion, and I am not moving from it.
Have the ability to create common sense. In their brain, that part of brain is missing.
Well, I disagree. If you are rich enough, you can get away with it. Rich and powerful enough. Look at Stalin.
There's that one little diddler in his
You didn't just
circle.
lose the argument, you lost the entire audience base. China actually has the highest working hours of any country on Earth.
Yeah, it's a
2,548
capitalist
hours
shithole
a year.
with no
So that's
fucking
nearly 10
workers'
hours a day on
rights.
just 5 days a week of working days. But obviously the 996 work culture, right? So people 9 in the morning till 9 at night, 12 hours a day.
Trying to
is
be like,
usually,
we're going to take the
norm
worst
for many
parts
of
of
these companies.
communism
There's a
and
website
the
that
worst
kind
parts of capitalism.
work at a company that does this. It's called 996 Culture ICU. I'll put a screenshot here so that you can see it. So youth unemployment at the same time sits at around 17%. This is not a CIA statistic. This is a Chinese government
it's in the CIA
statistic.
fact book,
So the
but
people
it's
who are
not a
working
CIA
are being ground into dust. The people who can't find work are being called foreign agents. And now here's what the Ministry of State Security accidentally revealed when it said lying flat would undermine and destabilize. Those were their exact words, by the way. For once, they slipped and told the truth. Lying flat isn't just a vibe. It's an economic event. It's when millions of young people adopt a low desire lifestyle, they stop buying apartments, which we see China's real estate prices dropped to the lowest in 20 years. That's because people don't contribute anymore. They lost confidence in the government. And they cut social
No, they
spending,
lost
they
confidence
avoid
in the
debt,
economy.
they minimize
You
consumption
yourself
entirely.
described
This
that.
means that the
What do you
consumption recovery
mean,
that Beijing
Dill
had been
Hall?
desperately hoping for, well, the one that they tried to pretend it happened, it didn't. The real estate sector, still not recovering. It won't recover. Because again, like nobody is taking the government seriously now because the financial stability that basically depended on people moving and continue to buy into the government's words no longer exist. And so this idea is much bigger than just the young people are not working hard. It is an economic trouble for the Chinese Communist Party. So again, undermine and destabilize doesn't just mean undermining national spirit. It means that they're undermining the balance sheet. This is why you also keep seeing these whiplash propaganda cycles. One day the People's Daily would say that, oh, a delivery driver is making a fortune, go do delivery to make a living. And then next day they're going to say that some pig farmer turned a profit in the countryside. So if you don't got a job in the urban areas, go back to the countryside. Great opportunity, make a lot of money. And then one day they're going to say like a ramen noodle researcher just
when you don't look at the petrol gauge while you're driving is when you know that you're rich. I feel like. Or like when you're not checking your bank account. Something like that. Something subjective. Because I feel like once you're at a point where you're not worrying about whether the money coming out of your account is going to put your account to zero is probably that point. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Made millions of dollars opening his own specialty shop. A lot of the things never change. The message never changed. They created this condition that or they say that they created this condition that you are going to succeed in China. Okay, the path is open. If you still can't make it, that's on you. Better yet, that's on the CIA. Internet users are laughing at the government on this. Like, there's so many comments basically saying things like, oh, I don't want to lay flat. I want to have a good job. I've just not been given the opportunity. So I saw this one. It's on Zhihu, which is like China's version of Quora. They put it perfectly. It's truly rare. It's uncommon for Zhihu, Tieba, which is like Reddit of China, Douyin, and Xiaohongshu, which is RedNote, to reach a consensus even once. But they did it, all of them at the same time against the government. What's even funnier is on April 29th, internet users dug up an old video of Lei Jun, the founder of Xiaomi, one of China's most celebrated tech billionaires. He said, completely in honesty, that he also lied flat before. You had things like people saying, oh, so the foreign force you've been talking about this whole time is you. Or Laden's in trouble now, or fans are going to make him disappear really quickly. So the moral of the story is that this generation really believed in a success story, the China dream, right? But what they got was a disappointment. And I think that's
and
where
here's this guy still believing in the American
Some people are
dream
saying, oh, well, I wish I had a job. I can work. But the CCP honestly doesn't really care that if you have a job or you don't. Is that overall, like I mentioned, this is an economic problem for them. When they don't have eagerness, they can't pay their own pockets. They can't continue
it's more
to do
about the power,
their own
dude.
things. And that's why they want you to go back to not being a lazy bum, because you got to fill their pockets, right? They don't care if you like as a person, you really want to succeed. That's not what they care about. What they really want is to continue to have that little hamster on the wheel so that they can generate and turn out more gold for them. But if you stop doing that, obviously that's no-no, right? There's another one which I thought was funny. It's I'd love to earn 2.999 million. It's a meme because it's a reference to a recent ruling that raised the threshold for prosecuting officials for unexplained wealth to 3 million yuan, which means that any corrupt official could quietly sit on 2.999 million yuan in unaccounted cash and face zero criminal liability. So these people are so smart with some of their memes. But I think this is honestly, it's funny because we know that people are not taking the government serious, but it's also, you see the urgency. So from now on, it's going to get worse for the Chinese economy. It's going to get worse for the Chinese consumerism. And they get nothing that can bring it back because people have lost complete confidence in the enthusiasm of the people is just not there anymore. All right, thank you very much for watching this episode of Unclassified China. Let me know your thoughts in the comments about lying flat. Are you also somebody who's funded for lying flat, being a couch potato? Let me know. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Sounds like a vibe. Signet rings.
Let me give you one image. A port warehouse on the Mozambican coast. Dust in the rafters. Floodlights overhead, and inside, hundreds of tons of mineral stacked in piles, misdeclared as low-grade waste, marked for shipment to buyers nobody at the Zimbabwean border had ever vetted. None of it had paid the taxes it was supposed to pay. None of it had passed the inspections it was supposed to pass. And every single ton of it had quietly slipped out of one country. That country was Zimbabwe. When the file landed on the desk of the office of the president in Harare, the response was not a memo. It was an executive order. On February 25 and 26 of this year, Mines Minister Polite Kambamura stood before the cameras and announced something nobody in the global mining industry was prepared for. With immediate effect and with no end date in sight, Zimbabwe was suspending the export of every single unprocessed mineral leaving its borders, including the one mineral the entire global electric vehicle industry has been begging for at any price: lithium. Across the border in Windhoek, a different government was already on the same page. President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, sworn in as Namibia's first female head of state in March 2025, had already sacked her mines minister and personally held the portfolio for several weeks before naming a successor. Read that signal. A sitting president holding the mines file in her own hands, even temporarily.
Assuming and listening to the media narrative. Yeah, bro, totally get our opinions from other people.
And Washington was watching. Washington was paying very close attention because what these two countries are doing, quietly, methodically, and without apologies, rewriting the rules of the global lithium trade. Today, on Frontline Africa, we go inside what some are now calling the secret mineral war. And we separate the headlines from the
that never should be tried.
No, it's turpentine.
None of those ingredients.
Architecture. Now, to be clear, there is no formal United States lithium embargo against Namibia or Zimbabwe at the time of this recording. No law, no executive order, no signed embargo proclamation that names these two countries.
Motherfucker, we're literally watching shit about lithium in Zimbabwe. What the fuck do you mean? What narrative? is fucking looking at the lithium mining in fucking Zimbabwe. Do you even know that there's the fucking embargo going on in lithium in Zimbabwe from America right now? No, you fucking don't. So shut the fuck up.
What there is, and the difference is the entire story, is a regulatory environment that functions like an embargo on Chinese processed African lithium reaching the American markets. And by the time we walk through the evidence, the strategy...
These embargoes don't work.
No, they never do.
It's just to limit Chinese materials, and it's not gonna fucking work, because they're gonna be like, hey, is this a Chinese factory? And they're gonna go, no. And they're gonna go, oh, okay. Not Chinese. And they mark that down, and that's all you fucking need.
It really is.
This lithium here, this is for the Europeans to exploit.
Strategic logic behind that environment and the African response to it will be impossible to miss. Good day, everyone. Whether you're tuning in from the continent of Africa, from the diaspora, or from anywhere else around the world, once again, welcome back to Frontline Africa. This is Frontline Africa. This is where we center Africa in global affairs with analysis, not emotion. My name is Pete Solomon. Now, let me tell you what this episode is going to do. We're going to walk through Zimbabwe's escalation timeline, from the original raw lithium ban in 2022
Isn't ISIS in
to the
Zimbabwe?
emergency suspension in February 2026.
Zimbabwe's issue is really... They're in Mozambique, but there's still... There's like... Zimbabwe's not free of these issues, but Zimbabwe's main issue for a long time has been the economy. So it's similar to Lebanon, how Hezbollah just has a backdoor into the banks. So, like, the leader and dictator, and, like, you know, like, they torture journalists who fucking write about it and shit. And so, like, the banking economy has gotten so bad that the, like, main banks in Zimbabwe will be, like, Venmo apps. Like, those types of apps.
Oh, okay.
Because their money isn't safe in any state bank anymore.
Wild.
So, there's almost, like... That's why it was interesting, because they were one of the states that were talking about doing crypto. Specifically for this reason, is because their currency is gone. Might as well fucking try crypto, you know?
No,
but yeah, serious economic problem, because the leader fucking basically, like, they just like found massive fucking gold, like, a few years ago too.
No shit.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Set in April for lifting it. And then we're going to examine what Washington has actually been doing. The foreign entity of concern rules.
We have our own lithium deposits. We need to focus on mining our own and fuck the others. Okay, this is about embargoes. Okay? This isn't about us going to mine the lithium. It's about using an embargo so people in the U.S. economic influence are not buying lithium that is mined by Chinese companies in Zimbabwe. Okay? You understand?
Injunction Act. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act signed by President Trump in 2025 and the December 2025 National Security Strategy that names Africa as a battleground for a competition with China. And then we will follow Namibia's parallel track under President Nandi Ndaitwah and her new mines minister.
How's climate change?
And then the arithmetic that explains why Africa can hold this line at all. Then the continental pattern. And finally, the counter-arguments and the news that broke this week from a plant outside Harare. Now let me start with Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe is a news peg. The story did not begin in 2026. It began in December 2022, when the government issued Statutory Instrument 213, banning the export of raw lithium ore. At that point, mining companies could still ship lithium concentrates, the crushed and chemically separated form of the rock, out of the country. The understanding was that the next step, banning concentrate exports altogether, would only come in January 2027.
That's a lot of
4
nuts!
years for the industry to build processing plants on Zimbabwean soil. 4 years.
No. You are incorrect. The embargo is more than just the US. It's other companies around the world. They're trying to stop China from having a monopoly on the minerals because China has a huge stake in rare earth minerals. Mm-hmm. And this has been going on in Africa for years now. So, you know, maybe, you know, sit down when you don't know even the first thing that's going on and listen, and you might learn something instead of trying to be right all the time.
4 years of warning, 4 years of grace, and then in June 2025, the government accelerated the timeline. President Emerson Mnangagwa's his administration confirmed that the lithium concentrate ban would indeed take effect on January 1st, 2027. And what happened next is a textbook example of capital trying to outrun regulation. Mining firms began an extraction sprint. Trucks rode day and night. Concentrates piled up at border posts. Some of it never came back through Zimbabwean tax assessments.
What? Oh my god, the lithium never even came back to Zimbabwe on its books. I can't believe it. You mean the embargo doesn't do anything and they just send shit around? I can't believe it. Oh my god. What?
This has never happened before.
Oh my god. You just need 3 companies now instead of 1. You know, you gotta have 2 shells and then 1 legitimate that's actually doing the mining at the end. Like, this is why, like, for years we've been talking about how these policies are not the right approach.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't actually do anything.
It looks good on paper, but nothing actually changes. It's all pageantry. It's like the Genocide Convention.
He appeared in warehouses across the border in Mozambique.
What?
By the start,
what? Yeah, what? How could it get to Mozambique? How did that happen? And then it was flagged that it wasn't fucking Zimbabwe mined? Oh my goodness. I can't believe it.
This is so shocking. This is my shocked face.
What was the one we were looking at where we were reading that report? Was it the Congo? Where they were talking about it? This exact basic type of thing?
Possibly? With
It
the
wasn't that
tantalum
long ago. But like you looked up like how the regulation they were using was working. It wasn't this policy though. I want to say it was a European policy that we were looking at that time. And they were just literally just showing like how easy it was. Like one of the biggest firms was a European firm. But like just because one European company has a large stake, it doesn't like there's still like 100 little other companies, you know?
the start of 2026, the office of the president was alarmed enough to order a comprehensive investigation. Deputy Chief Secretary George Charamba confirmed publicly that large quantities of Zimbabwean ore had been discovered, stockpiled at a Mozambican port.
What?
The government's read was not
No
subtle.
way.
Companies were asset stripping the country before the rules started.
So now it fucks Zimbabwe's economy even harder because they have to like cut another person into it, you know?
Pretty much, yeah.
There was already enough people fucking taking out of the fucking tray.
And so, on February 25th and 26th, the rules tightened immediately, indefinitely. And in the words of the Ministry of Mines itself, including all minerals currently in transit, trucks were stopped at the border. Customs officials were ordered to hold every single shipment. Cargoes already on the road were turned around. And then, on April 2nd, the ministry set the conditions for lifting the ban. And there are 4. Mining firms must accept individual export quotas set by the government. They must publish...
Bro, we are talking about Zimbabwe's economy right now, not America.
Annual financial statements. They must commit in writing to building lithium sulfate processing plant on Zimbabwean soil before January 1st, 2027. And they must pay a 10% export tax on every ton of concentrate that leaves the country until that deadline. Now, let me be precise about the scale, because this channel does not do hype. Zimbabwe is not a small player. According to Reuters reporting, the country exported 1.128 million metric tons of spodumene concentrate in 2025, up 11% on the previous year, generating approximately $513.8 million United States dollar in revenue. Mining contributes 14.3% of national GDP, and that single export flow accounted for around 15% of all spodumene concentrates that China imported last year. Africa's largest...
So 15% of Chinese rare earth imports are coming from Zimbabwe?
From Zimbabwe.
According to a Reuters report.
Interesting.
That's a fucking lot. That's a pretty large percentage.
And guess what? One of their biggest industries right now is...
polluting the ocean with electric vehicles.
Yeah, well, electric vehicles.
when everyone starts pushing them slowly off the dock that they're taking up space on.
And what's in electric vehicles? Lithium batteries. Hell yeah. That's great. Fucking fantastic. I'm really glad that they're
I like the battery ejection thing that they made. It's so funny.
The civilian killer.
Largest lithium producer is telling the global battery industry in writing
China should rename itself Gimmickstan.
Look at this graphic. Wow.
Have changed. The day after February announcement, Bloomberg confirmed that lithium prices spiked. That is a news peg. But the news peg is not the story. The story is what Washington has been building on the other side of the Atlantic, and what made Harare and Winheck conclude they had to move now. 3 pieces. Now pay close attention. The first piece is the Inflation Reduction Act, signed in 2022. Buried inside that law was a provision called the Foreign Entity of Concern Restriction.
What? You mean the Trump policy was an expansion of a bad Biden policy? I'm shocked.
English. If your electric vehicle contained a battery with critical minerals extracted, processed, or recycled by an entity controlled by China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea, that vehicle did not qualify for the $7,500 American Clean Vehicle Tax Credits. Now, think about what that meant for African lithium. Most of Zimbabwe's concentrate goes to China for processing. Most of the proposed Namibian processing plants are being built by Chinese firms. So, even if the lithium was mined in Africa, the moment a Chinese company touched it on the way to a battery, that battery was locked out of the American consumer markets. The second piece is what President Donald Trump signed into law on July 4th, 2025. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The picture changed in two ways at once. First, the new clean vehicle tax credit itself was terminated for vehicles acquired after September 30th, 2025. The $7,500 incentive that had pulled the original foreign entity of concern lever is, for new buyers, gone. Second, and this is the part that matters more for our story, the same law prohibited foreign entity restrictions across other clean energy tax credits, with phased percentage thresholds beginning January 1st, 2026. The mechanism shifted from punishing Chinese touched batteries in cars to punishing Chinese touched supply chains in solar panels, in wind turbines, in grid storage, and battery manufacturing itself. The ratchet did not loosen, it moved. The third piece is the national security strategy, which was released by the Trump administration in December 2025. 3 short paragraphs in a 29-page document deal with Africa. And those 3 paragraphs changed everything. They framed the continent as an arena for resource competition with China. The Foreign Policy Research Institute called this a sea change in American posture. Africa is no longer a foreign aid story in Washington. Africa is a supply chain story. Now, buyers, on top of all of this, the Zimbabwe Democracy and Economic Recovery Act, ZIDERA, signed into law in 2001. ZIDERA remains on the books today. The Zimbabwe-specific OFAC sanctions program that began in 2003 was terminated in March 2024. But ZIDERA still constrains American support for multilateral lending to Zimbabwe and targeted global Magnitsky sanctions on specific Zimbabwean individuals and entities remain in force. The legal furniture has been rearranged. The chilling effect is intact. Now stack the 4 pieces together. That is not an embargo law, but it is a regulatory environment that functions exactly like one for Chinese processed African lithium. And it is the environment Harare and Windhoek are responding to. So when you read that Namibia and Zimbabwe are defying a United States embargo, what is really happening is more layered than that single word suggests. They are operating inside a system where Washington has structured the rules to penalize Chinese touched supply chains.
Deal with it.
And they have responded by saying, in
we
effect,
make the rules.
Fine. We will not be your raw material colony. We will process at home. We will partner with whoever shows up with the check. And you can either come to the table with a credible offer or watch this train leave the station from the platform. Now, this brings us to Namibia. While Zimbabwe's story is acceleration, Namibia's is escalation in 5 clean steps. Step 1 came in June 2023 when the cabinet under the late President Hage Geingob prohibited the export of unprocessed lithium, cobalt, manganese, graphite, and rare earth minerals. Step 2 came in March 2025 when Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah was inaugurated as Namibia's first female president. She has spent 57 uninterrupted years inside SWAPO, the ruling party. She knew this file in her sleep, and in her very first month in office, she placed the upstream petroleum units directly under the office of the president. Step 3 came in August 2025, when the Ministry of Mines and Energy proposed a policy requiring 51% Namibian ownership in all new mining ventures. Step 4 came on October 26, 2025. Nandi-Ndaitwah dismissed her mines minister, Natangwe Itete. Defense Minister Franz Kapofi was named acting minister to hold the file. And then on December 2, 2025, the president appointed Modestus Amutse as a new substantive minister. And in his very first address to ministry staff, Amutse made his position public. His exact words was, value addition is critical. Mining companies must add value locally. Even if we start with small processing, it is progress. That is how we create jobs. That is policy continuity.
He's
traveling cleanly from the office of the president into the ministry
Byzantine.
without missing a beat.
So you kind of got to dance around him.
Step 5 is unfolding right now. A new minerals bill, drafted to replace the Minerals Act of 1992, is now in front of the National Assembly, carried by Minister Amutsi.
Send my apostle in and wipe out 75%
formalizes the processing requirements.
Because I'm going to use my apostle's last charge.
Now, speaking at the Council on Foreign Relations during United Nations General Assembly Week in September 2025, President Nandi Ndaitwah laid out her position in language that left nothing to interpretation. Her exact words was, "We no longer want to have an economy which is just based on extracting our minerals and ship them out. We are now saying we are structuring the economy so that we become the producer and the processor." That is not a campaign slogan. That is policy with a 5-step trail behind it. So quickly before we continue, it has come to our attention that a significant number of our amazing viewers are not yet subscribed to the channel. So please, I need you to take a second. Subscribe and tap that notification bell for alerts.
I think I only have one.
That is the only way.
Huh?
I think I only have one holy site.
It's okay.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown.
Check this video out from Seattle. Seattle had a crazy leftist mayor. They voted him out, and of course, what happens? You vote in somebody crazier. They've got this woman. Her name is Katie Wilson, and she's asked about the millionaires now leaving Seattle. And look at this response.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like bye.
Yeah, Josh, like super overblown, and if you leave, like bye, and like who needs money and what's math?
They're already reaping the consequences a little bit of that in Washington.
Yeah, Dave. If there's one thing he knows about, it's fucking math. He's definitely that's who I think of. That mathematician Dave. Toronto has fallen. It is mine. Where am I, silly lady? Okay, what's she doing? Okay, let's put you in Antioch, lady. Antioch. I hate when you get so many cities you can't find what you're looking for,
Use
Antioch.
the city list.
I need to move her.
Yeah, go to the build list. Figure out where it is.
Well, I need to find it in the sidebar. That's the thing. There's too many.
Washington State. I think Howard Schultz, right, the former CEO of Starbucks, and he's no conservative. Howard Schultz is actually a former Democrat mega donor. I'm not sure if he still is after this latest bit of heist, but he's already announced that he's decamping, if he hasn't already decamped by now, to Florida, to our neck of the woods. These things have real life consequences. California.
Is Starbucks going to end all their business and like, oh no, a guy hoarding wealth is going to leave who's putting his asset in like all over the country anyway?
Yeah, Dave, your former stomping grounds out in California, just this past Sunday, they announced that they had enough signatures to get this billionaire tax on the ballot this November. The numbers out of that are astonishing. I saw this new study from the California Tax Foundation.
California Pizza Kitchen.
That already they estimate that $770-ish billion in wealth has already fled in advance of this thing going into effect. I think Peter Thiel last December announced that he was going to make Florida his more full-time residents to avoid this thing. And it kind of raises the obvious question, and that Katie Wilson, ha 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 ha, Gavin Newsom, ha 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 ha.
who do you guys think is actually creating jobs? It's a very rudimentary point, very basic point that I think gets lost there. But look, roughly 2/3 of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. That's a very unfortunate reality, but it actually is economic reality.
Guy who is a famous union buster as our example. While we talk about Americans living paycheck to paycheck, that certainly won't make us look like we're socially inept and don't understand how people actually feel about the CEO of Starbucks.
Don't be silly.
And I feel for a lot of these people, for sure.
No, you don't.
But these folks are not the ones, by sheer obvious facts of their paycheck situation, they're not creating jobs. They're trying to get by. You actually need wealthy people to start business, to invest in capital. And I feel like a lot of this basic economics 101 has gotten so lost. Most of the people on the left, a couple of people on the right, I would add as well there, but it's just common freaking sense that when you lose people, you're going to lose your tax base, you're going to lose, by the way to pay for infrastructure, bridges, municipalities, public transportation there. Any decent society needs wealthy people. It is natural and is proper and is right to have a full panoply of people all across the income and wealth spectrum.
I think bro's called the glizzy gobbler around the office. I haven't seen anybody suck capitalism's dick that hard since Dave Rubin. God damn.
This Florida student, should we play this clip?
Oh yeah, this is crazy.
What number is this?
11.
Number 11. This is from Channel 7 News Miami. It's about this student, and listen to this clip.
Unfortunate, because I'm assuming she's a senior and going to graduate soon, and now this is going to jeopardize her ability to graduate.
A 23-year-old FIU student charged with a felony over messages she wrote in a school group chat. Gabriela Saldana facing a judge Thursday morning. According to her arrest report, this went down in a WhatsApp group chat of about 215 students, where students were discussing an event that was to take place Friday at the Ocean Bank Convocation Center on campus to make their capstone presentations. An FIU police officer read some of the statements in court.
The exact words utilized was, "There's going to be a bomb in the Ocean Bank Convocation Center, and it's going to be at Jonathan's fault," one of the members in the chat.
7 News obtaining some bits of that chat. It seemed the student wanted the event rescheduled and wrote, quote, "Netanyahu, if you can hear me, drop some bonbons for us capstone students in Ocean Bank Convention Center." Other students wrote they didn't take that text lightly. She later in the chat wrote, quote, "I wrote a dumb joke that should not have been made."
I can understand your position, Ms. Corey, and you're saying this is a joke, but to an objective person, it's not a joke, and there would be enough for probable cause. I'm not saying it's enough for beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what the state's going to be able to prove at trial, but for purposes of this hearing, I believe there is enough for probable cause.
Yuck.
15
that
years.
judge, what is her background? I'm curious if, she has other pro-Zionist statements or something like that prior to this, because that's insane.
What the fuck?
People make jokes all the time, drop a bomb on this school or whatever, so I don't have to do this. Would that, if she had said that
in the context of Netanyahu, it's clear. It's not like I'm going to do this. It's in the context of the genocide our country's doing, and these courts are protecting or stopping students from opposing. So now it's seeping out in jokes. Everyone knows that a joke. Probable cause? Get out of here. What a joke.
Also, when did this government have a problem with blowing up a school?
Right.
Exactly.
Right. But if you had made a joke and said that it was a Muslim terror group or something like that, oh, I hope ISIS comes for them. You think that this would have happened? You think she would have been hauled in front of this judge and the judge would say, I couldn't tell that this was a joke?
No way. Meanwhile, in Germany, it's actually apparently worse. This is an exchange caught between a cop and an activist in Berlin. Now, Germany obviously has very different speech laws than we do. They don't have a First Amendment. They have had a history of some bad ideologies taking over that have led to some very bad things happening, both in Germany and into neighboring countries. I think, but this is pretty shocking, and you can see the sort of like the cop also like it's my job, but I'm going to have to arrest you, and you'll see what he's going to have to arrest.
Logic for a German cop.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just following orders. I mean, ooh, did I say that? Go ahead.
1 second.
Why? Say the river sentence, please. Don't say it.
I just say from the river, but not from the river.
You said that 2 times. Please stop it. Otherwise, we have to arrest you again.
Okay.
Yeah? Please stop it.
So what shall I say?
Not this sentence.
The beat.
No, don't say that. It's forbidden. The sentence is forbidden. Don't say it again.
And we get arrested from the river.
Yeah, I don't want to do it, but it's forbidden in Germany, and I have to arrest you.
She's asked at one point, "Can I say from the river to the beach? Can I say that?"
No,
he's like,
don't say that. It's verboten.
Yeah, this sentence is forbidden. It sounds like just copy pasted from 1984.
It's insane.
It might be too unsubtle for that. Yeah, it's insane.
A similar thing happens with the arresting elderly people for saying "I stand with Palestine" action in the UK. Ludicrous. I mean, it's unsustainable too.
I mean, Germany. How much Palestinian blood has to be spilt for you to be able to have effectively outsourced your guilt for the Holocaust, you nut jobs?
It's a real shame that this is all this sort of guilt that and what should be a guard against nationalism for that entire country is being sublimated into supporting Israel. Like it's bizarre.
It's very disappointing because they did the best work maybe of any country after World War II. They really tried.
Well, they have these
education, and they I guess just
Holocaust denialism is illegal there. That was what the AfD was running into with their their foray into Holocaust denial. But you see how those laws are also now being distorted to conflate Judaism with Zionism to support the state of Israel.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Now that I have roads through these hills, rails.
At the sincere invitation of King Mswati III of Eswatini, President Leicester has smoothly arrived in Eswatini to begin a state visit. Although the trip was initially delayed due to unfounded external factors, none of this has deterred Taiwan's determination to engage with the world. The visit was planned in accordance with 3 principles: national dignity, flight safety, and international norms, to ensure the entire trip could be carried out and concluded smoothly.
Fox News alert, astonishing testimony from a Minnesota whistleblower this week. Listen to Jay Swanson, former manager of the Minnesota DHS Child Care Provider Investigations Unit, testifying before a Minnesota House committee about the warning signs he saw all the way back in 2017.
As I look back with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, I realized that what our team saw was the early stages of a somewhat loosely organized criminal enterprise beginning to pillage Minnesota's public benefit system. I was shown a text conversation between the owner of the center and a friend. The friend had asked the owner, "How much longer are you going to do the daycare scam?" The owner replied, "Another year or 2. I'm going to buy some nice homes in Nairobi." The owner was on public assistance at this time.
Now, what did our government do about it?
I would say by mid-2017, the administration and the leadership at DHS, there was no focus on stopping CCAP fraud. It was the focus was on stopping the people that are investigating CCAP fraud.
The investigators were the target, and then came Governor Tim Walz. He took office in January of 2019, and this week, amid the widespread fraud raids we told you about by Trump's FBI, he swore to us, if you commit fraud in Minnesota, you're going to get caught. And that's exactly what we saw today. We catch criminals from
They're going to cuck you.
Agencies, share information, joint investigations work, and securing justice depends on it. Except we had the Attorney General just tell us that he's suing in court. He's not helping. He is suing the Trump administration in court. And this is what he said 4 months ago.
You mentioned this fraud investigation and the reason that they're here. Is there anything you think, when you look back, you could have done differently to prevent them from showing up and doing what they're doing here?
No, they were coming anyway. It was all make-believe that we'd been at it. Every state had this.
On this very program, a separate Minnesota whistleblower, Faye Bernstein, contested his assertion. You said, I have only voted for Democrats. I consider myself a Democrat. This is definitely not something that Republicans are making up. This is real. Just a few moments, but your message to Governor Walz.
Yo, your Japan territory looks like shit.
Oh, it's not make-believe. That's craziness. It's not make-believe.
We fucked it up.
I see this every day. I still go to work every day, and I see this, and it is not make-believe.
The lingering question is, why did Governor Tim Walz not take action? This August 24th, 2018 whistleblower report I'm holding, you can see it,
Look,
is
I'm a
authored
prop.
by
I'm
Jim
Kaylee.
Swanson, who you just heard from. It's jam-packed with warnings about rampant fraud in the child care industry. Swanson warned, quote, investigators believe that current internal controls and statutes are not stringent enough to make reasonable progress in reducing the level of fraud in this program. So what did Walz do? He waited for David Hoke and a 23-year-old journalist named Nick Shirley to expose the fraud system before finally proposing a 2026 legislative package. Woefully insufficient. Let's bring in Minnesota State Representative Kristen Robbins, who's been on it. She is chair of the state's Fraud Prevention Committee. You know, when I look at this whistleblower report, I couldn't stop reading it. This is the one that hurt to read the most, and I'm going to pull it up here. It's from page 55 of the report. Records clearly show that some owners and individuals have made large wire transfers to banks primarily in the Middle East or Africa, often soon after they receive these payments. It is a near certainty, this was written in 2018, that at least a percentage of the fraud proceeds go overseas and are being siphoned off by one or more designated terrorist organization. So your Democratic governance knew in 2018 money was being sent to terrorists and they shut down this unit? Why?
It is unconscionable. So that report came out in March or April of 2019, early in the Walz administration. He had just taken office. And instead of diving in and getting to the bottom of it, they closed down the investigative unit that Jay Swanson ran and barred our state criminal investigators from talking to their counterparts at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension without supervisor approval. So they did not want any more criminal prosecutions of these fraudsters, and it all morphed into this bureaucratic overpayment examination. Nobody had a criminal deterrent anymore. They enabled this. They turned a blind eye, and actually I think they enabled it. And it's unconscionable, and I'm so thankful for the whistleblowers like Faye and Jay who have stepped up to enlighten us.
Sounds fake.
For
They're
sure,
named Faye and Jay.
there. I pointed out last week, Governor Newsom was given a map several years ago of where these places existed, and there were hospice facilities and burrito stands in California. Here, in this case, I would argue that you also had Tim Walz given a map. Let's pull it up. 2015, 35 of 50 child care facilities were flagged. 2016, 41 of 50. These are the highest paid facilities. 2017, 42 of the 50 flagged. So specific hospice facilities receiving
happened?
more than $1 million.
I took out the governor and
flagged.
Constantinople started falling.
Why?
That's funny.
What is the reason? Is this just trying to get voters, the Somali community? What was his reason?
I really think it's protecting their base. I absolutely think they were afraid to stand up to the fraudsters in the Somali community who were committing this. And meanwhile, some of our whistleblowers are from the Somali community. So this isn't everyone in the community. Some people want to clean it up, but the political machine that drives votes to the Democrat Party. They didn't want to stand up to it. But I just want to correct one quick thing. We did a hearing on this in February 25, and we gave them a list of 72 child care centers, many of the ones that Nick Shirley visited. So this is,
the key is
not only did they do nothing when Wells took over and came into
trying
office,
to go around the
but
outside.
It has continued to happen, and they've done nothing despite handing them 72 a year ago, the Nick Shirley video. Thankfully, our federal partners are the ones who are taking action. So without the work of the federal partners, none of this would all still be going on.
Yeah, it would be. I also want to ask you about a separate matter. This is Ilhan Omar.
Ranged?
You have subpoenaed Ilhan Omar. You want some documents. You asked her to come before Congress. She didn't show. So then you subpoenaed these documents because she was a proponent of the Mules Act, which we believe enabled a lot of this fraud. So you have a ton of questions for her, rightfully so. You have a deadline next Tuesday to get the documents. Have you heard from her?
We've not heard anything. So we actually haven't issued a subpoena because we've just requested the documents, but we will take further action on Tuesday if we don't hear from her.
Okay, so it was a documents request then. So Tuesday, if you don't receive those documents, when will the subpoena come?
You know, we are making steps to prepare for a subpoena or another effort to reach out to her. I'd say stay tuned on Tuesday.
Stay tuned on Tuesday. Well, we will stay tuned. State Representative Kristen Robbins, thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Canada. Nice.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Geopolitical Trends, where truth matters. What if the biggest threat to BRICS
Gilgamesh got the point.
wasn't or isn't the United States?
That's okay with
or
me.
the sanctions.
He can have
or Donald Trump's
so if only somebody didn't sell him thousands upon thousands gold.
Right at the
Literally,
table.
I'm getting 800
India
gold per
just
turn.
told the world
And if you look
has
at it, it's all
absolutely
Gilgamesh,
no interest in dropping
3 from
the
Gilgamesh
US
for
dollar.
every turn.
And here is the part that nobody
About to go
is saying
sell him
out
some
loud.
more.
Is that the 2026
He pays
BRICS summit,
3
which
gold
just
for
has been
8.
concluded and
But the
hosted
thing
by
is,
India?
if I sell him more than that, the dividends reduce. So it's always about finding the lowest possible number to nickel and dime them.
Yes.
Well, welcome to Scam of the Week, and there is a lot to be with in this week's edition. There's another big snowy hydro blowout. There's the Bondi Anti-Semitism Royal Commission interim report. There's Pauline's plane. Pauline was given her very own jet by Gina Reinhardt. There's Angus and Co. and the coalition, the usual chaos there, and there's Albo, dear Albo, totally, abjectly caving into the foreign gas cartel.
Okay, I gave Canada a book for the rest of their
Week.
money.
We're calling this edition the Owned Edition. Yes, they're all owned. Now, Pauline has set a new standard in being owned. A new standard in Australian federal politics this week by brazenly flaunting, grinning, Cheshire cat grins ear to
Probably
ear.
no suitable location,
Her
I
jet,
guess.
given to
It's
her
not even showing
by Gina Reinhardt, the mining magnate.
It hasn't been an easy journey. I was elected 30 years ago to the Parliament. Just straight out of my fish and chip shop.
Throw
the business
batteries
I was
at
proud
her.
to own as a single parent to provide for my family. I'm a grassroots Australian. I love my country and I will carry through on
You're
what
a
I
cunt.
intend to do for Australia.
Pauline has been a lone voice in the wilderness that has now become a chorus of millions. Your resilience is the fuel for the One Nation Party.
Oh my God.
This is about providing the wings for a movement.
Her
that
moronic
refuses to
stubbornness
let the heart
has
of
kept
this
her
country be
unmoved
silenced.
for 30
This
years.
aircraft is not for joyrides.
And now that people
This
are
aircraft
now
is
coming
for the
around to
battle
be
for
as dumb as
Australians.
her, they're praising her.
Let this
Also,
plane
Gina
be a
Reinhardt
symbol
gave her this plane.
to every Australian
Outright bribes.
that help is on its way. And the journey
Incredible.
has only just begun.
Nobody is quite owned as blatantly as Pauline Hanson, One Nation Israel, and so it is very honest of Pauline, to be fair.
This guy
to
blocked me
Pauline.
because I
Well,
called him out
actually,
for
to be
using
fair to
Nazi
Pauline,
rhetoric,
she
by the
does
way.
actually have a policy which we think they should all have. and that's on property. She says ban
This
foreign,
was like right at the start
ownership
of
property,
Israel,
residential
Gaza thing.
property in Australia. That is a sound policy. Because why should first homeowners struggling, especially as interest rates are about to go through the roof, struggling to get set in the property market, why should they have to compete with wealthy investors from overseas? Well done, Pauline Hanson, One Nation Israel. Pauline, however, on the graft front, has been breaking the rules so often by not disclosing her little journeys, her little outings on Gina's private fleet of jets, that she just got her own Gina plane. Cut out the middleman, just give her a plane to fly around the country, telling people with 4 teeth how great her policies are for people with 6 yachts. Let's face it, if there was truth in politics, all of them would have their own planes, adorned with their corporate sponsorships on them, because this is the problem in Australian politics, money, as it is elsewhere, US politics particularly. Now, Albo will be doing the rounds in his Exxon Chevron jet, co-sponsored by Pratt Industries. Matty Canavan will be in the Australian Coal Association jet, proudly co-sponsored by the Minerals Council of Australia for the Nats. And Angus, of course, will be in his US Defence Contractors Company jet, sponsored also by the Business Council of Australia, because they just do what they're told with their donors. And this week was no exception from that rule when Albo did his massive swan diving backflip. Well, he never backflip because he never committed to it, but basically ruling out a proposal that would have taxed Australia's most profitable industries who are robbing us blind and have been for 2 decades, the gas exporters. But Matty Canavan had the best take on Gina. Yes, it was the very best take. He invoked an old share market saying. The old saying, said Matt, is that you sell your shares when the CEO buys a private jet. And that's it. It's all peaked. We've seen the apogee of Pauline. It's just too damn blatant. Meanwhile, Albo's capitulation of the gas industry was majestic. The gas exporters, 80% of our gas is exported, and a lot of it with no royalties paid for the minerals that we Australians own, categorically ruling out imposing decent royalties and tax regime on these foreign gas exporters.
Pretty cool.
So he joins
what a country.
The others, really, categorically representing his donor base and the foreign interests of people overseas over Australians owned gas. Sorry.
Hell yeah.
Albo, owned by the gas exporters. But to give him and Jim their dues, the budget is coming soon, and he's facing a big backlash, if you haven't noticed it, in the mainstream for his looming budget measures, which finally, we give them credit for this, address 2 big problems. As we know, investors get a leg up over first home owners in Australian property and residential property, and 2 reasons for that: a capital gains tax relief and negative gearing. And he's addressing that. We'll soon see what the actual measures are, but they've been largely leaked, or they've been flagged at least, and people are up in arms. The mainstream media is not happy about it because it may affect their own property prices. Natalie Barr, Nat Barr on 7.
Don't forget the politicians and their multiple properties.
Here she is.
Why would the politicians make laws making housing cheaper when they have investment properties and money in the system?
Some of our top banks and economists say it won't improve housing affordability, but it will add $30 billion to your budget. Guys. Is it just really
the one that's randomly in our territory?
They bought another one.
About that, Nat. I mean,
there's
obviously when we're only less than 2 weeks from the budget, there's always a lot of speculation, and I think particularly this time around we haven't finished the budget yet, and so some of these sorts of deliberations haven't been concluded yet. But in principle, some of the changes that you're talking about, some of the changes that people have been reading about, would raise nowhere near the sorts of dollars that you just referenced in your question. And so we're working through these issues. We've been upfront with people and said that we think that there are issues in the housing market and in the tax system that we are working through. There are some issues of intergenerational fairness that we're very focused on.
Nat's $30 billion cash grab fear campaign. $30 billion cash grab. No, it's just adjusting the settings, Nat, to be fairer to all Australians, not just people with luxury property portfolios. Make Australia a more equal place.
What do you do?
It's good to see that they're finally doing something about it. Plaudits for that. It won't, as usual, it won't be as good as perhaps we could expect, but they do appear to be doing something. So Budget Day will reveal that. It's a good idea to renose the residential property market in favour of owners rather than investors. So therefore, we will be hearing a lot of whinging in the next couple of weeks about the budget, because there are a lot of vested interests in the property sector that don't want this to happen. Now, what about that Royal Commission, the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism, Special Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism, the Bondi Royal Commission, as it's monikered? So we had a quick nip through, not in detail, it's 169 pages, of the interim report from Justice Virginia Bell. And we did note that the G word was not mentioned once. The G, the little Holocaust going on at the moment, managed not to mention the G word, but she did tread a fine line in service to social cohesion. Yes, the interim report by the Bondi Royal Commission recommends some procedural changes
got a free
and
tank
found
by
nobody
stumbling
really
across
to
the
blame
tribal
except
village.
the perpetrators, the people that fired the bullets, which is fair. The Israel lobby was not happy because it didn't blame Sydney Harbour Bridge peace protesters or pro-Palestinian people. The security apparatus is not happy either because the findings pointed out the New South Wales police, well, these guys got their guns under the New South Wales gun regime, walked into a gun shop, despite the fact that ASIO had been investigating them, one of them in 2019. So it pointed the bone a little bit at the security apparatus, and there were warnings, actually, that this might happen, Bondi. So New South Wales and Police and ASIO failings are brought to light. But of course, the actual central piece of evidence, the manifesto by Naveed Akram, one of the shooters, was, of course, some you to say, was not aired. They don't want that aired because the Sydney Morning Herald pointed out it basically is based on the fact that this guy was unhappy about Gaza. So they don't want that out there. The actual manifesto was left out. It has been redacted. But what about dear old Snowy Hydro, which is now going to cost us $42 billion? The costs are blown out from $2 billion original projections to $42 billion. That's a heck of a blowout. And as Rex Patrick, who's been on it from the start, trying to get transparency stuff out of government, he's been warning about the transparency issues around this. When he first started investigating and getting stonewalled, the costs had already blown out by $3.1 billion. And the coalition, meanwhile, was having a few blowouts of their own. Timmy Wilson's.
Since we're farting around, do you want to play Star Wars?
I was about to say we'll finish up if there's anything else you wanted to get to. Just I'm about to eat and it's late.
Yeah, that's what I figured. You know, it took me like 10 minutes to install it because it's only like 10 gigs.
No, we'll just do it on Tuesday.
Who?
Instead of playing Civ next stream, we'll just play Battlefront.
I think that the first game you play should not be accompanied by news because...
I'm not talking about news. We'll just play the game.
Oh, okay. You're gonna get teabagged. I don't think you can teabag.
Another one of those somewhere?
Like, I think the fucking because like I said, the droids are so imbalanced, right? So all soldiers have thermal detonators that are just like grenades. You can't you can't really proficiently like lob them. Like it's like they're not like a predictable arc really, but they're big enough that you can get them where they need to go. Super battle droids, they have fucking wrist rockets instead. So you literally point where you want the explosion to go, and that's one of the reasons why the droids are so much better than every other faction.
Fair enough.
And then, like, the clones get Camino, and the AI are fucking dumb and just get in the gun turrets. So the droids can just sit there and just shoot them in the head as they get into the turret over and over again.
Never learn.
Opposition Treasury spokesman Timmy Wilson somehow dropped $79.2 billion down the back of the Treasury couch when he was talking about how much money they were going to spend on defence to align with what the Donald wants Australia to spend to be part of the AUKUS alliance.
You would remember from this morning, the coalition announced that it wants to double Australia's fuel stocks, spending $800 million to do so. However, it seems the Shadow Treasurer may have missed the memo on exactly how much the opposition was promising. Here's Tim Wilson at a press conference earlier today, remembering the correct figure is $800 million.
Around $80 billion to be able to secure that capacity, but that's through financing mechanisms.
Tim, you're talking about, on one hand, the government spending too much money. You're talking about debt going through the roof, and on the other hand, you're now talking about $80 billion.
The gap is between understanding what we're actually doing and how we're trying to finance and provide the resources.
Tim, can I just confirm, what does that $80 billion figure come from?
Sorry, just clarify. So my apologies. We got that. So
800 million. 800
million. Sorry, you throw me. Sorry, the 800 million figure.
It was 800 million, not 80 billion. But what's a few zeros when you're the coalition? It's only $79.2 billion out. Meanwhile, Albo, the PM, our PM, handed down his new media reform proposal. To date, the Digital Media Bargaining Code, which was brought in by Joshi Frydenberg, has effectively propped up fossil media. It transfers money from Google and Facebook and so on, from the platforms to the fossil media companies, but it doesn't actually have to be spent on journalism. It could be spent on anything, like executive salaries. So it just goes, and it's secret to news and so on. So we're having a bit of a tweak there, and that was announced by Albo this week. The deals will still apparently remain secret, and the cost of doing biz, in other words, paying Rupert and Nine Entertainment and The Guardian and the ABC and so on, propping them up. The platforms actually claim this as a cost of doing business, as they should. They do need to be looked at properly, but that's not happening. The platforms themselves and all their blatant infringement of privacy and so on. But the money doesn't go to journalism necessarily. The new thing is they're threatening them, and they're calling it an incentive now. And the media bargaining incentive. And effectively they're saying, well, if you don't give us, if you don't make these payments to our fossil mates, we're going to fix this with the threat of a fund, 2.2% of your revenues. And Google doesn't even divulge its proper revenue numbers. It pretends that its revenue is a fraction of what it really is, and we don't know how the detail will be calculated. But it sounds sensible to set up a fund, and instead of giving all the money to Rupert and co in secret deals. So whether the indies, such as this channel and Michael West Media, get any money out of this, well, who knows? But if we are required to go to Google and bargain with Google to get our money from this global monopoly, we just won't bother, because why would they give it to us? We've been pinging them for multinational tax avoidance for 13 years. So they're not going to give us money. A little team like this one, why would they? So if they set up a fund, which they probably won't, 2.2% of revenues, that would be good, but that is the threat, not the actuality at the moment. Now, meanwhile, the defence spokesman for the opposition, for the coalition, James Paterson, addressed the National Press Club this week, boasting about the LNP's plans to spend more money on defence, on AUKUS. But he ended up slightly miffed because he was asked, well, how are you going to, what are the costings? How are you going to fund this? Well, it doesn't matter when you're in opposition. You have to think about the real world. You just gunslinging ideas out there.
As you know, there is no point talking about this unless you identify, and you've clearly identified the costs of these programs. Where does the money come from? Yeah. Does it come from extra taxes, or does it come from other expenditure programs? You must have identified where the money can come from.
It's a very fair question, but one that you'll understand I cannot unilaterally answer today on behalf of my parliamentary colleagues, particularly the members of the Shadow Expenditure Review Committee. What we have said is we're committed to 3% of GDP in the old money. We'll have to reevaluate what that means under the new money, under the NATO standard, and we'll be transparent about that. And well before the next election, we'll demonstrate how it can be paid for. But we haven't made those decisions yet as a Shadow ERC. We've just made our intent very clear, and over the balance of the parliamentary term, we'll make our homework very clear so that it can be publicly scrutinised.
And so we copped a little bit of heat for that, little Jimmy Paterson. But I think for Scam of the Week, Virginia Bell. Now, she's done a good job in curbing, in addressing the social cohesion thing, and we can't really fault this report except for not mentioning the real problem here. The G word, 160 pages, no G word. So we're not sure how that curbs anti-Semitism or racism or implements social cohesion in the longer term. Not calling out a Holocaust, not calling out industrial scale land theft, murder, torture, and so on, which is out of control. But it may be a reasonable short-term political fix. So welcome, come on down. Virginia Bell for your first Scam of the Week. Well played, good scam. We'll look forward to the final findings. Let's hope that they're more forthright in identifying what the real problem is here. If you'd like to find out what the real problem is, read Andrew Brown this week and his pieces on the Israel lobby and foreign interference in Australia. They are exceptional. They go straight to the problem. We always try to tell the truth here at Michael West Media. We don't always get it right, but we endeavour to get it right, and we base it on evidence rather than agendas. We'd like to thank Island Optical and Optical Superstores, our silver corporate sponsors for this channel, and we'd like to thank everybody on Patreon and on the website for supporting our independent journalism. Please hit the bell, like, share and comment, join up, become a sponsor if you can, if you've got any lazy dollars, and we'll see you on the next outing.
Australia is a cool country.
Ouch.
Saya gay wo na man pasma gay war na man ñu ma préparer quoi waaw gay ñu dugg de heure bi mu jot
The crossing from West Africa to Spain's Canary Islands is now one of the main gateways to Europe. But it's also fast becoming the deadliest migrant journey in the world. 70,000 migrants are expected to attempt the journey this year. It has become a multi-million-dollar business. Facing days and even weeks on the open ocean. Some will make it, but thousands of others will die trying. It's a catastrophic unfolding in real time, buried on the world headliners. Y hay un fallecido. Sí. Horrible. I want to put a face to the suffering, so the stories of those who drown at sea can be brought back again to the surface.
Nice. I like this.
Assalamualaikum grand-mame Seck ça va bien yaa ngi si jàmm si loo nekk waaw léegi nag tey la bés quoi maa ngi nii di dem dégg nga waaw maa ngi nii di dem quoi sanga
My name is Mam Sheikh Mbaye. For 10 years, I worked in the Canary Islands with migrants and refugees arriving from West Africa. But recently, I have returned to my homeland, Senegal, one of the main departure points for migrants to reach Europe. Now, I run a training center for young people to find work here, so they can build a life for themselves in Senegal. I have witnessed the trauma of those surviving what now described as the most dangerous migration journey in the world. Most migrants depart from Mauritania, Senegal, or even the Gambia. From Senegal, it's more than 1,000 kilometers across the Atlantic Ocean. Around 10 times the distance of other migrants' routes crossing the Mediterranean.
How does it compare to the Durian Gap?
I don't know.
I'd be interested to find out.
As part of my job, I also educate young people as to the dangers of the journey. Today, a group of locals are meeting to discuss the issue, and I have been invited to join them.
métti boo xam ne jeunes yi nit yu bëri liggéey.
yow dem kii nga essayé nga ko dem nga dugg si.
dem naa te aw ma lu ma xam te war naa ñu jox yow boo nit boo xoolee nii am yaakaar fi yow nooy def nga fekk say nawle ñu ngi dem.
jeunes yi nekk ñangal fii am na yu bëri ñoo xam te ne dañuy dem Connection ñàkk ñu lu ñu dundee mais comme maanaam tey amuñu loo xamante ne ba am si loo xamante ne mën nañ ci toog quoi. say parents yaakaar ci yow.
Yeah. It's the same one that did the story on China's exploitation of Africans.
More migrants and refugees reached the Canary Islands last year than ever before. Nearly 40,000 people arrived, double the number from the previous year, with more than 70,000 expected in 2024. Nearly all migrants are sub-Saharan Africans, many fleeing poverty, but also war, conflict, and climate change. Mohammed worked as a farmer, but he's been driving a motor taxi for months to make enough money for a passage.
waaw bii mooy gaal bi waaw parce que dafa war a jël lu mu tuuti moom sànqem war na ko jël.
Mohammed is the eldest son in his family. Like many, he's keeping his plans secret to avoid worrying them.
sama yaakaar bi tamit foofu su ma yeggee foofu mooy dóor waar bi rek mu amee liggéey moom ma liggéey pour njaboot bi ginnaaw bi parce que lu ma bàyyi sama ginnaaw loolu laa xam te loolu rek lu ne laa jaar ndax Afrique mais changement bi ba léegi amoo ko buñ ma woowee tey nii sax léegi nii sax fii laa la bàyyee man
ëllëg musiba xewoon nan nga yaakaar ni say doom dañu dunde ci Sénégal wala nan nga yaakaar ni
risque bi ndox bi moom moo gën a garaaw yow lu ma dal si ndox bi gën a xamoo mën naa dem rab yi remas yoon bi mën naa dem gaal bi këpp ñëpp dem pour ci ndox bi moom amul jàppukaay loolu dee rek waaw mais il faut que jëlee risque koo amul moom ku gars yi kontoon man rek la ñuy seet te aw ma doole.
Mohammed has never been to sea, but a high percentage of Senegalese migrants living by boat work in the fishing industry. One of the main reasons is the decrease in fish stocks due to overfishing, especially by foreign boats.
Les gaal bi teer ni
léegi ñi ñoom si suba lañ demoon.
waaw.
Cheikh Mbeng represents the fishing community where I live in Toubab Dialaw, south of the capital, Dakar.
waaw naka affaire yi. ça va bien.
mais saa yi lii nga ñuy jàpp tey.
waaw loolu mooy jafe-jafe.
d'accord
expliqué si suba lañ demoon. gis nga ñëw indi lii géej gi mooy wane métti ci géej gi quoi. saa yi métti na rek mool bi moom noonu la méttee moom.
Many blame an agreement between the European Union and Senegal, which allows their vessels to fish in local water, and also boats from China.
D'accord, mais Chinois moom ban problème lañ leen di.
Oh wow, Senegal's off the west coast. I thought they were talking about the north. I thought this was going to be about...
No, it's the Canary Islands, right?
Wild. Okay, this is a completely different one. This is a whole different story.
The Senegal and the Gambia.
Ah, fucking hell. Nobody talks about this one.
Yeah, the Canary Islands is the deadliest one, yeah.
God
because
damn.
It's not the Mediterranean Sea, it's open ocean.
It's open ocean, yeah. Interesting. Crazy.
léegi ñun ñi nga xam ne yéen a nekk si géej gi yàgg na si gis nañ ni ñu bari wax bu ñu demee amuñu doon sax dañuy préféré jël gaal yi dem Espagne. dem Espagne waaw. léegi géej gi yàqu boo xamante ne lii dee yëpp ci askan dara yeboo nañ ko nit ñi seen njaboot.
Sheikh says smuggling networks also pay local fishermen to sell the boats to Spain.
genre mafia la ñoo xam ne dañuy ñëw tëgg gaal uniquement pour am xaalis seet ñaari capitaine ba ñetti capitaine mu dig leen xaalis fay leen ne leen yóbbul leen ma gaal bi yéen a may laxal gaal bi ba mu dem parce que lu ci mën a wax moom mool moo mën a yóbbu gaal mool bu qualifié moo mën a yóbbu gaal fii ba Espagne il faut nga qualifié sax du mool yëpp day am période boo xam ne da ngay jóge dëkk bii jaali dëkk fii jóge fii jaali dëkk fii jóge jaali dëkk fii parce que ñun ñëpp ñooy amandoo ay dëj désastre la si fii.
According to rights group Walking Borders, more than 18,000 migrants have lost their lives on the road since 2018. Among them, there are more than 2,000 women and children. I am on my way to Gob, a small fishing village in the north of Senegal, to meet some women who know only too well the danger of the trip and also the pain of the families left behind. Last winter, tragedy struck this community when the sea claimed the bodies of 4 of their young women. Fatim's daughter, Mam Astou, was just 17 when she disappeared one evening after school.
jour boobu bi ma duggee si néeg bi ci laa fekk police mu génn police yi ak kayam yi yëpp ci digg néeg daal di woote maam Astou kenn wuyuwum bi ma génnee si laa génne xale da ngeen ma dem seetal maam Astou si laa dem ma toog diir ma dégg ay yuux si bëlb bi ma dawee ba egg man ma ñu lim xale jigéen ñi dugg si gaal gi ma leen kon man sama doom dee na ma xam naa ne gaal gi yuuxu yi metti na gaal gi xam naa ne këpp na sama doom deel si ëllëg si moom moo jëkk a feeñ si ay mbaal la laxasu xam naa nag sorewul.
Fatim's daughter had never mentioned anything about Spain or her desire to take a boat.
lii de wane na ni wax dëgg yàlla taxoon na la. d'accord certificat d'étude bi la. lii mooy kii bi. certificat fin d'étude.
waaw
mais at bii la ko am.
waaw at bii la ko am waaw.
donc wax dëgg yàlla man sama xel ak sama bopp mënuma comprendre lu tax mu bàyyi fi lépp rek bëgg a dem noonu.
waaw laay kan xamul de man day wax dëgg yàlla xaw ma. daanaka maa yaay man su ma dundee ba jàng ba am mag walaay dinaa la teral waaye nag yàlla dogal yàlla wettit
Like Fatim, I also struggle to understand what moved Mam Astou to take such a deadly decision. I am keen to speak to 19-year-old Sata, who was a friend of Mam Astou and also joined the boat that night.
yow nga am wax ne si gaal googu am naa ñoo fa xam ay say xarit ñu des fa yow nga xam ni sa bakkan aussi mënoon na faa des ban sensation la indil ban lan ak lan nga si jàngate.
jeex na. metti na la mais mënoo ci dara ndax loolu waroon nga ci mën a bokk mais bokkoo si yàlla moo la ci boolewul rek.
loolu xew fi nit ñi dee say xarit tax na nga changer idée wala.
noonu
sa xel ba léegi. dem mi ngi si
taxul ma changer idée. fi daal mooy loolu. nga ñàkk sa bakkan boo ñàkkee sa bakkan am na yoo xamante ne doo ko fekkee am na yenn souffrance yu sa yaay di dund wala sa pap yooyu wala sa famille doo ko fekkee.
Like Sata, I wonder whether Mam Astou couldn't stand seeing her mom suffering anymore. Sadly, living only made it worse.
Boy, da ngay tey.
ma xool ngay expliqué.
waaw fi gaal gi teer foofu la ñuy dem.
At least her body was recovered. Many others disappeared without trace. Only last week, another tragedy hit this village.
parce que ñun dañ leen gis ñoo kii dañ leen gis ñoo bëgg a diib su leen ma gars yi ni ma jëlal gaal bi nga dem avant maa gis ma kenn rëcc na ma jàpp kenn ki.
xale jigéen ñi fi deewoon ñeent lan xawma.
waaw
mais lu fii la xewoon ban côté.
fii nii gaal bu mag bi moo taxawoon ne ñoom ñu gaal bu ndaw bi fab xale yi di yóbbu. léegi nag bu ñu yebee si bu ñu fabee gaal bu ndaw bi yëpp dem ba di jub gaal bu mag bi si la bu ndaw bi suuf.
parce que am na ku ma si wax sax moom doon na maanaam Astou. moom doon na dellu si waay sax dafa tiit.
sama benn rakk bu sooboon mbaalam fa la ko fekk mu jàpp ko. moo soowoon mbaalam ñëw di xool si ndax jàpp na jën ñëw fekk ka si après mu ñëw woote si.
ah wax metti na de moom wax dëgg yàlla.
Learning about Mam Astu's story makes me wonder what could happen to Mohammed. He's still determined to go, and today he's got some news from the smugglers.
sànq lañ ma woo rek ne ma préparé mun nañu ma woo tuuma ma. si semaine bi rek. léegi nag xaw ma ban bés lay doon.
waaw loolu rafet na dama nekk yoonu jàmm.
Mohammed is staying with his friend Sarah, who's helped other migrants prepare for the journey before.
Europe ak fii bokkuñu Europe ak fii moom man mosuma foo dem de mais am na ay xarit yu bari dañ may expliquer foofu di nekk dugg di loo xamante loo foo warta dugg loolu baaxul.
Mohammed has not seen his family for almost a year after he moved closer to one of the major departure points.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ame saya sediwan bi moom
waaw
moom say moom te moo xam naa ne moo sama terrain bi ma bëgg a préparer il faut nga defal ma.
kii mooy soxna si quoi.
macha allah
madame.
mais madame moom rafet na mais moom xam na ni yow da ngaa nekk fii yaa ngi préparé pour dem si géej.
waaw waxuma ko nag mais xam na ko. non xam naa ko loolu xam na loolu gis na loolu moom gis na loolu si.
To avoid being detected, the smugglers will only tell Mohammed that they are leaving at the last minute, so he must be ready.
Okay. Fi mooy diwaan waaw macha allah.
waaw lii sama saak bi la sama yére yi nekk bon mais xam nga yoon bi moom pour xale bagage yi moom loolu.
non bon xëy na yére doo ko yóbbu mais looy lekk ak wala looy.
si lu may parce que waaye gars yi dañu wax mu ne ma gaal bi nu mu yëngati nii.
waaw
déggoo léegi ñu bari loolu moo lay jëm seen fii maanaam boo yoree bu dee man damaa yee goro. wala petit cola yi nga gis ñu bari dañ loolu tamit dañ ko yóbbaale.
d'accord
waaw pour maanaam boo sa commencé kii rek tuuti rek nga xaw a yee petit cola bi day. waaw wàññi affaire yi quoi.
ok wala boo miir wala.
wala boo miiree nii voilà.
Smugglers create online groups to update migrants about potential departures.
ok.
waaw géej gi moom fan yi baax na ñeente tey mercredi waaw mercredi day baax ak jeudi.
fayda lii lañ yor quoi. fii moom gaal yu bari bu ñu demee. lii la ñu ngi si biir quoi.
d'accord
voilà loolu la quoi. moo nekk ni gaal bi et puis yàggul sax. dafa may jox courage quoi.
parce que lu tax mu lay jox courage.
waaw muy bari nañu fi.
The reality, however, is more dire. Mohammed could face weeks at sea. The ocean is freezing and people often run out of food and water.
léegi yow fi ngay jënd.
waaw fii laa bëgg a jëndee bagage yi. salaamaaleykum.
salaamaaleykum. na ngeen def waay.
biscuit lañu bëgg ñaari paquet ak ndox ñaari paquet. voilà ak lii.
ok lim biscuit bi la quoi.
waaw lim biscuit bi moo nekk nii quoi.
ok mais yow jàpp nga ni lii dina doy quoi.
waaw lii moom dina doy.
xam nga gaal gi dana ñu si nekk danañ bari. léegi yow fan nga koy denc ko wala da ngeen di bokk rek.
non lii pour man la. kenn ku ne booy demee moom. dafa ko nga yóbbaale dara. léegi mun ngaa teel léegi ma jël.
d'accord léegi yow nañ ko séddee jàppal ni. ok gannaaw merci beaucoup.
Seeing Mohammed buying biscuits and water makes me anxious. It's not enough for a journey that could take more than a week. It's all becoming real now.
Nosotros vamos ahora a
al arsenal militar, que es donde nosotros tenemos la base de nuestras embarcaciones.
Crossing by boat to the Canaries is not a regular way of entry, so Mohammed could be intercepted before or during departure. Since 2006, Spain has deployed a permanent force in Senegal to disrupt criminal networks.
Si pasas te las enseño.
Along with local forces, Lieutenant Antonio Fuentes leads a team of intelligence officers gathering information on the smugglers.
A la Guardia Civil le interesa el control de los flujos migratorios hacia las Islas Canarias, porque hay que recordar que España es la frontera sur de la Unión Europea. Una vez que un migrante irregular llega a España, tiene acceso a todo el espacio Schengen sin ningún tipo de limitaciones.
In the first half of 2024, more than 2,000 migrants were intercepted trying to cross to the Canaries.
En condiciones de mala mar lo pasamos realmente mal. Yo no me quiero ver en un cayuco de este estilo. Los ataques de pánico de una sola persona, los mareos, los golpes, las peleas, bueno, un auténtico infierno.
Comparando ese barco y las pateras, hay un 100% de éxito de interceptar las pateras.
No siempre es así. Esto es como buscar una aguja en un pajar. Es muy difícil. El mar el océano Atlántico es muy grande.
2 days ago, Antonio's team and the local police intercepted a boat carrying more than 250 migrants.
Y cuando lo interceptan, ¿cuál es su reacción?
Tristeza o decepción. Ellos tienen un sueño y se lo hemos truncado en cierta manera. Aunque si lo miramos un poquito más allá, a lo mejor les hemos salvado la vida.
Los traficantes, los chicos, los considero como salvador porque les sacan para un futuro.
Los mafias que organizan los viajes en cayuco han descubierto que esto es como el tráfico de drogas y tiene muy poca posibilidad de ser detectado. Para ellos un migrante es una mera mercancía. Transportan personas como podrían transportar droga o podrían transportar armas. Son simplemente víctimas.
Mohammed is paying $1,000 for his ticket, but we only pay the full amount if he makes it to Spain. He's not heard anything from his contact for more than a week, and he's worried.
No, si géej laa nekk nii quoi. Non, pas liggéey dama beneen programme yow kay laa déglu rek. Ok, un problème. Oui, d'accord. Inch'Allah. Ok.
After several days trying to meet a local smuggler, one of them has agreed to speak to me, but has requested that we hide his identity.
Oh shit.
I want to question him about his role in this deadly trade.
Man moom dama am sama gaal am sama machine sama gaal yi toog na presque 6 mois yoo xam ne demul géej moo ngi saref parce que gisuma lu ma liggéey léegi yow par exemple yow boo jëlee gaal bu mag dafa 300 personnes wala gën gaal gàtt nga 200 personnes kenn ku ne passe 300 000 waaw ay millions la.
It's estimated criminals make around $150 million a year on this road. But at what price?
nit ñaa ngi siy dee sa rakk mooy sa ne wala koo xam wala sa famille ak seen dëkk bi fii nii maanaam ñoo xam ne dëkku géej la lébu lan nga koy sentir ak nan la ko communauté bi di dundee.
xam nga neexul ñoom boo dee ñooy rey ñu la ndax yaa volontaire woon nañ ñëw da ngaa bëgg yëg si gaal gi dem mbëkki tey su ma tawul sama gaal tey fii nga damay mbaañ tey boo ñëwee si gaal gi du ma la wàññi.
risque boobu tax na ba nga xam ne si ne ñi organisé duñ xalaat sax ne lii lu illégal wala xam nga ñu ngi naan immigration illégale te teewul yow yaa ngi jël risque boobu lan nga koy dundee maanaam xam ne lii illégal la ba pare risque nga si
crime la kun si jàpp ku ne dana la ko tëj moom crime la xam naa ne carrément lii crime la baaxul mais doon na amul solution da ngay gis militaire bi dee gaa yi gis gaa ko de respect benn bu ñaar soo dem gaa yi dañuy tëmba day ak nit ñaa ngi dee fitti si biir géej mais taw yaa ngi si gaal yaa ngi continué dem.
Bro, I have so much oil that I've literally built.
The smugglers have given
in every
Mohammed
city that I could. I'm
the
building
coal
oil
he's been
power
waiting
plants,
on
and it's still
for
at
weeks.
257. That's hilarious.
Assalamu alaikum.
Like I said, the oil explosion is coming. You need oil, by the way? You could give me some. I'm not gonna turn it down. I can build more artillery and shit.
déedéet waay maanaam mën na nekk fee guddi wala suba.
waaw fii ak suba sax.
mais sa xol yow exactement moment bii nga xam ne yow dem nga si des. lan ngay sentir.
lu may sentir sama yaram bii moom ndax sama tànk bi ma gis ko mu dugg si biir gaal bi de su fekkee dugg si gaal bi.
mais sa xel ak sa xol amul lenn lu la si poussé sax nga xalaat ni man kat naa dellu gannaaw. wala de.
non loolu mosuma ko xalaat maa ngi ay rak yu jigéen mère mu ngi noonu te nekkul nit ku wér souvent mu ngi feebar chaque fois mu ngi feebar te loolu yëpp ci man lañu ko teg.
te xam nga ni yow it boo demee ba yàlla def jàmm aussi di nga toog ay années te doo dellu si wala doo gis famille bi.
waaw loolu tamit da ngeen namante mais xel yi dañuy daldi toujours quoi waaw. loolu la quoi xëy na su ëllëg boo gisee sama doom ñu ne kii doomu Mouhamed la yow xam nga jaar sama jaar bi dèjà waruñu sonn sama ginnaaw.
yëgal ma ni man toll nañ fii ñu ngi si lii wala di lu si mënti xew daal. jàppal ni maa ngi si ginnaaw.
waaw incha allah.
yaa ngi sama téléphone.
Canada started a war?
In the Canaries, I met many people who had arrived by boat. But this is the first time I am saying goodbye to someone who is taking one.
Yeah.
Jambar.
Oh, grand.
He's got no military. Neither of them have a military. This is great.
Amin. Merci beaucoup.
Time to fuck up Canada.
Mohammed is now in the hands of the smugglers.
Assalamu alaikum, grand mam fek so amé yan ci am ci do nek. Waaw, ma ngi ni ci dem quoi. Inshallah.
First at secret hideout.
War nañu fa ci kër gi fess na dem. Regal mission bi. On ñu jógee Mali, on ñu jógee Guinée.
And then into the unknown.
Why can't I get a fucking archaeologist? I need to fix the museum.
Before he reaches the open sea, I hear from Mohammed one last time.
Sama gaay gis jéegi nu mel weex tal la def weex tal nga jéeg gaa ngi nii de jéeg gaa ngi nii de góore na daal góore na de
I don't even see the declaration of war from Canada.
Are they in an alliance with the Aztecs?
It's now been 5 days since Mohammed left Senegal. If all is going to
found a
plan,
fucking way around
he
it.
should be nearing the Canaries.
Lucky we waited.
And that's where I'm
An
heading
alliance
to.
of worthlessness.
Looking over the vast ocean, it's frightening to think that Mohammed is down there. The journey could take him over a week if he survives it. By plane, it's just 2 hours for me. The Canary Islands are a popular destination for millions of tourists who fly there every year. In sharp contrast with the journey thousands of migrants make to reach the same beaches.
I'm finally Well, I didn't really have the call.
Just walking around Tenerife, the biggest island, it doesn't take me
It took
long
me time to build all
bump
the
into
oil
people
plants. I mean, I'm still
from back
building
home.
industrial zones
He
in a lot
is
of
the
cities.
best friend of my brother. But making it to the islands is sometimes just the beginning of the struggle. It can take years until a migrant is granted the right to stay and work here. Street seller Bonama Faye also took a boat from Senegal 4 years ago.
yombul daal parce que boo fi ñëwee pour que nga liggéey rek problème lay doon tout à fait problème lay doon donc ak policiers yi xam nga daaxante bi yooyu noonu yëpp dafa metti dañuy daj comme parfois affaire de racisme da nga koy daj tu vois donc ñun ñi fi ñëw nag moom ñàkk a xam moo ñu fi taxoon a ñëw mais bu doon tey jii nii bu fekkoon te ne lii xam nañ ko tey kon ñu fi ñëw man bi ma ñëwee fii dund naa fi loo xamante ni métti na ma loolu mais si semaine bii la ma dax parce que dem ba bitim réew sa wéjur nga ñàkk sa wéjur maa ngi ñàkk sama wéjur semaine bi passé nii.
Hell yeah, 35 gold.
Non.
mais c'est la vie tu vois àdduna moom moo demee noonu am na lu neex am na lu naqari kon.
Leaving his family behind is exactly what Mohammed has done. All I know is that he left from the southern coast of Senegal, near to the border with the Gambia. The sea is getting rougher, and I am getting worried. They found a boat about 800 kilometers from the Canary Island. 5 people are dead, but over 60 survivors. The boat was lost and heading to Brazil. They think the boat left from Gambia. Mohammed told us that they were living near Gambia with 60 people on board. Is this his boat? It's not uncommon for boats to veer off course and miss the Canaries. They end up drifting into the Atlantic with the migrants dying of thirst, hunger, and cold. Back in Senegal, the news of the tragedy is spreading fast, and Mohammed's friend Sarah is anxious.
amoo benn nouvelle.
non instant bi amaguma nouvelle am de amuma benn nouvelle am. bilaay bu ma waxee loolu sax ñu am na 5 personnes yu dee foofu lu ma nelaw arrosé ku ma sax.
wax nañu nag am na yu war a egsi fi mu ne man maa ngi fii ni Eliero fi mu ne nii di xaar.
A security contact back in Senegal confirms Mohammed's boat has not been intercepted, and they have not turned around either. This means he could be landing here within the next 2 days. But it's impossible to know where or when. Eliero is the smallest island of all, but it's also where most of the boats arrive. It's their last chance of hitting land. If they miss it, there's nothing else until the Americas.
Cuando hay un aviso, el salvamento marítimo sale al rescate de las personas migrantes y aquí justamente hacemos el punto siempre de llegada, ¿no?
Alex Ramos is a volunteer with the Red Cross and has assisted thousands of migrants in recent years.
Es un área muy importante para nosotros porque al ser la ruta más lejana, la situación puede venir compleja, puede venir una situación muy dramática, ¿no?
In 2023, the number of migrants arriving here surpassed the local population.
Damn.
And across the Canaries, the authorities say they are struggling to cope. It has fueled a fierce national debate over how to tackle irregular migration, with hundreds of Canary Islanders taken to the streets to protest against the sharp rise in arrivals. Lacking the capacity to receive more boats, the authorities in a year set up an emergency center.
Somos una ruta en la que la deshidratación y la hipotermia es muy evidente en cuanto llegan, ¿no? Migrantes, hay momentos dramáticos que es cuando no nos queda más remedio que sacar fallecidos, ¿no? Personas que han fallecido. Fue un momento muy duro para cualquier persona, ¿no? O sea, al final somos personas humanas.
Yo estoy muy preocupado por un caso, un chico que se llama Mohamed. Yo llevo 6 días esperando a Mohamed, que estoy muy preocupado y no sé cuánto es normal o cuántos días podrían llevar.
No. Mami, la verdad que las llegadas hay de todo. Sí, hemos tenido de pocos días a más de 6 días y es una pena, ¿no? que estemos esperando por las personas y a ver, ojalá que lleguen, ¿no?
Some boats make it, many turn back, while others simply disappear, never to be seen again. All I can do now is wait for news. Hours later, in the middle of the night, I receive an emergency call.
Damn.
A pirogue with migrants
World War, baby.
has just arrived in the port.
Oh, it wasn't even a war thing. Sad.
No, it's just aid.
¿Sí sabemos de dónde vienen? ¿De Senegal, Mauritania? No.
No sé, llegaron y los metieron para allí rápido.
Is Mohammed on this boat? No.
¿De tu hermano?
No, bueno, conocido porque lo conocimos en Senegal, estábamos siguiendo.
Bueno, estará el llegar.
¿Y eso fueron a buscarlo o llegaron directamente?
Solos.
¿Eh?
Solos, entraron aquí solos.
¿Entraron solos?
Joder.
O sea, no lo detectaron.
Es que se hace muy mal tiempo fuera.
Sí, ya. Off the record, an emergency worker confirms this boat came from Mauritania and that a body has been found. Right. No está en eso. Eso vino de Mauritania, no dice. Y hay un fallecido.
Sí. Y otro no sé, a ver si lo cuenta. Hay uno que está muy mal.
Sé que llegaron hasta el...
Tenía mojado en el agua.
Ay. Horrible. Horrible. Bueno. Oye, ánimo. Muchas gracias. 4 years, I've worked to help migrants in the Canaries, but tonight, there's nothing I can do. I have never seen before a boat arriving. I feel sad, very sad. It's been a week since I last heard from Mohammed. Here in El Hierro, many of the people who don't survive the journey are buried among the locals. Today is a funeral for the migrant who died on the boat. His name is Osama. ¿Sabemos algo de su familia? ¿Cómo se llama? Nada. Información nada. ¿Edad? ¿Qué edad tenía?
Tampoco sabemos la edad.
Most documented deaths on this route remain unidentified. In around 80% of the cases, the country of origin is listed as unknown. At the grave, I'm joined by other migrants who also arrived by boat.
And it's fuck all aluminium.
Non, kii leer na ma ne famille bi ñu ngi woote ñu ngi laaj ba xam accident aju fi mu ne nii kenn du xam fu mu ne
famille bi kay moom ñoom ñu ngi lii nii mi ngi ku si nekk boo moytu ñu ngi yaakaar ni ñii ak nañ waaye xam naa ne moom yaay moom leer na ma ne moom nekk si jàmm.
Non. amoon naa benn tante boo xam ne doomam presque 11 ans toog na ko doog a xam ñu doog ko wax doom ji dee na 11 ans imagine gisuñu koor gisuñu dara xam nga loolu dafa metti. Usman's grave does bear his name, but most of them here only have numbers. At least they were late to rest on land. Others never make it out of the ocean. While I'm here, I missed a call from Mohamed's friend Sarah in Senegal. Allô? Waa Sarah allo maa lay dégg. Lan kañ la ñëw? Kooku Mohamed.
waaw grand Mohamed la waaw.
Waaw mais yow gars yi kañ nga yaa ngi fan yaa ngi Sénégal?
Bilaay maa ngi Sénégal nii grand léegi laa egsi dem 3 heures du matin.
Mohamed xaaral ma woo la appel kii nga wax ak man appel normal vidéo pour ma gis la. alhamdulilah nga gis naa la maa ngi jaaxle naan jàmm xew na wala lan moo xew yow expliqué ma lan moo xew ba nga dellu si.
bilaay gaal bu baax sunu gaal bi dafa baax moteur bi rek moo fawloo amul projet la quoi gaal bi dafa garanti bilaay bu ngand la mais moteur bi rek moo yow bilaay moo ñu yàqal quoi grand bilaay yow instant bi toog mun maa toog bu baax parce que kanam bii nii ak ginnaaw bi yëpp daa yàqu.
mais il faut nga dem hôpital non il faut nga dem hôpital parce que ndox beeg xorom beeg yooyu yëpp il faut ñu xool la.
léegi nii laa bëgg a jël sama téléphone.
baax na man xam naa la bàyyi nga noppalu man boo toogee pare dinaa la woowaat sax. incha allah.
I can't believe that was Mohammed calling me from Senegal. After waiting from Canary Island, I'm happy to know Mohammed is alive.
Mohammed shares this video of the boat after they turn around.
"15 turns till cultural victory."
After more than a year planning the trip, Mohammed is back to square one.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. You single?
Alhamdulillah, sina jam.
Naga coono bi?
Coono bi de yaa ngi
dina de.
Oh, yéen
waaw xelil bi nga seddal sa xol bi.
His friend Sarah is looking after him.
man heure boobu su ma mënee yàq gaal bi su boppam mu fekkee même foofu mënuñu départ sax daa ko def.
métit bu nekk si yow gis naa ko mais bul tag nga ragal bul tag nga ñeme ba léegi nag takkal sa ndig bi mu dëgër.
On the boat, Mohammed stood up most of the time due to lack of space and slept in seawater mixed with fuel. He also had to drink salt water. All of this has caused him serious health problems.
I bet.
waaw grand métti na nag wax dëgg yàlla parce que bon li nga wax deux jours yi moom noonu wocc mu ma sonal wocc nga am na ñoo xamante ne dañoo bëgg xaw ma dañoo bëgg a wala bëti xaw ma lan la di commencé yuuxu si biir gaal bi di wax yoo xamante ne kenn du xam am na yeneen mooy dañoo wax ne lii faw ngeen téye ko boo leen téye ko rek musiba am de dina rocc boppam bi fi wala mu rocc keneen ay panne moteur yi ngelaw tamit noonu la bëri waaw léegi moolóor yi bëri ñu commencé coono ak si capitaine bi ñu ne ma yow gis nga ngelaw bi nu mel dañu war a départ ñu dem terre Maroc mais moolóor bi capitaine bi tamit nee na déedéet nañu góorgóorlu rek ñu def ndànk balaa 6 heures du matin dañu egg Espagne.
Mohammed was less than a day away from the Canaries when the migrants rebelled against the captain.
moolóor yi wét nañu dañoo xëccante foofu wax ñu saagante ndey sax léegi capitaine bi ne la amul problème dañuy dem ba Sénégal direct.
yow daal de àgg rek nga gisoon da nga bëggoon a continuer rek.
waaw wax dëgg yàlla wallahi man heure boobu moom. bilaay dañoo keroog affaire bi tax na ma bu ma jooy sax.
man ngaa jàpp naa ne jaaxle ñun niñ jaaxlee woon sa mbokk yi jaaxle Saara jaaxle ñëpp jaaxle yaakaar naan buñ la gisaatee ngay reewaat ak nii jàkkaarloog man pour man du échec réussite la yow nag bon lu la neex mën ngaa kii.
waaw mun na nekk la tamit réussite la. waaw mais pour man moom grand si laay. essai la pour man ne billaay essai la pour man quoi billaay.
Mohammed survived the journey, but the Atlantic Ocean hides the souls of thousands of migrants who did not make it. Their lives sank along with their dreams of reaching Europe, turning the sea into a mass grave.
There seems to be no end to the tragedy.
After a year without seeing his family, Mohammed is back in his village in Tambacounda, far away from the coast.
ñëwaat seet si sa famille.
waaw ñëwaat na seet si famille bi tamit voilà mais toujours nag risque boobu nag ba léegi loolu laa yor ba léegi nag ça bon ba léegi bëgg naa delluwaat encore xool ba xam incha allah.
yow daal jàpp nga ni dem Europe rek mooy solution même boo xamee risques yi si ne xam ne mën ngaa dee si kii bi jàpp nga ni daal yow moom il faut nga dem.
moom wax dëgg yàlla loolu laa gën a loolu moom moo gën a arrangé quoi. dinaa su ma dee tamit nag bon dafa yàlla.
If Mohammed makes it to Europe, the chances are he won't see his family for years. If he dies at sea, he will be lost to them forever. Either way, tragedy awaits them. Young people like Mohammed need opportunities to stay in Senegal. Otherwise, without them, I fear my friend Mohammed will end up losing his life, like many other thousands who will either make it to Europe or die trying.
What did it say at the end? Hold on. Just the last little bit.
Otherwise, without them, I fear my friend Mohammed will end up losing his life, like many other thousands who will either make it to Europe or die trying.
Oh. God damn it. So why is this route not spoken about as much? Is it basically just it's not as visible?
I mean, it's a unlike the rest of Europe, it's a Spain only problem, and it's really only Senegal that's the big problem here.
Interesting. So they just got no solution for it? Like,
it's difficult. It's the ocean, you know?
Yeah.
It's a small little island, not many people.
It does
How
make
do
it
they
hard.
counter it?
I mean, the obvious solution would be improving conditions in Senegal.
Mm-hmm.
But that's too altruistic for Spain. Not enough land. Why would they put a city on a two square piece of land? That's so stupid. Dumb AI. There's so much oil right there. Like 2 squares of oil. Communism. Where's all my gold? Oh. That's where it is.
Somehow that made... I put in policies for tourism, and somehow made the victory longer away?
Sure. Why not?
I don't understand.
Don't try. Just let it happen. You see?
Mothers in Cameroon are reporting major improvements in their children's health following the rollout of the malaria vaccine. Health officials say the vaccine, which has been awaited for decades, is already showing strong results when administered correctly and alongside other malaria prevention tools.
Hell
We
yeah,
have
that's
waited
great.
for this vaccine for the last 3 decades. When this vaccine is used in combination with the other tools that we have, and when we use it at the right time, before a rainy season, and when we give the full doses, all-cause child mortality reduces. Cases decline by 70%. This is a huge impact.
Cameroon's National Malaria Control Program says about 60% of children received at least 3 doses of the vaccine in 2025. Officials add that efforts are now focused on improving uptake of the 4th dose by reminding parents and caregivers when children return for vaccination at age 2. In terms of data, we can say that approximately 60% of children received at least 3 doses of the malaria vaccine in 2025. It is a vaccine that works quite well and is accepted by the population. Unfortunately, for the children who had appointments for the 4th dose, we realized that on the ground the results were not good enough, so a strategy was implemented with the support of the expanded program on immunization. Therefore, a strategy was implemented to call parents and caregivers to remind them of the appointment for the 4th dose. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 70 to 72% of malaria-related deaths in Cameroon occur among children under the age of 5.
That's young.
Mali's military prosecutors have accused several active and former officers of helping plan and carry out the attacks. According to the prosecutor's statement, the officers participated in the planning, coordination and execution of the attack that was carried out by several jihadist groups, including the Azawad and the Jinims. The exiled opposition politician Omar Mariko has also been accused of involvement. Mali is facing a deepening security crisis after its army and Russian mercenary allies lost a key military base in the north to armed rebels, including those from Kidal. Those assaults have been described as the biggest in the country in nearly 15 years. Pressure is also mounting around Bamako, where Jinim has launched a road blockade that restricts movements. During those assaults, the rebels killed Mali's defense minister and took the crucial northern town of Kidal. On Friday, forces from Mali's key Tessalit super camp near the Algerian border surrendered the military installation and scattered southward, according to official report. Meanwhile, the Economic Community of West Africa bloc has also said it will make an official visit to Mali on Monday.
Southeast Asia stopped taking orders, and a K-pop concert in Malaysia lit the match to a powder keg. January 31st, 2026. Day 6 played at KL. The venue bans large professional camera lenses, but some Korean fans ignored the rule and brought them anyway. Malaysian fans call it out, and a small argument starts on X, until it stopped being small. Korean fans escalated. They say Southeast Asians have no culture of their own, that they're dependent on K-pop, and if they don't like it, they should stop listening. So Indonesian fans clapped back with Nana, their own group, built outside the Korean system. So Korean fans looked up Nana's music video and saw a rice field, and they called it Rice Civilization. That's when it crossed the line. Indonesian and Malaysian fans united, Vietnamese and Thai fans piled in, because rice fields are culturally significant across the region.
Everywhere.
And when Korean fans couldn't win the argument on X, some started mocking how Southeast Asians look, comparing them to apes. Backlash went global, and Southeast Asian users on Threads rallied for days. Western,
Of course it was
African,
Threads.
and other Asian countries chimed in, not on Korea's side. A camera lens rule turned into the biggest K-pop culture war in years, but it wasn't about cameras or K-pop or even Day 6. It was about who gets to look down on who. And 700 million people deciding the answer is nobody. They now call themselves the siblings.
Everyone in Southeast Asia as below us? Mind you, no one's below anyone.
Southeast Asian country that is criticizing Korea, fascism is going to be correct.
I'm John, a PhD sociologist who spent years studying Asia, and in the next few minutes we'll learn why 5 countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, and Malaysia, are done being treated as Asia's B-list. Together, that's 700 million people, double the USA. In this video, I'm going to compare them specifically to Japan and Korea because China's a different weight class entirely and honestly should get its own video. Also, each of these siblings deserve its own video, but I'm giving you the big picture. But back to rice civilization. That insult landed so hard because it has a 2,000-year history that most people don't know about. For about 2,000 years, East Asia ran on a hierarchy with China at the top. Your rank depended on how close you were to the Chinese emperor and how much respect you showed. Korea was the closest to China, the favorite, most respectful, closest in culture, and China rewarded that with trade deals and military protection. Japan sat off to the side, close enough to trade with China and copy its culture, but far enough to never fully bow to it. And whenever a Chinese dynasty got weak, Japan played pirate. It was always an awkward fit. Southeast Asia was on the outer edge. Old kingdoms like Siam and Majapahit sent gifts to China, but only when it suited them, just enough to keep the trade routes open. The system reached them, but it never owned them. So let's call it the pecking order. But Southeast Asia had its own system that most people have never heard of, the mandala system. Power radiated from different centers, overlapping, always shifting, and kingdoms like Srivijaya, Majapahit, and Ayutthaya sent tribute to China the way you send a Christmas card to your boss Karen. Politely, strategically, but without really meaning it. The tributary system was a story Beijing told itself about how the world worked. Before Bangkok or Jakarta, they were mostly just doing their own thing. The official tributary system died in 1912 when the Qing fell, but the ranking in people's hearts didn't. Japan rebuilt first in the 1950s and 60s and became the world's second largest economy. Korea followed in the 70s and 80s and got the moniker the Miracle of the Han River. Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore joined Korea to form the 4 Asian Tigers boy band. Meanwhile, Southeast Asia stayed in the cheap labor tier. Same old ranking, just this time wearing t-shirts and jeans. That was the pecking order for decades. But something's been happening to the countries at the top. The boy band is aging. Japan grew less than 0.5% last year, and its population is projected to lose the equivalent of Canada's entire population by 2070. Korea managed 2% growth, and its birth rate, not even 1 baby per woman, at approximately 0.72 to 0.8. It's the lowest on Earth. The population is shrinking, and nothing the government has tried has fixed it. So the gap is closing both ways, with Southeast Asia rising, while Japan and Korea are slowing down. And there's a generational split that reframes everything. The 1997 Asian financial crisis hit everyone. Indonesia's economy shrank 13% in a single year. Thailand's currency collapsed and dragged the rest of the continent down with it. That generation carried the trauma. They were grateful for any foreign money that showed up and careful not to push back. But the generation running the startups and TikTok accounts was born after that. They grew up watching Southeast Asia build, not collapse. The old hierarchy said Southeast Asia was the cheap labor, but 5 countries found 5 different ways, and none of them copied each other. And when Korean fans call it rice civilization, they were looking for a hierarchy that's 2,000 years old. The 5 countries we're about to look at are dismantling it in real time. Vietnam went first. 5:47 a.m. in Bắc Ninh province. Lin clocks in at Samsung's biggest smartphone factory, part of an operation employing nearly 90,000 workers across Vietnam that accounts for more than 1 in every 8 of the country's export dollars. She's 26, earns roughly $350 a month, and sends part of it home to her parents in Thanh Hoa. Her mother worked a rice paddy, but Lin assembles circuit boards for a phone that sells for more than her monthly salary. Bắc Ninh used to be known for rice fields and folk songs. Now it's one of Vietnam's busiest industrial zones, because the factories that used to run in China are moving south. And it's not just Western companies trying to avoid Chinese tariffs, Chinese manufacturers are moving out too. A plastics company out of Dongguan was told by its clients, no Vietnam-based, no new orders. Because the math is simple. Vietnamese factory workers earn about $3 an hour. In China, it's more than double that at around $6.50. And foreign investment into Vietnamese manufacturing hit over $25 billion in 2024. Vietnam's economy grew about 8% in 2025. And you can see where that growth is coming from. Over $100 billion in electronic exports. You got Samsung, Apple, Intel, and Foxconn all running major production out of the country. 2 out of every 3 AirPods on the planet are projected to be made in Vietnam. So is 1 in 5 iPads and Apple Watches. So it's not just one company, this whole thing is a national pattern. But this generation isn't happy assembling other countries' products forever. The Vietnamese government started picking which factories to let in. High-tech and semiconductor companies got fast-tracked. Low-value factories got turned away. And then there's VinFast, a Vietnamese EV company not assembling for someone else, but exporting its own cars to the US and Europe. Auto deliveries more than doubled in 2025. E-scooter sales went nearly 5 times over. Lynn's mother worked a rice paddy. Lynn assembles phones. Her fiance builds AirPods down the road in Haiphong. They're planning to get married and have 2 or more kids. And they've heard how Japan is only hitting about 0.7 kids from a video here, but don't really understand why. Isn't Japan supposed to be well off? Now Lin isn't real, but that story is playing out across Bac Ninh and Haiphong right now. Lin isn't angry at Korea. She hardly thinks about Korea until something like Day 6 blows up on her feed between shifts. Then she has an opinion, and then she moves on. Because she has factory work to finish. Quick plug, if you like these types of deep dives, please like and sub. Vietnam has choices now, and is choosing which investments to reject. These countries aren't grateful just to be invited anymore. They're setting the terms. And Indonesia took that logic further than anyone, and it told the entire EU to go away.
You have no idea how funny it is.
In 2020, President Jokowi looked at Indonesia's nickel. They produce over half of the world's supply, and it's essential for every battery for cars and robots. And then he decided to ban raw...
So I've asked my Filipino friend what her reasons are. And it seems like it's...
Stinky.
Blood feudy. Like, generationally, everybody fucking hates each other. That's what it boils down to, I feel like. But I could be very off base, but that's just the vibes that I get from my friends. I've asked someone who is Chinese, I've asked someone who is Vietnamese, and Filipino. And it all seems to be just sort of off vibes.
It's on site.
Which is very strange, but also like... the racism when it comes in the form of like what Japan did is yeah, that gets a bit much. But if it just feels very like sports teams, just sort of very that sort of low level nationalism kind of thing. But it is very funny though. There you can go.
All exports entirely. The message was simple and kind of ballsy for a country that used to take whatever deal it could get. If you wanted Indonesian nickel, build your factory here. Over $15 billion in Chinese, Korean, and Japanese investment followed. Smelters went up, jobs materialized, and for the first time, Indonesia had power over the companies that used to boss them around.
You shall not pass!
The EU threw a tantrum and took Indonesia to the World Trade Organization. A panel ruled against Indonesia, and Indonesia's response was basically, we don't care.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
Before the ban, Indonesia earned about $1 billion a year from nickel. After it, nearly $21 billion. The government is now applying the same logic to bauxite, copper, and over 20 other commodities. But nickel is only half the story. Indonesia has nearly 290 million people. It's the 4th biggest country on Earth. The median age is just 31, and more than 2/3 of the country is old enough to work. Korea built its entire economic miracle with about 40 million. Indonesia has nearly 8 times that. And the digital economy is where the population actually spends its time and money. GoTo, a merger of two huge Indonesian companies, became Southeast Asia's first super app. Rides, payments, food delivery, and online shopping, all in one app. Think of it like WeChat in China. Over half of Indonesian online shoppers have bought through live streams, and they convert at roughly 3 times the rate of normal online shopping. But the real audience play is actually esports. MPL Indonesia, the Mobile League's Pro League, pulled over 113 million hours watched in season 15. That makes it the most watched domestic esports league on earth. I'm not talking just mobile, it's all of esports. An Indonesian audience watching an Indonesian league built on the game that Southeast Asia made its own. So the resource play got international attention, but Thailand wasn't betting on factories or minerals, it was betting on something weirder: surgery, ghosts, and pad thai. Thailand has always been the destination. Backpackers, beach towns, temple circuits. I had my honeymoon there almost 2 decades ago. It got 33 million international visitors in 2025, more than any other country in Southeast Asia. That part isn't news. But a growing chunk of those visitors didn't come for the beach. They came for surgery, over 1 million of them. Thailand is one of the world's top medical tourism destinations. Bumrungrad International Hospital in Bangkok is the largest private hospital in Southeast Asia, treating patients from over 190 countries. A heart valve replacement that costs 150 grand in the US runs 25 grand in Bangkok, and they're comparable in terms of equipment and skilled doctors. So Japanese retirees, Korean executives, and American families fly to Thailand for procedures their own healthcare systems priced them out of, and then they chill at the beach after. Thailand also exports nightmares. The Thai horror export is a completely different aesthetic.
Thai horror?
And like K-drama, Netflix has been a huge distributor. Shudder in 2004, P-Back in 2013 at $33 million gross. The Medium in 2021, all rooted in Buddhist beliefs about spirits, karma, and the afterlife. The Thai word for ghost is P, and there are dozens of types. P-Pop, that possess the living, P-Klasu, floating heads with trailing organs at night. It comes from a completely different belief system. So when Netflix puts Thai horror in front of a global audience, it's selling a whole belief system that most Western viewers have never seen. So it's fresh and it stands out. And then there's food. In 2002, 20 years before Korea started pushing Korean food worldwide, the Thai government launched Global Thai. The pitch? Put a Thai restaurant in every major city on earth. It worked. There are almost 7,000 Thai restaurants in the US alone, built from a Thai-American diaspora of just 300,000 people. That's one of the highest cuisine to population ratios of any ethnic food in America. And Thai cuisine beat K-drama to the punch. Pad Thai and green curry had a 20-year head start. And the Thai government isn't hiding the playbook. They're spending over 5 billion baht on culture. They built a new agency for that. And their One Family, One Soft Power program aims to train 20 million Thais by 2027. They studied the Korean playbook, and then they wrote their own. But the next country we're looking at didn't need a playbook, because its soft power has been running for over a century.
Are we killing Byzantium now? Or are you just gonna let him fall?
Oh, there's no need to.
3:14 a.m.
negative
in a
karma.
hospital outside Houston. Grace checks the IV drip on a post-surgery patient, logs vitals, and moves to the next room. She's been on her feet for 9 hours now, and during her 15-minute break, she opens her phone and sends $400 home to Leyte, her mother's medication, her niece's school fees, and a little extra for the house they're rebuilding after the last typhoon. Grace is one of roughly 130,000 Filipino nurses working in American hospitals, and Filipinos make up 4% of the US nursing workforce while being 1% of the population. Like Lynn, Grace isn't real, but that ratio is essential, underpaid, and everywhere. The Philippines is one of the only countries with an entire government department dedicated to sending its own citizens overseas. It's called the DMW, Department of Migrant Workers.
Is that what it is?
And they have over 2 million deployed in 2023
That makes a lot
alone.
of sense.
Nurses in America, domestic helpers in Hong Kong, construction workers in the Gulf, and seafarers. 1 in 4 of the world's merchant mariners is Filipino. Roughly 470,000 people crewing tankers and container ships across every ocean. 90% of global trade moves by sea. and a quarter of the people moving it are from this one country. And people export scales way beyond manual labor. The Philippines is the world's call center capital. Nearly 2 million BPO workers, pulling in over $40 billion a year. Virtual assistants working for $400 to $700 a month versus $4,000 or more in the US. But cost isn't really why they win. There's a Filipino word for it, malasakit. It means genuine care that goes beyond what's required. Like spending 10 minutes more making sure your phone is working right. Cost cutting wins you the contract, but malasakit, that wins you the repeat business. The reason the Philippines dominates English language services over Indonesia or Vietnam goes back 125 years, and it starts with a ship. In 1901, 600 American teachers sailed into Manila Bay on the USS Thomas and built an English language school system from scratch. Add 350 years of Spanish rule. That made the Philippines the only Catholic country in Asia. On top of that, add a US immigration law from 1965 that opened the door. And there's even more stuff before that. And then you throw in all the small stuff, like Spanish last names, American first names, the Catholic faith celebrating Christmas and Easter. For Western employers, Filipinos just feel familiar. No other Southeast Asian workforce comes close. And now the diaspora, which is a fancy word for dispersed people, that is built for labor is distributing culture.
In a video shared by the MTV Europe Music Awards, the group's leader Joanna thanks the award-giving body for the recognition.
Beanie won MTV EMA Best Asia Act, the first Filipino group to take the award. And they also took Break2do's International Breakthrough Artist over Chappelle Roan and Benson Boone. SB19 beat Stray Kids and TXT for Break2do's international male group. And then you throw in Filipino Americans like Joe Coy with 5 and counting Netflix specials. The machine pushing them wasn't a sole agency. It was Filipino communities in LA, Dubai, Toronto, and Sao Paulo. 10 million people already in every major city on Earth, averaging close to 4 hours a day on social media, which is among the highest in the world. So Korea built its pop culture industry from the government down. The Philippines is doing the opposite, from the ground up, powered by diaspora. The Philippines doesn't export products, it exports people. And every one of those 130,000 nurses working American hospital floors is one fewer back home. So Vietnamese factories, Indonesian nickel, Thai hospitals, and Filipino nurses. Every country so far has a face. Malaysia has everyone else's. Malaysia has a bit of everything. Semiconductors in Penang, over 50 global firms handling 13% of the world's chip testing and assembly. Palm oil plantations feeding roughly a quarter of the world's supply. A state oil company, Petronas, that has been on the Fortune Global 500 for years. In Kuala Lumpur, KL, runs the world's largest Islamic finance hub. Over $600 billion in banking products designed to follow Islamic law, serving Muslim markets from Jakarta to Jeddah. So yeah, Malaysia does factories, it does commodities, it does finance, but none of that explains the number that turned heads in 2024. Over $30 billion in data center investment landed here in a single year, triple the year before.
Your consideration. The Jericho.
And the reason comes down to 3 things none of the other countries in the same video can offer at the same time. 1. English works here. Malaysia is one of the few countries in Southeast Asia where English functions as a real business language at scale. Contracts, boardrooms, technical documentation, it all runs in English with no translator, given Malaysia's British colonial history. And that's why big global companies have put their Asian offices here for decades. Malaysia sits right in the middle, between the head offices in America or Europe and the factories across Asia. And they get the best of both the East and the West. 2. The Chinese bridge. Nearly 1 in 4 Malaysians is ethnic Chinese, which is the largest concentration in Southeast Asia. It's the reason why ByteDance, Alibaba, and Huawei chose Malaysia for cloud and AI buildouts. They speak the language, they understand the culture, and the business connections between KL and mainland China go back generations. A big chunk of that $30 billion followed the Chinese community here. The editors of this video you're watching are Malaysian Chinese. They grew up hearing the same hierarchy these 5 countries are rejecting. 3. Singapore's spillover. In 2019, Singapore froze new data center construction. New builds were banned for 3 years, and when it lifted, the requirements got a lot stricter. Johor is literally across a bridge, same time zone, for a fraction of the price. Malaysia became Singapore's overflow, and now it's the biggest data center market in all of Southeast Asia. Vietnam builds, Indonesia digs, Thailand treats, the Philippines sends, and Malaysia connects. So the siblings, 5 different strategies, running simultaneously, and all of them are up and coming. So we got 5 strategies with no coordination, and somehow combined ASEAN trade sits at roughly $4 trillion, with these 5 countries driving most of it. But before I get accused of cheerleading, the math isn't all sunshine, and more on that later. But right now, let's talk a bit about integration. There's a new payment system that lets you scan a QR code in Jakarta and pay in Thai baht. It works across 8 countries, and they've signed trade deals with both China and the US-led Pacific Bloc, keeping both doors open, but committing to neither. But that doesn't explain why a camera lens rule at a K-pop concert turned into a fight about respect. The friction runs deeper than entertainment. Korean beauty brands use Thai models in ads, but don't build anything in Thailand. And Southeast Asian workers in Korean and Japanese companies still deal with what they feel is skin color bias and lower pay. Vietnamese marriage migrants in Korea report abuse and visa dependency. Take Samsung, the company employing nearly 90,000 Vietnamese workers. Reports of toxic chemical exposure at Samsung's Vietnamese factories have drawn scrutiny. And the relationship between Korean management culture and local labor expectations remains a friction point. And the generational break tells the story best through what people say online. The older generation still talks about catching up to Japan and Korea. The mid-career crowd is more
literally
practical.
nobody else
for deals where their
left
parents
can
used to say
challenge us.
thank you. And then you scroll to the youngest voices and the framing disappears completely. The idea of measuring Southeast Asia against Korea at all strikes them as genuinely confusing. Just look at X or Threads for yourself. The Mandela system matters here. Southeast Asia was never truly subordinate in their own worldview. That self-image never fully disappeared. And the pecking order of Asia means nothing to a generation that never felt it.
I don't even know what to say about this. Or like higher up there, and then Southeast Asians are like lower.
But let's talk about an important nuance about Japan. Japan committed atrocious war crimes in Southeast Asia during World War II. But the anger against Korea feels different. Japan did terrible things in the past, and outrage flares up once in a while when disagreements arise. But Korea is the establishment doing the gatekeeping right now, and that's what people feel every day. So on Southeast Asian social media, according to media reports, posts that criticize Korean pop culture get 10 to 20 times more engagement than posts praising it. And the tone isn't only hate, it's disappointment from the people who love Hallyu, realize the respect went only one way. And the siblings haven't fully caught up yet. Thailand's entire medical tourism industry generates roughly $5 to $6 billion. The broader Korean wave entertainment industry generates over double that at $12 billion. So the gap is real. And the region isn't all rising equally. Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar pull the average down. What's coming up with AI and automation could wipe out half of the factory and call center jobs across Southeast Asia. Debt and automation, those are rich country problems. And the fact that Southeast Asia is dealing with them now means they've arrived. Every country in this video has been colonized, sanctioned, couped, looted, or all of the above. The Philippines got 350 years of it. Indonesia got a dictator for 32. Thailand has had at least a dozen successful military coups since 1932, more than any other country in the world. Vietnam was cut off from the world until the 90s, and Malaysia lost $4.5 billion to its own government. And there's real danger on the
Gilgamesh has a
horizon,
capital
with
as
all
well.
of their total fertility rates falling below replacement. None of them started from zero, they started from below it, and they're building anyway. So when Korean fans call the siblings rice civilization, the region pushed back with receipts. It didn't just wake up. Day 6 KL was just when everyone else noticed. For 2,000 years, the tributary system said power flows from one center. Southeast Asia never fully bought it, and the generation that clapped back at rice civilization, they're not asking for a seat at the old table. They're building their own. 700 million people, proving what the Mandela system always assumed, that power doesn't flow in one direction. It radiates. If you like this video, like this one. And if you made it this far, don't forget to like and sub.
Doesn't Israel have a right to exist? No. Wait. Hold on. Now, before somebody accuses me of calling for genocide, which I am explicitly not, I should probably elaborate a little bit. Although I do think it's kind of weird that me saying these words with my mouth is considered genocidal by some, but those same people would say that literally carpet bombing densely populated residential areas and civilian infrastructure, killing tens of thousands of children and starving hundreds of thousands more, is not genocide. Genocide? Not genocide. Genocide? Not genocide. Get it? Yeah, me neither. Anyway, moving on. When people ask me this question, doesn't Israel have a right to exist? My initial reaction is to say, who the fuck are you and how did you get into my house? No, see, this is my house now. It was promised to me 3,000 years ago. According to who? Well, according to this book. Well, who wrote the book? Voice? Well, I did. Oh, yeah, well, that's kind of convenient then, isn't it? And the question itself, doesn't Israel have a right to exist, bothers me and strikes me as fundamentally, how do I put this, fucking stupid. Because it seems to imply that not only does Israel have the right to exist as a specifically Jewish ethno-state, but also the right to exist in its current specific location and to exist forever, and that its existence is unconditional and it should continue to exist no matter what kind of evil, heinous shit the Israeli government or its citizenry might do. I mean, do we think of other countries in this way? Do all countries and all governments have the right to exist regardless of where they are or how they behave? But then if all countries have a right to exist, then didn't Palestine have a right to exist before it was invaded by a bunch of Israeli settlers? What right to exist does Israel currently enjoy that the country of Palestine did not enjoy for the, 12 to 1300 years that it existed before it was invaded by non-Palestinians? And for these things and these groups and these governments that have a right to exist, is that right to exist unconditional? Or are there things that those groups of people might do that would render their right to exist non-existent? What if, hypothetically, if I, as a person with the right to exist, were to dive headfirst into a fucking wood chipper, would I still have the right to exist? Probably. Would it matter anymore?
Their faith is
Absolutely
gone.
not. And in the same way, if
I literally just sent so many missionaries because they still take damage when they try to do theological combat with a missionary, right? And I sent so many that I literally just wore them down. And so now he has no places that are Eastern Orthodox, and all his apostles have like one hit left. So I bought some apostles, and they're going in, and they're gonna hit him, and it's gonna wipe out any chance he has of ever
retaining that
religion back. And then we're going overseas. We're going worldwide, baby. Oh, look at all the faith you have.
I know.
Hypothetically, as an individual, were to drop more explosives by weight on a densely populated residential area than was dropped on Hiroshima, or committed tens of thousands of war crimes over an entire century against non-combatant civilians, or instigated constant wars of aggression against all of my neighbors, is there a point where my right to exist would no longer be worth a good goddamn? And furthermore, does the right to exist mean that you have the right to freeload off of other people in perpetuity? Does my right to exist entitle me to live on your mom's couch rent-free and eat all of her food and just basically be a mooch? No. My right to exist does not entitle me to that. But the absolutely god-tier dick-giving that I give to her every single night absolutely does. But unlike me and your mom, who have a very, very reciprocal relationship, Israel has been mooching off of the American taxpayer for basically its entire existence, and the only thing that we've gotten in return is a series of pederast, Moloch-worshipping, kitty-diddling billionaires. The point I'm getting at is this. The question of whether or not Israel has a right to exist is ignorant at best and disingenuous at worst. It smacks of Israeli exceptionalism and Jewish supremacy. And let me tell you, brother, I have had just about enough of both of those things. Thank you very much. So for the duration of this video, I am going to respond in no particular order to some of the more common arguments that I hear in favor of Israel's right to exist, so that you and I might be in a better position to respond the next time we hear that kind of thing. And to kick things off, I'd like to start with one of the least controversial arguments in favor of Israel's right to exist. Israel has a right to exist because of the Holocaust. Couldn't give a shit.
Okay, stop. We don't need the Jew.
Couldn't give a single goddamn solitary shit about the Holocaust anymore. Whatever goodwill the Jewish people were entitled to as a consequence of being victimized by the Holocaust is completely gone at this point, as far as I'm concerned. You were handed a blank.
Why are you fucking including all Jews?
It's very strange.
check. And you squandered it. No more, okay? No more. Not after Gaza, not after Afghanistan or Iraq or all of the other Middle East wars that you have lied us into.
What?
Not after JFK, not
What?
after Rabbi Shmuley and his weird pubic hair beard and his constant whining and his
little
incestual sex toy fetish thing with his daughter. Whatever's going on there, I don't want to know. No more, okay? You're done. You're cut off. The Holocaust gravy train has left the station. And that assumes, by the way, that everything I've ever been told about the Holocaust is completely
fucking rapid-fire anti-Semitism machine gun that just came out there.
I think bro needs to calm down a bit.
That was some crazy... Well, I think your argument is terrible. Goodbye.
Okay, today we're going to discuss some really mind-blowing discoveries when it comes to archaeology. Because in this case, what if I told you that the infamous Kraken was not actually a myth? And instead, he was just a little bit late to the party. 100 million years late. Because in this video, we're going to discuss this extremely recent study that found incredible evidence of this. This is Nanaimo-Theuthis, a 19-meter or 62 feet long super predator that previously scientists believed could not possibly exist. Yet today we're going to discuss new evidence from the late Cretaceous period, approximately 100 to 72 million years ago, that almost definitively shows us that these things did exist and were possibly some of the largest predators in existence on the planet. In this case, so large and so scary that they potentially hunted everything else, including the infamous Mosasaurus, that scary creature from the Jurassic Park. And Mosasaurus is something my kids are obsessed with, because we actually have tons of toys at home. And so for a very long time, up until I guess recently, scientists assumed that the ancient oceans were exclusively ruled by these massive vertebrates, and technically massive reptilians, such as Mosasaurus, Plesiosaurus, and, more recently, Megalodon sharks. However, this recent groundbreaking discovery revealed a previously unknown predator that's now the prime contender for the apex predator of this whole era. A giant octopus the size of a city bus, Nanaimo-Theuthis hagarti. And so let's discuss exactly what this means for our understanding of the octopus and for our understanding of invertebrates, and of course discuss why this is such an incredible discovery, assuming of course it's all confirmed. And the thing is, one of the biggest problems in paleontology is that we usually find only what's left behind. And for vertebrates, it's generally pretty easy. They contain a lot of bones inside, and bones can preserve for a very long time. As a matter of fact, bones and teeth, because of their hardness, fossilize very well. But invertebrates like octopuses, squid, and cuttlefish are soft-bodied, and so they essentially leave almost nothing behind except for their beak. And because they're so soft, and also because a lot of them are very intelligent, sometimes they're also referred to as an intelligent goo. But because their bodies decompose extremely quickly, we don't really know much about their evolution, and actually have a limited number of fossils from back in the days. And most of the fossils usually involve nautiloids, which do contain a shell. But despite being invertebrates, they are quite different from octopuses. And so it's really only the beak fossils, which are scientifically known as the chitinous jaws, that can usually preserve in fossils and can tell us just a little bit more about the octopus evolution. And well, just like modern octopuses, ancient species very likely also had these powerful beak that were also made out of the same material, chitin. This is essentially the same stuff we have in our fingernails, but it's just a lot more dense. And so a typical octopus beak, in theory, can survive for millions of years. And that's in essence what the scientists from the Hokkaido University in Japan discovered extremely recently. But here they also used a new method referred to as digital fossil mining. Something that in essence does this. Instead of just cracking rocks open, which can usually destroy fragile specimen, here they used high-resolution grinding tomography, which involves sanding down the rock samples layer by layer, and then taking high-resolution images of each slice. And so once they've done this, they use the machine learning algorithm, referred to as the zero-shot learning, in order to process these massive datasets and reconstruct three-dimensional structures of the beaks discovered in the fossil. And so using this process, they managed to analyze 27 different fossils from Japan and from Vancouver Island. essentially discovering beaks from specimens of different sizes. And in the process, they discovered two specific species that seem to represent what's known as the finned octopus, belonging to the genus Nanaimo-Teuthis. In this case, named after Nanaimo, one of the regions in Vancouver. And technically, Nanaimo-Teuthis jeletsky was actually discovered back in 2008 and was already quite impressive, possibly up to 8 meters in length. But it was really this recent discovery of a new specimen, and technically a new species, that shocked everyone. Nanaimo-Teuthis hagarty seemed to be at least 3 times as big. And so here, by using what's known as allometric scaling, or basically by comparing the sizes of various fossilized beaks to the body ratio of 12 modern octopuses, the team calculated that this particular species could reach the length of approximately 19 to 20 meters. And once again, to put that in perspective, this is almost twice as big as the giant squid, which is the largest living cephalopod known to us today, and is approximately 2 meters or 6 feet longer than the star of the Jurassic Park, Mosasaurus. Here's roughly how the sizes in this case compare. Which means that for at least a few million years during this period, this was essentially the apex predator on the entire planet. Although I guess technically in the oceans, because I highly doubt such a massive creature would be able to get outside of the water and somehow move around. But in this case, there's a lot of signs that to survive underwater, it potentially preyed upon some of the most massive creatures living at this time. In other words, there are actual signs that this was a top predator. And so I guess the question here is, how do we know that? How do we actually know this was not some kind of a peaceful scavenger? Well, the answer in this case is wear patterns. And that's something you see in this image. Here the fossil showed extensive chipping, scratching, and polishing, and in some species up to 10% of the jaw tip has been worn away. And this level of damage usually indicates what's known as durophagy. Basically an act of crushing hard prey. In other words, whatever they were eating had to be very hard and most likely involved bone. And so this is an almost definitive evidence that these octopuses were not just eating soft fish, they were using their powerful beaks to crack through shells or a lot of other mollusks, and most likely also hard bones of vertebrate prey. And so they very likely used their long flexible arms to seize large animals and dismantle them with these beaks. And this would not be so different from what giant squid do today when battling their biggest competitor, the sperm whale. Although technically in this relationship, usually the giant squid is actually the prey, although they can put up a fight and sometimes win the fight. As a matter of fact, here's a really cool picture that directly shows us the damage from one of these battles on the skin of a typical sperm whale. This is of course from the suckers, not from the beak. But perhaps one of the most exciting discoveries for scientists is actually in how some of these wear patterns seem to be different depending on the side. Or specifically, in some of the larger specimens, the right side of the jaw was actually a little bit more worn out than the left, which tells us a little bit more about the octopus's brain. And technically this is known as lateralization, unofficially known as handedness. In modern animals, this kind of behavioral asymmetry is usually a sign of a complex brain and advanced neural processing. It basically suggests that many of these ancient octopuses already possessed high intelligence we generally see in octopuses today. And this is actually something we discussed recently, because it is comparable to vertebrate intelligence, with the overall octopus being just as smart as a typical dog or even a primate. And so this is a groundbreaking discovery, and I'm sure we're going to learn so much more in the next few months. But this also highlights the idea referred to as convergent evolution. And specifically, approximately 400 million years ago, vertebrates and cephalopods both developed jaws. And over time, both groups followed a somewhat similar strategy to eventually become apex predators. And one of the biggest strategies here was actually losing their armor. For example, for the early fish, or the early marine vertebrates, they used to be extremely heavily armored, containing a lot of plates outside. And fun fact, some of these material they were made from eventually turned into teeth. And another fun fact, because many of these plates contain a lot of neuronal connections in order to basically sense the environment around them, that's actually one of the main reasons why even today we still get toothaches. Or basically our teeth still have those same neuronal connections that a lot of these ancient fish had back in the days. Except that for them this was to sense the environment and was basically all over those plates and not just their teeth. But that's just a fun fact and has nothing to do with the octopuses. Because for the ancestors of octopuses, they also lost their outer shells and eventually internalized a lot of their important organs. And in this case, this trade-off, which involved giving up physical defense, instead provided speed, agility, and eventually a larger brain that was required to survive difficult environments. And we technically even see this today when comparing groups like octopuses to their cousins nautiluses. Nautiluses still have their external shells, and while their brains are still just as ancient as they used to be millions of years ago. Or basically their brains are not as developed. In contrast, octopuses have some of the most complex brains, and this allowed them to move to the very top of the food chain. Although knowing how smart this octopus was is of course not something we can establish right now. But before we finish this video, I wanted to just clarify a few things. Even though I technically refer to this as a kraken, today we're pretty certain that a lot of the previous reports of kraken from the 17th and 18th century were most likely inspired by the sightings of the, which would be a different species. This is a species referred to as R.I.P. And while giant squids are certainly large, they're definitely smaller than this guy. And though here it might be easy to conclude that maybe, just maybe, these things didn't actually go extinct and potentially survived for 80 million years to eventually attack certain ships and possibly even drag sailors to their death, we also have to remember that there's literally zero evidence of any of this happening ever, because all of these stories were just that. They were stories, inspired by a lot of fisherman lore, mixed with brief observations of the giant squid and just not knowing exactly what they were looking at. But in this case, this discovery is also really important because it does change our understanding of ancient aquatic ecosystem. Because for decades, the narrative has been that vertebrates very likely ruled the top pyramid, whereas invertebrates were probably just a food source. But here we have direct evidence that this is not the case, and that there was at least one invertebrate that very likely competed with some of these giants and possibly even ate them. And at the same time, this also suggests that this particular body structure, and specifically the blueprint involving strong jaws, no armor, and lateralized behavior, seems to be a telltale blueprint for a high-intelligence apex predator. A winning strategy that seems to have evolved more than once. So there are quite a lot of really exciting discoveries from this one study. But on that note, once we discover something else, or once researchers reveal some other additional discoveries about this particular fossil, we'll come back and discuss this in some of the future videos. And since there's so much of Earth's history still trapped in a lot of different fossils, because scientists have discovered a new technique to analyze them, chances are there might be some more groundbreaking discoveries really soon. On that note, check out some of the previous videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. What? You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
You sunk my battleship. Shit. Don't want to lose him with an upgrade. Stingrays. Nice. Oh, well, that's already losing loyalty. Ah, it's already almost gone. He's losing loyalty in every city. Fucking neutralize this governor in this one and make this fall as well.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mutahar, and one of the top 10 things that Google used to say over here was, don't be evil. Now, actually, this is a Wayback Machine archive all the way back from March 2002, and I wanted to show it to people who had no idea what this was. Basically, back in the day, Google used to actually be a company that say, don't be evil, okay? Don't do the right thing. Be a good person. All of that cutesy, you know, Silicon Valley type spiel. But ladies and gentlemen, I think arguably we have seen probably one of the worst things, one of the most evil things that Google has apparently been a privy party to. So, for,
I love
I talked
Octopus,
a lot
they're
about
so cool.
Things like AI and mass surveillance and age verification,
awesome.
all that crazy
It's
shit.
a tragedy that
But
they
there have
only
been
live for 3
some
years.
actual movements in the last few days that are fucking massive.
The last thing they do
So I don't know if you've
is
been
protect
following
their
this,
eggs.
ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how
The babies
close
hatch
you
and
are
then
to
they die.
following the stuff that goes in the background. But in the U.S., there's
It's
something known as
genuinely
the
a
Foreign
natural
Intelligence
tragedy.
Surveillance Acts, right? Now, for a while, you know, after the whole
They're
Patriot
amazing
Act had
animals.
passed, a lot of these things used to happen in the shadows. When the U.S. government wants to spy on you, they have to go through a legal channel, but that legal channel is so unknown to the public in the grand scheme of things, not many people actually look into what's going on. So, unfortunately over here, the Congress has voted to...
Okay. It's safe.
Okay.
Just end it. I gotta go potty.
Alright. Goodbye, everybody. Everyone's